Omake_Canon_Gladius_King Joffrey's management style. Your Grace, said Lancel Lannister hesitantly as he bowed to the king, as Joffrey lazed on his ornate seat overlooking the courtyard. Servants were scattering sawdust and sand to cover up the blood as the corpse of the latest dog to die in the melee was dragged away. Recently Joffrey had decided to start finding the fiercest, nastiest, and most vicious dogs in the Crownlands so he could throw the usurper dog to the dogs, so he had commanded that the castle staff organize dog fights for him to observe. The sight of canines tearing each other apart never ceased to send the young royal into paroxysms of laughter. Swinging his leg over the arm of his chair, Joffrey accepted a wine goblet from a timid-looking serving wench. Lancel, how goes the training? Finished preparing my armies to crush the Stark cur. That is to say, Your Grace, the men are learning well, but our rations of powder are running rather low, so I was hoping that... What? What powder? Joffrey asked with genuine confusion in his eyes. Does he not actually know how thunder arms work? The black powder, Your Grace, that makes the guns fire. Our men have been using it to train with, to get them used to the sound and effect of the weapons, but I have only been issued enough for a few shots per man. Joffrey straightened up in his seat, putting his still full wine goblet aside. Why would they need to practice? I mean, it's not all that hard, he smiled, stroking the heavy weight of Blizzard where it sat on a cushioned table next to his chair, within easy reach in case he decided to use it. Point, pull the hammer, pull the trigger, then do it again. Why yes, Your Grace. However, under the sea chaos of battle, we would prefer that our troops are used to. Joffrey's eyes lit up. I have it. You're afraid they'll seize up at being shot at, am I right? Relief flooded Lancel, and he straightened his spine. Yes, Your Grace, you have it completely. Well, why didn't you say so? Asked the king, launching himself to his feet. He picked up Blizzard and slid it into the holster at his side. We must tend to this issue of morale at once. Take me to your men, General. Lancel paused, but then bowed, and escorted the king, along with the knights of the King's Guard and various hangers-on, to another courtyard, where several dozen men in Lannister colours were lined up, their muskets in their arms, powder horns and bags of lead balls at their waists. At the entrance of the king, they all snapped to attention. Joffrey addressed the soldiers. Men of Westeros, it has come to my attention that part of your training is experiencing the sound and fury of gunfire, so that you are not alarmed when you encounter it on the battlefield. I am pleased to assist in this endeavour. And with that he pulled the revolver from his side and put a lead ball through the face of the nearest trainee. As the thunder echoed about the courtyard, the men drew back in shock and surprise, even as the King's Guard drew their own blades, in case the soldiers took umbrage to one of their own being slain. Don't be afraid of the Northerner dog's guns, be afraid of mine. If any of you run from the battlefield, I'll have you shot, then I'll have your wives and daughters raped, then I'll have any who survive sold off to the free cities as whores. Then he turned to Lancel, who was staring at the dead man with a shocked expression, his face white. There, cousin. I've solved your morale issues. You don't need to thank me, as king, it is my duty. Slapping the older man on the shoulder, he headed off, handing Blizzard off to a King's Guard to be reloaded. If one listened carefully, one could hear the dripping of liquid from Lancel's trousers, since the general had pissed himself. LXIV, keep it simple, stupid. Part 2. AC 300, The Riverlands, Maidenpool. Thean. The Maidenpool castle had a pretty nice solar. Granted a gorgeous view of the Bay of Crabs, ships with sails like ice caps on the clear waters. Seabirds flying and calling for each other. The sun shining down on the landscape, rendering everything in beautiful colors. Not that I was particularly interested in gazing out at the wonders of Planetos. I was focused on preparations for the mission, while signing off documents Amrita handed to me. It was familiar. What I'd done most of my life here. Paperwork, resolving things, and fixing things. Comforting, really. Even with Amrita right by me, and that awkwardness hovering in the air between us. The phrase have brought 3,000 additional men to Harrenhal. Training them in the new armaments is going to take time given the huge number of recruits, Amrita said, holding up the relevant letter. I read it over, and sighed. We'll shift them over to the Tully companies. They've been at this for about 2 months now, I said, flipping through the papers at the desk. Amrita frowned. Why not the Reach companies? Frankly, I don't hate the Reach troops enough to inflict a horde of phrase on them, I said wryly. Amrita nodded, making a note. She was still distant, which was quite a feat for such a taciturn woman. Great Jan Umbers demanded we give him more time to train with the portable bolter, she said, he estimates at least 5,000 rounds until he's fully proficient. I sighed and pinched my brow. See what we can do, I said. But for the record, it's his ridiculous idea, he should be paying for it. He is, Amrita noted, but the Boltons are reluctant to part with so much ammunition for one experimental weapon. Don't blame them, I muttered. Okay. We'll talk him into a lower number. Maybe swing for a few more bolters in his companies. Understood, Amrda said. I sighed and leaned back in my chair, the weight of the last few days hitting me hard. It was like my body, now in contact with a chair, had shed all pretense and just let the fatigue go. And a harsh headache, which made me cringe. Amrda kneeled down next to me, worrying her lip. My lord. We can take a break, she said. You can, I said with a sigh. Are you so quick to ignore Maester Lewin's instructions? She asked wryly. I looked up at her and smiled. Not ignore. Just take under advisement. Ignore, she pointed out again. I sighed and rubbed my temples. You know, I'm not particularly inclined to go to bed right now, I said. Amrda tilted her head. Could I offer? She trailed off, blushing. I looked up at her with a frown, and a blush of my own. Incentive? I asked. Amrda grimaced, but managed a stiff nod. That is, if you are interested at all, Amrda said tightly. After all, I am here to serve you, my lord. That is what I am, is it not? All I am. I stared at her in disbelief. You. Hang on a second, I said, holding up my hands. I didn't imply. After all, she continued, eyes narrowed, I am the mere daughter of a merchant, despite my position at your side. And indeed, many already think we are involved in such a fashion. She turned and sorted through some papers, creasing the surfaces with her nails. It would not be a stretch, and I'm quite sure politically speaking you would still be able to be matched to a suitable bride. I got up and grabbed her shoulders. I turned her around, and she glared at me angrily. Amrda. I said earnestly, would you let me explain myself? Now? After saying nothing for days? After speaking with the princess several times? Or the wildling woman in your bed? She asked icily. You do enjoy throwing yourself into work to avoid unpleasant topics. I've noticed it many times. Yeah, okay, but you're not one of those unpleasant topics. I said defensively. I was just trying to figure out the right time to say what I needed to. What more needs to be said? Amrda asked coldly, adjusting her glasses in an imperious manner, the world needs to be saved. And your hand is worth much in marriage now that King Rob is wed. To dally with me would complicate matters. Your decision was completely logical. But you're still angry, I pointed out. Amrda glared. Does it matter what I feel? Does it? I smacked my forehead. Of course it bloody does, Amrda. I do care what you think. And what others think of you. She opened her mouth to continue, but I held up my hand. Just hang on a second. I asked. Okay? Look. The fact of the matter is, Amrda, yes. Part of my reasoning for not, dallying is because. Yeah, I'll probably have to get married for politics. Unless I figured out a way around that particular roadblock, but one problem at a time. Save the world from the White Walkers, then sort out my love life. In order from easiest to hardest task. Only makes sense. But I grasped her shoulders and smiled at her. I also didn't dally with you because I didn't want people to think that's all I hired you for. I love you for your wit, your patience, your ingenuity. You've saved the North, probably a lot more times than I have. You are someone I care for, very deeply. I could not imagine my life without you, and I never want to find out. Impulsively, I hugged her tightly. She froze like a statue, and then slowly returned the hug. It felt warm. It felt right. She blushed. I see, she murmured. You do not wish people to think badly of me. No. Never. I said, shaking my head. You're not just some mistress I bang. You're just as important to the North as me, more so. Amrda nodded slowly. I see. She sighed, and sucked in a deep breath. She looked me square in the eyes. My lord. I would not mind what people thought. If we were so involved, she said. I appreciate that, but given how I've been treated, such barbs do not harm me. She rested a hand against my chest, and I broke out in a sweat. I would be happy to do so. To be with you, in such a way. I nodded, and grasped her hand, so would I. But it's not just your reputation. Or the politics. It's also the fact that, we have to save the world. I shrugged. And hey. What if things went badly? You really want to be stuck with me for the rest of your life? I've been putting up with you for 4 years, Amrda pointed out, how much less annoying are you likely to become? Okay, fair point, I sighed. That said, I would prefer our relationship remain professional. Until certain conditions are met by reality. I sighed. That and well, when I do get married, I'd. Amarda held a finger up to my lips, and shushed me. She nodded slowly. I know, she said softly. Given how things were in Winterfell with Jon Snow. Yes, such complications would be difficult to surmount. She withdrew her finger, and sighed. I wish things were not so complicated, she muttered. I shrugged, and gave her another hug. And a kiss to her forehead. You're the one who says we must see things as they are, not as we want them to be, I reminded her. Amarda sighed, resting her chin on my shoulder. I could feel her heartbeat. Yes. You make that very, very difficult, my lord, she said. I smiled. Should I take that as a compliment? I asked teasingly. I got a hint of a smile out of my assistant. You probably would anyway. I will. I said cheerfully. Amarda nodded. And stood on tiptoes to steal a kiss. I felt like my face was going to ignite into flames, as our lips met. Then tongues. Then she pulled away, gasping for breath. She coughed, and adjusted her glasses and hair. When had I must those? She pulled out of our hug, and I felt. Ahem. Never mind. Sorry, I mumbled. She shook her head, taking deep breaths to calm herself. And no. It was my actions. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Perhaps. I think I will see if the Seawolf has signaled yet, she said quickly. I believe it was recalled from an engagement with a few royal warships. I will make sure it is on schedule. Of course. I said with a nod. And I'll go do. Things. Preparing for your mission. She seized on. I nodded enthusiastically. Yes. That. Of course. Of course, she echoed. Good day, my lord. Miss Han, I responded. She turned and walked out quickly, her cheeks still glowing red. I sighed and sat back in my chair, rubbing my temples and trying to dispel the stupid grin I had on my face. Good session with your assistant, lad? Asked a familiar voice. I drew my revolver and nearly emptied the first round into the head of the man grinning at me across the desk. Fortunately it stayed almost as it was Oberyn Martell who had invaded the Solar. His grin didn't waver, even in the face of my gun. Nothing happened. When did you get here? I sputtered. Oberyn chuckled. Well. I got myself assigned to your mission, Oberyn said cheerfully. I convinced Lord Tyrion that my presence would be useful. You didn't have to work too hard, I suppose, I admitted. He smirked and raised an eyebrow. All depends on how hard I want to work, he said with a warm gaze that left me a bit flustered. Hey, I may be straight as an arrow, but Oberyn Martell is a master at making people double or even triple check their sexuality. Thanks, I muttered. Glad to have you aboard. It's not a good idea to go into battle with such awkwardness hanging over you, lad, Oberyn said with all the subtlety of a Lannister waving gold in a pouch. Especially given how the two of you have been carrying on. We haven't been carrying on. I emphasized, focused on a map of the Red Keep Tyrion had drawn up for me. We've been doing the exact opposite. Which is the problem, Oberyn said with a grin. He reached down and cupped my chin, making me look him in the eyes. She loves you, he said, with a gooey look in his eyes. I coughed and looked aside. Yeah, well. I shrugged. I can't do anything about that. Oberyn sighed. Lad, I know for damn certain the Ironborn didn't instill this frustrating prudery into you. And the Starks are bad, but not that bad. So tell me. Where'd you get this distressing habit of denying yourself a bit of fun? I thought it over. There were times when I still was convinced I was just someone from Earth in Theon's body. And yet, all the interactions with these people who had seemed fictional, and yet were now so real, made me second-guess that. I didn't think I was the Earthborn person anymore. Or Theon Greyjoy. Who or what I was. I wasn't sure. And my drives. They were so blurred between what was original and what wasn't. But I sometimes think I'm making up for past sins. Or future sins, I admitted. Oberyn was silent. I took a deep breath. In my mind, there's what could have been. And there's what I could have done. And what I failed to do. And from the moment I was 8 years old, it all seemed to crystallize. The older man frowned. Lad. You were 8 years old. What could you have done to warrant this? I guess, I began, working it out in a way that made sense to him. And myself. I guess it was this feeling that I had so much to make up for. That I was a hostage thanks to my father's ways. Ways that had caused war and death and misery. And in that moment, when I was staring at what was going to be my home for the rest of my life, I realized I didn't want that to happen again. I wanted Greyjoy to mean something more than reaver, or pirate, or war and pain. I sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Oberyn chuckled. Bit of a martyr complex. With father issues. I figured it was something like that. I looked at him sharply. He grinned again. Lad, you've had a full head of steam since you reached Winterfell. That I know. And I'm guessing between your two fathers, you tried to please the one who would most likely return favor. Did he? Eventually, I admitted. Ned Stark was not prone to emotional moments. This made his hugs and his smiles and his pats on my shoulder, rare as they were, all the more precious. But he's dead now, Oberyn said. And it's clear at this point, you just love being clever. But it doesn't mean you need to forsake everything else. He shook his head at me. And if you're worried about politics and marriage, let me be clear. Even if you knock up Amerda, or any other girls, Arianne will still be happy with you. If you yank your head out of your arse, that is. He patted me on the shoulder, and gave me a hug. A hug that lasted a bit too long, but I didn't mind that. Oberyn, hand off my ass or I'll break your wrist. Is that a promise? Gah. Why, Theon is a chick magnet. Poor Theon. Cursed with a brain full of 21st century noidalga, including knowledge of every variant of Stee that hasn't even evolved yet on Plan Atos P. So he stays the hell away from whores and whatnot, which starts everything in motion, adding a dash of nobility and mystery about him to the opposite sex. Then he becomes politically hot property thanks to his brilliance, and de facto he's Rob's brother status as one of the most influential people in the North, and beyond. Then he has that annoying 21st century attitude towards women, keep trying to push its way to the forefront, that they are equals who you respect for their capabilities without barriers to entry in his mind. Which means when any women from this society spend any real time around him, and he then is surprised when he has women jumping all over each other to try and get to know him, then has women who do know him get incredibly frustrated at the, by their standards, mixed signals he keeps throwing around. Mistaking respect and affection for attraction, confusing attention and encouragement for interest, and of course, all of them hissing and ready to backstab each other all over the place if anyone else shows interest in their man. I get the feeling that Marjorie has figured it out, and is finding the whole thing hilarious entertainment, but yet, dealing with the White Walkers might in fact qualify as an easier issue. At least it's a case of shoot them again, then stab them with dragon glass if they still refuse to stop moving. LXV, meanwhile, in Winterfell. AC 300, the North, Winterfell. Dan Greenstone. There were days when Dan Greenstone regretted accepting that job as Theon Greyjoy's personal assistant. At the time, he'd just been doing the books for their mill down from Winterfell, and he'd taken into account how much more business they'd be doing with the improvements the genius had installed with a crew of workers. Seeing this, Theon had asked if he'd like a job. At the time, Dan would have sworn Theon almost looked guilty about something. But he was too excited to turn him down. A chance to work for the genius himself. He'd make so much more flour than he ever had before. And now, after 5 years of terror, stress, and difficulty, the teenaged lad now realized just why Lord Greyjoy had looked so guilty. He knew this would be his life. Trapped in an office, when he wasn't forced to go to factories, dairies, warehouses, docks, or laboratories. Filled with people who constantly wanted him to solve their problems. Yes, I will tend to the Dairy Guild tomorrow. He wrote off a missive to a secretary, who quickly ran off. The next petitioner came up, an older man with a bushy mustache with a strange, dome-shaped cap. He couldn't recall the name, some new style, blah blah blah, he didn't care. Mr. Greenstone, the progress reports on the new iron mill at Lake Town, the man said. Dan groaned. That's not for me. Hand it to the industry master. He insisted. The mustachioed man nodded and frantically ran. Of course, my apologies. Dan groaned and looked over the requisitions. He'd divided the tasks as much as he could to underlings, but the weight of his office and name ensured that, since Theon Greyjoy wasn't here to solve these problems, they'd come to him. Dan Greenstone had to hammer out accords between mining and lumber yards, while ensuring the old god worshippers wouldn't raise 7 hells. Theon Greyjoy got to go to war and become a hero. Dan Greenstone had to explain to Lord Bran why he couldn't let his little brother ride his dire wolf through the pig fields. Theon Greyjoy got to shoot those smarmy Lannister cunts in the face. Dan Greenstone had to correct the requisition form errors for the payroll of the mechanic school instructors, because his scribes were all fresh from public school's teat. Theon Greyjoy got to go to a wedding with some of the hottest women in the 7 kingdoms. Sure, he'd been shot at, but that didn't make it any less unfair. Mr. Greenstone? His secretary asked timidly. Correction, his head secretary Miss Rhaena Snowbell, if he remembered correctly. That bit of searching for her name kept him from biting her head off. Yes. Miss Snowbell. Dan managed. Your 4:30 is here, she said, pointing to the private office. He sighed as he rose, leaving the main work area of the Benyon Stark building. It was the largest non-castle building in Winter Town, with a warm level in the caverns beneath the castle and 3 more stacked up on top of each other. It was boxy and simple, yet painted with murals of the mountains and the sea. Dan didn't really understand it, but it had made Theon Greyjoy's foster family happy, so why not? Though given how fast buildings were going up around here, the mural might soon be covered up. He entered the cluttered interior of Theon Greyjoy's private office. It was very fitting, Dan supposed, with an internal growl covered in books, pictures, strange drawings, with no consideration for poor Dan Greenstone, and there was an extremely beautiful, buxom red-headed woman sitting in the chair across the desk with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Greenstone, she said with a purr. I am Marion Hill. I am the proprietor of the Haystack Hall. A&D. I can do. What for you? Dan asked flatly. Marion blinked, taken aback. Ah. My employees and I have seen your service, she said, and we would like to offer you the chance to visit our establishment, no charge whatsoever, for some meetings. Meetings? Dan demanded, slamming his fist on the desk and making Marion jump. Have you any idea of what kind of meetings I have to attend to? Marion tried, but Dan continued his rant. I have 5 factories to visit and yell at people in the next 2 days, 6 shipments of cannons that need their paperwork sorted out before they are shipped south, 5 different disputes between various brewer guilds over who has the rights to Drunk Theon's latest manuscripts for something called vodka. I don't have time for this shit. Sir. We're offering you the chance to enjoy yourself, for free. Marion spoke harshly. You've been an inspiration to the North and we've seen you never take time off. Oh. For free. Except of course for the contract I'll have to sign, and the budget items to report. Dan said angrily. Marion growled and slammed her own hands down on the desk. We're happy to screw you. For free. So is the head of the Mechanics Guild, and I'm not falling for that again. I meant literally. Marion growled. Dan shook his head. So did they. Now, if you'll excuse me. Marion huffed, and retreated from the office, slamming the door behind her. Dan resumed his work, grumbling to himself. How in the hell am I supposed to get a damn thing done here if incredibly hot women are trying to get me to come down to there? Dan Greenstone blinked. He blinked twice more. He ran Marion's words through his head once more. He vaulted over the desk, yanked open the door, and ran to Miss Snowbell's desk. He slammed down the paperwork he hadn't gotten done. Taking the rest of the day off. Be back tomorrow. Reschedule everything. He cried, running after the retreating Marion. Mistress Hill. Marion turned and glared at him. Yes, Mr. Greenstone. She drawled. He bowed his head. I am terribly sorry for my rude behavior and I desperately wish to apologize and dearly hope your offer has not expired. He asked, trying not to look too pathetic. Marion sighed, and patted his hand. Dear. At this point, I will consider it a duty to the North, she said solemnly. Now come along. First round is on me. Drinks or? Yes, Marion said with a nod. Sometimes, it didn't suck to be Dan Greenstone, the boy with the weight of nations on his shoulders mused, as he allowed the prostitute to lead him to the brothel. LXVI, keep it simple, stupid. Part 3. AC 300, The Riverlands, Maiden Pool. Theon. The bonding was complete. Now all that was left was for the concoction to dry. I studied my latest work, 5 dozen spheres, hardened sucrose layers with a few other add-ons. In the core of each though wasn't a bit of candy, it was a tiny bit of nitroglycerin and nitromatin, with a mix of a few agents to keep it stable. Just stable enough that rattling around in a pouch would not set them off, but throwing them at a wall or something hard would. They were too small to bring down walls or much else, of course. I'd devised them as an extra trick up my sleeve for distractions or attack in a simple, easy-to-smuggle package. I sighed and rubbed my temples, relieved I could finally come out from behind my ironwood barrier. I inspected the balls carefully, put a "do not touch unless you wish to die" sign up, and headed out of the lab to the shower. It wasn't as impressive as it sounded, just a few buckets of water suspended above me with plugs you pulled to wash off, but it was standard safety precaution and I was all about those. Most of the time. After all, going to talk to the woman you cared deeply for, about volatile things, was not usually safe. I wandered the halls of the castle, not really seeing anyone or anything else. I found Amrda's quarters, cleared my throat, and knocked on the door. She primly answered, looking surprised. Ah. My lord, she said formally. I did not expect you. I know, I said. May I come in? She nodded, and parted the door. I entered, and looked around her quarters. They were small, neat and well kept, almost the opposite of mine save in space. She pulled up a chair, and I sat in it. She took another chair, and sat across from me, measuring off the distance between us with an intense focus. Only then did she look at me, hands in her lap, trying to look businesslike. Amarda. I began. The thing is. I know, she said softly. Save the world first. Then. Anything else. She sighed. Duty, above all else. Yes, I admitted, that's kind of it. My main motivation for, rejecting me. She asked, expectantly. It clicked in my head, she was expecting rejection. Rebuffing. I said quickly. Which is not the same. I sighed. You know my feelings, Amarda. I can guess, she said softly. Parts of it. The back and forth though. And seeing other women. That didn't happen as you think it did, I said quickly, and Osha's backed off. She recognizes our traditions are different. For now, a cynical part of my mind pointed out. I decided to ignore it. It was quite the show nevertheless, Amarda replied, eyes narrowing. And I doubt Princess Ariane would care. So long as she got what she wanted. That's another complicated thing, I admitted. But please, Amarda. I can see two possibilities, Amarda said, in a stiff tone. Your sense of duty overrides anything else which I can understand, and yet the duty is unclear. She shook her head. The other possibility, you are lying to spare my feelings because you care for me, but not in that way. Or, I interrupted, grasping her hands, or, there's something much bigger going on. Something that I've had to keep secret. Amarda blinked. And that is? She asked. I sighed, and rubbed my forehead. I'd gone over this in my head when I hadn't been focusing on the explosives, but so far, it all seemed so awful. Hi, I have the memories and massive knowledge of a person from a civilization in another universe where your entire existence is fiction. Maybe. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. My eyes popped open, and inspiration hit me. I looked her dead in the eyes. Amarda, the truth is. This knowledge I got isn't entirely mine, I admitted. When I was 8. My mind was just overwhelmed with knowledge. Information on science, technology, a world long gone. Amarda blinked a few times. Valeria? She asked softly. I shrugged. Maybe. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why. But with this knowledge came a warning. A warning of the future. That something was coming back. From beyond the wall, I explained. Something horrible. Something that I needed to push the North into industry and technology still centuries off just to deal with it. I took another deep breath. My whole life, I explained, I've wondered if I was just a tool for a mad god. If I was to be the savior of this world. Or if I just was crazy. It's almost like this knowledge wants to take me over at times. That it wouldn't be me, just someone else, wearing me as a suit. Amarda's eyes were wide, but she listened. I worked my jaw, and licked my lips. My mouth was dry. And I worry that after I've done whatever I'm supposed to do, or anything else, that I'll be done. That the price I'll pay for this knowledge and power is death, or love, or something worse. Or that I'll just keep slipping into madness. Unable to recognize anyone I know or love. I sighed, and looked at the floor. I don't really expect you to believe me. I do, Amarda said softly. I looked up in shock. She gave me a tiny bit of a smile, exasperated and considering. You do? I asked in disbelief. She nodded. It would explain things. Actually, she hummed, a lot of things. Did this vision also include signs of the future? A few, I admitted. General ones. I'm amazed you're taking this so easily. This is a world of dragons, of unlocking fire and thunder in powder, and of shadows murdering kings, Amarda pointed out. I have seen the impossible, of magic and of science, Theon. Why wouldn't I believe in visions? I just guessed that. I mumbled. She sighed, and grasped my shoulder. You took it upon yourself. Kept it to yourself. Out of fear of letting us down, or to protect us, she said simply. Just like you always do. I'm amazed you've stayed functional this long. Hiding this from everyone. She really was brilliant. I gave her a sad smile. I can be kind of an idiot, hey. I admitted. Amarda nodded. Yes. Yes you can, she sighed. She looked at me, considering. Did any of your visions show me? I shook my head. Not you, specifically. And how many of them have come to pass? She asked. Well, the War of the Five Kings did, Lord Stark's execution, I admitted. A few other things. A lot of other things though have changed. Surprising, all told, I admitted. You have said it yourself, guns and weapons do not make history, men do, Amrda said. You've made much history, Theon, but kept it to us. Tried not to rattle things. Well. Now the future is not what you saw at first. It's all different now, isn't it? A lot is, I admitted again. She smiled at me warmly. Then. Does that not mean that there is an element of free will? That the future can be what we make it? Why would you strive so hard to change things? If nothing would. I stared back at her. And sighed. I smiled at her warmly. You're right, I said, I am an idiot. No, she said, just human. Habits you build to protect yourself, to get as much done as possible. They stayed with you. She flushed. Just as habits to ignore certain failings in those I cared about are mine. You spoke about my failings a lot. I mean the really deep ones, she admitted. The ones that hurt you. That I should have helped you with. She cupped my face, and in the light of the kerosene lamps she was just gorgeous. I know, I said softly. Look. Let's just agree that we both suck at this. She giggled a bit, and nodded. Yes. Yes we do, she said quietly. She licked her lips. I stared back at her. Damn it, where was that courage either of us had to make the first move? I leaned forward and pressed my lips to hers. She returned it bashfully, moving her lips awkwardly against mine. There was a knock at the door. I groaned. Go away. Amrda shouted. The knocking insisted. I sighed, and stood up to move, but Amrda wouldn't let me. She held me down in my chair with a stern look, and rose. She went to the door and opened it a crack. And Ariane Martell barged in, shutting the door quickly behind her. I had tried to hide, but the grin on her face made it clear we were had. Your Highness. What can I do for you? Amrda managed in a squeak, trying to look stern. She chuckled. It's more what I could do for you, she said. She held up an improvised periscope made of mirrors. Did you know you can watch people through these outside the door? My blood ran cold. Amrda moved for her gun. I held up my hand. How much do you? What, your heart to heart? She shook her head. Nothing. The breeze through the hall makes it impossible to eavesdrop. I suspect that was deliberate. So. Why? I began, and Ariane chuckled. Uncle Oberyn talked with me, too. About my approach. How things work between you two, she said, gesturing between myself and Amrda. And watching you two kiss. She shook her head. Well. Now I understand what he meant. You two have no idea how humans should kiss, and touch, and fuck for that matter. She assumed a haughty expression. So. As Princess of Dorne, it falls to me to educate you two in how these things are done. But. I began, but Amrda glared. We do not need your help. Oh yes you do. Ariane said with a nod. And you won't trust my intentions unless I'm straightforward, right? Well then. I do want Theon as a lover. Maybe my husband, one day. It would be useful to me. And he looks good. I flushed. Amrda scowled. Ariane shrugged. It's just the truth. But you two. You love each other. So deeply. She sighed, it's like something out of a romantic epic. How could I interfere in such love? I mean, as in cutting you apart. I could, but you'd make me feel guilty about it. Have you been drinking? Amrda asked, sniffing the air. Ariane giggled. May I just a little? Point is. Our cards are on the table. So here's my offer. I teach you two how to fuck, how to handle things without being so. Cable. I asked. Ariane blinked. I have never heard that word before. But it seems to fit, she said. Not sure why. Don't ask, I muttered. And in exchange? Amrda asked flatly. Ariane smiled. Consideration. Friendship. Maybe marriage, at some point in the future. We'd have to see, she said. And of course, I get fucked by two people I get to train into proper lovers. No bad habits to undo. I don't think Amrda and I could have blushed harder. Ariane beamed. If nothing comes of it. Well. Miss Han, your husband will know how to please you. Lord Greyjoy. You are no longer a virgin. Hey, I'm not. I trailed off at the snort Arianne and Amarda uttered in unison. They stared at each other, and then back to me. As I said. No longer a useless virgin, she continued, and considering how dangerous this mission is going to be. Don't you want more incentive to return? Amarda. I looked at her. Amarda flushed. I have obtained a supply of moon tea, she admitted. You can trust me not to have your child. You didn't need to do that, I said quickly. No, but I wanted to, she said. Arianne snickered. That was obvious. But I can't allow you to get on with it without knowing how to do anything. She held up her hand. And I swear by our alliance, I will take moon tea after as well. Is that sufficient, Theon the genius? Or can you and your assistant think of any other reason things should not proceed? I looked at Amarda. I looked at Arianne. I considered everything I'd done. My thoughts, my actions. Because I'm telling you right now, if you go to the barracks again, Arianne warned, I will take Amarda for my lover. And you can't have her. She hugged Amarda and planted a kiss on the surprised woman's lips. A kiss Amarda resisted, at first, but a few strokes of her spine by the Princess of Dorne made her relax. And well. I think the terms are acceptable, I managed. Arianne beamed, breaking the kiss. Amarda was red from her hair roots to her toes, and trembling. But she too managed a nod. Splendid. Arianne said cheerfully. Now, let's all sit on the bed and. And needless to say, when we set out on the Seawolf the next day, I was much more relaxed. LVII, Expectations and Reality, Part 1. Set a few days before. Keep it simple, stupid. Part 3. AC 300, River Run, the Riverlands. Marjorie. It had started almost innocently. 2 weeks after their wedding, Robb had still been forced to rest by Healer Homestead. Marjorie had agreed wholeheartedly, having quickly caught on to the fact that Stark men overworked themselves constantly. With much of the rest of the court busy preparing for the march to Harrenhal, though, she and Robb had been left alone. And while he was injured, he was still quite capable. More than capable. Her grandmother had looked approving when she and her party departed back for Highgarden, which Marjorie considered the highest praise for her new husband. It was after one such capable meeting, as she laid next to him and stroked his beard, his arm securely around his waist, that the radio in the corner sputtered up and buzzed. Robb sighed, and made to rise. Marjorie rested a hand against his still bandaged shoulder, and shook her head. I've got it, she said. You rest. She rose, naked, and walked to the radio. She enjoyed the feel of his eyes on her backside as she flipped on the transceiver. Queen Marjorie speaking, she said. Your Grace, I am sorry to intrude, spoke the voice of one of the Frey boys. Marjorie struggled to recall who, but Lord Valder Frey has an issue he insists will not wait. Robb groaned. If this is about the training regimen again, tell him he can fuck off. Marjorie smirked. His Grace the King would like to know more about the issue in question. Oh. It's. She could just make out some rustling of papers, apparently dealing with some o' your healers sticking needles into his cows. Marjorie frowned. I see. She glanced over at Robb, who sighed. I'll be right down, he grumbled, and winced as he shifted. He held his shoulder, biting down his cry of pain. Alarmed, Marjorie looked back to the radio. And found her mouth speaking. I will be down to deal with this soon. Please be waiting for me in the main hall, she spoke. Robb's jaw dropped, and Marjorie held in a cringe as the Frey made approving sounds. Of course, Your Grace, he said. The radio buzzed, and Marjorie turned it off. She looked in concern at her husband. It's probably nothing too severe, Marjorie said, a bit defensively. She rose and walked over to him, gently pushing him onto his back. And you need rest. Ah. It isn't that, Robb said. Just. Surprised you'd want to get involved so soon. So soon? Marjorie asked, blinking. Robb looked up at her, and shrugged a bit uncomfortably. His eyes were drifting from hers, something she'd learned he did when he was about to relate something he feared would make her unhappy. She quirked an eyebrow. What do you mean, my beloved husband? She asked, with just the right bit of warning in her pitch. Well. I mean, taking the role of queen so soon, Robb said. Marjorie snorted. You've been working as the king almost non-stop since we were married, Robb, she said. I believe I can handle one disagreement. I am queen in the north, am I not? Robb nodded. Of course, but. Then I can handle it for you, she spoke. The Northmen respect strength, do they not? And I need to prove I have it, correct? Or at least pretend at it, she thought to herself, hiding her worry. Rob smiled up at her, and squeezed her hands. I think you proved that with your handgun well enough, he said earnestly, and her heart fluttered despite herself. She smiled warmly and kissed him, but pulled away before she could get lost in his warmth again. Yes. But this is something else I can do for you, she said. Now. She rose and moved to get dressed, feeling pleased with his disappointed expression as her naked skin was covered. Tell me about this needle-sticking business. Brienne walked alongside her as they entered the Great Hall of Riverrun, the guards saluting her as she passed. She favored them with a warm smile, everyone, and maintained her serene expression as she walked towards the chairs at the front. Standing in her way were two small crowds, separated by a tall man with bushy brown hair and a wide-brimmed hat, his hand upon his gun. Robert Glover was his name. Marjorie had met him at the wedding, a bannerman from Deepwood Motte as she recalled. He and everyone else bowed at her save for Valder Frey sitting and grumbling on the right in his wheelchair. Your Grace, the expected voices spoke. She inclined her head, and walked between the groups to the great table of the hall. She took her seat, and the rest of the party sat as well. Brienne stood to her side, comfortingly. King Rob is still recovering from his injuries, Marjorie said, and asked me to hear this issue in his stead. There was some murmuring from the Freys, but the Northmen just nodded. A few actually smiled. She filed this away for later, as Valder Frey harumphed. Well. Let's get on with it then. If you insist on this bloody mummery, the old man grunted. The man with bushy hair and hat stood again, clearing his throat. You'll have to forgive the situation, Your Grace, he spoke. It's a bit informal compared to how we do things up north. We'll have to go through it verbally. He nodded to a boy nearby, who was typing away at a strange contraption. We'll still get the minutes though. I see, Marjorie said, maintaining her serene mask even as her confusion increased. You may proceed. Thank you, Robert said. He cleared his throat. Lord Marshal Robert Glover, in the case of Lord Valder Frey of the twins versus Healer Garrus Grayson of Deepwood Motte. Lord Valder Frey is represented by Lord Valder Frey, Healer Grayson is represented by Defender Thomas Finch. Her Royal Highness Marjorie Stark, Queen in the North and of the Trident, presiding. You may state your cases. He sat down to the side, as Valder growled and cleared this throat. Your Grace, these bloody men were stickin' needles in the livestock we brought what was to be our food and wedding gift. And then stickin' needles in little Valder here. He pointed to a younger boy among the Freys, who was avoiding looking at his great-grandfather or the Northmen. And they said it was medicine. I say, it's cruel and some sort o' sick game to do to a young lad. Especially one King Rob himself offered a squireship to. Objection, spoke Thomas Finch. He was a tall, thin man dressed all in black, with a crooked nose. Marjorie remained silent, hiding her confusion, as he sorted through some papers from a square leather case. The paperwork clearly states little Valder Frey, son of Sir Jamos Frey and Sally Ipedge, was to be an intern at Winterfell, where his suitability would be determined forthwith for a vocation under the guidance and protection of the royal family. He rose and carried the paperwork to Marjorie, setting it in front of her. I do believe this is the paperwork in question, Your Grace, the man spoke to her. The Frey patriarch balked. What's a bunch of papers got to do with what your sword swallowers did to little Valder? As this hearing is about the truth, I felt it necessary to point out to opposing counsel that simple accuracy is required, Finch stated, raising an eyebrow at the seething Frey. To say that little Valder Frey is to be a squire to House Stark is inaccurate, as this evidence demonstrates. And as opposing counsel should well know, given they were delivered the evidence with ample time to read it. Evidence nothin'. You're arguing about writin' shit down and not about your lad's bane sick fucks. Marjorie cleared her throat, and nodded subtly to Brienne. She put a hand on her revolver, and both men fell silent. I believe, Marjorie said, making a big show of reading through the papers, that we can move on to the heart of the problem? And argue word usage another time. Finch nodded. Objection withdrawn then, he said. He nodded to the fuming Frey. Your statement. He returned to his seat. Valder Frey looked up at Marjorie, and seemed a bit sheepish. Ah. Your Grace, I said pretty much everything needed, he said. And an apology and some other concessions are what we wantin' for this. He glared at Finch, and at Garrus Grayson, a younger man who shaved quite well, with a large bulbous nose and short black hair. He was sitting a bit nervously next to the man in black, who now rose and stood in front of Marjorie again. Finch cleared his throat, and held up a few papers. On the 16th day of 5th moon, Healer Garrus Grayson saw several members of House Frey for a free medical examination. His own report, confirmed by Chief Healer Homestead and Maester Griever, indicated a risk of a minor redpox outbreak based on observations of cultures in the lab. From work by Healer Thorson, the recommended course of treatment was isolation of affected individuals and vaccination of other members of the household. The Frey party's livestock were, fortunately, suffering from the similar malady cowpox, and vaccination procedures were carried out. On 22 of 5th moon, Healer Grayson was performing the vaccination of little Valder Frey when Ryman Frey entered the tent and attempted to kill Healer Grayson. I was protecting my cousin. The portly knight growled. And was prevented from doing so by Lord Harrion Karstark, who is unfortunately not with us today due to his duties, Finch continued without missing a beat. He did, however, leave us his written statement and signed and stamped it as his testimony, which has also been entered into evidence. Healer Grayson was merely doing his duty as a healer of the North, and the Freys overreacted. Our argument is for dismissal and an apology from the Freys, an allowance for Healer Grayson to continue his duties. Thank you. He nodded to Marjorie, and sat back down with Garrus. Ryman Frey looked almost murderous, while Stavron Frey looked like he was trying very hard not to roll his eyes. Marjorie cleared her throat. Very well. You may proceed, she spoke. She saw a bit of confusion in Finch's eyes. And then understanding. Of course, Your Grace, he said. What followed was about 3 hours of Finch calling people as witnesses to talk about complex scientific things, and the Freys cursing them and arguing constantly, save for Stavron. Finch's experts held up charts and showed photographs of tiny things that were apparently swimming inside people and made them sick, as well as documenting the process of vaccination in such detail. Marjorie lost her initial fascination and became utterly bored. While the Freys just called up Freys to stand witness and hurl abuse at Grayson. Finally, Marjorie had enough and stood up. With the exhausting amount of evidence presented, Marjorie said, I believe that the Freys are the ones in the wrong and Ryman Frey acted inappropriately. The Freys began muttering and arguing amongst themselves, but glares from Brienne and Robert silenced them. However, as this was the result of pure misunderstanding, Marjorie went on, and Sir Ryman's intent was only to protect his family, no rewards will be issued to Healer Grayson. Valder Frey, at least, looked somewhat appeased. Finch hid his disappointment well. That said, as Queen my responsibility is to the welfare of all the subjects of my realm, Marjorie said carefully. Therefore, my ruling is that Healer Grayson is allowed to do his work and will share this technique of vaccination with House Frey, so that such misunderstandings do not happen again. Further negotiation will be between Chief Healer Homestead and you, Lord Frey. She nodded. Finch patted Garrus on the shoulder, as Robert rose. Ruling acknowledged, case closed, he spoke, as the young lad typing away nodded. Court is adjourned. The Freys headed out, a few grumbling, while Finch lingered. Grayson smiled at Marjorie in thanks, before he headed out. Very pointedly staying away from Ryman Frey, who was glaring in great anger at him. Little Valder Frey just looked relieved as he exited. You did well, Your Grace, Finch said politely, for someone who had no idea how to do things. Thank you, Defender Finch, Marjorie said, still serene but with a hint of an edge. She sighed and looked over at Robert Glover, who shrugged. Apologies, Your Grace, Robert said. We were. Ahem. Under the impression you knew how to handle court procedure. How could she? She's been the queen for 2 weeks, Brienne said in defense of her charge. Robert held his hands up, forestalling her wrath. My apologies. I didn't know she didn't know. But since this may come up in the future, Marjorie said gamely, I do believe I could stand to learn more, gentlemen. Rob was doing some kind of exercise involving laying down and sitting up to bend himself like an arm when she returned. He looked up at her, keeping his eyes on her as he sat up and laid down over and over. How did it go? He asked. Resolved without blood, hopefully, Marjorie said with a sigh. She gave him a bit of a glare. You could have told me, you know. Told me what? Ha. He continued his exercise, and Marjorie lost herself in his sweaty, muscled chest for a moment. That you had to put up with that, she said. Constantly. It's a wonder you haven't gone mad. Rob paused. He gave her a sheepish look. Well. We were a bit busy, he admitted. Marjorie shook her head with a blush. Yes, she said. It just would be nice to know. Don't worry, Rob said, pulling her into a hug, I'll keep the surprises to a minimum in the future. Well. Not all surprises are bad ones, she purred, nuzzling him. They were quite busy for the rest of the day, which gave Marjorie several fond memories to call on. When he did drop his next surprise a few days later. LXVI, keep it simple, stupid. Part 3. Consideration. Friendship. Maybe marriage, at some point in the future. We'd have to see. You know I'm now thinking of the far future where Theon, Ariane, and or Armada's descendants are considered utter horndog snobs who constantly remind everyone around them that they are the descendants of the Theon the genius and all should bask in their glory. That is until Theon XLIX is born. Ever since the death of Theon the genius, every firstborn son of the firstborn son is named Theon in his honor, who turns out to be RSI Theon reborn in the body of his many times great-grandson, and he is seriously not amused. AC 782, Greyjoy Manor, the North. Theon Xlix. An 8-year-old Theon Xlix sat reading the life, times, and accomplishment of Theon the Genius, Vol. 12, shaking his head in disbelief at what he was reading. Hardly believing what is considered the official history, most of it being overblown exaggerations of events and more often than not outright lies and cover-ups. For one thing, he'd only ever had relations with 2 women, his dearly beloved Ariane and Armada, one his wife, the other his mistress? Lover? Friend with benefits? They never could quite decide what to call their unusual relationship. He most certainly did not bed hundreds of women across the 7 kingdoms, nor did he father any bastards. Armada and his children were legally recognized as his. Thank you, Rob, for passing that rather interesting piece of law into the books. Allowing the wife to acknowledge any children of her husbands that are not hers as legally his and permitted to carry their father's name from birth so long as any sons born of the wife are recognized as the principal heirs. Theon looked up from his book as his uncle Rob stood there watching him. Another tradition in the family other than naming the firstborn Theon was that the second, third, and fourth-born sons are named after Theon's foster brothers. Rob, Bran, and Rickon respectively. Daughters are named after his foster mother and foster sisters. Eddard tends to pop up from time to time but not as frequently as the other names, which Theon found strange. What happened to Jon's name was a complete mystery. Hello, Uncle Rob. Theon prepared himself for what was about to come. Oh, how he hated having anything to do with his family, they were just so. Ah, Theon, my boy. Reading up on our most noble and distinguished ancestor. Good lad. You should always be proud that you are named after such a great, powerful, and noble man. Why, I sometimes wish I had been born first amongst my brothers so that I myself could carry his most noble name. After all, it's our ancestry and all the prestige that is in our bloodline that makes us so much greater than the plebs who wish they were as great as our family. Gee-ah-ha. If there was one thing Theon hated more than his uncle's boisterous declarations of superiority over all things not Greyjoy, it was his annoying horse laugh. Thankfully everyone else in the family thought so too, so Uncle Rob tended to only get invited over during the holidays or important family events, like today, which was his grandfather's name day. However, the family unfortunately shared his sense of superiority in the Greyjoy name. Dear gods, it was like being born into a family full of Tywin Lannisters. Only nowhere near as cunning or bloodthirsty, thankfully. However, there was plenty of backstabbing and underhanded deal going on. Theon suspected that his Uncle Rob was behind the rumors that his mother was sleeping with Jonas Lannister, the younger brother of the current head of the Lannister family. It of course wasn't true. Everyone knew his mother would sooner slit her own throat than so much as speak to, let alone sleep with a Lannister. Plus she couldn't be sleeping with Jonas Lannister since she was sleeping with Melissa Stark. He should know, he'd walked in on them a few times already. His father didn't care. He was a drunk and a womanizer almost as bad as Robert Baratheon was, the key word there being, almost. He at least knew how to hide it from most of the family, especially his brothers, and most importantly when in public. Theon, however, had lived through the War of the Five Kings and had Arianne Martell for a wife and was best friends with Queen Marjorie, so he could sniff out all the family's dirty laundry and every bit of gossip, rumors, and scandals being spread around. How his family had fallen into becoming this, Theon would never know, but he was determined to pull his family out of the gutter of self-entitlement they had fallen into, even if he had lower himself into making deals with Lannisters, again. Last edited, February 27, 2016. 144. Chronos ONE. February 27, 2016. View discussion. Thread marks Layin, Expectations and Reality, Part 2. View content. AndrewJTalon. AndrewJTalon. The Sombrero Spider. February 27, 2016. Number 6802. Layin, Expectations and Reality, Part 2. Set a few days after Keep It Simple, Stupid. Part 3. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. Rob. There were days it felt like he'd been waiting forever at Riverrun. Endless waiting, all for more guns, more men, more supplies. Then waiting to heal from his injuries, waiting to organize things. And then still more waiting as more troops from the Riverlands and the Reach needed training in how to use thunder arms and march with them in formation. More waiting for ships to arrive with the sufficient materials. Waiting. 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 He was the king of waiting, the king of patience. The king of telling others what to do. How to do it. Over and over again. His mother entered the chamber, with Chief Healer Homestead. He saw another bottle of medicine in the healer's hands, another strained smile on his mother's face. Your Grace, it's time for your medicine, Homestead said. Now, you know the drill, just tip it back and. Rob calmly rose from his chair. He took the bottle of medicine. He set it on the table. And then neatly batted it through the window with his sword in a single, fluid motion. His shoulder pained him just a bit. But not enough to stop him. He turned with a glare at the healer, who sighed, and to his mother, who huffed. Robert Stark. I do not care if you are king of the north and the trident, you will take your medicine as your healer tells you to. Healer Homestead, how much longer is it going to be? Rob demanded. Homestead sighed. Well, if you allowed me to examine you, the middle-aged man said, I could determine that, your grace. He eyed the sword. On the other hand, given your dexterity, I'd say you're well on the mend. Good enough for riding? Rob demanded. Homestead managed a nod. Good. Then it's time. Rob, you don't have to, Catalan said, but Rob shook his head. Mother. All this waiting has been so that when we do march on King's Landing, we stop for nothing. We don't stop until we get to the Red Keep and drag that hideous chair out to be melted down into children's toys, Rob stated, almost growling like his wolf did. Greywind had been absent for a time. Rob knew he didn't have to worry too much, but it was still agitating. And one more man or one more gun or one more can of food, at this rate? No. It won't matter. This has to end, now. He went to the radio, and flicked it on. Hello. Your Grace. The bannerman at the radio today answered, Torin Karstark, he believed. Send to all commanders weary moving out, Rob ordered. There was a pause. And he heard the young boy's smile. Yes, Your Grace. Rob turned back to his mother and his chief healer. Now, he said, if you'll excuse me. I've got an army to prepare and a war to win. Healer Homestead sighed, and handed him another bottle. He took it. Take a sip, twice daily, he said. No more than that or you'll risk hurting yourself worse. Rob nodded. Thank you, healer. He turned and headed out, muttering under his breath about headstrong kings. The door shut behind him, leaving the two Starks alone. Catalan sighed, and gave her eldest son a hug. He returned it tightly. Be safe, my son, she murmured. I will, mother, Rob said. He rubbed her back. She chuckled, and looked up at him fondly. You and Theon. Always so headstrong, so difficult, she sighed. But I do know. Your father would be proud of you both. Rob's smile widened. Thank you, mother. He paused. And I have another job for you, while in the north. Oh. Catalan asked. Marjorie. There was little fanfare, little celebration in the camps around River Run save for the Dornish contingent, but then they were almost always merry. The Northmen, and even the Riverlanders, all prepared in a business-like, professional manner. Marjorie stood with Rob and his small council and generals, overlooking the activity from a tented stage while alternatively poring over a map. Frankly, she wasn't sure why Rob had her here when it came to politics, of course she was there. But military planning was not her skill, it was his. She was comforted, as always, by Brienne's presence, her ever-faithful shadow. Lord Bolton, have your raiders ride for Sousehorn. Hit Ivy Inn and Brindlewood, then split off as many as you need, but the majority need to head for Tumblers Falls, Rob said, pointing at the town in question near Stony September. He looked to the Lord of the Dread Fort. I want as much attention off the Blackwater as possible though. Understood, Your Grace, Lord Bolton said with a nod. Rob looked to Ricard Karstark, who was looking much more solemn these days. His son, Harrion, stood with him expectantly. Lords Karstark, your forces will support these raids and Lord Bolton's forces. The Lannister and Baratheon forces are soon to move, I want them heading for Maidenpool or Harrenhal. Hold them, but do not force an engagement. You mean, run? Ricard Karstark growled. Rob shook his head. No. The jaws of the trap, he said. He pointed to the confluence of the Blackwater Rush's tributaries. We're taking the Golden Road, around here. Not all of the Lannisters' sworn houses have heeded in support of the war. We cut off this lifeline, and force Joffrey to commit his forces to strike us. Depending on the ground. We can trap his army, destroy it, and take him captive. He looked up at his men, and smiled at their understanding. I don't know when or where we will pull them here. But in this area, we will finish this, and march to King's Landing. He looked to Bolton and Ricard, and you must be there to close the trap and ensure victory. Can you do this? Ricard and Harrion nodded. Yes, Your Grace. Bolton simply nodded. Yes, Your Grace. Good, Rob said. He looked to General Reeswell. General, the 1st Brigade rides with me. I trust they are rested and ready. Absolutely, Your Grace, said Reeswell. Rob nodded. Very well. Let's go to work, gentlemen, he stated. His men headed out, their boots clunking as they went down the steps to the courtyard and about their business. Rob let out a sigh, and Marjorie took his hand. He squeezed it. And you? My queen. Have a bit of a different job ahead of you, Rob said. Marjorie sighed. I know. Manage Winterfell, stay away from all this excitement, she said. Worry for you. She stroked his forearm, and he smiled warmly at her. Well, something a bit more substantial than that, he said. He rolled up the map, and handed it to little Valder Frey, who took it and the other papers and quickly packed them away. Rob motioned Marjorie to her chair, then looked out the tent flaps. He motioned someone forward. It was Torrin Karstark, standing at attention with his Viper shotgun over his shoulder. Mr. Karstark, Rob said, please inform the reporters that the Queen is ready to accept them. Reporters? Marjorie asked, raising an eyebrow. She had no time to question this, before Eddard Shorthand and a number of other reporters from the Despoiler and a few others entered. Your Grace, Queen Marjorie, Eddard Shorthand said with a bow, how do you feel about being named Regent of the North during King Rob's absence? Marjorie froze for a second. She looked at Rob, who seemed a tiny bit sheepish. She focused a cold look on him for the briefest of moments, but pulled up her serene mask with the ease of long practice. Why, I am of course overjoyed and flattered. My royal husband, trusting me with such influence. I can only hope I do right by the people of the North, Marjorie managed, while internally she was screaming in terror. More interviews, several photos, and much calming meditation later, Marjorie confronted Rob in their bedroom in Riverrun. She had the presence of mind to shut the door securely behind her, before she turned on Rob with a glare. A little warning would have been appreciated before you threw me to the wolves. Quite literally, she growled. Rob blinked, confused. What? I had just made the decision this morning. And you couldn't have spared 5 minutes to tell me. Marjorie continued, her eyes like daggers. A deep part of her felt pleased when he hesitated and looked sheepish. I thought. It would be a nice surprise. Rob managed. Rob, exactly what experience do I have to be queen? Marjorie demanded. I don't never. She frowned. Rob sighed, and shrugged. Neither do I, and I've been doing it for over a year now, he said. But the fact of the matter is, Marjorie. The Queen in the North can't just be a figurehead. He reached out for her, and she resisted, but he managed to get her into a hug and look her in the eyes. My mother is. She's not the best administrator. Marjorie nodded gently, not being too open with her feelings. Theon's busy with his own mission. And Bran, while he's been trying to manage things back home, is still barely out of being a child, Rob admitted. I need someone I can trust. You barely know me, Marjorie said softly, feeling uncommonly vulnerable. What was it about these Starks that got under her skin? Was this true love she felt? That made her feel the need to be honest with him? It felt like weakness, and yet she was unwilling to despise the sensation while in Rob's arms. You killed for me, Rob said, holding her tightly. I've killed for you. What more do you need to do for me to trust you? He smiled warmly at her, and kissed her cheek. She hugged him back slowly. Besides, you're the granddaughter of the Queen of Thorns. What have you to fear? Marjorie wanted to say that she only knew how to rule behind the scenes, pull strings on the players involved. To be subtle and hidden, and let the man take the actions. That was how Olenna handled things. Being named regent for an entire kingdom. What does a Tyrell do? She recalled her grandmother asking. And she knew the answer by heart. Grow stronger. She tightened her hug, and looked up into Rob's eyes. So full of warmth and care. And yet savagery. She stroked his cheek. Nothing. Save that you do not return, she said softly. Rob smiled, took her hand in his, and kissed it. Then fear no more. I will be back. And by then, we can talk about baby names, he said. Marjorie laughed. Is there some kind of northern science that lets you see if I am with child? She teased. Rob shook his head. No. But given how much we've fucked? I think that's a good bet, Rob admitted. Marjorie licked her lips. Then make absolutely sure, so we can have that conversation, she purred, pouncing him to the bed. The next day, early dawn, Marjorie stood with her good mother and Brienne, watching from the stage as Rob mounted his horse. His officers and aides followed suit behind him, General Rhyswell right at his side like grey wind. Where the wolf was, Marjorie didn't know, she'd grown fond of the big, hairy beast but Rob hadn't been worried, so she maintained the same composure. Rob had given up the armor of a knight, as had many of the other lords, rather, he was in a long grey coat, with armor plates stretched over the chest and a few other places. He wore no crown, just a grey helmet, plain and simple. The only marker on him with colour was a strange, light flag mounted on his back with the bloody, snarling head of the stark dire wolf symbol. Many others wore similar banners, many others were resplendent in traditional armor or their own takes on the royal army's uniform with bright reds, greens, and yellows. Yet on his steed, his guns and sword at his side, the dawn shining over him. Rob was breathtaking. Rob had his horse trot up alongside the stage, giving his mother a quick hug, before he smiled at her. Marjorie returned it, and bent over to tie her scarf to his neck. He then pulled her into a kiss, one she gladly accepted even as a number of onlookers, soldiers and civilians, cheered and hooted. She broke it first, but added a caress to his bearded cheek. "Fight bravely, my love," she murmured. Rob gave her a smirk that made her insides tremble and moisten. "It's the only way I know how," he growled back confidently. He rode out, his officers following, to the head of the troops. Marjorie left the stage and went up to the battlements as fast as she could, Brienne, Catelyn and others behind her. She made it to the wall and looked out as she saw Rob and his party take their place at the head of the column. "Army of the Trident!" Rob bellowed, drawing his sword. "Forward! Forward! Forward! Forward!" replied the troops, echoing off the castle walls. "March!" Rob bellowed, and the bandwagon started up. It was a jaunty tune, something Marjorie had heard in the camps of the men before. But with the entire army moving, feet stamping, horses whinnying, canteens and armor rattling and banging, it felt more like a symphony. A symphony of war. "Come back safe," she murmured, as she watched them march. She stayed there until Rob vanished over the hills, but lingered on a bit longer until the army was mostly gone. Only then did she turn and walk down to the Great Hall, to take her meal in silence. She too, had her own march to undertake soon. Lex, meanwhile in Slavers Bay, Part 4. AC 300, Port of Yunkai, Slavers Bay, Essos. Karis no. She hadn't signed up to be a hero, that was for sure. The daughter of a whore didn't get to be anything special. Not even in the New North. Her mother though, at the very least, didn't want her to spread her legs too. So she set aside enough money to get Kara entry into the Mechanics Guild when she was 12. Her small hands let her do delicate work. And in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, delicate work was prized. So she succeeded, got her license, a gear on a chain, what marked all qualified mechanics in the North, and went to work for House Bolton's petroleum refinery. She picked up bits of chemistry, and despite her employer's bane about as warm and friendly as cubes of ice in your cunt, they appreciated her skills. Kara had become the chief mechanic on the No. 3 distillery tower, providing kerosene and everything else that could be made out of the oil to the north. She'd even helped out a bit with Lord Ramsay's war wagons, and unfortunately had been witness to more than a few of his tests of his flammenwerfer with bandits. It wasn't a lot of fun, even if they were rapists, bandits, and murderers. Even if they had gotten a fair trial. The dread fort became a bit too familiar. Too confining. Too disturbing. So when the call came for mechanics for the war, she'd jumped at the chance. She'd gotten the chance to be transferred to the support group, the Gear Wives, they were called. Lord Bolton put them to work, traveling with the banners, fixing up guns, rockets, grenades, bolters, cannons, and anything else needed fixing. Figuring out how to build a pontoon bridge across the Green Fork. All sorts of problems. Never meant to get involved in the battle. The raid on Duskendale had required some mechanical expertise, and Lucy Wren was fucking one of the nicer-looking riders, so she'd volunteered when Lord Bolton's aide came to their camp. Off she went with the riders. One of the horny bastards tried to force the issue with her when she wasn't into spreading for him, so she'd told him off, with her wrench. That had made Lucy laugh, and the other riders too. They didn't make much issue with her after that. They'd ridden out to the Lannister camp. She'd set some bombs, while the others made noise. They'd led the troops, right into the trap. But the stupid moron she'd cracked with her wrench had led the Bolton troops right into the bombs. And a lot of noise and blood later, she and Lucy were facing down a few Lannister spears. Her shotgun for self-defense suddenly too far away. So of course they were taken by those assholes. Assholes who tried to spread their legs too. Bites and scratches and punches had convinced the assholes it would be a bad idea, so instead they'd been taken to King's Landing, trussed up in rope. Tossed into a improvised jail with a few hundred other northerners. Most of them, she didn't know, just Lucy, who clung to her like a limpet. Getting scraps of food thrown through the bars. A few more guards trying things with the Gear Wives got their shit wrecked by her, or by her fellow northerners. Weeks, months like this. Bits of the despoiler slipped in through cracks telling them that King Rob was getting closer. Then one night, foreign soldiers came with pikes. They were taciturn, stern, silent. They herded them out of the shit-smelling warehouses they'd been shoved into, down the street along the castle wall. A few had tried to escape, but the soldiers just threw their javelins, and they were pinned. It was horrifying, even after what she'd seen. And now, chained up, stripped naked save for her gear and chain, and clapped in irons, she'd been shoved into the filthy hold of a huge ship and forced to row. Row and row and row. Night and day just blended into nothing. She tried to talk to her fellow rowers on the bench, but one was a recent Brave immigrant, she thought her name was Renia. She couldn't be sure, who barely spoke Westerosi, and the other girl, pale and blonde. Didn't speak. No matter what. The only saving grace, the only thing that kept her going was Lucy. Where was she? What had happened? Was she okay? She tried so hard to ignore the most likely outcome. But starved and chained up people seldom had a lot of hope. It wasn't until she didn't know. The guards came below. Not to whip them. Well, yes, to whip them. But mainly to get them all up and shuffling, chains rattling. They were forced into the light, and Kara winced as the sun burned. The air was hot and humid. Filled with smells she couldn't recognize, spicy and exotic, yet the scent of sewage was there too. Heavy enough it had to be. Her eyes adjusted and she made out red walls and wooden docks. Towers gilded with copper, and people with dusky skin speaking languages she didn't understand. A vast desert stretching out where she didn't see city. Yab. They were in trouble. Big trouble. Omake_future_noncanon_Shiagaratha's avatar_ keep the home fires burning. Here's a little Omake I came up with to be my introduction to this site. Keep the home fires burning, 50 years post-canon. Viner sat and cursed the prince and the magisters. Why did they have to resume the slave trade? Those puffed-up cheesemongers should have known that it would provoke Bravus and their northern allies. Let's invade them first, they said. Catch them by surprise, they said. Well, now we have the entire fucking northern army and their weaponry on our doorstep. The Pentoshi had been forced back by the superior arms and technology of the north, and now hid behind hastily dug fortifications. A quarter league away, the northerners had constructed their own defenses. The Pentoshi commander, seeing this as a sign of weakness, ordered a charge against the position. 2,000 soldiers, clutching repeaters built from stolen designs rose up with a mighty cry, and were quickly cut down by fire from the north's new single-barreled bolters. The few who pressed on found themselves tangled in silver wires that flayed legs to the bone, making them easy prey for the latest Greyjoy rifles. The few examples Pentoshi spies had managed to capture didn't have the long ammunition tubes of the repeaters. Instead, they had a small box beneath the chamber, which baffled all who tried to use the damned things. All of those frightening advancements paled in comparison to the long shooters. All attempts to recover those who fell in that ill-advised assault were met by a sound like the screaming of tormented souls, before they exploded, showering the area with limbs and viscera. After the first few tries, the corpses were left lying in the fields of flay wire and the pockmarked, reddened mud that separated the positions. Viner wondered how much his superiors had been paid to bring them into this god's-forsaken war. He picked up his helmet as he heard the shrieking of a long-shooter shell. It wouldn't do a bloody thing, but damned if he'd die bareheaded. He closed his eyes, waiting for the blast. He opened them again when he instead heard a small plop. The shell had landed near enough for the young mercenary to clearly make out the image of a flayed man, the symbol of the dread fort armory. It let out a low hissing, and a cloud of yellow smoke formed. A scent like freshly cut onions filled the air. The cloud advanced towards Viner, urged on by a light breeze. The sound of one of the clever squid's sound storers reached his ears, borne on the same wind that brought his doom ever closer. I want to know why Mama starts to weep. When I say now I lay me down to sleep. Hello, Central. Give me no man's land. Omake_cannon_drakensis_bullets, beans, boots, and bonds. Rob had been looking for an excuse, any excuse, to get away from the paperwork that went across his father's desk every day. Finding Theon wasn't much of an excuse, but it was better than nothing. It took him most of an hour according to the clock tower to find his foster brother. The tower had been struck by lightning long before even Rob's father had been born. Theon had had it rebuilt to house the clock, and Rob was sure he invented new swear words every time Bran took it into his head to climb up it. The Greyjoy was at the cobbler's scribbling on a piece of parchment while Dany took additional notes. The cobbler had the familiar expression of someone seeing their livelihood passing through Theon's well-meaning hands and emerging as something they couldn't quite recognize. Well, that's all very good, my lord, the man said hesitantly. But who would need thousands of boots? And they'd have to cost almost nothing for people to afford them. Heavy boots are important in workshops, Theon assured him. There's a market, believe me. And if Rob needs to call the banners, well, what do armies march on? Their stomachs? Asked Rob, vaguely recalling a conversation when he was much younger. The cobbler gave him an odd look. That sounds awkward, my lord. Figuratively, he's right. But in practical terms, Theon stamped his feet on the floor. On these end, Rob. When did you get here? Just now. What are you up to now? If things go south, down south, then we'll need to raise an army for your father. And armies need 3 things, or 3 categories of things, so just think of this as alliterative. Rob saw the cobbler's eyes start to cross. 3 things. Bullets, beans, and boots. Or to put it another way, weapons, food, and clothes. Because armies turn roads to mud just by walking on them. So put the men in stout boots and you'll be at an advantage, marching the enemy into the ground. And What? Theon, Say I call up 20,000 soldiers, how are we going to afford 20,000 pairs of boots? Theon grinned broadly and clapped him on the shoulder. Have I ever mentioned war bonds? I didn't know you and Ramsay were into that. LX, Operation Virtuous Mission, Part 1. AC 300, HNMS Seawolf, near Dragonstone. Theon. The Seawolf was not exactly the most stealthy option for transit, but it was hoped that her appearance would draw attention away from our true means of ingress, a small cutter disguised as a fishing boat, common around Blackwater Bay. Pulling in at night would arouse little suspicion. Night fishing was a profitable, if difficult business. From there, Bronn would get us to the gold cloaks Tyrion had bribed. Through Mudgate, up to the Red Keep, and then to the captive princesses. Nice. Simple. Easy. Very few moving parts, very few problems. We hoped. Oberyn had provided some extra assistance in the form of a delegation of Dornish nobles showing their loyalty to the crown, by providing enough strong wine to the palace guards that their reflexes would be slowed. They'd also brought a lot of food, enough to make the wary city watch drop their guard as things got leaner. It was a good plan. Simple, straightforward, efficient. Yet as I watched from the prow of the Seawolf, letting the sea winds wash over my face, I remained pensive. Thoughtful. There you are. A jolly voice spoke, and a familiar hand clapped me on the shoulder. I sighed and looked over at Oberyn Martell. He grinned with bright white teeth, and spread his arms to show off his new attire gold cloak vestments. What do you think? I make it look good, yes. Every man and maiden from Dorne to the Wall just swooned right now, I said wryly. Oberyn laughed and hugged me. You do not act like a man who just had a night with two gorgeous women, one of whom knows what she's doing, the Prince of Dorne chuckled. I flushed. Your lack of tact should be studied, it will make all men far too honest for their own good, I retorted, pushing him back a bit. He laughed again. Ah, but then where will all our politicians go? And how will you keep things to yourself? I grumbled a bit. I might take my chances. Does the prospect of death looming over you concern you, my friend? Oberyn asked, switching from jovial to serious so quickly I almost got whiplash. Martells were good at catching you off guard, I decided. You have faced it before, have you not? Well, yeah, I said. I rubbed the back of my hand, I still had burns from the Golden Tooth battle. Still sometimes dreamed of giant, steel strong hands trying to crush my skull. Not often, but enough. Maybe I had reached my quota of nightmares, given the visions of the future. It's never an easy thing, war, Oberyn observed. Men dying, shitting themselves, falling apart. He sighed. A true warrior pushes it aside, does his duty. Finds joy, if he can. Maybe that's the problem, I muttered. Maybe I'm thinking of what I've done for war. Oberyn raised his eyebrows. Explain, he said. I sighed, and rubbed my face. I looked out at the coast, where everything was coming together. The Lannisters have a few tactics available to them. But with Unsullied, it becomes painfully simple, I began, reciting what Robb and I had worked out a few nights before, they are cannon fodder. Literally, in this case. The Lannisters will have to march them out in the open, and there are plenty of places to do that in the Crownlands. Out in the open, even a mile away from our lines, they'll be hit by cannon fire. Shot and shell. Even a few Whistler shots. I leaned forward a bit more, my eyes narrowed. They'll be slowed down by any obstacles, fences, streams, muddy roads and their formation, whatever's left of it. Will come apart. If they hold together long enough, they'll come into range of grenade launchers. Musket fire. Bolters and Viper canisters. Burners. Massed rifles. If they make it to our lines, there won't be many left. 50% casualties, virtually guaranteed by the law of averages. I looked down at the water, not seeing my reflection in the water kicked up by the ship's bow. I've slaughtered so many people, Oberyn, I said softly. My weapons have made it possible. War isn't about men and swords now. It's about who can kill the fastest. Who can kill most efficiently. Oberyn gave me a hug. I looked at him, and he smiled softly. He took hold of my hand, and put it on my revolver. I stared at him in confusion. If you were to shoot me, he said, would you blame the gun? Or the hand that commanded it? Well, the hand. Then why blame the weapon? Asked Oberyn. He shook his head. You've had such a martyr complex, Theon. This is blood you need not take onto yourself. You have 2 women who love you. Well, one at least. Arianne falls hard for men with dark pasts, but she comes back up sometimes. Point is. We live, we fight, we create, we destroy, we love, we hate, we fuck, we die. You can't change that, nor why people do it. He patted me on the back. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Otherwise, what has all this science been for? I slowly nodded. I guess. I sighed. I'll try. Do more than try, Theon Greyjoy, Oberyn said seriously. Do. Or do not. In this case, there is no try. We've got a pair of princesses to rescue, keep your thoughts on that, I worked my jaw. And nodded. Yeah, I said, taking deep breaths. Good. Now, come down for a meal with those delicious Manderley sisters, Oberyn said cheerfully. Or I'll make you question your preferences even more than you already do, Oberyn said happily, licking his lips. I very slowly pulled away from his hug. Understood, I said. He laughed hard. A more confident man might have called my bluff. Oberyn gesticulated wildly, his eyes shining in the afternoon light. I rolled my eyes. A wise man knows never to call your bluff, I replied. Oberyn laughed again, and headed across the deck, slapping a few surprised sailors on the ass as he went. They squawked or gawked after the man, and I shook my head with a grin. I made my way down to the lower decks via ladder, passing by the small room Ramsay and Mira had taken over. I paused and walked back, peering in. The two were doing a puppet show? Oh Jamie. Fuck me until gold pops out. Ramsay squeaked in a girlish voice. Mira held up a finger puppet that was also blonde. We both know that won't happen, no matter how much we wish it to, Mira replied in a gruffer tone. Both of my trusted allies looked up at me. Ramsay grinned. Hello Theon. Lord Theon, Mira said, her cheeks turning a bit red. I raised my eyebrows. I've pieced together what you're doing, but I'm not entirely sure why, I admitted. Ramsay grinned, and swept his hand over the table that was littered with paper-crafted finger puppets. I'm deciding just what kinds of puppet shows to do for the bastard king when we get him, Ramsay said cheerfully. Most of them end with incest jokes, it's all very dull, Mira sighed. Ramsay glared, and threw a knife. Mira dodged it easily, and stuck her tongue out at him in a childish retort. I am an artist. You just don't understand. If no one can understand, it makes it nonsense. Not art. Guys, I said gently, please, get a room. Aside from this one. The crew would complain. Mira blushed a bit. Ramsay shrugged. Well I've offered, he scoffed, but the little crannog woman just refuses to take me up on it. I'm sworn to duty. Mira huffed. Besides, you're far too pale. I'm porcelain, and it keeps my skin from developing blemishes, Ramsay said. He reached out to take my hand, and pressed it to his cheek. Feel how soft it is, Theon. Yes I do, I sighed. I pulled back my hand, ignoring Ramsay's pout, but I have to go to dinner or Oberyn will do unsavory things to me. Could I watch? Ramsay asked. No. Damn it, he muttered, as Mira blushed harder. I shook my head and stared at Mira. You did watch me, Amerda and Ariane, didn't you? I asked. How can you still be blushing? I did not. I just stood guard. I have some standards, my lord, Mira huffed. You didn't have to go on in such detail. I blamed Tyrion and Bronn, they demanded details, I said. Copious details. Now. I'm going to dinner. If you'd like to continue embarrassing us all and convincing the sailors of the north that we're all deranged, hedonistic crazy people, come along. Of course. Ramsay said cheerfully. He snapped his fingers, and rummaged in his pockets. He pulled out a note. Oh. By the way, a raven came for you. From Carhold's Area 42. What, that private experiment ground? Mira huffed. Why was it called that? Some ancient Valyrian philosopher called it the most important number in the universe, Ramsay said with a shrug. I took the note, and unfurled it. I pulled out a magnifying glass, and scanned the shrunk-down type. It not only allowed more words on the messages, but it made it harder to read for anyone without the proper equipment. Mustang, Zero, Hellcat, Hornet, Tomcat, en route to Antlers. Avenger, Thunderbolt, Eagle, Falcon, Lost. Investigating. I frowned deeply as I lowered the message and the glass. Ramsay and Mira looked at me intently. I sighed. Well. Good news and bad news, I said. If the army runs into a nasty surprise by the incest spawn, we've got a few nasty surprises of our own. Small, fast, lightly armed surprises that hadn't become possible until Eddard Karstark had accidentally figured out how to build a decent internal combustion engine. Indeed, I was still surprised they were possible. All I'd done was write out the numbers based on everything I could get my hands on regarding hydrogen storage and aerodynamics technology. It wasn't exactly something I expected to see in less than 10 years. On the other hand, I was riding in a steam-powered ironclad that I hadn't thought possible either. Never underestimate human ingenuity when they're given the basic plans and knowledge of nature to play around with. And a healthy budget. And a total disregard for anything resembling safety, or sanity. And the bad news? Asked Mira. Same news, I said dryly. This have anything to do with those mini bolters you had me deliver there before I set out on my tour? Ramsay asked. I smiled at my psychotic friend, he was very, very smart, after all. Plenty, I said. And hopefully, you'll get to see positive results. But I want to keep it a surprise. Ramsay nodded. Mira complied, still looking curious. In any event, I said, let's get to dinner. I'm starving. LXI, Songbird. AC 300, King's Landing, the Red Keep. Cersei Lannister. Useless, useless all of them. Useless. She glared cold death as she stormed through the hallways. Meeting after meeting with her advisors, and her options were the same. Yes, her advisors. Her father's death and her son's foolishness made them hers. All hers. All this power, now, A&D. What good was it? When her realm was reduced to one loyal, bleeding kingdom. When her own brother had turned on her. As if she expected anything less from that odious dwarf. Well. He'd serve his purpose. He'd never know, either. His own little escape route, the coward. Now it was hers. As long as she had her last weapons. As long as she had some loyalty among her foolish troops, that pitiful Lancel. Another exiled dynasty, she snorted to herself, entering the royal quarters. She ascended the steps, holding her skirts up. But they would be different. They would leave their mark. Leave them nothing to be proud of, the stinking, backstabbing little savages. Mama, take this badge from me. I can't use it anymore. And the worst. The worst of them all. It wasn't that fucking young wolf who had captured her Jaime. It wasn't that insipid squid, ironborn scum with no loyalty to anything other than his steel and his dark arts. It was her. That voice haunted her. Every day, it seemed, since she'd come here, the wretched songbird went on, and the voice could not be escaped. It's getting dark, too dark to see. I feel I'm knocking on heaven's door, the girl sang softly, the voice so sweet and pure it made her want to spit. Made her want to rip the girl's throat from her, and keep that look of tranquility and wistfulness off the faces of her court. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. How did she do it? How did she manage that smile, that serenity when her own son had had her beaten in front of the court? When her head might become forfeit. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. The depths of spite in that little wolf bitch. The grief and horror of her father's death should have broken her. It was partially that little bitch's fault, anyway. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. And yet, in her eyes, she saw steel. Elegant and shining. Yet strong. It was the kind of thing to keep one awake at night. Even a queen like herself. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Cersei entered the royal apartments, seizing a bottle of Dornish wine and pouring herself a glass. The song continued, making her sick. She downed the wine anyway, forcing the satisfying burn. It filled her, enhancing her bad mood rather than improving it. She stalked the corridors, following the song. She found the door and slammed it open, glaring at Sansa Stark. She was sitting by the window again, her handmaidens nearby. The Dornish-looking one, brought along with Tyrion's entourage, was knitting as she listened. The younger one, her father's former cupbearer, was near the door cutting up bread and cheese. Sansa ceased her singing, looking at Cersei with calm, steely eyes. Your Grace, she spoke, rising and curtsying. So perfect, always so perfect. Her handmaidens followed suit, not that Cersei cared. Up singing again, Cersei sneered. Howling on and on at the moon, as always. She took a deep pull of her wine, eyes still locked on Sansa. The Dornish handmaiden glanced at Sansa, and the red-headed little bitch nodded. She sat down, resuming her knitting. The other handmaiden resumed her cutting, the knife tinking against the plate in the background. I have heard no complaints about it, Your Grace, Sansa spoke, her hands folded in front of her stomach. She was back to wearing that blue dress and white. What was it called? Corset. Bearing her neck and shoulders, a choker around her graceful neck. So slim, so pretty. No, I suppose not, Cersei spat, before taking another sip of wine. Tell me, did you yowl half as loud for this quid? Or your brother? Or your half-brother? The sounds of cutlery ceased behind her. The Dornish whore bent her eyes low. Sansa's face remained unperturbed. I don't understand what you mean, Your Grace, Sansa said gently. Oh please, Cersei sneered. I saw those looks shot your way back at Winterfell. You must miss it, the caresses, the embraces. Getting fucked like the bitch you are. Sansa was silent. Cersei leaned forward, after another gulp of her glass. After all, what else are a pack of wolves to do with something as precious and beautiful as you? Cersei continued. I saw the looks you got. How was each one? Sansa sucked in a breath through her nostrils. Cersei narrowed her eyes, adopting almost a wistful tone. The eldest, They call him the young wolf, don't they? He has the tully hair. Broad shoulders. Good endurance. I remember him running with his wolf. Did he take you with that beast? Is that why you were so sad when your mutt was beheaded? She sipped her wine again, eyes boring into Sansa's. The young woman, the damned little wolf bitch, still remained calm. Like steel. Like her insults were nothing. No. No. All the fuss you Starks make about incest, that bit of hypocrisy. No. What about your father's bastard? He was pretty. So very, very pretty. Maybe he was far away enough you could do him without seeing your father. Or was it the other way around? Cersei hissed. Sansa remained silent, staring at her like one of those mannequins in the Wintertown displays. Mannequins she'd seen appear in King's Landing, modeling dresses and the like. It wouldn't surprise her if the fucking squid had based them off of her. So slim, so pretty. Or maybe the squid himself, So good with his hands. So patient with his little toys. Did he learn how to tweak your nipples just right? Tap your buttons? Listen to how you moaned and sighed to adjust it. Did he make you sing, little bird? Cersei leaned forward, her face in Sansa's. She forced out every bit of her disdain into the wolf bitch's face. And yet all she was doing was blinking, staring back. Or did he prefer your sister? She must have been tighter. All that running around, in dresses, playing at being a man. Wouldn't surprise me if all your brothers preferred young boys. She could pretend well enough, the little beast. Cersei paused in her rant to sip her wine again. The little bitch didn't so much as twitch. Cersei's fingers flexed as she looked at her neck, that damn graceful, pale neck. The way you dress up like a whore with airs, it doesn't surprise me one bit if they'd all had you, and her. Did you both share the same cock? The same taste in your mouths? Or just wolves, You're only companions. Sansa finally reacted, she looked over Cersei's shoulder, briefly, a strange look in her eyes. It lasted only a moment, and Cersei wondered at it before Sansa spoke, calmly, directly, and patiently. Your Grace, is there anything in particular you wanted me to talk about? She asked. Cersei stared at Sansa. She tightened her grip on the glass, and felt it creak in her hands. Not even an angry blush. Not a twitch. The bitch's eyes. Those eyes. I'm calling you a whore to your face. Cersei snarled, nearly seizing Sansa by her shoulders. As though the little bitch was slow. Sansa very slowly nodded. I heard what you said, Your Grace, she replied. Was there anything else? Was there anything else? Was there anything else? Nothing, Cersei managed in a tight voice. She dropped the glass of wine, letting it shatter all over the stone floor. She turned to the door, the masked handmaiden back at work on the food. Cersei stormed out, slamming the door behind her. She took deep breaths, resisting the urge to scream. Resisting the urge to call for her guards. Have the bitch's throat slit. Those eyes removed, those damn eyes. Fuck them all, she growled, stalking off to find someone to yell at. Fuck them all. If it took her entire kingdom, she would get revenge. She would leave them nothing. Nothing but ashes. Then maybe those eyes would stop haunting her. Sansa. She had bent down to clean up the glass. Sansa knelt with her, handing her a cloth they both used to gather the shards. What were you thinking? She hissed up at the masked girl. What were you thinking? I was thinking I could kill that bitch, Arya growled. She glared at Sansa, who finished sweeping up the glass shards into the cloth. Didn't you hear what she said? What she was? I heard. Every word, Sansa said, her shoulders shaking slightly. She seldom wore the blue jacket that the outfit came with down here, it was just too warm. How Arya went around in so much covering, she didn't know. Then why didn't you? Sansa stood and took a deep breath. She walked over to her sister, and hugged her tightly. Arya stiffened a bit, but hesitantly returned it. She's mocked me and abused me since the day our father was betrayed, Sansa said quietly. Joffrey too. She said even worse things. Sansa smiled softly, and stroked her sister's cowl. Every time looking for me to make a move out of line. Some excuse to punish me, harm me. Sansa sighed. And every time. I remember that either of them could have me killed at any moment. Or tortured. She shook a little, and Arya tightened her grip on her big sister. She could only imagine what Cersei had threatened. Even she hadn't heard it all. They want me to react. They want me to cry, to scream, to rage. And I will not give them what they want, Sansa stated, her soft pretty voice made of steel. I will not let them win. They play their games and want me to react to entertain them, break in front of them. Like I did when father. Arya hugged her big sister more tightly. Sansa stroked her head, taking deep breaths. I will not let them win, Ari, she whispered. I will never let them win. Every time I say no. Every time I refuse to play on their terms, I'm winning. I can't swing a sword or shoot a gun or build a bomb but in this. I can fight. Arya was silent. Sansa tilted her head up, gazing warmly into her eyes. I have to take care of my little sister. After all, she murmured. Arya nodded slowly, and her hug tightened. Sansa sighed, feeling a weight leave her. It wasn't much but it was enough. She felt she's hand on her shoulder. My lady, we really should go, she said. It's too dangerous to let her stay here. Of course, Sansa said. She hugged her sister again. Take care, I can handle myself, it's you I'm worried about, Arya admitted. Sansa smiled back. I've survived this long. What will happen this night, Go on. Arya pouted a bit. But nodded. She turned and headed out, leaving the plate of food on the dresser. She lingered, and looked to her mistress. She will be fine. I promise, she said. Sansa nodded. Thank you, she said. She nodded, and headed out. She shut the door behind her, and Sansa sighed. She walked to her bed and sat down on it, holding herself. She didn't know if it would work. All she knew was that she had a chance to keep her sister out of the Lannisters' clutches and get her home. And she would take it. I fight for you too, sister, Sansa murmured. Omake, winter is coming, part I. This is the setup for a two-part Omake, mostly underlining the changes to the Night's Watch that have occurred at this point. So it's pretty much exposition. Next chapter is the fun that links the end of Tales from Beyond the Wall to now. Sir Alliser Thorne was smiling. This act alone was enough to send a mild undercurrent of fear and apprehension through several dozen brothers of the Black in close proximity to him. The Master-at-Arms of Castle Black, Sir Alliser was perhaps one of the most formidable men to have ever held the post in the history of the Watch. Having fought on the losing side of Robert's rebellion, he had been offered a choice by Tywin Lannister of either death or taking the Black and had unsurprisingly chosen Castle Black over execution. His skill with the sword and experience at war had gotten him assigned to the Rangers almost immediately upon his arrival and, from there, he had first been part of and soon led extended rangings beyond the wall a dozen times. He had survived in the harshest conditions known to man, arriving back at Castle Black with his patrol several times well past the point his brothers had all but given them up for dead. After the death of the previous holder of the office, Sir Alliser had been a natural choice to replace the Master-at-Arms. He now rarely went beyond the wall except for brief overnight trips with raw recruits as part of their training. Instead, he worked to impart his hard-won knowledge and skills with an often brutal directness to new candidates. His direct and caustic nature won him very few friends, but soon enough all came to understand and deeply value the harshness of his training. By the time they returned, if they did, from their first ranging, most rangers credited the lessons of the Master of Arms as greatly helping their survival. It still didn't make him well liked, but it made him respected. And no brother had adapted more readily to the changes that had swept across the Night's Watch in recent years than he. It had all started 4 years ago when Benjen Stark had returned from a visit to Winterfell, his first official visit as First Ranger. While no one doubted the skill, cunning, or leadership of Eddard Stark's younger brother or worthiness of his promotion to the position, there was also little doubt that his appointment by the Lord Commander had been at least in part political. The Order of the Night's Watch had waxed and waned over the generations, but for some time it had been on a steady downward trajectory. Fewer men joined willingly to serve a noble cause, more were shipped from prisons in fear of losing a hand or a head. And even then not enough came to keep their numbers steady. Only 3 of the 20 castles on the wall were manned, leaving great gaps wildlings snuck through despite the best efforts of the Rangers to patrol, increasingly raiding the gift for weapons, clothes, and anything of use. And in response, its population increasingly packed up and left, robbing the Watch of the critical support they had once provided. Accordingly, Benjen had gone south to Winterfell to seek his brother's assistance. The Night's Watch needed manpower, weapons, gold, and food. Frankly, it needed everything if it was going to survive. Eddard was well known as a man of duty and honor, and much as it might have grated on the honor of both Jeor Mormont and Benjen Stark to beg the Lord of Winterfell for help, it had to be done lest the Watch fade away into nothing. Which would bode ill for the North and realm beyond it. The Black brothers had hope, that at the least, Benjen would return with a promise of more food shipments to supplement their meager ladder. Perhaps even some new horses to supplement the few tired nags they had left. Even some prisoners or a few volunteers to shore up their numbers if they were really lucky. Instead, he had returned with a boy of 10 and 5. It had seemed like a bad joke, or even an insult from Winterfell. That this was all the help that the legendary Ned Stark would give the Night's Watch in its hour of need? More than a few dark comments had been made as the first ranger had led the boy straight into conference with the Lord Commander and Maester Aemon before they had emerged several hours later. Calling the members of the watch present to assemble, he had introduced the young man as Theon Greyjoy, son of Lord Paramount Balon Greyjoy and a ward of Ned Stark, who was here to assist the Night's Watch with their situation. No one dared incur the wrath of Lord Mormont by sneering or laughing out loud at the absurdity of what could only be an insult from Lord Stark, but the dark glares and bad humor in the hundreds of brothers crowded in Castle Black's training ground was almost a physical thing as the not-quite-man had stepped forward. Surprisingly unintimidated by their looks, he had thanked the Lord Commander and explained that arrangements were being made in Winterfell to provide a great deal more support to the Night's Watch, but that Lord Stark had allowed him to come ahead and begin his work. Boasting that when he was finished, each brother would 10 times more formidable a warrior than they were now. And with his bizarre claim ringing around the courtyard, he had casually pulled an oddly shaped thing from his belt, aimed it at a block of ice roughly 50 feet away, and exploded said ice with a shocking crack of thunder, causing near every black brother to jump backwards in fright and slash or awe. That had been the start of the legend of Theon Greyjoy in the annals of the Night's Watch. Because with the shipments of thunder arms that had arrived soon after had come other technology perhaps even more valuable, and not just more food. The northern glasses issued to every ranger patrol, worth their weight in silver when scouting beyond the wall. The near magical compass that allowed anyone to get their bearings even in the worst weather, day or night, worth their weight in gold, literally so as one man had been executed after trying to sell one off to a Bravasi merchant at Eastwatch. Tinned food that remained unspoiled and didn't taste like the dirt mixed with shit of their current pack rations. Medical kits containing far more effective treatments for rangers far from help. All utterly priceless gifts, all given freely to the men of the watch. And that was only the beginning. Convinced by both his brother and young Greyjoy, Eddard Stark had decreed publicly that it was high time that the North remembered the debt they owed the Watchers on the Wall. Accordingly, he had imposed on all the new guilds and companies who used the services of the Silver Bank of the North, which was more or less all of them, a tithe of no more than 1% of their yearly profits, to be paid in gold or in kind to the Night's Watch, until further notice. Some guilds or lords grumbled, but relatively few and relatively quietly. After all, even with the tithe their loans were still significantly cheaper than anything the Iron Bank or Lannisters would offer. And with the economic boom across the North seeming to redouble every year, most of the complaints had died stillborn as their profits had only kept creeping ever upwards. And so almost before the bewildered Lord Commander had realized it, a year passed and a representative of the Silver Bank had arrived at Castle Black, his wagon carrying the full accounts of the Night's Watch along with catalogues from all the guilds and companies who they now had credit with. Within weeks of that first visit, the brothers' eternal shortages of, well, everything, had started to vanish. Soon arriving up the King's Road had been shipments of seemingly more clothes, food, and more supplies, equipment and tools than they could fit into their castles. Fresh young pack animals and well-trained riding animals too, even their barely seaworthy ships had been retrofitted in White Harbor courtesy of the guilds there, reinforced with iron and ironwood to deal with the harsh seas of the far north, even equipped with a few Brandon burners. And yet far more generosity was to come from the Lord of Winterfell in the form of tax concessions, another Greyjoy innovation, to the mechanic and construction guilds, in exchange for them donating manpower, material, and time to deal with the daunting backlog of structural work needed at their 3 active castles of the Night's Watch. And it was at this point that the Night's Watch truly started to understand how much was changing in the north. They and a few others far to the south too raised eyebrows as for the first time, the north flexed its new industrial muscles. A veritable army of mechmen and gearwives had all but invaded the 3 castles for 3 years with new tools and technology that may have even impressed Bran the Builder himself. Ancient buildings on the verge of collapse like Hardin's Tower were simply pulled down with little fanfare, their raw material fed into the hungry maw of new construction. Using something called concrete, or fluid rock as some Northmen insisted on calling it, and masses of stone, they in astonishingly short times had fixed, upgraded, and rebuilt things all over the 3 castles. The builders of the watch delighted in the changes, working hand in hand with the men and women of the north to learn new technology and tools, diving into this fast-moving new world with no less gusto than the rangers practicing with their thunder arms on the firing line. And then there was the gatehouse. It had been a dream of Lord Commanders for centuries, finally taking form over the last few years. It did not look terribly elegant, really it was just a plain square wall around the north gate of the tunnel through the wall. It enclosed a small courtyard with a few buildings for horses and men to shelter in, store weapons and equipment and so on, with an iron-banded ironwood gate. It certainly looked insignificant next to the wall which it sprung from, which made it all too easy to dismiss it at range, but at over 30 feet high and near 15 thick, the battlements bristled with cannon and firing lines for men with muskets and burners and mortars that would do horrible, horrible things to any massed wildling attack against Castle Black from the north. Which seemed ever likely as the whispers of the new king beyond the wall started to pass into the rangers' ears as they scouted the far north. Not that there were exactly many living wildlings stupid enough to be within a day's ride of the wall anymore, with heavily armed ranger teams almost hunting them for sport now. It was change after change after change to the Brothers of the Watch, and more than a few in truth had been left bewildered and reeling. The Master-at-Arms had not been one of them. Pistols and burners, thunderers, and cannon, with any and all weapons Sir Alistair was inevitably the first to learn and then master them, before in turn teaching others. As always, his expectations were set incredibly high and Theon Greyjoy was quite generous in providing plentiful ammunition for training purposes. There was little doubt that the finest marksmen in the world could be found at the wall, and woe to any recruit who after firing off their 500 training rounds could not meet Alistair Thorne's high expectations. Fortunately few wasted his time by failing, and his time was very limited these days. He had a lot more men to train, with the order's strength now topping 3,000 men. On paper anyway. The not quite children in training, recruited from the poor across the slums of the south on Theon Greyjoy's suggestions, desperate for any chance at a real life, were hardly the equal of the recruits who came in the ages past. Untrained and often not terribly fit. Still, most of them had quickly shaped up. 3 decent meals a day and the enforced equality of the Brotherhood had won them over quickly enough. In just a few more years the oldest among them would be strong enough to join the order formally and take their vows. Until then, they trained in weapons, were taught by the stewards and worked with the builders. The oldest among them could shoot straight and the youngest at least knew how to reload thunder arms for brothers who could shoot straight. All in all, Castle Black was far better defended than it had been for a very long time. But it wasn't nearly good enough as far as Sir Alistair was concerned. Still, despite rumors to the contrary, even he enjoyed a brief break from screaming at the not-quite men on the firing range or inside the sword training yard. Which was why he was sitting alone at the high table inside the Great Keep during the second lunch rotation, reading the Westeros Despoiler. And smiling. More than a few of the hundreds of young recruits not yet sworn to the watch shuddered visibly at his smile and tried to finish their meals and get outside quickly, just in case he was about to do what he normally did when smiling and order everyone in earshot to gear up for a 1-league snow run after someone, somehow disappointed him. But for once the smile was not directed at them, but at the pictures in the papers before him. And not because it was the latest issue of Dorne's extremely popular The Sun's Pair with its page 3 girls as one might have thought at first glance. While Sir Alistair had been a brother of the Night's Watch for almost 20 years, it didn't mean that he had forgotten his life before joining. He had been a knight, fighting for his king in the rebellion. He had been there when the king had opened his city's gates for this old friend Tywin Lannister. A man who had apparently not even the courage to declare for the rebellion when it was a foregone conclusion they had won. Instead, tricking his king to open the gates so he could start the sack of the city. He had done his duty, had fought hard with a few men to try and protect his city despite the hopelessness of the battle, surrendering with the few survivors when news came that Jaime Lannister had murdered his king and their cause was hopeless. It had been a humiliation being dragged before Tywin in the aftermath and offered the choice of either execution or taking the black. And although he was proud of the life he had made here and all he had accomplished, some wounds never truly healed. Accordingly, although he knew some of his brothers would probably frown on it, he had taken a secret pleasure in following the progress of the war in the papers delivered. The picture of the sullen King Slayer in chains after the first battles had delighted him, the news of the undefeated Lord Tywin fleeing before the rapid northern advance, his army broken and shattered had left him in a surprisingly good mood for over a week, although most brothers incorrectly attributed this to the fact that Jon Snow had left the castle with the Lord Commander on his great ranging. Then had come the fall of the Golden Tooth and a vicious satisfaction at seeing Robb Stark standing on top of the corpse of Sir Gregor Clegane, whose crimes had finally been loudly announced to the world and justice delivered. Still, his good mood was only skin deep. As cathartic as it was reading about the Lannisters finally getting justice for their crimes, his life and concern was the Watch. And although he knew better than to show it in any way, he was growing increasingly worried with the lack of news from the Lord Commander and his great ranging. A steady stream of ravens had initially arrived at Castle Black, detailing their movements and activities over the first weeks and months as they moved north, with the last ravens to arrive confirming they had rendezvoused with the Half-Hand and Rangers from the Shadow Tower at the Fist of the First Men. And that there was a large wildling presence nearby they were going to investigate. And then, nothing. He refused to believe that the wildlings had wiped out the ranging. Hundreds of the best rangers equipped with the best weapons, including their first Gatling gun, 3/4 of their new Iron Wrath repeaters and enough explosives to probably blow a hole in the wall if they wanted to. With enough food for months? No. That level of force in a defensive position like the Fist of the First Men couldn't possibly have been overrun by wildlings with a few scavenged steel weapons, clubs, and bows. Or at the very least, not overrun before they got the word out. There was of course the most likely possibility, simply that bad weather had grounded their ravens. The annals of the Night's Watch were filled with countless reports of brothers north of the wall being caught in bad weather that had prevented any ravens flying for months at a time, even when they had them to hand. And in normal times, he would have dismissed a lack of communication as exactly that. But, these were not normal times. Because there might just be far more terrible things out beyond the wall than mere wildings. A year ago, he had woken in the early morning to shouts of alarm, the roar of gunfire and the ringing of alarm bells. He had made it to the courtyard clutching his sword and pistol just in time to see a burning figure staggering towards the Lord Commander and Jon Snow, arm outstretched, before it collapsed to the ground without a sound. Right on top of the remains of a second corpse, its head shattered apparently by the sawn-off viper Snow had apparently unleashed at point-blank range, which then caught the fire from the first and started to burn too. That he had slept through the whole thing and Lord Snow had saved the life of the Lord Commander had been somewhat humiliating, but the humiliation had faded behind a sense of stunned shock once the men had relayed what had happened to the senior brothers. The two corpses they had found frozen just north of the wall had come to life in the middle of the night, somehow made their way undetected to the Lord Commander's tower and tried to kill him. If not for that bloody dire wolf of Lord Snow's that had apparently sensed the threat and directed its master to them. Frantic work in the library of Castle Black through the next day had confirmed that only the touch of their most ancient enemy could have done what they saw. At least so some claimed. More than a few brothers were skeptical at the idea, dismissing it as impossible and insisting there had to be another answer, until Snow again had spoken up, quoting words Theon Greyjoy had used when he had used that I word one too many times around him at Winterfell. When you eliminate the impossible, Jon, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Quoting Greyjoy had shut up people effectively, he'd give the bastard that, at which point others who had stayed their tongue had hesitantly started to point out all the other strange things happening beyond the wall that slowly started to paint a chilling picture. All of them of course knew of Lord Stark's execution of Will for desertion, and what the generally stable man had insisted right up to the point of his execution. All of them had also been briefed on the odd behavior of the wildings. Massive fires at night in the Frost Fangs, visible from the top of the wall at the Shadow Tower with a heavy telescope. Reports from rangers that entire wildling villages were abandoned, large groups seemingly converging in larger and larger numbers despite generations of antipathy. The bizarre activity of the animals in the haunted forest that the best trackers could only shrug at too took on a sinister note when reflecting on Ghost's activity of the night before, and of course, the fact that something had caused the notoriously independent free folk to join together under a former ranger of the Night's Watch. Winter was coming. The Starks' words always proved right in the end. And history had always shown that a long summer meant a harsh winter, and this had been the longest summer noted since reliable records had been kept. Too many things were pointing to a conclusion no one wanted to reach. No one even wanted to directly say it out loud, as if doing so would make it true. But the Lord Commander did so with his usual fearlessness and bluntness. The wall had not been built to keep wildlings out of the north, it had been built to deal with keeping out a far more terrible threat, and their order had ultimately been founded to fight that threat before all others. And if they were returning? Debate had raged into the morning in the closed council over their next action. In the end, the decision was made to not contact either Winterfell or King's Landing, at least not yet. Partially because they had little data and even less evidence to present. Certainly not enough to convince a skeptical young southern king that an ancient legend more spoken in children's tales than reality might be returning. And no one knew exactly where they stood with this new Robb Stark, except that he clearly had his focus on the south and would be unlikely to pay any attention to odd claims from the wall with his rage running high after the death of his father. And that probably held true more or less for the Boom Squid too. No. The Starks had spent a great deal of time and effort reforging the Night's Watch once again into a powerful force that could look after itself. They would do the job they had been entrusted with. The Lord Commander would personally lead a great ranging beyond the wall, to get answers to their far too many questions. Once they had such information and returned, then they could either sound the alarm to the realms of men that the Second War for the Dawn was upon them all, or, be glad they had not made fools of themselves by crying wolf as that new Winterfell tale said. And for a time, Alliser had received each raven and recorded each message crisply. Plotting the progress of the ranging on the master map in the Lord Commander's office as the ranging had moved through many long-abandoned villages to Craster's Keep. The unpleasant stain of a wildling providing some useful information to them, but otherwise proving as unpleasant as ever. Then their progression to the Fist of the First Men where they had soon enough made contact with the brothers from the Shadow Tower, led by the Half-Hand. Another raven soon after noting that they had confirmed Mance was present and had been promising all the wildlings that he would lead them behind the wall. And the response from the Lord Commander had been to send in a small party to kill Mance and hopefully disperse the threat. And then, nothing. Weeks and weeks of nothing. Suddenly losing his appetite, he shoved himself away from the thick wooden table and stomped out of the keep into the frigid cool outside, starting to make his way to the firing range where some of his subordinate brothers who helped him train the recruits would be trying to teach them how to man and use a Stormhammer artillery piece. And yelling at the recruits for a while might just distract him from the increasingly certain feeling that something had gone disastrously wrong and soon enough he would have to decide what to do and be it on his head the consequences. Then a horn sounded. Sir Alliser froze in place, his head whipping around so fast he felt a twinge in his neck. Settling his gaze on the top of the wall he waited, and then a second blast came concurrent with a series of bright flags being raised along the top of the wall next to the elevator. To his private relief, there was no third blast in the prescribed time frame. Studying the flags as they unfurled, he nonetheless felt his lips press together thinly as he read the signal from the lookouts atop the wall. A signal system introduced based on that of the Navy of the North, combinations of flags allowing surprisingly detailed messages to be sent from the top of the wall to either those in Castle Black or the gatehouse, without having to waste time sending messengers up or down. And the 4 flags being raised now, in order meant wildlings. Very large numbers. Approaching from due north. At great distance. Turning, he noticed that most activity in the bustling courtyard had come to a halt as everyone stared at him. Turning his eyes found the castle blacksmith, Donal Noy, standing ready and nodded. Grunting, the one-armed man seized a crank next to a large drum and started turning. A low mournful wailing screaming that would have cut through even the most pressing dream after reading one of the Dornish newspapers that were so very popular. Brothers scattered in all directions as the siren grew in pitch and volume, and pushing past them, he made his way to the elevator cage waiting for him, passing the line of others assembling for their turn and accepting his sword, pistols, and combat webbing from his personal steward on the way. With the elevator filled to capacity, the door was closed and a lever pulled. And with a jolt, the elevator started to rocket skyward. Another Greyjoy improvement, the ancient elevator had been one of the prouder innovations of the Watch, and while he had been impressed on his first visit to the wall by the contraption, the boom squid had also been appalled by the need for brothers of the Watch to manually winch it up and down, with the help of a counterweight. Someone had then made the mistake of asking him sarcastically if he had any better ideas when he had observed this fact, and Theon had simply smiled. A few years later, a crude windmill had been raised over the castle, one that captured the never-ending winds the wall generated and stored this power into a set of heavy steel discs he called a flywheel. Now when a lever was pulled, all that stored power was used to fling the elevator skyward at speed. So quickly in fact that many brothers complained about their ears popping, and Alliser indeed saw a few now holding their nose and their faces going red as they tried to equalize the pressure change. Trying not to smirk at their discomfort, Alliser stepped off the elevator when it reached the top, the cage quickly dropping back rapidly to pick up the next load. Stalking to the main observation platform past the brothers on duty readying the sinister line of Brandon burners on their shock-absorbing platforms, he pushed inside and raised a voice honed to perfection in the training yard for many years. "Report," he roared, loving that word the Northerners had introduced into their vocabulary, a question and a command and adamant all in one. Wonderfully efficient it was. "Sir Alliser." A young brother Riley, he thought, stood up straight, clearly slightly nervous but holding his composure well. Good lad, would make a good ranger in a year or two. Movement in the haunted forest, at least 15 miles out, he pointed, stepping away from the castle's heavy telescope placed on a tripod at the observation post. Stepping up, Alliser put his eye to the device. Around 10,000, he finally stated flatly after a minute of careful examination, making a rough estimation. Hard as it was to get good numbers while they were in the forest, there were a few tricks to estimating the size of such a force that could get an idea. Still nowhere near enough to threaten us, and Mance is not an idiot to throw lives away for nothing. Riley just nodded and kept his mouth shut, having learned the hard way that when the Master-at-Arms wanted your opinion, he would give it to you. "Messenger!" he yelled after making a quick decision. Here sir." A tiny voice squeaked and Alliser turned to find one of the younger recruits standing ready with a pencil and paper at the back of the cramped post. One good thing about the extended training time was that several of the more educated brothers were taking the time to teach the new brothers their letters and numbers, something often overlooked in ages past with the desperate need for bodies to man the wall or range beyond it. Rapidly Alliser gave a series of orders to send contact reports to the other 2 castles, as well as ordering patrols from them to sweep the wall towards Castle Black, just in case Mance was trying to be clever. Then additional orders to the rangers below to assemble 2 teams to do the same from Castle Black, being sure to take ravens with them. It wouldn't be the first time wildlings had tried using a diversion to attract all attention and pull all patrols in to reinforce, while slipping raiders over the wall further away. But never with this many wildlings. "Sir, look!" Riley suddenly yelled, and Alliser glanced up, to see a group of black figures emerging from the near treeline of the forest, a mile away from the wall. Snatching up his glasses, he focused in on the figures. "So, Lord Snow returns to us," he muttered, recognizing the arrogant prick of a bastard at once, his dire wolf beside him with perhaps 3 or 4 dozen other brothers. They were on foot, carrying only their weapons, and they looked like shit. And as much as he loathed the bastard of Ned Stark for his better-than-everyone attitude, he was actually almost glad to see him and those with him. "Looks like the wildlings chased them all the way here from the fist," Riley offered, and Alliser just shot him a look that caused the other to shut his mouth and find something interesting to look at. "Sound Ranger returning," he growled at the brother manning the giant horn nearby. "I'm going to the gatehouse to get some damn answers." As the single loud blast rippled across the region, Alliser stomped to the elevator, which plummeted to the ground, before he made his way through the wall to the gatehouse. With a gesture and a loud creak, the massive ironwood-banded iron gate was swung open by teams of men, as the men on the battlements tensed up, just in case this was some kind of trick. But no trickery came as the brothers almost staggered into the gatehouse looking ragged and utterly exhausted. Far more worryingly though, Lord Snow actually looked almost happy to see him. He had a feeling this was not going to be good news. LXII, King Smoot. AC 300, Iron Islands, Harlaw, 10 Towers. Asha Greyjoy. 10 Towers had felt more like home to Asha than Pike ever had. She remembered running along the battlements and bridges, looking out over the sea every morning. She remembered going to the book tower to read with her dear Uncle Roderick, learning of fantastic lands and incredible things. Things she'd sought out, along with wealth, adventure, and plunder. Yet it was comforting, somehow, to smell the old books and see the lanterns burning over the bookshelves. To feel the musty weight of years, surrounding her, when she felt completely adrift. Here, at an old wooden table, she found her beloved uncle. Roderick Harlaw, Lord of the 10 Towers. He was an average-looking man of some years, his hair still light brown but his bread turned grey. He looked up from his books, his warm eyes gazing at her through a pair of glasses bound by wire. He smiled kindly, and gestured to a chair nearby. She slowly sat down, and waited for her uncle to speak. "Ill winds blow through my windows," he grunted. "The sea is disturbed. All the thunder from Theon's toys," she grumbled. Roderick raised an eyebrow, studying his niece. "Really now? And how is my nephew?" "Takes after you," Asha admitted. She could imagine the same kind look in Theon's eyes right now. Yet where Roderick's eyes brought her comfort, her brothers brought her fear and indecision. A bit disconnected, in some ways. A bit mad. Yet. Not the reunion you expected, Roderick asked. Asha slowly nodded. Well. Most things in life turn out to be unexpected. The king's mood was expected, Asha muttered. Those idiots sided with Uncle the moment he brought up dragons and mummery. Slaughtering poor Baylor helped him too, Roderick observed calmly, turning the page. Asha scowled at her uncle, confused and angry. Then why are you so calm? Roderick smiled, and sipped a drink on the table. Yes, Asha said flatly. Your bid failed, uncle. Are you giving up the sea stone chair, then? Roderick asked. I would be happy to have you as my heir. The 10 Towers would be yours. Asha was silent for a time. I don't know, she admitted. Roderick closed his book and studied his niece. Her shoulders slumped a bit. The world isn't what it was, she admitted. What I hoped. What I thought. The Ironway got a quarter of our fleet sunk. I've lost my father, my uncle, and my brother. The Asha Greyjoy I knew would never give up on the sea stone chair, Roderick said, gently chiding. What makes this different? Because when I wanted it, I wanted to continue the ways of the Ironborn, Asha admitted. Oh, I wouldn't do everything father would have done, but... She bent her head. But after what I saw. The men I lost. Would the sea stone chair accept me? With these doubts hanging over my head. Roderick chuckled softly, and reached over to squeeze Asha's hand. She returned it hesitantly. Asha, you know better than that. A captain has to act like they know everything. They have to pretend to have a plan, be undaunted. You know this well. The Lord Commander of the Iron Fleet is no different. You knew your father. I do, uncle, Asha said. I do. I just feel like I need a sterner reminder. Euron is mad, Roderick said. He feels a few dragons, cheap copies of thunderers and some magic will turn the tide. Let us ride like the Ironborn of old over the waves, free and powerful. Unchallenged. Was it ever like that, though? Asha asked. Roderick smiled at his niece. You know better than that, Roderick said. And many others know it better, too. The sting of loss is not something easy to deal with. Euron got his way with Black Tide, but you'll notice something, outside. Asha stood and made a show of looking out the window. And she saw exactly what she had seen on the way in, the majority of House Harlaw's fleet anchored, with most of her uncle's supporters similarly docked or at rest. Yet it took her uncle pointing it out for the reality to really sink in through her doubts. Euron will have you killed, Asha said tonelessly. With what? Asked Roderick. Asha stared at her uncle, and he smiled back. A similar smile appeared on her face. You did not get the news, I'm afraid, but I did, Roderick said. Half the houses of Great Wick indeed went to the King's Moot, and voted. And now have returned their fleets to the island. Same with those of Old Wick. Euron can make all the promises he likes, but captains have ways of dragging the anchor. Of keeping from taking any action. Could be that they're waiting on Euron's promises to bear fruit, Asha returned. Roderick nodded. Likely. But considering Euron's orders to go after the Shield Islands have not been obeyed just yet, it seems the majority of the fleet is content to stay away from Thunder. After all, and here her beloved uncle pulled out a copy of the Westeros Despoiler and handed it to Asha, the Reach is allied with the North now. Asha read the paper, studying the images of King Robb and his Flower Queen on the front. She hummed thoughtfully, studying her little brother as he stood with his king. What were the terms of that truce offered by King Robb? Roderick asked. Asha frowned. I don't think the Iron Pride is ruined enough for that to be accepted, Asha admitted. Not if offered by a king in the north, no, Roderick admitted. Even with fear of the guns, you're just looking at more upheaval again in the future. He looked up at Asha carefully. On the other hand, if it were to come from an Ironborn, even one raised among wolves. Asha smiled back at her uncle. You will take care of yourself? She asked. Roderick nodded. I always do. Then take care of my mother. What's left of her, Asha thought. She rose and smiled, I'll be back. With Theon alongside. Omake, the lonely road home. AC 300, near Golden Tooth, the Westerlands. Kevin Lannister. It almost felt like an army on parade. Red cloaks on foot and horse, marching slowly along the muddy road. A few banners were even flying guides for the men to follow, as well as the band beating a tune to keep in step. Of course, it was all the little details that painted a different picture. Like the fact there were armed Northmen keeping pace with the column, trailing them at a respectful distance, weapons sheathed. But ever present. Or the fact that the clothing under the red cloaks was machine-made, northern surplus. Much of it bearing insignia of the north that the cloaks could not conceal. The band too, it was playing a northern song, with harsh drum beats and a staggered guitar along. All this Kevin Lannister noted in his mind, and all this he tried not to pay too much attention to as they approached the gates. Northern banners blew in the mountain breezes above the battlements. Repairs were still going on, but some of that flowing rock cement was evident across the gatehouse, as were cranes and other complex devices made of wood, steel, ropes, and wheels. The gates were opened, and Kevin nudged his horse forward. His few knights followed, none armed with more than a sword or spear. Yet he appreciated their loyalty to him in this. It made him feel less defeated. The fact the Northerners were waiting in armor and respect made him feel just a little better, too. He recognized the lead house banner, House Wells, if he remembered correctly. A tall woman with a sword at her hip and a long rifle in her arm saluted, as did the rest of the warriors with her. Lord Kevin Lannister. Welcome to Golden Tooth, she spoke. I am Captain Myanna Wells. My lady, Kevin responded with a respectful nod, before dismounting to repeat the gesture. The woman had slightly dark skin, darker than most Northerners. Indeed, she almost looked Myra-ish. She had the heavily built body of the Northerners though, behind her armor. Your men will be provided food and drink, she spoke. If you lack for tents, we have some spares. There is space in the keep for you and anyone else of your choice. Thank you, my lady, Kevin said again. Kevin relayed these instructions to his banners, and he went up into the keep as he watched the northern soldiers distribute the provisions to his men. More than a few who looked far too comfortable in this situation. Far too many. He tried to put it out of his head, and met with Lady Alice-Anne Lefford. The lady looked far better than last he'd seen her ordering around northern and westerland servants with equal aplomb, and smiling far more than she had before. He didn't inquire. He didn't think he wanted to know. He dutifully took his ravens, read their messages, and went down to the wagon his sons were in. Willem had received a fine coffin, he supposed. Well made. Martin was sitting with the box, just as he had been doing since the journey began. He looked up at Kevin as he entered the wagon, and frowned. Father. Kevin sat and wrapped his arm around the waist of his son. He sighed as Martin leaned against him, and tentatively hugged him back. Your uncle. My brother. He's dead, Kevin said softly. Martin shook a bit, and nodded. The North. An accident, according to all sources, Kevin said quietly. Fell from the Tower of the Hand. Lancel says they'll transport his body back, soon as they get some nights together. He sighed. He looked at the box that held his other son. His wonderful Willem. Martin's arms tightened their grip. I'm sorry, father, Martin said. Kevin nodded, holding in his tears as best he could. So am I. So am I. It was some time before he was able to pull himself from the wagon, his son with him. They went up and took dinner in a private room provided by Lady Alice-Anne, who seemed at peace given how she ordered northern and westerland servants around. After dinner, Kevin sat in a chair, staring out the window, as Martin did some writing for him. There was a knock at the door. Come in, Kevin said. Captain Wells entered, carrying some letters. For you, my lord, she said respectfully. She set them on the table. Do you require anything else? No, no we do not, Kevin said. Captain Wells nodded, hesitated. I am sorry, milord, she said quietly. For your loss. I lost my brother at sea just last year. Kevin started, and looked up at her with sudden rage. Did you read my? No, my lord, but the news is all over the despoiler now, she said respectfully. Kevin gritted his teeth, sucking in deep breaths. Martin was silent, busying himself with paperwork. Then you should go. I expect there will be celebrations from your men soon, Kevin growled. Wouldn't want you to miss them. Wells sighed. Of course, milord, she said. She turned and left, shutting the door behind her. Kevin might have appreciated the honor showed by the Northmen. Might have remembered they were keeping to the treaty, not yet formalized. Remembered the care they showed him. For now though, he forgot all this, and remained a grieving father and brother with his silent, comforting son. ASoIaF, Operation Virtuous Mission, Part 2. AC 300, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Thean. A medieval society usually stinks, to a modern olfactory sense. Poor hygiene, little plumbing, it all combines into something malodorous. Something grim to noses. Usually. Winterfell hadn't smelled like a flower when I'd first gotten there, but the Starks at least practiced good waste disposal practices for the time. Those only improved, even as the population of the surrounding lands grew in the wake of the Industrial Revolution. Now it smelled of steel, the woods, and smoke, depending on where you stood. It didn't really get horrifically stinky unless you were right by a smelter, or by the dump or waste processing areas. There's only so much you can do, after all. King's Landing though? From the moment we rode into Blackwater Bay on our little fishing boat, the stench was almost nauseating. It felt like pushing through an invisible curtain of stink, making my skin crawl and eyes water. It hung in the air, like a part of the city itself there to greet us and remind us constantly of where we were. Even the night brought no relief. I almost imagined the miasma was making the stars fade above us. Combine that with the stink of the nearby fish market outside the mud gate, and it was amazing anyone could live here at all. You'll get used to it, Bronn spoke, the sellsword observing me shrewdly as we pushed our carts of fish through the gate. The gold-cloaked guards gave us a cursory inspection, waving their torches over our carts. Bronn handed over a few dragons to the apparent leader. He smiled behind his helmet guard, and waved us through. Ramsay, Oberyn, and I pushed the cart as Bronn guided it from the front. And Mira? Who knew where she was? We entered the city streets proper, barely illuminated by torch and candlelight from the streets and windows of the houses interspersed with warehouses and markets. People wandered in the street, some lost-looking souls begging for bread, prostitutes calling out to men, a few old men, guards striding about their watch. We pushed the cart past them all, turning a corner to follow a street that was a block removed from the city walls. We didn't talk, no sense drawing attention to ourselves. It seemed like all of King's Landing was similarly quiet. Attempting to remain hidden. A tavern sign, illuminated by lanterns, hung ahead of us. The name, written in crooked letters, read Debtor's Relief. I quirked an eyebrow as Bronn knocked on the front door. It swung open, a stout man with a prominent neckbeard answering. Half a man is still good, he spoke. If the half man's made of gold, Bronn replied. The stout man smirked. That he is. Well. Come on in. Bring your fish, he said. We have to unload it, too. Ramsay muttered. Think of it as reinforcing your loyalty to your current job, I murmured back, gathering some fish in a canvas bag and carrying it in. The rest of us followed, one by one depositing the catch into the larder in the back of the tavern. The tavern owner's wife and children set to smoking the fish, filling the air of the cramped space with something other than the horrific stench outside. For that, I was grateful. It didn't take too long to get it all inside, and after that the owner gave us a smile and directed us upstairs. You'll find what you be needin' up there, Mr. Underhill, and Associates, I spoke up. Bronn turned to glare on me, and I winced. Sorry master. Bronn gave me a smack, and I grunted. I felt Ramsay tense nearby, but a quick glance from me made him stand down. Show some respect, damn it. Bronn grumbled. He looked to the tavern keeper. Sorry about that. New meat. Still think he's got things to say worth hearin'. Bah, the tavern owner grunted, I blame the wolves. With all their fancy magic and mechs. Think they can turn the world upside down. He shook his head. It ain't natural. No disagreement here, Bronn said. Come on lads. Up we go. You sleep on the floor, Bronn growled at me. I looked downcast, appropriately browbeaten. We trudged up the steps, Bronn opening one of the doors for us. We shuffled in, and he shut it behind us with a last evil glare at me. Think they bought it, Bronn said cheerfully. I guessed that's what you were doing, I said dryly. That or you wanted an excuse to get paid for hitting me. Do I get paid for hitting you, my lord? Bronn asked, looking quite serious. Do it again, and I'll flay you an inch at a time, Ramsay snarled. I rested a hand on Ramsay's shoulder. Easy Ramsay. My mouth does get me in trouble often, I said. I'm just glad this wasn't one of those cases. I shrugged off my tattered robes, as my fellow infiltrators did the same. I set down my large pack on the bed, and opened the clasps as Braun lit some candles. Oberyn just chuckled, and I looked up at him. What? I asked. He pointed under the bed. I stooped down, hand on my weapon. And spotted a snoozing Mira, her arms tied around her new sniper rifle. I snickered. I didn't know she snored, I said. I did, Ramsay said. So did I, Oberyn volunteered, getting a look from Ramsay. The Dornish prince just smiled at him. I sighed and walked over to the meager table in the room, where Braun was unfurling a map of the Red Keep. Darling, you really should try to help me with the kids, I said dryly. I feel like I'm the only one doing any work in this relationship. Braun raised an eyebrow at me. Given how hard it is to look at you, I am doing all the work. I grinned, and clapped him on the shoulder. You're getting a raise for that. I don't work for you yet, my lord. You're complaining. No, Braun smirked, as Oberyn, Ramsay and a roused Mira shuffled over to the table, just making things clear. Apologies, Mira said. Getting over the wall was a bit exhausting. I needed a break. No big deal, I said. You find anything significant around us? Mira glanced at Braun, then back at me. This tavern doesn't seem to have attracted any real attention, she said. There was a little after the gold cloaks stopped by for an inspection, but they moved on. Good, we don't have to wait on them, Braun said. He gestured to the map. I suggest one last run through before we go, never know what we'll expect. He walked over to a chest in the corner of the room, and shoved it aside. He pulled up floorboards, and began pulling gold cloak uniforms out. He set it in a pile beside him, as the rest of us looked over the map of the Red Keep. Okay, I said, after looking it over. Mira? You remember where to set up shop with the rifle? Here, she said, pointing to a guard tower near the main entrance. Easy enough to get up there, now that I've rested. Don't forget to plant your bombs here, and here, I said, my finger on points just above the gatehouse. If we have to leave in a hurry, I'm hoping the gatehouse coming down will be enough to keep any pursuit from catching us. Mira nodded. I looked at Ramsay and Oberyn. Royal apartments are in Magur's Keep, on the 3rd level, I said, pointing there. We have to get across the drawbridge. Ramsay, remember to plant bombs on the drawbridge mechanisms, if we need it, it should be a good excuse to run. Ah, yes, most people run away from things exploding, Oberyn said with a sage nod. Other than that. I looked at Mira. Mira, remember the flare colors. Green, everything's fine and mission is accomplished. Yellow, we're going to need some help. And red. Blow the gatehouse with one bomb, then use the other to blow a hole in the wall for another escape route, Mira said automatically. She scowled. I remember. Well, now I know, I said dryly. We have a lot of things to get right. And I'd prefer to get this done without anyone knowing we were here. I looked at Ramsay. That means no assassinating Joffrey, or the Queen, or anyone else unless we absolutely need to. You're right, Ramsay said with a nod, I wouldn't have enough time to have real fun with him anyway. I decided to skip asking if that was a joke, given Ramsay, it probably wasn't. All right, I said, taking a deep breath. And immediately regretting it. Let's get going. I don't want to be here any longer than I have to. Before or after your face stops being so green, my lord? Braun asked, handing me a cloak and helmet. I rolled my eyes. Shut up. LXIV, The Wolf in the Night, Part 1. AC 300, Antlers, The Crownlands. Roose Bolton. Roose Bolton held his own counsel on many things, especially those to do with the New North and the rise of industry. His sons had both accomplished much, in their own ways, one a genius inventor feared across the realm, the other an accountant who had helped House Bolton's fortunes redouble every year. His house was feared and respected, where before they were merely feared. And the process of turning metal, shit, and dirt into weapons of war that mowed down hundreds of men. Roose could not have dreamed of such amazing possibilities. Not in 1,000 years. Yet here they were. Following their Wolf King, slaughtering anything stupid enough to oppose them. True power. True prestige. The Boltons had tried to take back the North, many times. Stabs in the back, flaying in the night. The Starks had repulsed them each time, their kindness and compassion seen as mere weakness. Yet it was that same kindness that had won them Theon Greyjoy, and made them what they were. Iron, steel, oil, fire, all well enough on their own, yet even Roose could comprehend the bonds between men that facilitated this. Like the interlacing tendons and muscles that let a man move, laid bare. How small, how feeble his ancestors had been. Oh, Ruse would never surrender the glory of the knife, the pleasure of the kill. But there were other pleasures in life. Being admired. Being applauded. The look in the eyes of those he outmaneuvered in a business deal or trade agreement. The disbelieving looks on the faces of the Sautrons as the wonders his son and Theon Greyjoy devised destroyed them. They did not comprehend this power, this genius. To them, the Northmen were like demons or gods astride the battlefield. Utterly incomprehensible, their traditions and valor failing them like pleas to the gods from cornered prey. All this, Roose Bolton enjoyed. All this convinced Roose Bolton that the Starks could lead the North. That they were still strong. And what was a Bolton if not an admirer of strength and cunning? What did a Bolton wish to be if not strong? My lord, the raiders are about to break into sight of Antlers, his captain, a young Lord Slick, spoke urgently. Roose slowly looked at the captain, reflecting that the young man did not cringe at his gaze. Show me, he ordered. The captain bowed, and led his commander out of the tent. Roose strode through the encampment in the woods, his men offering bows or salutes as he passed. He returned it, inwardly musing again. After all, many of these men served houses who always jockeyed for position. Tried to get one over on the Dreadfort's masters. Tried to climb higher. In another time, he might have sent these men off to their deaths to ensure they could not threaten his position. Now? They followed him almost without question. The rivalries were contained to courts and business. And to sports, of course. Killing them off in war would be wasteful. They all contributed something, yet all went to his benefit and their own. Curious, so curious. They reached the edge of the woods, a command post dug into the ground disguised with nets covered in leaves and grass. He stepped down into the small bunker, his staff waiting. Among them was a tall, dark-skinned girl with the gear around her neck, a gear wife. What was her name again? Sanya Waywood, my lord, she spoke. She held out a farcer. Latest model. He took it, noting that the girl blushed a bit when she saw him. That too was hard to get used to, that women would turn red and wet merely at the sight of him. Or because of his voice, he supposed. He looked through the glasses as Captain Slick stood by him. The raiders had split into 3 groups moving fast, using the dark colors of their coats and the twilight of the setting sun to make themselves harder to see as they galloped around Antlers. The old castle's defenders had several torches and beacons lit up. Strangely, even in the growing darkness he could see very, very well. The defenders were letting loose many arrows, and he counted them as he observed. Strange. They seemed to have many more than before. A burst of fire erupted from the battlements, and hundreds of flaming arrows left the castle. Most of the raiders evaded, but many were hit, falling to the ground. Roose felt his captain Wince next to him, watching through his own farcer. Again, it was strange, he would have ordered Slick flayed for such weakness in the past. Yet here he was, not flaying him. Instead, he gave him orders. Have the raiders return immediately, Roose spoke. I wish to know exactly what that is. Aye my lord, Slick said quickly. He motioned to some of the men, and a few flares were launched from the trees in random areas. It took some time, but the raiders returned. The leader of them, a Lord Lieutenant Snowbane, reported almost immediately. Roose listened to his observations, of carts on the battlements, the number of men manning the castle, and the number of their men lost. When Snowbane was finished, Roose looked to Waywood. Dear wife Waywood, these fire carts. What are they? I'd have to observe them for myself, my lord, she said carefully, but from the description they seem to be crude rocket weapons, like fireworks. Just attach them to arrows, light the arrows, and you can shower the enemy with fire arrows. What kind of range can we expect from such weapons? Roose asked again. Waywood did some work on her slide rule, humming thoughtfully. Based on Lord Snowbane's report? 1,000 yards at least. Very well, Roose nodded. Captain Slick? Prepare the men for a night action. I want the artillery concentrated on the battlements, cease fire when we launch the green flare. While we march, have several troops carrying torches move about the treeline. I wish to give the impression of a major force organizing for an attack from this direction. Aye my lord, Captain Slick said with a nod. It was relatively straightforward from there, organizing the assault force, and marching them through the woods. A few stragglers fell, but their comrades got them moving again. All following him, and his sigil on the back of his long coat. All in awe. They broke through the tree cover, their own torches extinguished. They had to move by the light of the stars and half moon above now, and the light provided by the castle. Indeed, the artillery was firing, at this range though, their shots were not as accurate as he'd hoped. Striking the battlements directly was optimistic, many holes were appearing in the lower walls and towers, but not the battlements. Roose supposed that even with slide rules, such bombardments were difficult at night. He would speak to his son about combining these new farcers with their artillery. They passed through a marsh, quickly. Yet it was easy to see that the defenders of the castle could see them. Much jeering and shouting was being issued from the battlements as they approached. Roos checked through his farser. Yes, they were scrambling fire carts of some sort. They would fire and pelt his troops with flaming arrows. That would be unfortunate. Soldier, your rocket Faust, he ordered a man in armor nearby. The man paused and immediately slid his weapon from his shoulder, handing it to him. Roos knelt in the marshy ground, setting the weapon on his shoulder. Hold the glasses to my eyes, he ordered. You men, form ranks and open fire when I give the order. Aye sir. Yes sir. The young man held the glasses to Roos's eyes. He checked the iron sight of the weapon, did some figures in his head, checked again. The glasses let him see the smug face of the man holding a torch, to light up the carts. He pulled the trigger. Boom. The rocket was launched, screaming up for the battlements. Roos was able to see the terror on the face of the young man just before the rocket impacted. Then he had to look away. The carts were exploding, covering the top of the castle gatehouse with flames. Open fire! Roos bellowed, and the bangs of several muskets rang out. It was easy for his men to make targets, given most of them were on fire. Roos procured another rocket Faust, and ran ahead with a few troops. His musketeers continued firing on the battlements, as the artillery continued to barrage the castle. He held the weapon up, and targeted the doors. Boom! The doors exploded from the shot, many cries of dismay greeting him. Roos pointed the flare up and ignited it, bolts of green fire shooting into the air. The pounding of the artillery ceased. Roos looked back at his captain. Take this castle. Charge! He ordered. Slick nodded, and sounded the charge on his horn. The men bellowed in glee, and they rushed into the burning castle. Guns and swords and spears greeting the defenders. Roos cut the head off a lad trying to skewer him with a spear, then blew the guts out of a fat man wielding an axe with his viper. What few knights there were tried to challenge them in combat, he shot them dead. As his captain presented the Lannister flag to him, and his men cheered his name around him, Roose Bolton looked around. He waved and nodded, enough to show his gratitude to his men. It would have been difficult taking the castle all by himself, after all. Yet they acted like he had. Strange. Very strange. And stranger still when the gear wife from before happily spread her legs for him in his tent. He hadn't needed to force her at all. All she wanted was him to sing for her. And he supposed that wasn't too much of a price to pay. Still. The future was just not what he'd expected it to be. And yet, rather than being upset about that, he was content. Strange. So strange. A gravy biscuit so thick and a talk with a boomstick. Part I. Before we begin, Lord Greyjoy, you wanted to make your intentions clear on this. Yes, I'm doing this interview to answer the questions future generations will have about me, cause as I noticed on other historical figures, they are either made living saints, or either monsters by historians. The truth is far more complex than that, and I hope to answer a few questions that some may pose. Very noble of you, Lord Greyjoy, you have my most sincere admiration. Now on to the first question, what was it like after the Greyjoy rebellion and what made you pursue the path of knowledge? I remember very little about it, save screams and death and my two elder brothers being killed in battle, but after the dust settled and I was taken to be a ward of Lord Stark, honestly I didn't know what to think, I was just small and scarred. As for why I choose to build all these things for the North, I guess the answer is part boredom, part curiosity, part a force in my head showing me the knowledge, part a wish to improve people's lives, a bit of fear since I was in a strange land and I wanted to not seem like a burden, to pay my keep if you will, and part a desire just leave my mark in the world. Your mark? You mean your legacy? The thing is that when I saw Winterfell and I heard just how hard it was to build it, I realized something, and that it may be 80 times harder to work than to just pick up an axe and murder someone and steal his things, but 8.000 years later hard work still stands. So you were inspired to be the next Brandon the Builder. In a manner of speaking, I wanted like every other man to make something of myself, to be remembered, and as I talked to the everyone I could, I realized that while they may forget the name and deeds of 100 kings, lord, knight, and villains, but everyone knows Brandon the Builder, even those that can't say his deeds know his name, that my friend is the power of hard work. I agree wholeheartedly. What was your first device that you ever created? That's a tricky question. The first one I did was actually a piece of paper with the day of standard weights and measures, since there were different ones for every kingdom and it was impossible to get a decent picture of the things found in books from the different areas of Westeros or Essos. But in regards to the first invention of mine, well, the first thing I ever did was a water-wheel-powered saw that I had to build in secret in order to convince Lord Stark that what I was doing wasn't just a child's fancy. How did you manage that? From what I've researched for this interview, you were only 5 years old at the time. I told Hodder, Winterfell's strongest man, that I needed help with a name day present for Lord Stark, and he then helped me. Rob, John helped me conceal it by pretending that I was with them playing hide and seek while I was working on the wheel. It took us a while and we finished it the day after his party, but it was enough to convince him that maybe he should take my ideas seriously. And so you begun the process of industrialization. After that, if I'm not mistaken, your next move was to summon iron-born dissidents to the north to establish a Sunset Sea arsenal like in Bravos. How did you manage to convince Lord Stark and the other to let you do it, and how did you convince the Ironborn as well? I didn't take much to convince the Ironborn to join. A lot of them simply wanted their own land. People think we're a bunch of warmongering savages, and for the most part it's true, but a lot of Ironborn go and leave cause they have little choice in the matter. It's either that or starve. Now I'm not making excuses from them, I'm just pointing out that is the reason why a lot of them decided to take my offer. I mean, why would anyone who isn't interested in battle leave his wife and home and go across hostile waters to fight in some foreign land when you could avoid it? A lot felt like that, and that's why. As for the other northern lords, well, for Lord Stark I said that it would benefit the north to have a western fleet built by the best shipwrights, and would also weaken my father and discourage him from rebelling again, since it would divide his forces. That was what convinced the other lords. Easier to kill squids on land than in the water is what they said, and many saw it as a clever plan to strike down their ancestral foes with a terrain advantage on their side. During the war, reports say of many fights between Reavers and the Northern Navy. Did any Ironborn serve on northern ships? No, there were a few exceptions I'm guessing, but after the first long ships were sunk, those that made their homes in the north said that they would not raise arms against their countrymen or fights against their new homes, but they still continued to make ships, albeit ones more suited to trade than battle. I'm guessing that this was the first step towards reconciliation of the Ironborn in the north. This was considered an honorable move by the northerners, and I'm guessing that the fact that there were alternatives to Balon's way of life was a critical factor in ending hostilities early with my homeland. After that, your next major project was reforging the Night's Watch. What were your reasons for that? Yes, well, the watch had declined, and with that the north was vulnerable to raids. The result of that was that the old and new gift, which were fine fertile lands, were left vacant. Reinforcing the watch would make those lands safe again and would give us a bigger harvest come winter, which was reason enough in itself. But my second and main reason was to properly field test the new Thunderers I was building, work out the flaws of any prototypes and new models I was working on, and discover which were the best field tactics for them. And as often there is in war, the easiest way to test new weapons is to give them to an army and say, have fun. The unexpected result was that when the others returned, there was a well-trained, battle-hardened army waiting for them. It was truly a most fortuitous thing that you had the idea at just the right time. What a twist! Indeed, my friend, what a twist indeed. LXV, Operation Virtuous Mission, Part 3. AC 300, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Thien. The trek to the Red Keep didn't take too long from the tavern. We just had to follow the wall, as the four of us tromped along in our gold cloaks and other assorted attire. There were few people who met our eyes or even stayed in our way. Even in the darkness, the white cloaks of the city guard stood out. We're getting a lot of attention, Oberyn murmured to Bronn, marching ahead of myself and Ramsay. Good. It's the right kind of attention, Bronn responded softly. We turned the corner of a dilapidated manse, the great gates of the keep rising like a mountain against the stars ahead of us. I shook my head as Ramsay mumbled something. Yet. It's unreal how big it all is, isn't it? I muttered to Ramsay. My friend and sort of apprentice nodded. Such a structure is so absurdly huge. The engineering required. Why go through the effort? Showing off, of course, I said dryly. Come on, Ramsay, why else do we make things that blow up? It's fun, of course, Ramsay said. Also, doesn't take nearly as long as it would to build something completely unnecessary. We'll just have to accept that the Southerners have strange ideas of what's impressive, I said. Only you could look upon the Red Keep and call it unimpressive, Oberyn chuckled. No, it is very impressive. Just inefficient, I said. Seriously, all this time spent waving your cocks at one another could have been put to so much better use. Yes. Instead, you make steel cocks that shoot bits of metal to kill men at long range, Bronn observed. Nothin' about cock wavin' there. That serves a real purpose, Ramsay said defensively. It's not a bluff, it's actually accomplishing something. Namely, the deaths of your enemies. So, it's less how big it is and more about what you can do with it. Oberyn chuckled. I applaud you, young boomsquid. You have great wisdom as well as brains. And cock waving that kills men at several hundred yards. Not bad, Bronn said, still marching perfectly as we rounded another bend. I sighed. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, I muttered. What's a cigar? Asked Oberyn. I rolled my eyes. Never mind. As much as I'd like to know. We're entering the main plaza. Be silent and look scary, Bronn said. Don't answer questions, just glare. How's this? I asked, glaring. Bronn and Oberyn gave me a glance, then looked ahead. Yet. Sure. Whatever works, lad, Bronn said. I frowned, and looked at Ramsay. That bad? No, no. It's just fine, Thien, Ramsay said with a nod. Very intimidating. You're a terrible liar, I muttered. Ramsay shrugged. That's what the gun is for, he said. Shut it, Bronn hissed, as we stepped out onto the main thoroughfare. I sighed and glared at anyone who entered my field of vision. Fortunately there were not many people out, mostly guards. They glared at me, I glared back. The main thoroughfare was largely deserted, a grand road right to the gates of the keep. We passed several statues and platforms, probably of many important guys. I couldn't be bothered to remember them. Or read their exploits. Look, I had a lot of things to do, and I didn't remember all the miscellany of the universe I got downloaded into. Give me a break. I'm sure it'll come up in Winds of Winter or something. Be very, very important. We reached the gates after far too long a hike. Honestly, no wonder they were stuck in the Middle Ages for so long, they had to build this crap and maintain it. That and everything else. Like the tendency to hang dead bodies on walls. Like, a lot of them. Our boy's been busy, I mumbled. Ramsay snorted as we marched through the gates, only getting cursory looks from the guards standing watch. Completely amateurish, Ramsay said. You can't see the bodies clearly, just one spike shoved through their stomach. They'll fall off in no time. You'll lose any intimidation factor you had if you have your victim sliding off their poles. Is it bad that I'm agreeing with him? Bronn muttered. He looked around. Follow me. We walked across the vast open courtyard, trying to keep in formation. I looked around, studying the torch-lit apartments and troops surrounding us. It seemed far too relaxed, for a city under siege. Too few soldiers. Too few people. This seems too easy, I muttered. You're complaining? Oberyn asked. Ramsay hummed. Nobody's challenged us yet. The Unsullied wouldn't be kept in the city proper, Bronn said. We went up massive steps, rising from the courtyard to the massive pedestal supporting Maegor's Keep and the other main buildings of the castle. A few servants were out and about, amid the gardens. Which even in starlight were very pretty. No. But I am concerned about a city under siege just letting 4 gold cloaks patrol wherever they want, I mumbled. Not even asking us for our ID. Considering how they've been treating the servants under the king's orders, it doesn't surprise me, Bronn said flatly. Unless you really think I'm going to betray you while your friend has a viper at my back. He doesn't have it out yet, I muttered. Don't tempt me to change that, Ramsay grumbled. We made it to Maegor's Keep, walking across a drawbridge. I tried not to look up at the spikes on the keep. I knew I'd just be looking for my father's head. And Nissy's. I know, they'd probably have rotted away by now but I didn't need that distracting me. Drawbridge gears, I muttered to Ramsay. He nodded, and he pulled out dynamite from his pack. I pulled out a stick from my pack as well, and slid it under the gears. We stood up, the shadows concealing us. I hoped, anyway. We took a few faster steps, keeping up with Bronn and Oberyn. We took a corridor to the right and ascended the stairs. The castle offered some protection from the horrible stench of the city outside, torches burning, tapestries decorating the walls. It's not supposed to be this quiet, is it? Oberyn asked. I didn't lurk out in the corridors, I had minions for that, Bronn said. Besides, you're paying me enough not to betray you. You're acting a bit defensive, I said, as we walked up the staircase. I slid my hand under my cloak, checking my revolver. Yes, it was still there. Again, a Bolton with a viper at my back, Bronn stated. We made it to a floor decorated in rich golden tapestries, stags and lions emblazoned across all of them. The torches were burning brightly. There was plush carpet, too. Royal quarters, Oberyn murmured. I waved Bronn forward. After you, I said. So different from before, Bronn observed. I rolled my eyes again. I was doing that a lot on this mission. We walked down the corridor, our steps muffled by the carpet. We saw a member of the King's Guard standing in front of an ornate door. He stood up straighter as we approached. What is it? He asked gruffly. Bronn smiled, stepping forward up close. Bit of an issue outside, my lord. What sort of ISSURK? The King's Guard member was soon unable to say anything else. In my expert scientific opinion, it was because of the dagger in his throat. Bronn yanked the knife out, and shoved the gurgling corpse aside. Oberyn grabbed him and scowled at Bronn. Are you kidding? You can't just cut his throat like that. Why not? Ramsay asked. I sighed. The mess? I asked. Ramsay frowned and shrugged. So we shove him into another room. Simple. Oberyn did that, betraying that he'd had a bit too much experience in hauling bodies around. I decided not to think about it, and looked over the door. Bronn tried the handle. Locked, he said. I rolled my eyes. Of course it is, I said. I pulled out a package and bent over to stuff it into the keyhole. I pulled out a flare, and snapped it on. Back up everyone, I said. Ramsay? Pull the carpet up. Of course, Ramsay said happily, pulling the rug up. Bronn and Oberyn both backed up, the latter closing the door he'd hidden the unfortunate knight behind. It's not going to explode, is it? Bronn asked. Would be a bit noticeable if it did. No, it's something called thermite. It will just melt the door lock and let us get in without having to make a lot of noise breaking it down, I said, a bit testily, as I pulled my goggles on. Don't look directly at it. I pressed the flare to the package, and backed up as it threw out a shower of sparks. The keyhole glowed bright white, and soon melted into slag onto the floor. The wooden door began to burn too, which I quickly put out with a handful of sand from my pack. I kicked the door open, pulling my revolver. Ramsay followed me, yanking out his viper. Sansa? Hello. I called. It's Theon. Here to rescue you? I brought Bronn and Ramsay. Silence. I looked over at Ramsay, who sighed and stepped back. I mean. Ramsay stayed behind. Still nothing. I rushed over to a nearby door, and yanked it open. Nothing. Ramsay and Bronn checked the other doors, while Oberyn knelt down by a little table and sampled the wine. I frowned deeply, as Bronn looked at me. He wore a helpless expression. They should be here. They're not gonna be anywhere else. He said. Ramsay, no killing him, I said sternly. Ramsay pouted, as Bronn looked relieved. Well, where did they go? With the Unsullied? Unlikely, Oberyn said, sniffing the wine. If I had to say. The Queen Mother and her offspring would flee to the only safe place left. A block of ice dropped into my stomach. Oh. Shit. I looked at Bronn. Where would they go? Kingswood. Plenty of ways to a boat that your navy wouldn't spot, Bronn said quickly, and one o' Tyrion's plans had that as an escape route. Best shot then, let's go. I ordered. I stormed out the door. And then backed up as several gold cloaks emerged from the stairs. They rushed the door. I slammed them shut, and Bronn shoved a dresser in front of it. Loud pounding issued forth, as we met in the center of the royal apartments. Can I kill him yet? Ramsay growled. I sighed and lightly whapped the side of his helmet. Not helping in this situation, Ramsay. For whatever reason, they're after us. I assume you have a brilliant plan to get us out of here then, Lord Boomsquid. Bronn asked earnestly. I smiled cheerfully, and pulled out a stick of dynamite. One that doesn't involve blowing up everything. Bronn furthered pressed. I shrugged. Not everything. Winter is coming, part 2. Jon Snow had done hard things in his life before. Facing the Lady Stark day in, day out as she showered Robb and her true-born children with affection and love, before turning as frigid as a northern winter when he walked in with them. That had been hard. Leaving Winterfell, the only home he had even known, for the uncertainty of the Wall. Listening to the warnings from Theon the man deadly serious for once as he packed that once he took the Black, he could never leave. His own family would have no choice but to execute him if he decided he didn't like it and wanted to run away. That had been hard, but a decision he felt he needed to make his own place in this world. A decision his father had supported in full, reminding he and everyone else of the long and glorious history of Starks serving the Wall, from Brandon the Builder all the way to his uncle right now. Then the day he learned his father was dead and had to face the choice of what to do. Having to choose between the oaths he had sworn to the gods and the blood screaming in his veins to leave and avenge his father. With only the sage words of Theon breaking through in the end to remind him that Robb would not be able to accept his help. That Robb in fact would have no choice but to kill him, and the thought of forcing his brother into that position had put something of a brake on his fury. But it had been hard. So hard to not grab a horse and ride out of Castle Black anyway. To avenge his father, even if he had to do it himself and it cost him his life. But sitting now in the refurbished shield hall of Castle Black as most of the senior brothers present took their seats to hear his report? Feeling the weight of the responsibility the Lord Commander had charged him with? Jon tried not to dwell on it for now, instead letting his gaze wander around the room as tardy brothers continued to file in. The massive building had been used little over the last few centuries, a consequence of the slowly diminishing numbers of their order. Traditionally, knights who chose to take the Black would ceremoniously hang their personal shields in this hall before being issued the Black Shields of the Night's Watch, back when the Watch was an honorable choice of service for such people and not a form of internal exile anyway. The building had also served as the officers' hall when the order had been far larger, and as numbers had dwindled, eventually it had been more or less abandoned in favor of the cheaper to maintain Great Keep. However, like most of the other buildings at Castle Black, it too had felt the whirlwind of the northern guilds that swept through. Once a decrepit building poorly illuminated and filled with crows the birds, not the brothers, it was now well illuminated through glass windows during the day, or mirrored oil lamps high in the ceiling at night. The holes in the roof had been fully patched, tables remade and new insulation put in place that cut back on the cost of heating it considerably. Now the only crows who nested in the building were the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, while the swarms of new recruits had all but taken over the Great Keep. In here the serious business of the order took place. In a very real way, the shield hall was now the spiritual heart of the entire order. There were still a sad few dozen shields on the wall, a far cry from the hundreds upon hundreds once there, but now they were no longer the only color in the room. Facing the shields on the opposite wall was a gift from the builders of the order, who had taken umbrage with the generally strictly functional restoration work, determined to soften the grim utilitarianism of the rebuilding. An impressive mosaic of color covered the entire opposite wall, made up of hundreds of house sigils from across the 7 kingdoms. It symbolically symbolized that from all over Westeros did the brothers of the Night's Watch come, but Jon was half convinced that the builders had done it simply to give many of the elder members of the Watch who viewed the use of any colors in their fortifications other than black as heresy heart attacks. In the end though, the Lord Commander had approved of the symbolism of the gesture, and so it stayed, no matter how much some might have grumbled. Right now though, the overly colorful wall seemed to mock the incredible seriousness of the situation, and Jon turned away from it, focusing his attention solely on the high table at the front of the room. Behind the table, into the new marble layer over the stone there, the names of all 997 Lord Commanders, minus a few left blank like the 13th, had been engraved, and Jon took strength from their names and deeds. He had never asked nor wanted this responsibility, but he had sworn his oath to the Watch, and by the old gods, and knew he would fulfill it. As if in counterpoint to his determination, a door slammed open behind them, and Jon stood, keeping his face blank as Alliser Thorne stormed up from the doorway to the high table without a word or a glance to anyone. Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward, and Uthel Yarwick the Chief Builder were already waiting for him, as was a third empty chair next to them reserved for the still missing First Ranger, who Jon tried hard not to think about. On the other side of Sir Alliser's chair was that of the Lord Commander, and next to that empty place were Maester Aemon and a scribe from the stewards. Scattered around the flanks of the room were a further dozen members of the Watch, including Donal Noy and Janos Slynt, for some reason Jon did not care to ask about, while others who should have been here, such as Bowen Marsh, remained at their posts, understandably preoccupied with the wildling army on the other side of the wall. Sir Alliser reached his chair quickly enough. The other brothers on the high table, sitting as the man currently technically in charge, approached and waved them back to their seats, sitting down in turn and fixing him with a rather direct look. Or to be perfectly honest, a glare. Well, this glare certainly put the looks the Lady Stark had often given him into their proper perspective. He would give the man full credit for that. There are 20,000 wildlings holding in the haunted forest, so we will get right to the point. Alliser started without any formality. The final raven we received from the Lord Command came well over a moon turn ago. It stated, and he held up the slightly battered paper in question, have reached the fist. Successfully rendezvoused with the half-hand. Confirmed large wildling presence, numbers match early estimates. Plan to send ranger team to assassinate Mance and disperse enemy. Will advise on completion. Sir Alliser put down the message and focused in on Jon, standing in front of most of the surviving group from the Great Ranging. And now, after no word for all these weeks, you show up, Steward Snow. Show up leading 40 men, including several more senior rangers, he added, his gaze switching to glare at said men in the rows behind him for a moment, who were senior enough to glare right back, mind you, and did so before he turned his attention back. 40 out of 300, and in case we forget, with near 20,000 wildlings a few hours behind that, you insist that we not attack until you have explained yourself. Would you say this is a correct assessment of the immediate situation, Steward Snow? Yes, Sir Alliser, he responded calmly, deciding that keeping his answers simple and to the point would probably be the best bet here, knowing that any attempt to mouth off at the other, no matter his exhaustion or how much the other was clearly enjoying pushing him, would be a bad idea. Then by all means, Lord Snow, the other asked him in a voice that somehow managed to both sound perfectly polite and utterly insulting at the same time. Explain yourself. Why are they all here? Then his eyes narrowed, and what by all the gods old and new happened out there? Sir Alliser, he agreed, and with a deep breath, Jon Snow started to tell his story. Dash dash. Wind screamed and howled, sending flurries of snow near horizontally, but the roaring din did not quite cover the screams and panic of people around the fist of the first men. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children screamed, and indeed even the occasional clash of swords could be heard as humans fought humans in the chaos, all trying to escape the advance of the ancient enemy. But there was no sound from the approaching threat. No battle cries. No roars of defiance. No drums or trumpets. No gleeful cries of battle lust or shouts of command. Silent and indifferent, the dead simply advanced out of the storm in ever greater numbers with the patience and inevitably of their masters. Lord Commander, Jon shouted over the icy wind as he made his way to where George Mormont was conversing with the half-hand, ghost as ever at his side. They're getting close, we need to leave now if we're going to get clear before we're cut off. The other replied grimly, turning to Corin Half-Hand and the 3, near 4 dozen brothers standing grimly behind him. Every single one of the men Corin had brought with him had stepped forward when Corin had volunteered to stay behind and draw off as many of these enemies as possible. Jon had learned something about leadership in that moment, noting that the Lord Commander hadn't tried to talk them out of it or give any long speeches about glory or duty as all the children's tales would have one believe. Mormont had simply grimly accepted their choice as a brutal necessity, shook the offered hand of Corrin silently, and that was that. It wasn't that the Lord Commander was unmoved by the sacrifice they were offering, it was just that he clearly knew there was a time and place to mourn, and this was not it. Their gruff farewells relayed along with pointless instructions to retreat once able, John followed the Lord Commander to their waiting horses. Behind them, the half-hand and his men also started moving. Many of them grunting as they manhandled their bolter and the last of its ammunition and crates of explosives into place, a small hill in the lee of the massive fist, directly in the path of the thousands of figures silently closing in on them, the visibility currently down to only half a mile in the whipping winds. A few hundred wildlings joined Corrin, wildlings surprisingly well and uniformly equipped for folk beyond the wall. Thence he had heard them called, but whatever their name, he certainly couldn't doubt their bravery as they joined to form a rearguard to buy time for everyone else to flee. "Mans!" the Lord Commander yelled to the unassuming man waiting for them, who was frantically sending orders and runners of his own out as tens of thousands stampeded south with little control or coherency. "We need to move. Now." "I know, damn it, I know." The other shouted back. "I'm trying to get the word out to head south for Castle Black and save as much as possible, but it's chaos out there." "Go with this group," he didn't quite order, pointing at the largest group still barely under control. "I need to try and get control of this disaster," he stated, and with that, the king beyond the wall turned and hurried away with several of his men following. The Lord Commander glared at his retreating back, but turned to face his group of brothers on their own horses as he sought out and then found the larger figure of Sam Tarly among them. "Tarly!" he barked out, causing the other to look up, his expression and body language more than a little terrified from the way he was gripping his reins to the way his horse kept twitching in annoyance from the unconscious movements of the man on its back. "Did you send the ravens?" The other simply stared at him. A stare that would have been very familiar to a lot of Lannister soldiers in the south after somehow surviving their first meeting with industrialized warfare. Pure undiluted terror. "Tarly," the Lord Commander repeated, moving closer. "Look at me." Not even a terrified Sam could fight the sheer command in the other's voice, and slowly, his head came up. "Did you send they ravens?" the Lord Commander bit out, getting a jerky nod in return before his mouth finally moved. I did, Lord Commander, but what?" The other snapped harshly, clearly not in the mood for any delays. "He sent the ravens." Lord Commander Green stepped in quickly as Tarly stammered, "But, well, they didn't make it. They barely flew half a mile when they seemed to hit or be hit by a gust of snow and fell out of the sky, dead. Frozen solid they were. They froze to death? In the air? While flying?" The Lord Commander repeated with a look that would have shattered lesser people. They fell out of the sky like stones," another brother confirmed grimly. The Lord Commander offered up a curse that would have made the most hardened veteran of the watch wince, before he drew himself up as he hauled himself into his saddle. "All right," he barked. "We're heading back to the wall, with these wildlings. We're going to escort them there and get them through the wall to safety." Lord Commander, one of the older rangers, Ethan John thought, spoke up quickly in protest at the order. "Can we trust the wildlings? If we're letting them behind the wall, we either get them behind the wall and hope they won't stab us in the back," Mormont snapped, "or we leave them to die out here knowing we'll be seeing them again, trying to stab us in our faces as part of that," he said, jerking an arm to point in the direction of the oncoming horde, before turning to take in the entire group of grim, and scared-looking brothers. "We need to get back to the wall, as the Greyjoy often says, failure is not an option. We have to warn them, warn everyone. Because if we fail to get back, I promise you that before winter is done, everyone you've ever known from here to Dorne will be dead." No one disputed his claim, and the sudden cracks of thunder arms from behind them added a new urgency as the first of the enemy moved into range of the half-hands men. The masses of wildlings running away seemed to somehow speed up just a bit more at the noise, none daring to look back lest they see something was gaining on them. "Move out!" the Lord Commander roared, and John started his horse moving, ensuring his sword and pistols were ready for use. Ghost silently fell into step alongside as they started their long retreat, the horses having long gotten used to the presence of the dire wolf as the sound of battle intensified behind them. The last he saw of the half-hand was a group of men with a thin line of wildlings ahead of them, starting to shoot at lines of vague shapes materializing through the whiteout of the storm. You are trying to claim that the Lord Commander intends to let the wildlings through the wall?" Sir Alliser asked in pure disbelief. And John through his exhaustion fought hard to not roll his eyes at the fact the man had seemingly skipped past being told of an attack by White Walkers on the ranging to focus in on that fact. "Yes, Sir Alliser," John confirmed instead, marshalling his patience. With the threat of the White Walkers verified, after a discussion with Mance Rayder, he agreed to let them settle onto the gift so long as they agreed to stand with us in the Seven Kingdoms when the Walkers came. "And you expect us to believe this? You think we can trust them?" Trust them to not simply run as far south as they can as soon as they're through the wall, killing and murdering their way across our lands." The man almost exploded at him. John saw the trap and neatly sidestepped it. Who'd have thought all those half-drunken arguments with Theon and Rob about politics would come in so handy? "It is not my place to question the orders of the Lord Commander Sir Alisar, merely to obey them," he replied levelly. That got nods from several of the brothers on the high table, and a new glare from Sir Alisar at the not exactly subtle implication that neither was it his place to do so. Continued Jon Snow. The gravelly voice of Maester Aemon moved into the conversation, smoothly cutting off any rejoinders from the Master-at-Arms and drawing them back to the issue at hand. "You departed the Fist of the First Men in the company of the Wildlings." Jon continued after a moment to collect himself. "We fled the Fist. .. The sound of gunfire had been decreasing, Jon Snow noted, trying hard not to think about what that meant for the men they had left behind. The 100,000-strong wildling camp had been scattered to hell in the panic of the attack and vanished into the snowstorm in a confused melee of various tribes following their leaders with little coordination. Mans had hurried off to try and regroup them, or at least pass on the message of where to reform, and had yet to return or send word. A number of the dead things had attacked, although not in any numbers, at least as best he could tell through the howling whines, and relayed messages in their loose group. Coming singularly or in pairs, they were relatively easy to dispatch by sword and spear, but not thunderarm. Their orders were to hoard their ammunition as long as possible. But so easily in fact did the enemy fall that Jon wondered if he might have overestimated the threat. His hopes were dashed soon enough, though, as it became clear that these dead parodies of people were not mindless beasts but were acting with a terrifying intelligence. Those that attacked them were merely the outriders to encourage them to keep moving. Far larger numbers of wights could be glimpsed occasionally through the snow or heard in the distance pressing after other wildlings to splinter the once great army, and their presence forced them to shift more and more west rather than taking the straight route south to the Shadow Tower. Jon had seen the tactic used by predators like wolves before, slicing a herd of prey up into manageable chunks to be dealt with at their leisure, but something in Jon's mind smoldered in rage at the thought of it being done to people. That they were apparently little more than helpless sheep to be picked off a few at a time by the reckoning of these things. His brooding was interrupted, however, as a loud tremor of thunder rumbled through the air. Almost at the same time, the howling gale seemed to slacken, the sky clearing up to let him get a glimpse of the remains of a massive explosion somewhere near the Fist, now some distance away through the trees. All of them knew what it meant, and after several glances, they started moving again at their surprisingly brisk pace to keep up with the wildlings. They had left most of their explosives with the half-hand in their haste to flee, and the cracking of grenades being used up had carried for some time even through the howling storm. But an explosion that big could only mean that their 50 pounds or so of dynamite, almost the entire stockpile the Night's Watch had just been set off. Probably by the last men left alive. If nothing else, Jon supposed it would at least make sure their enemy couldn't make any use of their corpses, which he supposed was a victory of a sort. The explosion also seemed to have somehow stalled their pursuit as they fled through the forest for the rest of the day at a punishing pace. The brothers on their horses didn't feel it near as much, using their mobility to maintain a thin perimeter around wildlings, even gathering a few other small groups back to the fold who any other day would have attacked them without hesitation, but today were far too terrified to care that they were supposed to be enemies. The Lord Commander later in the day, as they finally started to get a handle on this mess, had sent out a scouting force to try and see if they could swing south. But the scouts had come back quickly to report a storm in that direction that looked suspiciously like the one that had come upon the Fist, and unleashed hell upon them. And one ranger had sworn that he had heard faint screaming on the wind. Not one to take chances, the Lord Commander and the spokesman for the wildlings, a huge man named Tormund Giantsbane, had decided to make for a relatively nearby village that the brothers had passed through on the way to the Fist. The clearing around the abandoned village was a decent size, enough at least to fit the wildlings if they crowded a little, with some crude fortifications around the clearing they could improve on. Once there, they could catch their breath and wait out the night as best they could, see if their enemy was still following them or not, and make their plans. Because anything was better than fleeing in a panic into the darkness where all you would need was one false alarm to scatter everyone beyond any control, and the predators silently waiting to pick them off one by one. The lead scouts had reached the village in the late afternoon, with people staggering in after them, desperate to reach whatever shelter the village offered as the sun had slowly faded. Fires had soon been lit, the ruined rude buildings torn apart for dry wood. Theon's new fire sticks and fire starters had made starting fires casually easy to the astonishment of the wildlings, or free folk as they called themselves, and soon enough a wall of flame was fitfully burning in the deepening night around the camp as the exhausted wildlings who hadn't stopped running since leaving the Fist collapsed to find rest where they could. Personally, Jon thought the wall of fires around the camp was a bad idea. It was ruining their night vision, meaning that anything could be hiding just a short distance away and they would never know it. And it was giving away their position for miles and miles, even through the thick forest. But then he reminded himself, these people had been living and fighting the enemy for a lot longer than they had. And if they were still alive instead of part of the growing army of the dead, it probably meant they were doing something right. The Lord Commander, seemingly possessed of endless reserves of energy, had stalked around the camp, allowing the diminished group of brothers to break out only the absolute minimum of rations despite their hunger. It was an order that had not gone down well with some of the newer recruits like Rast, Karl, and alla, who were perhaps too used to their 3 good meals a day at Castle Black, but the contempt from the older rangers who had survived far longer beyond the wall with much less shut them up quickly enough. Seemingly as fresh as when he had awoken and unaffected by the horrors that had come forth the day before, Mormont had organized the watches, seen to their mounts, and had other brothers start to take stock of their supplies before he finally taken his own rest. John had taken the first watch, sharing his meager ration with Ghost before the dire wolf went to sleep. Not that Ghost really needed to be fed, being perfectly capable of finding his own food on the move, but it was simply the principle of the thing in his mind. The pack looked after its own. The night had, thank the old and new gods, passed without further attacks, and the new day had brought clear skies and calm weather. It was slightly jarring to John that after the utter horror of the day before, everything was seemingly back to normal, except for the missing brothers they had left behind to die. They had not set out at first light though, instead taking time to take full stock of their situation. And almost immediately run into problems. Without mans around to impose order, the free folk seemed to revert to type all too easily. Some had been lucky enough to retain their possessions, others had fled from the approaching White Walkers with little more than the clothes on their back, and most fell somewhere between the two extremes. Which meant their food state, always uncertain when on the move in large numbers, was now critical. But it was thought there was just about enough food, more or less, to make it to the wall if they all shared and could move quickly. If they shared. And in the very best wildling traditions, fights were on the verge of breaking out over that fact because few were willing to do so, at least without mans glaring at them. Tormund had intervened at that point, storming out to find the loudest troublemaker with the most supplies who refused to share. To the huge man's credit, John thought, he had tried to appeal to the blindingly obvious logic of keeping everyone alive and preventing internal wars that could kill them all as quickly as the White Walkers. Or others, as the wildlings called them. But instead the agitator had ranted at him, called him a traitor, and mockingly starting to suggest that he and the Lord Commander were betting each other. At which point Giant Spain, moving faster than anyone John had ever seen, had seized the other's crude warmer and casually beaten him into a literal bloody mess before the assembled crowds of people. Even among the wildlings, such a casual display of strength was intimidating, and the people who had been agitating and sneering had gone silent, refusing to meet Giant Spain's eyes as he glared at them. With order temporarily restored, he'd tossed the hammer onto the corpse and ordered all the tribe's elders to meet in his tent. Now, the situation then moved from bad to worse. It turned out their food situation was perhaps worse than they thought. Even if they shared out what they had among themselves evenly, it would be very much touch and go if they could reach the wall. If they were delayed even a few days. At that point the Lord Commander had made a decision. Snow, he asked softly while the two of them watched the wildlings argue their situation from the back wall of the tent. Clearly without mans around, the wildlings were on the verge of falling apart. What are our food reserves? Each remaining man has sufficient standard food rations to reach the wall, plus 1 moon turn extra in the pack animals, he answered promptly, having checked the supplies were still with their pack animals this morning. We also still have the extra rations that were for the half-hands men. The other grunted in acknowledgement, then stepped forward to the table, stopping the argument that had been getting more and more heated in its tracks. A mixture of expressions came across the faces of the eldars of the free folk at his sudden presence at their table. A tree stump the tent had been erected around. Mostly sullen distrust, but under that John could see the fear and desperation. They had all seen the Night's Watch kill 1,000 of their friends without loss, and a giant to boot. They knew their power now. Even those who had never ventured near the wall in recent years now knew the stories they had been told were true. And they also knew that it was the sacrifice of 50 crows and a handful of thents that had held back the others and their horde long enough for them to get clear. And that such weapons turned against their common enemy might just save them, if they could reach the wall. And if the watch let them behind it. Because any dreams of forcing the wall had died a sudden death on the slopes of the fist. We have some spare food you can have, Mormont bluntly stated, causing a ripple of utter shock to pass through the expressions of the wildlings at the table. As they realized that a crow was sharing food with them. Unasked and unforced. My ancestors would spit on me if I broke bread with a crow, one of the wildlings growled, his one good eye glaring at the Lord Commander, who met his gaze without the slightest flinch. Fortunately, his opinion seemed to be rather in the minority of the desperate people present. So would mine, but fuck 'em, they're dead, another wildling sneered back, getting a lot more nods of approval before she turned to face Mormont. How much food are we talking about? Enough to feed 500 people all the way to Craster's Keep. We have enough supplies there to replenish our own men, then feed say 1,000 long enough to get them to the wall. There was a rumble around the table, this time one of cautious optimism. If added to their own food supplies. Jon Snow, the Lord Commander continued, and Jon stiffened on reflex at the tone of command. Take charge of our rations. Leave every man enough to reach Craster's Keep, no more. Everything else, including the half-hands supplies, bring them here to Tormund. Yes, Lord Commander, he acknowledged the other, turning to leave. Ygritte Tormund rumbled, and Jon paused with a tilt of his head as the huge man turned and pointed to him. Go with him. Make sure none of our people interfere or try to get at the food before we get it here, and divide it up fairly. If they do, deal with them. Right. The other woman smiled and detached herself from the wall, reaching the door in 2 strides, shooting him an expectant look. Coming, Jon Snow? She asked as she pushed through the tent's flap. Jon bit back a reply as he followed her out, the two of them moving through the crowd around the tent and heading for where the corner the camp the men of the Night's Watch had claimed for their own. Snow. Jon Snow. The other tested his name on her tongue suddenly. What a strange name that is for such a strange crow. Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, he said shortly as he tried to ignore the way her fiery hair bounced in the breeze as she kept pace with him, keeping a wary eye on the free folk around him, most of whom were giving he and the rifle slung over his shoulder a wide berth. And I'm sorry you don't like me. Who said I didn't like you? She said, her smirk growing slightly. I just find you strange. Not many crows would spare a wildling they had under their blade, she pointed out, Jon at once recalling their first meeting. The half-hand had ordered her killed after it became clear she wasn't going to give up any real information, and they could hardly just let her go while they tried to move onwards and kill Mance. But something in Jon had balked at casually murdering a woman, a prisoner. And he had hesitated just long enough for more wildlings to arrive and force them to retreat. Even so, he could have easily killed her, and most rangers wouldn't have hesitated to kill her if only to make sure she wouldn't try and shoot them in the back as they ran. Jon though had spared her and fled with the others, noting the shock in her eyes as he did so. And it seemed that for some reason she had become fascinated with him, always studying him from somewhere every time he looked around. There was no reason to kill you, he simply explained as he nodded to several brothers at their not an encampment inside the encampment as they approached, assuring them there was nothing to fear from the presence of the wildling next to him. Most crows would say that there is no need for a reason for a crow to kill one of the free folk. Or most of the free folk would say that there is no need for a reason to do the same to you. I know that well enough, she scoffed. At that, just before they reached the Black Brothers' camp, Jon turned to fix her with a smirk of his own as a response came to mind. One that Theon, generally while drunk, had used annoyingly often on him. You know nothing, Ygritte, he retorted. Wait here, I'll be back in a minute. He cut off any possible response, enjoying seeing the never-ending smirk on her face vanish for a moment at his response before he started to round up some brothers to gather their food supplies. So you made a wildling friend, Jon Snow? Well, that's just marvelous, Alliser snorted as he leaned back in his chair, regarding him with contempt. Are we supposed to feel happy that you have a girlfriend, who probably has the blood of other members of the Watch on her hands? Jon Snow marshaled his patience, unable to help but marvel at how rapidly Sir Alliser had gone in his mind from him talking to Ygritte to apparently being in love with her. Anything that made him look bad in the eyes of his brothers, true or false. The others' insults did grate a little, but Jon had spent many long years with Theon, who was the master of, among many other things, snarking. Robb had been a very quick study in the art, as were both Bran and Arya, come to think of it. To the despair of Lord and Lady Stark. But while the true-born children of Eddard Stark could get away with a lot in terms of copying Theon's smirking countenance, the bastard of Winterfell had needed to hold his tongue much more than he opened it, lest he be rounded on for not knowing his place by the Lady Stark or others in the castle. The end result of that was simply that he learned very quickly how to play the straight man to Theon and Robb, and had become rather good at it. And Alliser Thorne, frankly, had nothing on Theon Greyjoy. This time, however, Maester Aemon stepped in before Jon could take the bait. I am not very concerned about Jon Snow doing what the Lord Commander told him to do, Sir Alliser, the ancient man gently rebuked, again gaining a few nods from the other brothers in the room. To surmise what you have told us, Jon Snow, the half-hand and near 40 men from the Shadow Tower were lost at the fist, covering the retreat of the rest of the ranging from a large White Walker attack? Then, the Lord Commander formed an alliance with Mance Rayder, agreeing to safe passage for the wildlings onto the gift, if they agreed to stand with the Night's Watch against the White Walkers? I take if you have some proof of these orders with you. Yes, Maester, he confirmed, reaching into his field jacket and carefully removing a wax-sealed envelope. The orders from the Lord Commander, he declared for the record as he passed it off to the clerk, who confirmed the authenticity of the seal and broke it open to read the orders, before passing it along and leaning in to whisper into the Maester's ear what the paper had said. The orders were rather straightforward, if shocking in their implications. Demands to let the wildlings through the wall as soon as logistically practical and organize for them to settle them on the gift, providing what support they could. And to sound the alarm to all corners of the Seven Kingdoms that the White Walkers were indeed back, operating openly and gathering quickly in strength beyond the wall. It wasn't every day one received orders to make peace with your lifelong enemy and were told that a nightmare out of legend had returned and was set on destroying all life on the planet. In Jon's opinion, they were taking it rather well. Even Sir Alliser seemed to have been shocked into something approaching calm consideration by the blunt handwriting of their leader. Finally, after the last had read the note, Bowen Marsh spoke up for the group. This note provides little information, but it is from the Lord Commander, written by his hand, he stated, his opinion accepted without comment as the man who by far had the most to do with the paperwork the Lord Commander dealt with. The first question I have is this: Jon Snow, the Lord Commander speaks of wounded at Craster's Keep he is staying with for now, explain this. Yes, First Steward, he nodded, drawing himself up as he cast his mind back to continue the story. It had been 2 weeks since the horror at the fist of the First Men, and their enemy had not attacked them since. At least not in force. But clearly, neither had they forgotten them. Perhaps it was the First Men blood in his veins sensing something he could not see and warning him that they were still out there. Perhaps it was the quiet alertness of Ghost at night, staring out beyond the bonfires into the forest at something too distant to see. Perhaps it was when the night's temperature dropped sharply and suddenly so that frost rolled in and fires started to splutter, when everyone seemed to feel a malevolent presence hovering in the night just wanting for the frantic efforts to keep the fires going to fail. Or perhaps it was just plain military logic that a party moving this slowly and this large could not possibly have been lost by an enemy so powerful. At the very least, any half-competent scout would be hard-pressed to miss the enormous trail they were leaving behind them. No. Jon was certain they were out there. Watching, waiting. Letting them exhaust themselves as they fled and simply biding their time. After a few days the Lord Commander had donated most of their horses to the wildlings, turning them into pack animals for their supplies and injured, to help the group speed up their movement. Again, some of the newer members of the Watch had sullenly complained at that decision and being forced to walk, the usual suspects like Carl and Dirk doing their very best it seemed to antagonize the wildlings for taking their horses until the Lord Commander had stepped in and threatened to leave them tied to a tree for the walkers if they didn't shut up. Things remained tense between the two groups, but luckily everyone was focused on surviving and most were too busy to fight with each other. They would be up moving as soon as sun rose and would march with scant time for rest until the sun fell, setting up camp and wondering if this night they would come. No one, even the brothers in their top quality field gear, was warm and everyone was scared, trying not to jump at every shadow, cold breeze, or distant thunderclap. A week passed in a blur. Day folding into night and into day, interrupted by what little sleep they could snatch in the brutal pattern until finally they reached their first key objective, another abandoned village. This village straddled a river, a tributary of the river that wound its way into the gorge and then the Bay of Ice. A narrow ford connected the two banks and a village or settlement had existed here in some form or another for thousands of years on both sides of the river. For tonight, the Night's Watch had moved across to set up camp on the southern side while the free folk settled onto the northern side. Ygritte had confided to Jon that some of the more superstitious free folk believed that the others would be provoked into attacking when they crossed the nominal boundary, and so were perfectly happy for the crows to test the waters and risk their wrath first. It turned out they were only half right. It had been in the hour of the wolf when the alarm was sounded. Jon had rolled to his feet with hundreds of other brothers packed in a tight defensive position on the ford, shaking off his sleep as he hurried to the commotion, an icy chill running down his spine that had little to do with the freezing night air as he took in the situation as three horn blasts sounded. A horde of dead men were silently hauling themselves out of the river onto the ford. Apparently, they had walked along the riverbed unseen and undetected until they came upon the ford, breaching it in a great wave before turning to throw themselves at the wildling camp. Whatever the reason for their choice of target, the few exhausted wildlings who had managed to stay awake on guard duty were largely overcome in the first moments as the dead pressed their attack hard. The few that were left and the few who held their ground rather than fleeing into the camp in terror found themselves fighting an enemy pressing forward with an utter indifference to casualties and a complete lack of fear. Despite the steep banks of the river and relatively tight quarters they had to work with, the horribly outnumbered and terrified defenders were swiftly seized and torn to pieces as the whites reached the crude barricades guarding the path from the river to the camp. And as they started to hack and climb over the small barricade that the wildlings had half-heartedly repaired on their side of the river, it seemed inevitable that they would break through to the camp and slaughter thousands. Perhaps tens of thousands. Then the Night's Watch had entered the battle and the situation had changed. The first thunderous volley from 100 rifles ripped through the packed groups of whites, smashing limbs and tearing through bodies. Two more followed quickly after, focusing ever greater on the front of the enemy ranks and thinning them out, sending bodies falling down the slope and into each other, the seemingly unstoppable charge coming to a sudden tangled halt of limbs and bodies trampling each other and crushing each other. A few of the more skeletal-looking bodies rotting with decay had shattered or fallen to pieces when the heavy metal balls had smashed into them, but terrifyingly, the more fresh-looking whites seemed to simply ignore limbs blown off or torsos ripped open entirely and inevitably, they started to pull themselves back together to once again begin advancing up the slope. Arrows started to fly from the top of the banks into the wildlings, tiny fireballs that arced into the mass of bodies clawing their way forward but through luck or design, the soaked clothing most of the creatures wore simply smothered the flames without effect and they started to push back even harder. Then a second volley of firepower smashed into them and sent them again sliding down the embankment, apparently finally irritating them enough to cause dozens to peel away from the main group even as more continued to pull themselves out of the river. Their masters no longer amused it seemed by their interference. Fire by rank. Front rank, fire. Mormont roared and an explosion of gunpowder and hot lead smashed into the leading wave sending them reeling onto their backs and no few spinning off into the fast-moving current to be washed downstream. Some stayed down, but most got back up, or even dragged themselves forward with their legs a ruin. One white, a massive man who looked perfectly normal except for the blue eyes, seemed to be stomping right towards him, indifferent to its half-missing arm, and John froze for a heartbeat as it closed in raising an axe. Then the years of practice with Rob and Theon at Winterfell's gunnery range took over, and without conscious thought, he raised his weapon and sent a round straight through the huge man's face. And the white dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. On pure automatic he was already working the bolt on the heavily modified Whistler rifle, the weapon swinging around almost of its own accord after reloading to put a bullet through the face of a second white getting a little too close for comfort. And it too was flung back dead as a bullet ripped through its head moments before the second rank volleyed at the Lord Commander's order, dropping some, staggering others. Then it hit him. The heads. Aim for their heads. John yelled, discarding his rifle for now and pulling his pistols, the twin snowstorm revolvers moving like an extension of his arm as he swung them around and made carefully aimed shots in between volleys from the brothers, dropping a half-dozen more between the two pistols before they ran dry. Another volley from brothers then rang out, including near 100 Viper shotguns in the third rank, their flare rounds invented by Ramsay Bolton almost ideal for the task as heads exploded and bodies shattered into an orgy of gore and blood that sprayed into the river. And then the Lord Commander was there. First rank, second rank, swords. He bellowed as he stomped forward, and the brothers in the front two ranks stood as one, slinging or even dropping their thunder arms to pull any number of heavy swords, axes, and hatchets with a grim determination as others readied their shields. King's Guard they may not be, but none could doubt the courage of these men as they set themselves to advance against creatures of legend and terror both. Third rank, hold and support. First and second ranks forward to the far bank. For the watch. And with a war cry that would have impressed a Dothraki Khalasar, well over 100 rangers charged down the riverbank as one, smashing aside the whites climbing towards them like a sudden avalanche. Weapons swung and smashed aside the enemy, sending more than one corpse spinning off into the river downstream to be swept away in the rapids as the Black Brothers fanned out and pressed forward. Feet kicking up a spray of freezing water as they charged across the river, screaming their defiance into the night. Yet the whites neither panicked nor hesitated in the face of the sudden attack, dozens reacting with chilling speed to simultaneously turn away from the massive heaving pile of corpses about to break like a great wave over the wildling defenders to intercept them. Swinging their weapons or fists even as yet more continued to pull themselves out of the river onto the ford. A non-stop string of orders from Mormont in the middle of the fighting had the rangers shifting and reforming all over the place, crushing and killing their way forward, but always as one group as they pressed onward with an almost suicidal courage towards the far bank, simply bashing anything in their way out of it. It was in fact by all logic suicidal, launching themselves out of their defensive positions where they had the advantage of their thunder arms to charge into close range with a massive pack of dead things that didn't care about how many losses they took. So much so that any smart commander would have immediately asked why in the seven hells they had done so. The whites didn't. Their first mistake. Instead they all but welcomed the charge into close range, until they were pressing up on the opposite riverbank, more and more whites crawling out of the water to try and come in behind and cut them off, despite many falling to renewed fire from John and the others remaining on the far bank. Clearly preparing to trap the fool humans between two forces and crush them. Their second mistake. If any of the dead saw a terrified Samwell Tarly in the middle of the pack, his hands filled not with sword or shield but a massive pack he struggled to haul across the river, none of them clearly thought it was of any importance, nor was the sight of Ed holding a flaming torch in one hand and a sword in the other. And certainly, when the whites saw the brothers forced to a halt, if the intelligence behind them noticed the Lord Commander gripping a thin tube like, but smaller than a thunderm, the tip of which he put into Ed's torch setting it aflame, and the rear of which was connected by a flexible tube to the massive pack Tarly was manhandling forward, again they did not think it worth any change in their tactics. Their final mistake. Because then the Lord Commander forced his way to the front ranks, aimed the flaming tube. And he set them all on fire. Where the fire arrows had simply fizzled out against the waterlogged clothes of the whites, the sticky fuel perfected by Ramsay Bolton ignited and sprayed out dozens of meters to coast the enemy like the breath of a dragon. It mattered not that they were covered in water, the flaming liquid flowed over them regardless and ignited them as if they were covered in chemicals, the fire spreading with a life of its own as Mormont systematically engulfed the mass of enemies in flame. In seconds as the fuel was expended, and what had been a terrifying wave of dead things about to pour over the wildlings' final defenses to kill everything in the area had been turned into an even more terrifying mass of writhing bodies clumsily and uselessly battering at the flames consuming them. So quickly did they burn that the Night's Watch in the ford were forced to run for their lives as the flames seemed to grow without limits and threatened to take them too, John able to feel the heat even from the other bank. Cheers were starting to break out from the free folk on the far side of the river at their sudden salvation, even as the watch reformed themselves to start dealing with the whites still trying to claw their way out the river and tear apart the living. And to John's amazement the cheering started to coalesce into a chant he doubted any brother had heard a wildling ever say. Lord Crow! Lord Crow! Lord Crow! Tearing his attention away from the cheering, John noted that fewer and fewer whites were appearing from the river now, a good thing too, as far too many of the brothers who had been holding them off while the main group charged in were either down or being helped or dragged back to their camp. The stewards and men from the third rank who had been providing what fire support they could hastening down to help as others unpacked medical supplies. John started to move to help, but came up short as a growling in his ear dragged his attention away from the events in the ford to his dire wolf. "What is it, boy?" John asked softly, frowning as he noted the white wolf was tensed up and staring downriver without the slightest concern for the battle winding down nearby. Without any more noise, Ghost started to trot away and John forced himself off his kneeling firing position to his feet, picking his rifle and pulling a fresh cartridge from his vest as he followed his wolf upstream away from the camp. He kept a wary eye out for anything in the water below the steep bank as he reloaded his weapon, but saw nothing unusual in the bright light of the human bonfire playing out across the forested terrain. Slowly, he let his eyes sweep the far banks further and further away, blinking to try and let his eyes adjust to the orange glow over everything as he followed the wolf's gaze. And then he saw it. 300-400 yards upstream from the ford, on the far bank of the river, he could just barely make out something moving in the thick mists rolling through the trees. Something that caused a wave of pure dread to ripple through him despite himself and the horrors he had already seen. Taking a knee, he raised the thunder arm to his shoulder and flicked the scope back into line to bring the area into view. And his arms froze as the magnified image came into horribly clear focus. Human-looking but somehow indistinct even in the scope, it stood with a mist that seemed to wrap and swirl around it like a living cloak. Its profile was jagged but symmetrical, very much like a man wearing heavy plate armor, and yet, it was barely visible when a man should have stood out like a sore thumb in the flickering orange light. Even as the fire danced and caused light to flicker around it, the silhouette seemed to vanish and reappear from blink to blink, vanishing into the massive dark trees behind it that seemed to swallow up its presence. Except for the eyes. White's eyes were blue. It was the greatest indicator of what they were, even if the corpse they turned into a puppet otherwise looked perfectly healthy. But it was a pale blue, little more obvious than normal eye colors until you looked into their eyes at night where only a faint glow would give them away. But these eyes burned. Even as the rest of the creature seemed to fade in and out of existence, the eyes remained perfectly clear to him. They burned like two stars in the darkest of nights, coldly indifferent and infinitely distant. The night itself seemed to drop in temperature as he took in their terrible, flawless beauty before, unexpectedly, those two indifferent blue eyes seemed to move with a subtle shift in profile in the figure. For an infinitely long and short moment, John felt sure his heart had stopped as his conscious mind finally caught up with his unconscious mind, telling him that what could only be a white walker had turned its head and was now looking directly at him. John may have stayed there, frozen in place for all eternity under that ancient malevolent gaze, if not for a sudden snarl from next to him. The sudden noise from Ghost seemed to reach through him and light a spark in that part of his mind that always seemed to somehow connect to the dire wolf on a level he didn't understand. It was not words so much as feelings, but if he could put it into words. It was telling him that wolves were no one's prey. Reminding him that they were the hunters. And telling him, demanding of him to be that hunter. John pulled the trigger. Fire exploded from the barrel of his weapon as the firing pin ignited the primer charge and then burned into a controlled explosion, sending a metal dart whipping out from the barrel of his gun faster than sound itself. Perhaps the enemy understood what had just happened, perhaps it did not, but in either case it had no time to react as it was flung back violently in a sudden shower and scream of sparks from the force of the impact. John worked his bolt, loading one of his last 10 rounds without hesitation as he snapped the weapon back into place, ready to follow up his shot, but there was nothing here. Scanning through his scope, he only saw the mist, the trees, and the river in the slowly, very slowly, dimming orange light. More and more cheers were going up from the brothers behind him and he risked a look to see that the battle had apparently been won. No more whites came out of the river and the burning pile of corpses seemed to be being added to by both the watch and the free folk, even as he heard someone bellowing for him to come back. No doubt the wounded needed help. Safing his weapon, John rose and with a final hard look upstream, genuinely wondering as his exhaustion returned with the draining of adrenaline if he had simply imagined the whole thing. Confused and tired, John slung his weapon and started to trudge back to the camp after one final look, wondering if he would get any sleep tonight. Further upstream as the massive fire faded and night slowly returned, a terrible figure cloaked in thick mists moved away from the battlefield. As it did, a gaping wound convulsing on its chest spat out a lump of twisted metal into a pale white hand. Coldly with an inhuman intelligence it studied the tiny frost-covered projectile with something approaching faint curiosity as the wound closed and knitted itself back together, an ice-like armor reforming above it once again until in moments there was no trace left at all of the damage. Then, with a sound like the grinding of ice, the hand around the projectile closed and it shattered into hundreds of tiny fragments that blew away in the winds as the fog thickened, and then dissipated, leaving not the slightest trace of the figure of legend as it did so. Total dead from the engagement were 10 brothers. With another 15 wounded, 10 of those seriously. John finished. To be clear, Jon Snow, you are claiming you fired upon a White Walker. The first builder of El Yarwick immediately got in first before anyone else to ask that question. Of course he is. Next he'll be claiming he shot the Night's King too. Sir Alistair didn't hesitate to rebut, turning his gaze on the brothers behind John. I don't suppose any of the rest of you can back up this claim. John saved them the trouble. None witnessed my actions, Sir Alisir, he admitted without hesitation or emotion. And I am quite sure I did not kill it either. Why are you so certain? Bowen Marsh asked with a frown that couldn't hide his unease at the thought of a White Walker surviving one of the most powerful rifles they had in their armory. Because when the next attack came a week later as we approached Craster's Keep that cost us 100 brothers dead and wounded, John replied in a flat tone, it was led by a White Walker who seemed to be extremely eager to kill me before anyone else. LXVI, Operation Virtuous Mission, Part 4. AC 300, King's Landing, the Red Keep. Thien. The pounding on the door was getting worse. And the addition of another dresser wasn't likely to hold them back for long. No matter how thick the wood might be. Right, into the room farthest from the door, I ordered. Get behind a stone wall and cover your ears. You're not going to bring down the entire keep around us? Oberyn asked with a slightly strained smile. I huffed. Of course not. Defeats the whole purpose. Just keeping you safe. Off with you. The Prince of Dorne retreated, Bronn having already led the way. Ramsay was just finished cutting the fuse, and handed it to me. I fitted it to the dynamite stick I'd brought along, and slid it into the dresser. I produced a flare, and ignited it. Go, go, go. I shouted. Ramsay followed me, running for the open door. We slid into a garishly appointed room with furs, tapestries, and paintings. I kneeled down behind the thick brick wall, bunching up with Oberyn and Bronn. We covered our ears. How long does that? Bronn asked, but the explosive answered for him. The walls shook, the world rumbled and my ears rang loudly from the bang. I was still wearing my goggles, so I peeked out the door. Ah! The others joined me, peeking over my shoulder. Oberyn coughed, the smoke from the fires now burning wafting right into our faces. There was a large hole in the wall, wreathed in flames that were quickly spreading over the flammable carpet and tapestries. You cut off our only route of escape, you mad genius. Bronn growled. I'm not paid enough to burn to death. Oops. I said with a shrug. Oh, that's not good, I muttered as the flames continued to spread. I stood up, and pulled my cloak up. Well, that's not entirely cut off. If we run. Bricks began to fall from the ruined wall, and the fires grew taller. My lips thinned. Ah. Rope. Ramsay said. I nodded and pulled out a coil of rope. We ran to the nearby window, and looked down. There wasn't exactly a very inviting landing area below us, spikes in a dry moat. We need a landing platform, Bronn, Oberyn. Get the furniture. The prince and the sellsword got the large, wooden bed up and shoved it towards the window. The smoke got thicker, so I ran over and slammed the door shut. I didn't really need to look too much more, I was very familiar with fires by now, didn't need more reminders. Ramsay shuffled by and grabbed a small table, rushing back to Bronn and Oberyn who were arguing over how to get the bed out. We can't just throw it out a piece at a time. It won't be stable. Bronn protested. I can handle that. Oberyn said. I'm not judging ye, milord, but I'm not trusting ye arsehole in a pole to save us. Bronn growled. Neither was I, Oberyn agreed. But the window's too small. We could blow it bigger, Ramsay said. More explosions will not help. Oberyn shouted, losing his cool. I sighed and looked at the nearby bookcase. I supposed it would fit through the window and might provide more of a cushion. If it didn't shatter on impact. Which, to be honest, it probably would. This is not how I thought I'd be going out, I thought to myself. Maybe the Rob had a sicker sense of humor than I thought. Done in by my own toys. Some genius I was. No. No. I couldn't let that go on. I cared too much, there was too much at stake. I growled and shoved my sword behind the bookshelf, and pulled back with all my strength. Give me a lever. Big enough. And I will move the world. I thought defiantly, even as I coughed. I pulled, and pulled again. Something creaked, something gave. The bookcase swung out, and I fell back. Oof. I grunted and looked up, slowly processing the obvious, that instead of a wall behind the bookcase, there was a door. A door with steps leading down. Secret door. Secret door. Lads. Come on. I shouted, banging my sword on the door. My three companions turned, and processed the obvious a lot faster than I did. I turned and ignited another flare, yes, it had stairs going down. I headed down, hearing my allies follow. The staircase spiraled down, each step almost treacherously steep. I stumbled a few times, catching myself on the wall. Still it wound down, deeper into the keep. So deep I was beginning to worry if it even had an exit. If the rest of my short life would be spent in the darkness, trapped with 3 other men, in a burning castle. No glory. No ovations. Just death. Yet the Rob, or perhaps God himself, was looking out for us. Because we did reach a door, shut by ancient, rusty ironwork. I handed the torch over to Ramsay, who held it above dutifully. I pulled out some tools, and examined it. Right, job for thermite again, I said. Everybody back up. I stuck the packet of thermite to the lock assembly. I took the flare, and ignited the package. I turned away, and was pleased that Braun and Oberyn were covering their eyes already. They had learned. I felt rather proud. The lock came apart, and a shove with my shoulder budged the door a bit. Braun, Oberyn, and Ramsay joined in, and together we shoved the door open. Ugh! We stumbled out into a corridor the first floor. Servants were running in a panic, carrying whatever they could. Braun shoved us along, and we joined the exodus. We got out over the drawbridge, and spilled into the courtyard. Civilians were running, streaming out the main gate. Guards were escaping too, not bothering to help guide the servants out. It was a rout, a panicked retreat. Nobody cared about 4 men in ruffled gold cloaks, covered in soot. Even in the midst of this chaos though, I was thinking something was wrong. Aside from the obvious. And the orange light of the fires turning green confirmed this fear. I took shelter by a fountain, and looked back. Magur's keep was burning green, wildfire. My eyes widened, as Ramsay grabbed my shoulder. Theon! Theon, we need to run! Ramsay cried. Braun! Braun! I shouted, catching the sellsword by the shoulder. How much wildfire did you guys have left? I don't know, a few storehouses. Them moving it to the keep is new, Braun said. He looked up. They couldn't have known we were coming, could they? No, I said. But why pack wildfire in the keep unless? My eyes widened. She wouldn't. Braun looked at me, and sighed. She would. Or King Cunt would, he confirmed. A surprise for King Rob, Ramsay concluded. If we can't have King's Landing. No one can, I surmised. I grimaced as the green flames got higher and higher. Shit. Shit. We've got to get out of the city, right now, Oberyn said. We can't stop this. We need to get everyone out. Oberyn. You take charge of that, I ordered. Take care of evacuation if you can. You too, Braun. And you're going to be doing what? Braun asked sarcastically. I smiled. Hopefully. Saving the city. I don't think I ran so hard in my life. Not even from the mountain who rides. But Ramsay and myself got up to the top of the gatehouse in record time, and I lit off a yellow flare. The green flames were spreading faster, Magur's keep beginning to look like a demonic tower of doom. Ramsay, are you all right? What happened? Mira asked, appearing out of nowhere in concern. I cleared my throat. She looked at me with a smile. Lord Theon, how are you? She asked. Fine. Need your bombs, I said. Mira rummaged in her pack, and handed over 4 packages of dynamite. Ramsay began to cut the fuse, but I shook my head. No time, I said. I pulled out my blast capsules, and used the fuses to tie them onto the packages. Right. Now comes the insanely dangerous part. Running back to the keep. Ramsay guessed. I fixed him with a look, and he shrugged. Well, you're obviously hoping to collapse the keep to put out most of the flames. Yes, I said. And we need to put the bombs at the base or it won't work. So. We run to the keep. Across the courtyard? You'll never make it. Mira disagreed. She hummed, and looked along the battlements. Follow me. She set off like a deer in the night. Ramsay and I ran after her, as ashes began to rain down upon the city. It was like grey snow, beautiful but probably deadly. I pulled up my scarf, breathing through the fibers. The trip wasn't quite as long as I thought. The architecture of the Red Keep was designed to impress more than anything else, and so the sheer sense of scale of a person was thrown off by it. But I saw Mira's plan immediately, take us to the battlements flanking the burning keep. By now, the flames had reached the top windows of the giant structure. Green sparks began to rain, in the direction of the courtyard thanks to the wind. That, however, might last no time at all. We looked down at the moat surrounding it, far below us. We don't have any schematics, Ramsay said. How do we know where the structural weak points are? We'll have to hope the wildfire has weakened it enough, I decided. No way of knowing that, Mira pointed out. How much, or where it's been weakened? Well, since the architects are all long dead, we'll just have to guess, I said sarcastically. Look, the walls around it should contain it, but I want to make absolutely sure. And we might want to do it before the bombs we left on the drawbridge go off, Ramsay pointed out. I groaned. Yes, that. It took a bit longer than I would have liked, but we managed to combine our grappling hooks and ropes to lower one of the bombs to the dry moat below. We moved around the wall, lowering another package the same way. Another corner, we did the same thing. The last one though was directly in the breeze, sending the green sparks and flames our way. Ramsay tried to go forth, and immediately pulled back, yelping as a green spark hit his shoulder. Mira yanked off her cloak and smothered him with it, driving him to the floor. I grimaced as I looked down, and thought. I didn't have enough time, this plan was desperate and frankly, stupid as shit. Yet there were 500,000 people out there, counting on me whether they knew it or not. Fuck it, I muttered. Mira. Let's go. I'll get Ramsay. We hobbled away, myself supporting the whimpering Ramsay. I didn't blame him, that burn looked horrific. We got back around the battlements to the seaside. I attached the hook to the battlements, and threw the rope down. I looked over at Mira. Get him down, I said. Go first. But Theon. Mira gasped. I shook my head, and yanked her sniper rifle back. That's an order. It's our best chance, go. Mira turned to the rope, and slid down it like a green-clad sprite. Theon, I can't, he tried, but I shoved him over the edge. He yelped and grabbed onto the rope. I took deep breaths, tried not to think about the jagged rocks below. I turned around, seeing the burning hold fast before. Kaboom! 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 It knocked me over the battlements and sent me into freefall. I didn't even get to scream before I felt a strong hand grab my ankle. We swung back and forth, Mira screeching obscenities. The blood ran to my head, as I scrambled to grab onto the rope. Mira gaped up at me, still screaming. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit. I muttered. Theon. Climb up. Please. Ramsay tried. I tolerated the vertigo and swung myself upright. I climbed up, trying not to grasp Ramsay's injured shoulder too hard. I peeked up over the battlements. Magur's holdfast was falling apart, had fallen apart. I only caught the last moments before it folded in like a house of cards. Great plumes of smoke and dust erupted, with many, many orange flames. Orange, not green. Holy shit. I muttered. It worked. For the moment, Ramsay shouted. So can you kindly get the fuck off my shoulder? Sorry, sorry. In the midst of the chaos, crowds had formed outside the walls of the Red Keep. Oberyn was at work, shouting orders to many guards to get fire brigades rolling. Thanks to the holdfast's collapse, the green embers were no longer spreading outside to the city. The fires were minimal, but containable. Bronn, I didn't know where he'd gotten to. He knew how to take care of himself though, I wasn't too worried. Maybe he was reconsidering employment with us. I knew I'd be. So Mira and I got Ramsay off the main plaza to the side streets. We'd memorized the route to the tavern. It didn't take too long to get there, all things considered, the people were more concerned with what was going on in the smoldering keep than with 3 stragglers. The tavern was packed full of worried men and women, beer being sold. I shoved my way through several of them, and Mira and I dragged Ramsay up. I kicked the door in, and shut it behind us as Mira laid Ramsay onto the bed. She pulled out the medkit, and began to cut away the burnt cloth. I pulled out painkillers, and helped Ramsay swallow them as I got a blanket around him for shock. I sighed and rubbed my face. I walked into the small side room of the tavern, seeking a water bowl. I was smelling of smoke, covered in soot, exhausted, mildly burnt in a few places. Well. I hope Oberyn and Bronn take their time, I sighed. I want to put off explaining to Robb how big a clusterfuck this was as long as possible. No Sansa, no Arya. Actually, said a kindly voice, that's not entirely accurate. I spun around, revolver out and pointed at the voice's owner. A portly, bald man in purple clothing, wearing a broad smile. And beside him, sleeping on a mat with a darker-skinned woman holding her protectively. Arya. I gasped. The portly man smiled and nodded. Indeed, Lord Underhill. Or should I say, Theon Greyjoy. I looked back at the portly man. It had been years since I'd seen the memories of the show. Or whatever had happened to me. But there was no way I could confuse this man for anyone else. Lord Varys, I said. The spider's eyebrows rose. I seems Prince Oberyn has the situation well in hand, after your considerable efforts. So perhaps we might speak until they return. I could think of worse ways to pass the time, I admitted, my gun still on him. Not many, but... Oh make, I knew it. Hey, now that I see this thing, there's something very strange about this ugly throne. Theon said to those present as he methodically went behind the Iron Throne as he inspected it. I found a button. Don't press it. Why not Robb? 'Cause we aren't prepared for the explosion yet. What explosion? Braun, you're new, so I'll fill you in, when Theon is involved there is always an explosion. Hey! That's not true. Oh yeah? Name one time one of your projects didn't blow up. Alright, it is true, but that doesn't count now, since I didn't make this button. Should I press it? Why would you do that? 'Cause it says press in when ready. One moment. Everybody have their guns. Yeah. We're ready. Okay then, here goes nothing. Theon pressed the button. Congratulations, descendants of Fenris, you have accomplished your age-old objective and now have proven yourself worthy of joining the Valka Fenrir. That makes so much sense. What does Theon? Watch-eyed hates. What? Exactly. Luxii, a Rose of the North. AC 300, the neck, the North. Marjorie. The carriage was comfortable, if a bit plain. The seats were warm with firm cushions, and springs underneath them softened things further. The wheels had larger springs and shock absorbers, which made the ride far more pleasant than anything else she'd ridden that had wheels. The glass windows were large, but with proper curtains on strange rollers to block out the light or grant the passengers privacy. When it came to the decor, however, Marjorie found the aesthetics of the North to be a bit lacking. The wood paneling was warm and well machined, of course, but it was so plain compared to what she was used to. The fabric was a mix of greys, greens, and blues. None of it wrong, none of it badly made, and yet it seems to lack something, she murmured, brushing her fingers over the panel. A cup of tea was offered, and she breathed in the scent. She took the cup and smiled gratefully to her handmaiden, Eleanor Tyrell, her distant cousin. She sipped it, enjoying the taste. I have to agree, Eleanor said. I mean, it's a marvelous carriage, so comfortable. But it's so plain. Might be just as well, Brienne spoke, sitting across from them. Unlike Marjorie and Eleanor, Brienne remained in her armor. A revolver at her side, and a sword at the other. Makes it harder to tell which carriage is which. Do you really think we'd be in danger this far north? Eleanor asked. The thunder has chased everyone away. That's Brienne's prerogative, Marjorie said with a gentle smile, and an equally gentle admonishment at Eleanor. She is my bodyguard. I suppose, Eleanor admitted. She hadn't been at the steel wedding. She hadn't felt a gun in her hands, seen the life vanish from the eyes of the man trying to kill her husband. A husband who even now was down south, without her. Fighting this war, out in front. The same courage that pushed him to leap over tables to fight assassins with guns at point-blank range was pushing him now. She sucked in breath through her nostrils. She was the queen now. Of the North and the Trident. Maybe all of Westeros, soon. This trip would be to familiarize herself with her husband's home. Her duties as the queen. Then back south, once again. Marjorie shook her head, and pushed the curtains aside. The view was a bit less dreary this time, the forests and streams of the neck were quite pretty, if harsher than she was used to. The outriders, dragoons and cavalry, were patrolling out some distance from the convoy. Keeping up with them, riding all day and all night. It hadn't changed much in the whole week they'd been traveling, save in the different riders. When they stopped, Marjorie spoke to many of them. She believed the one in red was one of the Manderley Knights, a Lieutenant Shani Coke. He got married just before the war, and was looking forward to seeing his wife again after 2 years. He lived in Sirwin, working as a steam stoker before he became a cavalry officer. Shoveling coal into hot furnaces, his description sounded like any number of the 7 hells. Now, as he rode with wing-like attachments, she couldn't help but imagine him dragging himself out of the hells to fly. It was like something out of a fairy tale. Marjorie leaned back, closing her eyes to rest. So, what's at this Moat Cailin, anyway? Eleanor asked. The Northman said something about an iron serpent. Some kind of machine that moves people in large numbers, Brienne said. Apparently they used it to move troops down here so quickly. Ugh. It will probably be absolutely dreadful, Eleanor grunted, lifting her nose. Noisy and smelly like everything else they've made. Now Eleanor, have an open mind, Marjorie spoke gently. Many of the surprises of the North have been good ones. Like Rob, she thought, keeping a lascivious smile off her face. Yet another reason she hoped he returned soon. And in one piece. There it is. Eleanor cried. Ugh. What a ruin. Marjorie opened her eyes, and peeked out the window. Their convoy had crested a ridge, and in the valley below a large, ruined castle stood wreathed in smoke and steam. Houses and buildings surrounded it, glass windows shining in the sunlight. The red rooftops were a pleasant change of pace though, standing out against the vast green plains. It's not too bad, Marjorie observed. The town looks thriving. Yet, for a village around a ruin, Eleanor grumbled. It took another hour or so, according to the pocket watch she'd been gifted by her good mother. Then they began to pass men laying steel bars onto wooden planks, just ahead of some kind of iron-wheeled monstrosity. Behind it were carriages, carrying more wooden planks and more bars. What's going on there? What are they making? Eleanor wondered. We'll find out when we get into town, I hope, Marjorie said. They pulled into the square of Moat Cailin, built out of bricks from the ruined castle into a large, circular area. Hundreds were gathered, as a band played. She could see children playing and laughing, following the carriages as they rode in. Brienne emerged first, to hundreds of people who cheered. Marjorie followed, and smiled beautifully as expected, to several photographers flashing their devices at her. Eleanor followed, as Catelyn joined them with her own guards. She smiled at her good daughter, and took the lead to a man in a tall hat and black coat. He bowed to Catelyn, and she took his hands with a pleased beam. Lord Mayor Orlin Spendler, thank you for your kind welcome. How often do I get to welcome our new queen? The man laughed, his bushy mustache ruffling a bit like Marjorie's father would. He kneeled to Marjorie next, and his people followed suit. Your Grace. Welcome to Moat Cailin. He looked up at her. I am sorry your stay must be so short. So many people kneeling to her. She now understood in this small way, the heady influence of power. She did not forget her duty though. As am I, Marjorie said with a nod and a winning smile. But the demands of state wait for no one. Still. Before I see the Iron Serpent. Can you guide me through your city? I would like to preserve it in my mind for the long journey ahead. That won the Lord Mayor's confidence almost instantly, and he invited himself along on the carriage. Brienne stayed close to Marjorie, ever watchful, as they resumed their journey with fresh horses through the town. Spendler happily pointed out many things that Marjorie was sure could be interesting, if not explained by the mayor. While a jovial, kind man, he droned on and on about industry, factories, something called the telegraph. It was thankfully short though, as they reached what he called the train station. And there it was. A great green beast, bronzed in chrome and steel. Shaped like a bullet, resting on large wheels with a great smokestack on the front. Behind it, a carriage filled with black rocks coal, she guessed. Behind it, more carriages, resembling the one she rode here, but bigger and sleeker. It was breathtaking. A true iron serpent. She got to admire it a bit more when she stepped out onto the platform. Graciously thanking the townspeople for their generosity, meeting the crew of the train and learning their names, posing for several more pictures, she even posed with the gun she'd used to kill the assassin, which she was greatly admired for. She took flowers from the children, and gave them treats of candies in return. And finally, a piercing whistle rang out over the station. Marjorie started and looked up, it had come from the train. All aboard! A man in green yelled, waving towards her and her party. Marjorie boarded it, only after Brienne went aboard first. She entered, and looked around. The carriage was large, and had soft rugs. Furniture, like a small sitting room. Marjorie sucked in a deep breath, and ran her hand over the table. Letter for you, Your Grace, the man in green said. He held out an envelope, and Marjorie took it with a smile. Thank you. She opened it as the man left, and she sat down in a chair. Eleanor was gushing about it to Catelyn, who allowed an indulgent smile at the younger girl's enthusiasm. Maester Luwin too came aboard, looking around in amazement. Who is it from, Your Grace? Brienne asked politely. Marjorie chuckled, and shook her head. Rob. He asks if this surprise is more to my liking. And is it? Eleanor asked, pausing from her constant questions. Marjorie just smiled, and turned to look out the window. She waved and smiled again out at the crowd, as the train began to slowly move. The sea of faces waving and smiling back, soon left behind. Perhaps the fine detailing was overrated, Marjorie decided, as the train soon passed by the Fever River, glistening in the sun, as they coursed across the land into the true, proper north. ASoIaF, Operation Virtuous Mission, Part 5. AC 300, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Theon Greyjoy. Varys. The Spider. The Master of Whispers. The eunuch who probably had 15 plans before breakfast on how to deal with his enemies, and never smiled like this unless he knew he had an equal hand to yours. Pity I sucked at poker. Well, I might have. Again, 10 years of overlapping memories can give you a strange view of your existence. An existence that might hang in the balance, given the spider was standing here without a care in the world evident. Parley, he spoke. I blinked a few times. What? Parley. I believe it is a term denoted to ask for peaceful resolution of a conflict, is it not? Varys asked, raising an eyebrow. It isn't dissimilar to other words in Old Valyrian. May words of which you know. The roots of, anyway. I slowly nodded. Right. Of course. Sorry, you might not be aware but I did just get done saving King's Landing. Bit winded. Naturally, Varys said, his smile unchanging at my sarcasm. A bolt-action rifle clicked ready to my left. I wasn't surprised to see Mira standing there, rifle at the ready. Nor was I surprised I'd missed her sneaking up. What the hell? Varys, meet Lady Mira Reed. Mira, meet Varys, I deadpanned. He stopped in for a visit. With a gift to ensure peaceful cooperation, Varys said pleasantly, gesturing to the still sleeping she and Arya. Mira's jaw dropped. How did you? I doubt that would be very interesting to a woman of your skills, Varys said sagely. That said, I would appreciate speaking with your master alone. Mira glanced at me. I very slowly nodded. Have you got the room all picked out? I asked blithely. Varys smiled. I have. I imagine it would be distracting, having others around, he said. You may, of course, keep your gun on me at all times. He slowly walked toward me, pulling his hands from his sleeves to show he was unarmed. Given the situation, I completely understand. Rooms in this tavern, I take it? I asked flatly. Varys nodded, his smile changing very slightly. Quite. Mira? Keep an eye on Ramsay, she, and Arya, I said calmly. Mira worried her lower lip, but managed a nod. Yes, Theon. And? Relax, I said. If he wanted me dead, he wouldn't be here himself. Mira looked like she very much doubted that. Varys continued to smile, but he put his hands in his sleeves again. I wasn't sure about the significance of that action. Maybe he thought I trusted him a little more? I didn't know. Take care of them, I said, a bit more firmly. The Crannog woman frowned, but nodded. She moved past Varys, keeping her gun on him in the tight space. She kneeled down, checking the pulses of the two young women. They're alive. Drugged, I think, she said. Varys nodded. Mild sleeping potion. It allowed them to be smuggled out of the castle, Varys said calmly. I very slowly nodded, and gestured with my head towards the door. Lead on, I said flatly. Varys continued to smile, moving softly out the door into the main room. I followed, keeping my gun on him at all times and scanning around. Ramsay had been dosed with morphine, given his blank expression. I didn't imagine he'd be very happy if he could comprehend what was going on. Lord Bolton, Varys greeted politely, opening the door and walking out. Ramsay waved back. Theon. That lady? She's really, really fat. Yes, she is, I said. Rest up, buddy. You'll be flaying again in no time. I checked outside the door quickly, just Varys out there. He resumed walking, and I followed at a distance. It wasn't a long trek, just to the door 4 down from ours. I shut the door behind me securely, and heard Mira lock it. I moved on, gun still on Varys, the loud noise of the crowd below drowning anything else out. He gestured to the door. I reached out, and slowly opened it. I kept my gun on the eunuch, and scanned the room. Just a bed, a table, 2 chairs. And a chess set on the table. Nobody else I could see. It didn't mean there weren't people there, of course. There were dozens of ways Varys could kill me, even while I was here. And in our weakened state, not much Mira or Ramsay could do to prevent it. All I had on me was a pack of thermite, 1 last flare, my gun, and a few odds and ends that inevitably ended up in my pockets. Logically though, handing over Arya just to kill us all off didn't make much sense. Too risky a gamble. Or it should have been. After you, I stated flatly. Sit on the table, hands where I can see them. Of course, he said. Varys walked in, and slowly sat at the table with his back to me. He placed his hands on the table, serenely. I checked around one more time, before closing the door behind me. I slowly paced out the room, examining it from every angle. My gun ever on Varys, who watched me in some bemusement. I could assure you that I have no intention of harming you or your allies, Lord Greyjoy, Varys spoke, but you don't seem to trust me. There aren't many people I do, I admitted. Varys nodded. Yet here you are. And here I am, without a bullet in my head. For the moment, yes, I agreed. Varys chuckled a bit. Would it not be safe to agree that neither of us would gain anything from killing the other? He asked. I shrugged. Depends on the situation, I said. Or whether, in your case, to remain sought after despite changes in the situation is simple job security. Something we have both aspired to, I believe, Varys responded, not skipping a beat. Yes, but why someone wants that job is just as important, I retorted, feeling a little agitated. Okay, very agitated. For the good of the realm, of course, Varys said, in surprising sincerity. Isn't that your goal as well, Lord Greyjoy? Yes, I admitted. That can be highly subjective though. True, Varys said with a nod. Yet between the two of us, your motives can seem more, shall we say, suspect. Oh. I asked. How do you mean? Maybe Bronn would get back here to find us. Maybe Oberyn. Maybe someone else, a northern loyalist. They were in King's Landing, I knew this. Varys considered the chessboard before him. If I am to play this game, you must give me something to work with, my lord. You're the one who said my motives were suspect, I responded. Varys smiled back. Is there anyone who aren't? He asked. What do you want? I asked. Varys reached out and took hold of a pawn. He was on the white side of the board, after all. He moved it out, 2 spaces, before looking back at me. As I said. To play the game, Varys spoke. He gestured to the other chair. I do believe you can play with one hand. I slowly pulled the chair out, and equally slowly sat down, positioning myself to ensure a good view of Varys, the chessboard, and the door. There was a window, bolted shut, that I would have to examine regularly. Great, it was like driver's ed all over again. I considered the board. Varys had started solidly enough, king's pawn to e4. I matched him with my own pawn, to e5. He moved his right bishop's pawn to f4, completing the king's gambit opening. He continued playing defensively, focusing on control of the center. I stacked him up with my pawns and got my more powerful pieces out early, supporting them across the board. He captured a few, I captured a few. Overall though, it was tightly contested, neither of us were giving up enough power or space to allow for an easy checkmate. We'd hit 40 moves before he spoke again. Fascinating game. More considered in many ways than Sivas. The object is to capture, not destroy. What's the use of wanton destruction? I asked, moving my knight to check him. Check. He moved his queen to block. What is the point indeed, my lord, Varys agreed. Calculated destruction. Measured destruction. Far less complicated in the long run. He put a knight out as bait, trying to get me to sacrifice my queen. I responded by moving my queen to directly threaten his knight. He was forced to withdraw, briefly. Of course, even when being careful, such destruction occurs. Take this war, for example, Varys spoke, sacrificing a pawn to break up the chain of pawns I'd established in the center. I supported them with a rook, blunting his momentum. The destruction is focused, and yet immense. On all fronts. The army of the north is fighting in a way never before seen, with technology never before seen. Were it simply a matter of new weapons, well, the victories would be expected, but not overwhelming. Not as though the doctrine behind them was refined through experience. Someone's experience, anyway. Some things hold true no matter what changes about war, I responded, managing to get a knight behind his lines to take a rook. This is also true, my lord. And there is no doubt such wisdom can be found in all your works, Varys said with a nod. Yet the fact remains. The wisdom is not the kind one simply obtains from so short a life. So. What? I asked, responding to his bishop's attack on my pawns with a supported rook. What do you think I am then? At the moment? A competent chess player, Varys said. The game is yours, after all, but easily picked up. If one knows how to analyze it. You're very good yourself, I responded. Giving nothing away without it being hard fought. Varys smiled again. Quite, he agreed, you play in much the same way. I wasn't sure but it almost felt like a compliment. Which could be just as bad as an insult from the spider. Of course, a game like this, one has to know what their ending is before they begin, Varys said. There are, no doubt, guides to achieve that outcome. Yes, but plans like that don't survive contact with the actual gameplay, I responded, putting him in check again. Check. Varys considered. I could extend the game out to 6 more moves, perhaps 7. But in the end, it will be your victory. I nodded slowly. Sounds about right, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Varys placed a finger on his king, and tipped it over. It fell to the board with a quiet, wooden clack. He looked back up at me, hands now resting on the table. Lord Bronn and Lord Oberyn are coordinating with the city guard to work out recovery, and will not risk coming here directly while in the spotlight, Varys spoke. The news of the Red Keep's fire will no doubt have reached the king's army a few miles southwest from here by now. And the Seawolf would have to land a considerable force to fight their way through to you for support, owing to the chaos in the bay from the fire. I was silent. And you? I have a number of men around, Varys spoke. Simple insurance against anything going wrong. And what would your definition of that be, Lord Varys? I asked dryly. Concluding our pleasant conversation with anyone being hurt, killed, or captured, of course, Varys said. I did mean what I said about that. Explain your reasoning to me, like I was a simpleton, I replied flatly. I might have become a bit addled from all the smoke I had to breath in today. Varys sighed, his smile a bit annoyed. It made me feel good, to score that. Even when winning a chess game, he seemed to have the upper hand. The Lannisters have fled or surrendered. The North has gained strong allies. The Baratheons have been rendered impotent. The one man with the strongest claim to the Iron Throne, by simple mathematics, is someone who does not wish to sit atop it. The man who gave him that ability, to crush the greatest armies of Westeros with ease using technology no one could have dreamed of, is sitting across from me. He has had several opportunities to kill me, and has a clever enough mind. He probably has devised several ways of doing it that give him and his friends a better than 30% chance of survival. That high? I asked dryly. Better than my usual plans. He has begun a revolution that could have easily been used to crush all of Westeros, and achieved things that could have gotten him the hand of Sansa Stark to secure his place as king in the north, Varys continued. His iron-born upbringing would certainly suggest such a desire for conquest. Yet he remains an advisor. He has no lands of his own. He pushed for the small folk to be educated, medicine to be improved, society to be uplifted as a whole. He is wealthy, yet does not flaunt it. He is all about his work, to the point it took the Princess of Dorne and his assistant to push him to lose his virginity. I tried hard not to blush, but damn it. His intel was good, very good. Yet at the same time, Varys said, his frantic work since he was a child to push the North into this suggests several possibilities. Either he was blessed by the gods with divine revelation for some as yet unknown purpose. Or he is a fraud, smart enough to pass off a secret source of learning as his own ideas. I have pointed out a lot of my sources as being ancient Valyrians, I pointed out. Varys' smile became a bit sweeter. Which would fool many. Has fooled many. Has not fooled everyone, he said. You are a capable storyteller, Lord Theon. I grant you that. This, however, does not add up. Now, I have the chance to simply ask you. You have the chance to answer. And if I answer incorrectly? I asked. A man of your nature is cynical enough to realize it would be better to keep you alive to get the true answer, Varys replied. And knows he will require me to secure the kingdom after all this. King Robb is not the kind of man to simply leave ruins in his wake, he has Lord Ned's sense of honor. Annoying, that, I muttered. I shook my head. I worried my lower lip, and considered the board game. I wasn't keen to just blurt out. You know. The actual truth. It'd be too outlandish for anyone to believe, and I didn't even know if it was the truth. Let us begin with a hypothetical scenario, I began. The brain is an organ for processing information. It does this, and far more, through electrochemical reactions. Ones I have measured, ones I have defined chemically. Agreed. Agreed, Varys said. I took hold of the knight, turning it in my hands a bit nervously. These electrochemical reactions can be monitored, like any electrical current, I continued, and that information can be recorded by pen and paper. Perhaps, in the future, such information could be directly recorded on some kind of medium, like a record player. Varys nodded. Now, accounting for all that, is it therefore possible to learn how to send that information back into a brain it was recorded from? I asked. Perhaps in a way for the brain to interpret. I suppose, assuming the first assumption correct, all this could be achieved, Varys said. Such a machine is well beyond anyone's capabilities, my lord. Even, perhaps, yours. It is, I said with a nod. I could work for centuries and still not get it. But what if a civilization were that advanced? What if it recorded the mind, memories, and knowledge of an individual or multiple individuals in this way? In a machine that could not just record and store this information, but also transmit it to another mind. Varys arched an elegant eyebrow. Such a machine seems almost miraculous, my lord. Almost like magic. Only to people who didn't understand it, I said earnestly. For years, people said black powder was some kind of magic, no matter how many times I tried to disabuse them of that notion. When you understand the science behind it, why things do the things they do, it's something anyone can pull off. I leaned back in my chair, just a bit. Magic is beseeching something else to fix the stakes for you. Science is understanding the world and putting in the effort to do the work yourself. Hypothetically then, such a machine may have been crafted by a civilization far more ancient than any known to us, Varys said with a slow nod, and hypothetically. You may have been exposed to it as a child. Yes. Hypothetically, I said with a shrug. Varys considered it. Such a hypothesis would explain a great many things. Yet the frantic motivation eludes me. Well, I began, if something had destroyed a civilization so powerful, would it not be in your best interests to ensure it didn't happen to your own? If you had the power to do so. Varys was silent, considering. He observed me carefully. Of course, I said, this is pure speculation. Just a theory that could fit the facts as they exist. Of course, my lord, Varys said with a nod. And it does rather distract from the current situation, as fascinating as such speculations are. Bottom line though, I said, Joffrey Waters is going down. King's Landing is in ruins, and the Seven Kingdoms as we know it are going to change forever. So, once again, what do you want? Merely the chance to serve the realm as it needs to be, Varys replied. And I can be a great deal of aid in that regard, my lord. And on a personal note, I do believe I can aid you in recovering Princess Sansa as I did in giving you Princess Arya. He folded his hands in front of him. Since at the moment, you have very few options. I sighed. Should I just consider this a job interview then? If you like, Varys said with another strange smile. Then welcome aboard, I managed, extending my hand to his. He took it, shaking mine. A pleasure to be here, Varys replied, almost happily. I managed a smile back, while hoping beyond hope that this would not be a mistake. Drakensis _ the Boomskids song. There are some who are born distinguished. There are some who are raised in praise. But me, I was always the last in line. A blot in my father's gaze. No salt wives taken from a foreign place. No trophies boasted at the iron price. But this game we all play is won in wily ways. And wise is one who thinks twice. Cruel tricks of romance. Degraded by their spite. You snub your spawn too many times. You just might feel his bite. Beware, beware of the words I twist. I am young but my reach is long. And the wolves raised up against the winter's mist are howling out the boomsquid's song. They're howling out the boomsquid's song. The land is a blooming orchard. With fruits so juicy and ripe. With the twist of a match and a flicker of flame. Play a tune on the boomsquid's pipe. To the Lord of the North I made a promise. To devise new marvels each and every day. Cut through Sauron shit with a brazen wit. Finding diamonds in a sea of clay. I'm no knight of honor. My craft is my true king. And somewhere deep within me, the bells of vengeance ring. Beware, beware of the words I twist. I am young but my reach is long. And the wolves raised up against the winter's mist are howling out the boomsquid's song. They're howling out the boomsquid's song. Howling out the boomsquid's song. LXIX, The Wolf in the Night, Part 2. AC 300, The Crownlands. Robb. Robb had grown up on tales of the first men, how they could feel the forest and the earth through their blood. How the wind spoke through the rustling of the trees and the howls against rock and stone. In time, he'd learned that all of it had something to it in real practice, to scent prey on the wind, to read the broken branches and prints in mud. His siblings had, in their own ways, loved the woods. Sansa loved to collect the flowers that bloomed and to sing with the birds in the branches. Bran and Arya loved to chase after squirrels and deer. Jon moved through them like a beast of the wood himself, and even Theon could be found wandering it on his rare breaks, pointing out the names of the plants and animals. To Robb though, the woods were as much home as Winterfell. As comforting as a blanket from his mother, or a hug from his wife. Your Grace. A woman called, and Robb couldn't help his smile. Through his glasses, he spied the source, Maya Stone, leading a few Vale and Northmen on the road through this wood. She was looking around, occasionally stopping to scan with her binoculars. When she got right up to the tree he was hiding by, she sighed and brushed off her armor. She was clearly frustrated, it was pleasing in a wolf way to Robb. He pulled out a rock and tossed it over their heads, hitting a rock. The Valaman all spun on their heels, guns raised and pointed at the sound. The Northmen split up, taking defensive positions around a shocked-looking Maya. Robb nodded approvingly, before he pulled out a clicker. He clicked it once, and one of his soldiers pulled a similar device and clicked it back twice. Everyone relaxed, especially Maya, as Robb came into view. Not bad, men, and lady, he complimented, but your response time needs a bit of work. Your Grace, the soldiers all replied, saluting in respect. Maya scowled. Your Grace. With all due respect, you shouldn't be trampling around like that all alone. You could have been shot. Daisy Mormont and a few other Cranagmen emerged from various hiding places around the road. The Vale men were looking uncomfortable, but the Northmen just shrugged in their grey coats. I wasn't, he said. You could have. She protested. Don't bother, Lady Maya, Daisy said, sounding far too exasperated for Robb's liking. The king's heard all this before. Along with don't run off, you're a king, not a common soldier. You'll get the same answer. Men and women do not follow a king unwilling to lead, Robb stated, smirking a bit. Daisy sighed. Yes, Your Grace. What brings you out here then, Lady Maya? Robb asked, nodding to his troops as they filtered out into the trees. Changing the guard on a picket line doesn't seem the type of work for you. Neither does this seem the kind of work for you, Your Grace, Maya replied. She then flushed, and looked aside. My apologies. No, it's all right, Rob said, holding a hand up. I'm not about to punish people for pointing out the obvious. Rob turned to the Cranagman, and made gestures. Most of them melted away into the trees, leaving only a few, and Daisy, still visible. Maya watched, clearly impressed. It was to talk to you regarding some sensitive matters, Maya said. Rob nodded, and headed for the trees. Very well. Keep up on our patrol, he said. Maya frowned, but with a determined expression followed after Rob. They trooped through the woods, leaving the regular troops behind. It seemed an eternity before they came to a rock outcropping. Rob climbed up it, and Maya followed not quite as stealthily as him, but forgivable. She got down on her stomach and crawled up next to him, as he began scanning around with his binoculars. It was unlikely that they'd run across any enemy forces, Joffrey's army ahead of them, maneuvering around the Crownlands, probably heading for Antlers. They could close the noose around Joffrey just fine. Besides, being in meetings with lords, Bravasian representatives and all manner of other people over the past weeks had gotten old fast. Rob needed the forest, he needed to be out here. To be a wolf again. Your Grace, wouldn't it be better to do this back at camp? Maya asked. That's what I was going to ask you, Rob replied glibly. What's on your mind? The Vale woman frowned, but steeled herself. In regards to the Stormlands. After the war. Rob was silent, scanning through the green. It was slightly overcast, so the shadows played more havoc than usual. The Cranagmen were almost all invisible, but he knew they were all fanning out around the rock. Maya took a deep breath. I've spoken with several of my bannermen. They feel I would be suitable as the Lady Paramount of the Stormlands, given the alternatives, she said. After all, we are at your side, fighting with you. After a long time of neutrality, Rob stated. Maya grimaced, and Rob felt a slight sting of regret at his quick words. That was not my fault, Maya said earnestly. No, Rob agreed. Loyalty to one's paramount is usually a good thing. Usually. And as all of Cersei's children are bastards. Renly is dead. And Stannis is an enemy of us all, logically it falls to me to take up the role, Maya said. One of Robert's true blood. A daughter who seeks justice for him, for what that bitch did to him. In terms of blood, no one would dispute that, Rob agreed. He frowned as he caught something just out of his eye's reach, a flash of grey. One of his troops? Yet in terms of ability, there is much to question. Maya scowled. It is my birthright, Your Grace. What more can a daughter do, when her father's legacy has been so badly wronged? Tell me, Rob said quietly, if the Storm Lords refuse to heed you, what will your response be? I had hoped you would assist me, Maya said. Assist me in achieving justice. Force of arms to secure your throne, you mean, Rob said. Maya scowled. Is that not what you have done, Your Grace? Rob grimaced. She did have a bit of a point. However, our goals were freedom from the Iron Throne, and to avenge my father, Rob stated. When we have Joffrey and defeat his army, our goals are achieved. And the rest of the realm can rot. Maya asked angrily. Your Grace. I didn't say that, Rob said quickly. But frankly, this is something you need to work out for yourselves. If we intervene, I'll just be replacing the Iron Throne with something worse. How is order a bad thing? Maya demanded. How is leaving the kingdoms in chaos a good thing? You're king, aren't you? You could take the Iron Throne, right the wrongs. That throne has brought nothing but ruin and destruction to everyone who ever took it, Rob growled. And I will not be the next person to fall for it. And is leaving us to fall into chaos any better? Maya demanded. Rob grimaced. And found he had no answer. He stopped, as the sensation of fur and paws on the earth filled him. He could see, smell the world in so many different ways. A tall stone, my human is sitting on it with a female. Not his mate. Your Grace. Maya whispered. Rob's eyes narrowed. He looked through his binoculars. And yellow eyes stared back at him. He sucked in a breath. Grey wind, he whispered. He slid down the rock face, landing on the ground on all fours in a falling crouch. Just like when they'd run around Winterfell, climbing and jumping like squirrels in the trees. He moved carefully, getting in close. His wolf stood there in the open, staring at him. He stood up, walking through the ferns and grasses. A Cranagman, Jonas Cray, rose up from his camouflaged position in confusion, holding his rifle. Your Grace. He murmured, as Maya tromped after him. He could sense the others around him, as though seeing through Grey Wind's eyes and nose. He could detect no threat, no danger. Cover me. Grey Wind and I have some business, he said, kneeling down to stroke the top of his dire wolf's head. The wolf nuzzled him back gently, and Rob felt a real smile come over his face. Your Grace, Jonas nodded. The Cranagman faded away, as Maya frowned. Your Grace, we're not finished. Yes we are, he said. Greywind turned and loped off, and Rob took after him. They ran through the forest, bounding from trunk to rise, over and through gully after gully. He felt the wind through his fur and his hair, and the ground under paw and boot. It all felt right. It all felt wonderfully familiar, and Rob realized he'd missed his companion. Yet he had the feeling Greywind wasn't taking him on a run just for fun. There was a sense of urgency in his running. The smell of smoke hit him then, and burning meat. He grimaced as the trees thinned, small huts and houses coming into view. Greywind stopped at the edge of the clearing the village sat in, and looked up at Rob as he caught up. Rob looked around the village, his nose filled with death. Small fires burned around the formerly inhabited village, smoke rising into the sky. Greywind loped through, and Rob followed. Your Grace! Called Maya Stone. Your Grace, wait! She was persistent, he'd give her that. And noisy. Yet Greywind didn't seem to care, still loping on. They rounded a corner, to the center of the village. And Rob stopped short in horror. Wah! Maya Stone skidded to a halt herself, covering her mouth. By the 7. In the center of the village, a bare tree stood. And in all of its branches were bodies. Men, women, children. Nailed to the wood and hanging in grotesque positions. In front of the tree were more bodies, men and women tied to posts, their hands bound behind their backs, blood still oozing from round holes in their heads. Heads decorated pikes, their tongues swollen out of their mouths. Rob walked around, bending down on one knee. He examined the bodies, his fists clenched. He could sense the other Cranagman going through, scanning around. He saw Daisy Mormont, her face white with horror and rage. What? Who did this? Maya whispered. Why? Rob saw a few shells on the ground. He recognized the make immediately. Blizzard. His fist clenched. Greywind growled, and Rob looked his way. The wolf stood outside a larger hut that was still smoldering. Rob sprinted over, and went in with his rifle out. He scanned in the interior. And held back a shudder. Maya looked in with her. And turned aside to throw up. He couldn't blame her. The state of the women in the hut was monstrous. He heard a whimper. A wolf's. He knelt down and pulled up a rug, revealing floorboards. Under the hut laid another dire wolf, a massive and familiar one, with bandages on her paws. A little girl was wrapped tightly around her, a dead stare in her eyes as she looked up blankly. Nye Maria, Rob whispered. Get the medics, get the medics. It was nightfall before Rob returned to the First Army's camp. General Riswell, Daisy Mormont and his other commanders met him in his tent, looking over pictures taken of the village. Looks like it was an advanced raiding party. Hit them a few days ago, at most, Captain Flint grimly reported. Our scouts report more villages in the area. Similarly destroyed. Survivors? Rob asked softly. Flint frowned. A few dozen. Population records in this area are sketchy, but the casualty numbers are. Rob very slowly nodded. I see, he said. General Riswell took a deep breath. We've done what we could for the refugees. Tried to spread the word to other villages. Many didn't believe us, but we're hoping the photographs will help. We're going to have to do a lot more than that, Rob growled. Riswell nodded. Your Grace. We've got shorthand on the story and no. Much more than that, Rob stated. He slowly rose. General Riswell. How many of your men are good writers? About 350, he said. Rob nodded. Then I'll take them with my cavalry. We're going after Joffrey. Your Grace, I must protest. Daisy Mormont said angrily. Herring after that bastard is something we'd all like to do, but you can't just leave the army for revenge. I'm not, Rob said. I'm being perfectly rational. Perfectly focused. I don't see how, Your Grace, Riswell replied. Because I'm going to advertise just where I'm going, and invite Joffrey to come after me, Rob stated. Your Grace, we have a plan. Your own plan, said Daisy. A plan that's working. A plan that will take how much longer to fulfill? Weeks? Months? Rob demanded. He took a deep breath. We will not allow Joffrey to do this. No more. No more of this. He took a deep breath. He's a child. Raised on stories of his father doing mighty deeds. Defeating Rhaegar in single combat, what better bait for him than the chance to do that to me? You want to use yourself as bait? Riswell asked. Rob nodded. Yes. Yes I do. We pull him in. Send him a challenge to a duel, ride off for glory. And when he comes, Rob growled, his eyes flashing yellow, we swing around and crush him into dust. Such trickery. Such abuse of the code of dueling might be seen as truly treasonous. Rob, the blackfish spoke, having been silent all this time. Rob glared. It wasn't the work of eunuch soldiers in that village. It was knights. Men who swore an oath. Protect the weak. Defend the innocent. An oath the king of Westeros is supposed to take and adhere to. He looked around at his ladies and lords, and what good is that oath? Have those men been punished by their lord for their crimes? No. They ride even now, to destroy still more lives. Rob shook his head. Lives that will never be avenged, that cry out for justice even now. No. I will not let this continue. I will pull him in. And destroy him. He took a deep breath. Such a mission will be dangerous. So make it clear to your men, it is voluntary. Great Jan Umber slammed his fist into the table. Your Grace. You'll have more volunteers than you know what to do with. Just enough to pull this off, Lord Umber, Rob said kindly. Spread the word. Dismissed. His ladies and lords filed out. Grey Wind remained behind, and Rob sighed as he scratched behind his ears. He sat down in a chair, as his wolf stayed by him. Grey Wind. This may be the dumbest thing I've ever done, Rob admitted. But this has to end. One way, or another. The look in the eyes of that little girl. They screamed at him. He didn't think they'd stop. Not until Joffrey was dead. Grey Wind seemed to nod, and trotted out the tent. Rob, frowning, followed him. They passed through the camp, men saluting or bowing as he went by. They made it to the hospital tent city, where a crowd had formed. What's going on? Rob called. A nurse turned, and bowed. Your Grace, well. She gestured to the back of the tents. Rob followed, Grey Wind granting him a wide berth from the crowd. He paused and stared. In the woods, staring back, were hundreds of yellow glowing eyes. Wolves. Hundreds of them. Rob looked to Grey Wind. Yours. Grey Wind gestured to the medical tent, where Nymeria was held. Rob looked back at the wolves. And smiled. Will they fight with us? Rob asked. Grey Wind howled. And the rest of the wolves howled right back, filling the night. Rob very slowly nodded. He turned to the crowd, confused gazes from soldiers, nurses, and camp followers. Don't be afraid, Rob called out. After all, what do wolves have to fear? From other wolves. Howls filled the night behind him, and Rob smiled as there were cheers from his troops. I'm getting Arya the biggest present for this when I see her again, he thought. Wolf Song. A little thing I thought up after reading this chapter. The winter is coming. The wolves are as well. Both screaming and howling. To send our enemies to hell. A lion born of sin. Came to our lands to bring war. A cub with a mind so dim. Mistaking his cry for a roar. The winter is here, my friend. The wolves are as well. Both for justice and vengeance. For all our blood that fell. Lions always pay, they say. Then we are here to collect. A debt of blood you made. One you will deeply regret. LXX, Half Man's Project. AC 300, Maidenpool, the Crownlands. Tyrion. Tyrion had made it a policy to avoid dungeons wherever possible. Being a Lannister usually made that easy. Of course, when it came to Starks, all the traditional rules of existence that had been impressed on him from childhood by his father and retainers were usually thrown out the window. Or thrown into a sky cell. Or blown up. He and Jaime had both gotten this lesson once. Tyrion hadn't needed to learn it again. However, he had to admit to himself that his brother had always been the slower learner of the two of them. Not that he would admit that to the northern trooper leading him down to the cells of the castle. Well, not trooper, one of their marshals, tasked with maintaining law and order by rules that even the Starks themselves had to follow. How long have you had this job, Marshal? Livingston, was it? Tyrion asked. The younger man beamed with pride. 2 months, my lord. First in the family. Tyrion nodded. Very good. What did your family do before? Turnip farming, Livingston said. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Quite a last name for turnip farmers. Well, when the post office set up, everybody had to pick a name, Livingston said, and Pa heard Livingston as a choice so he snapped it right up. Sounded lordly, he said. Sides, some of the other names for suggestion were less dignified. So it was first come, first serve? Tyrion asked, his vague attempt at small talk turning into a very strange insight into the smaller communities of the north. Livingston nodded. Oh yes. There was Duckson, and Rathson, and Cooper, and Dorcless. Queen. Would be a bit confusing, I imagine. Of course, Tyrion said with a grimace. You say you passed your martial exams? Yes, m'lord. Still gotta do some training, but given the war, they assigned me to keep the peace among the troops, Livingston said proudly. What an honor. Yes, Tyrion said with a nod, as they entered the dungeon proper. Quite. I can't imagine what they'd be doing without you. Yes, m'lord, Livingston said cheerfully. Anyway, here's your brother. He gestured to the cell, which held a rather bruised and red-faced Jaime. Tyrion looked at his disheveled brother, and sighed deeply. I will speak to him in private, Tyrion said. That is guaranteed under your code of justice. The marshal nodded. Absolutely, m'lord, absolutely. Well. Tyrion held his hands apart. The marshal blinked, and then nodded as his mouth formed an O of understanding. He unlocked the cell, allowing Tyrion to shuffle in. He closed and locked the door behind him, waved, and cheerfully walked away. Tyrion watched him go, and sighed. Well. Even a place like the North has its shallow ends of talent to draw from, Tyrion observed. Jaime was silent, staring down at the floor. Tyrion sighed, crossing his arms. You know, I've read that certain men, after being released from prison, simply cannot adjust to a life outside of bondage, Tyrion spoke. They thus seek to be imprisoned, again and again. Now, I wouldn't want to presume anything, but given how things have been going. Shut up, Jaime snarled, straining against the steel holding him. I didn't do this to be mocked by you. Well, you're getting mocked, so as the Greyjoy says, deal with it, Tyrion replied. Jaime looked up and glared. Tyrion sighed again, and sat down. I know why you did this, Tyrion said. And I can assure you. Cersei is not dead. Did the Greyjoy tell you that, too? Jaime sneered. Tyrion raised his eyebrows. Actually, he did, he said, pulling out papers from his coat. As did Bronn and Varys and even Oberyn. He held the letters out for Jaime, who slowly read the words inscribed on the paper. None of them has a motive to lie, indeed, it would make more sense for them to declare that our sister is dead. But more than that, I know because I know her. And I know how she got out. Jaime looked up at Tyrion, eyes widening. Then you know. Where she went. Tyrion worried his lower lip. I have a fair idea. Yunkai is my guess, that's where we got most of our foreign volunteers. It's also where I set up a contingency escape route. Trade some secrets of the North we'd managed to grope out of shit for safety. Tyrion chuckled. Just imagine her, in the glorious sun, badgering her slave army to conquer. She might finally be happy, she gets to be like you. Or how she thinks you are. Jaime's shoulders slumped. Tyrion shook his head. Even with that said. Even though I know why you tried to do it. I've made things difficult for you, Jaime laughed. Yes. I figured it would. Tyrion folded his arms. Jaime sighed. His younger brother raised his eyebrows, and shrugged as he tried to stay comfortable on the hay-covered floor. No more difficult than usual, Tyrion said. I am, after all, Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. Allied to the North, and nominally part of their commonwealth. You'd be surprised how many things you can get away with under those conditions. So that's really it then? Jaime asked quietly. You're just with the North. Part of their banner. You know me better, Tyrion admonished. We're allies. It doesn't mean slaves. And considering how things might have gone? We're in the best possible position. They don't want to drain us dry of gold as reparation, they don't want us all exterminated. It's rather enlightened. Or foolish, perhaps. Tyrion shrugged. I suppose when you have such power, you can afford to be gracious. He rubbed his chin, thinking a bit, before he spoke again. More than that though. It's a puzzle. A mystery. An entire generation of Northerners have grown up with wonders of science, culture, and technology that we can scarcely imagine. Turnip farmers' sons have been raised up to positions of authority. It's madness, it's revolution. It speaks to something bigger happening, Jaime. And I have the chance to shape this new era. The chance to change the course of history. Tyrion shook his head. And the chance to save you from death. How could I possibly turn it down? And I thank you for that, Jaime said slowly, but even after everything he did. Everything we did. He looked at the ceiling. For it all to just come crashing down. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know where to go from here. Well, Tyrion began, you could start with what you've always been, to me. A good brother. It's not a bad place to start. Given everything. Jaime laughed humorlessly. I see. Tyrion shrugged. And I'd rather you at my side in a den of wolves than anyone else. So please. Stop doing such stupid things. It'd be hard to see how my reputation might sink lower, Jamie sighed. Tyrion hummed. By the way. What exactly happened? Apparently you tried to hold up a coach crew but they got the drop on you. Jamie made a pained face, which let Tyrion know that this was going to be good. He waited for the driver. She was easy to pick out at the coach station, a pretty but tall woman in the new dress and coat combination many northern women had taken to wearing, with a broad-brimmed hat, tough boots and gloves. She even had a sash around her waist, bright yellow. She walked up to her coach, which was nestled in a far part of the lot near the fence. Perfect place to ambush her. The moment her back was turned, fiddling with something on the side of the coach, he vaulted the fence, got up behind her and seized her. One hand around her mouth, the other holding a knife he held at her throat. I won't hurt you, if you cooperate, he hissed. Nod once if you agree. The woman, shivering a bit, managed a nod. Jamie leaned forward, as she fiddled nervously with her handbag. Now. You're going to take me to King's Landing. If anyone asks, I'm your assistant on the trip to Antlers. You do as I say, I won't hurt. She lifted a small bottle with some kind of button on the top, and squeezed it in his face. Red-hot pain and itching blasted from it, filling his eyes, mouth and nostrils. Jamie screamed as he fell back, trying to rub the concoction from his face. Bastard. Cunt. Rapist. Help. She screamed. And no. Irg. Jamie tried to explain he wasn't a rapist and only needed a hostage to get to a coach, but he was interrupted when her steel-toed boot met his balls. And then his face met the ground, as the woman continued to scream and kick him. Tyrion was silent. Jamie looked up at him, blearily. Please. Please, for the love of all the gods. Don't laugh. That's the hardest thing you have ever asked me to do, Tyrion admitted. But I'll manage. LXXI, The Wings of Winter, Part 1. AC 300, Over the Trident, the Riverlands. Eddard Karstark. He would be remembered in the same breath as Theon the Genius. This, Eddard Karstark had sworn, when he'd seen a bird take to the air. When he'd met Theon Greyjoy. The young man hadn't seemed like some all-knowing master, calm and wise. He actually laughed, smiled, enjoyed going out to hunt. Yet he talked. So much. And as he talked, he had learned. His brothers had been bored with Theon's speech, unable to understand. Yet to know what the air was made up, what the earth beneath their feet was made of. It had been amazing. But the moment it had all changed was as they rested in the shade, and a bird took flight from the tree they sat under. Eddard had watched, and wondered aloud. How does it fly? And Theon Greyjoy had told him. And from then on, studying how things moved through the air. Yes. That was his main goal. His father had been indulgent, to a point. The fact that firearms and explosives were making them rich and prosperous under Eddard's leadership was a huge boon in his favor. Enough to let him experiment, with plans the Greyjoy had created for engines that ran off the products of the Bolton Towers, gasoline, he thought. With the balloons that House Umber soon spread all across the north. With wings of wood and canvas. The rocket Faust, though unrelated to his dreams, had been a big help. First, because observing it had allowed him to better understand the shapes that flew through the air best. And second, because they had made the Karstark name synonymous with deadly, powerful weapons. Weapons everyone in the north, the Riverlands, and now the Reach wanted. It was that surge in income that had let Eddard put a few lower-level relatives and managers in charge so he could do this. The land spread out under him. The wind in his face. The roar of the engines. Which sputtered. Eddard's eyebrow twitched behind his goggles. He yanked on the starter lever, and the engine just sputtered. He sighed. Check the damn engine again. He shouted to Brenna, his gear wife. The small, sprightly woman was covered head to toe in leather and canvas clothing, with her own goggles. She turned to the engine and checked over the engine assembly, a hissing, grinding, growling conglomeration of steel and iron. It was held in the lattice-like framework of ironwood that held the skiff to the bottom of the bullet-shaped gas bag. On either side of the skiff-like platform, large canvas wings stretched out to keep them aloft. And at the back of the engine was a propeller. A propeller that was supposed to be spinning. The valve jammed again. Brenna shouted. Eddard groaned. Well fucking fix it. He bellowed. I can't while we're airborne. She shouted back. We had to stop the last 5 times for this. Eddard roared, pulling the control yoke for the wings and the rudder. He was able to guide the airship a bit better, thanks to the wind being at their backs. And then it was coming from the side and they were wandering off, the marshy lands of the Trident area becoming more prominent on the horizon. Do you want to crash and die then? Shouted Brenna. You've done it enough, you can do it while we're in the air. Eddard yelled. He could imagine Brenna was rolling her eyes at him. So what if she was right? A lot of the time? This was his dream, he was her boss, she could make it possible. She had to. It had been the same. Over and over. His beautiful magnificent airships, plagued with problems their first time out. Broken steering ropes. Gas bag leaks. Engine problems of every description. Shooting oneself with a mini bolter. They'd started this journey with 9. Now they were down to 5. Eddard Karstark shut his eyes tightly and sighed. But it would be worth it. It would be. Eddard Karstark would deliver mastery of the air to King Rob. For the first time since dragons flew, man would command the skies. It would be the North with science, rather than some barbarian foreigners with flying lizards. It would be Eddard Karstark, the Air Stark. All he had to do was make it. All they had to do was make it. Brenna patted his shoulder. He looked back, and twitched again. The nearest airship to them was leaving a long trail of smoke. My lord, I think that's... Brenna began, but Eddard waved his arm. Ironson. I know. He shouted back in resignation. He sighed, long and hard. Signal him to land somewhere safe. The airship went down, fast. Fortunately, into the waters of the Red Fork and not the hard ground. They skidded to a halt on the shore. As the wind pushed the balloon over, he could see the crew tumbling onto the shore, far below. They made it. Brenna shouted, clearly trying to cheer him up. Eddard very slowly nodded. All they had to do was make it. All they had to do was make it. It would all be worth it. It would all be worth it. AC 300, Bravus. Keyholder Maha Eris was moving with uncommon haste. He had been summoned not an hour past for a most unconventional meeting by a representative of the Sea Lord. Jowls shining with sweat in the heat, the keyholder finally reached the room where the meeting was scheduled. He took a moment to compose himself before pushing open the door and sweeping in, letting his eyes flitter across the occupants of the room as he did so. A scribe in the corner, as was typical for these meetings. Past him, taking up the space behind the ornate desk dominating the room was the Sea Lord's representative Akoro Neferis. Tall, thin, and with a no-nonsense attitude. He was, Maha Eris remembered, liable to pass information along to the Iron Bank when it benefited Bravus as a whole. He would have to be prodded after the meeting for further details on the other man in the room. Sitting across from the representative was a man with an understated air of menace. He was scratching at his eye patch with one hand while idly tapping the fingers of the other onto the desk. His remaining blue eye innocently roamed the room, briefly meeting Maharis' gaze before moving on past him. The keyholder wasn't fooled, having heard of this man and his reputation. The Kraken had to be watched carefully. Greetings. Honored representative, Akoro Neferis. And, Maha Eris swallowed his distaste. Honored guest, Lord Greyjoy. He inclined his head towards each of the men in turn. Greyjoy gave him a thin smile back, while Neferis simply nodded. Maharis' eyebrows rose as Neferis raised a hand to dismiss the scribe. The man sighed as Neferis used the same hand to indicate the paper the scribe was using as a conversation record, and Maha Eris took the recently vacated seat, pulling the paper towards himself. Now Lord Greyjoy. Began Neferis as you requested. A representative of the Sea Lord and a representative of the Iron Bank, here to meet you. You mentioned a deal you would like to make. The blue-lipped man nodded once, reached into his thick leather coat and brought out a sheaf of papers. I have here a series of schematics. An annoying smile was now on Greyjoy's face. Far too smug, thought Maha Eris. These schematics detail processes and techniques to turn a conventional shipyard into one capable of producing large, steel-hulled ships and all of their attendant structures, including weapons and navigational aids. Neferis had gone completely still, but Maha Eris knew that inside he was feeling the same shock and greed that would be present on Maharis' own face. This would put Bravus astronomically above their rivals. It could make them the dominant sea power again, after the damnable and rapid advancements of the North. And does the North know that you have these schematics? Asked Neferis cautiously. Would they be looking, for example at a rival state, to see who had stolen such precious documents? At this Greyjoy's smile only grew. These are but copies. Though the North has these capabilities as well, a rival state with a stronger shipbuilding tradition might make up the severely lessened technological gap with greater personal skill. Maha Eris licked his lips nervously, sweat dripping down his face. And your price for these copies? The squid's smile was looking like a leer now. He knew he had the Bravasi over a barrel. Simply the use of the famed arsenal of Bravus to refit my ship and install some cannon. I'll even direct my own crew to do the construction work. Oh, and I'll need a lifetime's supply of free ammunition for these cannon. No use in having the things if I don't have anything to fire out of them, after all. Maha Eris was astonished. So little, for such a great treasure. He looked to Neferis, who nodded subtly. Maha Eris quickly wrote up the contract and slid it across the table to the Greyjoy, who signed it with relish. After receiving another signature from Neferis, Maha Eris let go of the breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Signed and witnessed by the Iron Bank. This contract is now inviolable. Maha Eris intoned softly. The pair of Bravasi watched silently as the Kraken Lord strolled out of the door, hands in pockets and whistling softly with the schematics left on the table behind him. Neferis followed after the man, pushing the schematics into the hands of a servant waiting outside the doors. Get these to the desk of the Sea Lord, now. Don't dawdle, and know that they are worth more than your life. As the scribe took off running, Neferis retook his seat with an audible huff. Gods be good! Neferis exclaimed. I didn't expect that when the Greyjoy called this meeting. Maha Eris remembered the priorities he had when entering this room, that had been swept aside with Greyjoy's promises. Yes. Maha Eris said carefully. The man certainly is crafty, for a Westerosi. Mayhaps he has some of the brilliance his nephew had shown. Neferis snorted at that. Indeed, it seems this wasn't the only reason for his visit to our fair city. Some of our agents spotted him on the islands of some of the priesthoods. Or rather, one priesthood in particular. At this Neferis looked shifty for a few seconds, before appearing to come to a decision. The Sea Lord's agents have indeed spotted the Crow's Eye entering and leaving the House of Black and White. Maha Eris nodded to himself. The question remains, did he contract that venerable brotherhood for their services? Unfortunately, we simply don't know. It's true that he had another document when he entered the house, which left his possession before he exited. Some sort of hidden gun on a spring, easily hidden and easily deployable. The perfect weapon for an order of assassins. Indeed. Stated Maha Eris. But one wonders if that was enough of a sacrifice. He also had a box. Small and heavy. We don't know what was in it, but Greyjoy had hidden it from prying eyes until he entered the temple, and also left it inside. However, we don't know if he made a contract. Neferis looked frustrated. As you said, the man is crafty. He didn't need to let our agents see the box or documents, or the lack of such when he left the temple. Whether he did or did not make a contract is something we can't answer, let alone who the contract was made out on. It occurs to me, Maha Eris said, that there is one whom the Greyjoy is connected to that he might uniquely want to silence, in order to prevent his home's closest neighbor from becoming any more powerful. Gods, I hope not. Neferis said gloomily. If the Sea Lord got wind of a contract on the boom squid, we'd have to intervene. He provides too many useful inventions to be killed before the well of his mind runs dry, if it ever does. Especially with Bravu's new acquisitions. Maha Eris filed that carefully away, in particular the last statement. The Iron Bank would benefit from this knowledge. He considered pressing his luck further. Well, it wouldn't hurt, and Neferis seemed especially talkative today. Speaking of foreigners of interest to the Sea Lord, I've heard that Daenerys Targaryen has orchestrated a coup of the city of Astapor. Neferis' eyes lit up. Maha Eris knew the man was a student of history. Indeed, started Neferis enthusiastically, widespread movements of slave revolt have historically not been successful, our fair city notwithstanding. However, the Targaryen girl has dragons, and if she becomes an ally of the North, she may lead the first successful revolt of this scale for hundreds of years. Maha Eris stroked his chins and thought. Are we considering allying with her as well? We could use the opportunity to destroy those slavers for good. Neferis was looking shifty again. He leaned in close to the fatter man. You didn't hear this from me, but our agents in Astapor suggest that she is staying in the city to administrate it, and that her plans afterwards are to liberate the other slaver cities. For the second time that day, Maha Eris found his eyebrows creeping towards his hairline. Adding them to her collection? To what end, I wonder? Here Neferis' eyes glittered in excitement. She may be trying to recreate the freehold. With the North's help, she might have the ability to do so. If she announces her intentions publicly, the Sea Lord will call the nobles of the free cities together to hold a conclave on whether we should join her or destroy her. Bravus could benefit greatly from either. Maharis' mind was spinning at a rapid pace. If the Sea Lord was making such plans, perhaps the Iron Bank should do the same. LCI, meanwhile, in Winterfell Part 2. AC 300, Winterfell, the North. Bran. He was flying. Over the streets of Winterfell, under them, through them, he moved seamlessly, from feeling small, quick and feathery to feeling summer's pads on the ground. He could smell the exhaust from the coal-fired factories. He could feel the heat, scuttling on 8 legs, as a stoker worked the furnace in a building basement. He watched a man writing furiously in a study, feeling drowsy as he rested in a furry ball on a pillow. Then up he went, through the clouds. Flying again, faster than any bird, across the land and the sea. He saw gleaming towers of metal, shining in the dipping sun. He saw a dangerous-looking man with an eye patch and black hair stalking through a distant city with a whistle on his lips. He saw a blonde girl, dictating letters to another while she stroked the head of a sleeping dragon. He saw Joffrey, smiling over a letter as he yelled orders to men in steel helmets. He saw Sansa on a ship, sitting alone while a brutal-looking knight leered at her. He saw Theon, sitting with Arya in a room as they watched over a bed with a man in it. He saw Robb, riding hard along a river, followed by an army in grey. He saw John, in a dark hall, talking hurriedly to a panel of men. He leaped over the wall, so high, so far. He journeyed over lands covered in ice, rocks, and trees, desolate and unchanging. Then he saw it, a tree. A mighty tree near a ridge, standing tall. An ancient thing, with roots that went deep into the ground and spread across the world. Bran didn't know how he knew that. But he accepted it. And before he could study the tree further, the three-eyed raven appeared. It perched on a branch, just above him. It stared down at him, and cocked its head. Bran frowned. "Who are you?" Bran asked. "What do you want?" The raven tilted its head. "Good questions," it spoke back. "Yet. Have you answered those for yourself?" Bran considered this a very big question indeed, so he thought about it. He shook his head. I am Bran Stark. And I want to know who you are." The raven almost laughed. It flapped its wings, and feathers spread out into the air around him. Each grew in size, massive, until their shadows stretched across the white, snow-covered plain. Bran started and looked up at the feathers. No, now they were trees. Giant trees, black and dead and blotting out the sun. "Bran." He heard the voice. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to forget. "Father, I." His smile died in an instant as he saw his father. Ned Stark stood tall, solemn, with his skin rotting away from his skull. His inner jaw was exposed as ichor dripped from the wound. The ghoul held his great sword ice in his rotting hands, and lifted it aloft over his head. Bran stumbled back, barely avoiding the blow of the blade. "Father!" Bran screamed in shock and terror. He scrambled back, bumping into a familiar hug. He looked up to see his mother. And a rotting, blue-eyed ghoul leered down in a parody of her loving face. "Bran," his mother hissed, and Bran struggled away frantically. He got to his feet, and ran, the air burning in his lungs. He skidded to a halt as Robb and Jon approached, their eyes glowing blue, their faces rotting. In each of their hands, was the head of their dire wolves, grisly trophies they were showing off. "No! No, no!" Bran squeaked in panic, taking off as fast as he could. He barreled through the terrible dead forest, blue eyes and rotting faces following him everywhere. Arya, limping with needle as she grasped for him. Sansa, wrapped in spider-web-like cloth, pale as death, her jaw rotting away. Rickon, feeding on the remains of Shaggy Dog like a crippled vulture. Maester Luwin, split in two, dragging himself after him. Hodder. A mass of maggots, lumbering like a hungry bear. A boy in a Cranagman ghillie suit, just staring into his eyes. So many faces. So many people. All turned into these things. He stumbled into a glen, where a great black stone arch stood surrounded by pillars of ice. His lungs burned, his eyes sought help frantically. He saw a steel chair under the arch, its back turned to him. He could hear gears clicking and wrenches turning and smell sulfur and fire. It could be only one person. Theon. Bran bellowed, running for the chair. Jagged ice spikes rose out of the ground, barring his way. He ran, racing like he had from the rooftops of Winterfell, chasing after his older brothers. He slid around the arch and lunged forward, seeking his foster brother. He slammed into him, and held him tightly. "Theon. Theon, I need." He was cold. Cold as ice and metal. Bran felt an arm seize him, stronger than any flesh. It lifted him up, and he struggled and cried. He looked down to see Theon. Theon looked up, his face cold, his eyes blue. What was still flesh? The rest of it was made up of gears, levers, metal panels, all arranged to imitate muscle and bone he'd seen in Qyburn's anatomy books. It led to the arm that held Bran aloft, and with a creak and ticking of gears, Theon rose. He still stared at Bran, dead, like it was a puppet. Bran screamed at him, over and over, seeing, feeling the rest of the undead parodies of his family and friends gather around him. He felt a cold hand, strong as steel, grasp his chin and turn him. He looked into beautiful, unearthly eyes, the same blue, but brighter. Cruel eyes that silently laughed at him, as the heat fled from his body. As cold settled into him, filling him, removing any memory of joy or happiness. "My lord! My lord! Bran!" Warmth exploded across his senses, and Bran's struggles intensified. He screamed as he felt something huge and furry licking his face, and his eyes flew open. Ah! Ah! Ha! Summer was there, on his bed, licking him and holding him down. He looked around, drenched in sweat. It was his room, posters of the bands and shows at Winterfell decorating the walls. A Winterfell direwolf's tunic, signed by Ravage Rush the team captain, hung near his window. All sorts of contraptions Theon had made him, and a few he'd made himself, littered the table with books and photographs of his family. At his side was Qyburn, and a secretary, Jenny Snow, a teenaged girl who helped him with homework. The old doctor eyed Summer carefully, but Bran nodded to his dire wolf. Summer retreated, moving to Bran's side to maintain a comforting watch. Qyburn produced a small tube, and flipped a switch, light emerged from the end, and he held it up. "Look at me, eyes wide," Qyburn said. He flashed the light into Bran's eyes, making the boy grimace. The doctor took his pulse, examined his tongue, and a few other standard examinations that Bran didn't think would actually help him figure out what was wrong with him. Is Lord Bran going to be all right?" Jenny asked nervously, clutching some papers to her chest. Qyburn studied Bran carefully. "My lord?" he asked. Bran glanced at Jenny, uncertain. Qyburn nodded. "Miss Jenny, please see to Lord Bran's schedule." "He needs rest," Qyburn ordered. Jenny sputtered. But, the Queen is coming today. There's still so much to do." "Go. Please," Bran said, trying not to sound so harsh. "Just wait outside." Jenny nodded, and reluctantly walked off. She shut the door behind her, and only when he was sure she was gone did Qyburn turn back to his lord. "What happened?" Qyburn asked, producing his ever-ready pen and paper. Bran took a deep breath, and described the dream as best he could. Qyburn asked a few questions, general ones for clarification or for context, but otherwise he said nothing. The doctor had always been difficult to figure out, Bran reflected, while he liked the eccentric former maester, and Theon seemed to trust him, Luwin had always had some dislike for him. It was difficult for Bran to decipher. Qyburn was supportive, understanding, and yet kept his distance. Not too different from Theon, or even Robb, Bran supposed. When he finished, he was staring back at Qyburn as the doctor compiled his notes. Only when he was finished did Qyburn look back up at him, his face serious. "My lord. As to the events over the sea, I'm afraid I cannot say. However, a raven did arrive this morning about your sister's rescue by Lord Theon. I can send an inquiry to Castle Black." "Please do," Bran said. Qyburn nodded, and slowly rose. Bran looked out the window, at the bustling and lively courtyard of Winterfell. He stroked Summer's coat, as the dire wolf sat with him comfortingly. Merchants and mechanics went to and fro. Servants put finishing touches on banners. A band warmed up on a stage. The guards were watchful, but secretly merry. And every face was one he'd seen. With blue eyes and rotten flesh. "Miss Jenny has seen to the arrangements," Qyburn said quietly, walking back. Bran was unperturbed, he'd heard them talking, smelled them. Like he was Summer and yet Bran at the same time. "So, when do you wish to go?" Bran started, and looked at the doctor. "Pardon?" Qyburn smiled, a bit wanly. "Beyond the wall." Bran gaped at him. "Wha? I?" Bran looked down at the sheets, and gripped them pensively. "I don't know what you're being pulled. You said that, many times, about these dreams," Qyburn said, almost gently. "This overwhelming sense of purpose, dropped into your hands. It's rather classic, actually." "Classic?" Bran asked curiously. "Like, what?" "A story." Qyburn nodded. Bran grimaced. But this isn't a story," he said earnestly. This is dreams, and this is reality and in the end, my lord," Qyburn said, "we are all stories. A noble lord slain by a bastard born of incest. A doctor called mad and forced to wander. An orphan genius who changes everything. A boy and his dog, striking out to save the world." Qyburn's smile grew. "It is obvious what these dreams want you to do, go beyond the wall, and seek out answers. It's a story, too. One you wish to see the end of. One we all need to see the end of." Bran swallowed. I cannot do it alone," Bran admitted. "I can't just leave everything." "I do believe your role is finished today, Lord Bran," Qyburn said with a nod. "As steward of the North, you've performed well. However, a queen is coming. And she can handle that end. The question is, do you want to take up your part now? Or wait?" Bran shook a bit. Summer licked his cheek. Bran smiled at his dire wolf, and sighed heavily. "Based on how intense it was," Bran said, "I'm guessing they want me to get there soon." "Right." Qyburn nodded. "That would seem to be how this has escalated, yes. And if I tell my mother, she'll only try to stop me," Bran said. "Most likely," Qyburn said. Bran looked up at him. "Why do you believe me? Even Maester Luwin is a bit." Qyburn smiled and shrugged. "I'm not bound by chains. And besides," Qyburn cocked an eyebrow, "it should prove to be quite fascinating." "Wait, what?" Bran started. You can't just come with me. Why not? Qyburn asked. Even with Hodder, you won't get very far. Bran grimaced. That's true. But why? Qyburn chuckled. Call it a bit of scientific interest. Besides, one needs a mentor on such a journey, do they not? Bran frowned. Don't they usually die? Like Obi-Wan in the War for the Stars. Well, we'll just have to see if it's that kind of story, Qyburn said with a nod. So, how shall we proceed, my lord? Well, Bran considered and thought. He looked out the window again. A troop of Crannogmen entered, carrying offerings in a wagon. Atop the wagon sat a boy. Painfully familiar. The boy stared back at him, his ghillie suit waving in the slight breeze. Their eyes locked. And Bran understood. I have an idea, he said. Dan Greenstone. Nobody regarded it as particularly unusual when Lord Bran Stark went off on a walk with Hodder, Qyburn, and his dire wolf. The three often went out together, to see to negotiations in person, look at factories, even have fun at the theaters or other attractions around Winterfell proper. The request to have a Crannogman serve as Bran's bodyguard was also not unusual, several had been watching over the Starks for quite some time. It raised a few eyebrows when Bran specifically requested Hojan Reed, Lord Reed's son, who had just arrived. It was speculated that Bran Stark may have been trying to win over Hojan, so that he might court Mira Reed in the future. Such gossip was juicy, and spread like wildfire across the city. That Lord Bran went off when his mother and his new good sister, Queen Marjorie, were due was also unusual. A few sources close to the Starks though assured the local newshounds it was to procure something for his mother and his good sister with his own hands. Again, the gossip was full of speculation, as Bran Stark was popular for his gentle ways and love of his people. The Dire Wolves Pigball team was looking forward to showing off for him and their new queen, in what was sure to be a packed exhibition game at Dustin Arena. It was an hour before the carriages carrying their new queen and their lady when panic began. Dan Greenstone had gone to meet with Bran regarding the Tech Guild's welcome for their queen, only to find Rickon Stark and his dire wolf sitting on the steel chair of Winterfell as a serving maid read the young lord a story. Dan politely asked the young lad where Bran was, smiling in fondness. It was hard to dislike Rickon, he was too cute. Little Lord Stark had then proudly proclaimed Bran and Hodder and Qyburn went beyond the wall. It was taken as a childish jest, and Dan had waited a bit. He'd played some bouncing bones with the young lord, in an extremely surreal experience, before he'd asked about Bran again. And again, Rickon proclaimed that he'd gone to the wall. Dan inquired with the castle guard, see if he might reschedule his meeting with Bran. Only the guard couldn't find Bran. Or Hodder. Or Qyburn. Or the Crannogman boy. A polite inquiry via radio to the city patrol soon discovered no trace of Lord Stark. Not at any of the parks. Not at the swimming baths in the caverns. Not at the library or theatre. Not anywhere. And so Dan Greenstone, appointed Master of Ceremonies, cursed the day he took this job from Theon Greyjoy as he waited with a band for the royal family to arrive. Because no matter how much he'd begged and pleaded, he'd been elected to tell her grace that they'd lost her son by the heads of all the other guilds, the City Watch, and Lord Rickon himself. He was so screwed. Oh make, tears of salt, dreams of steel. By Grand Maester Brandon Stark. Scum, reavers, reapers, murderers, those were the kind words said when they were brought up, the Ironborn, the Krakens, the drowned worshippers. The only good one is a dead one, how can you think any other thought about them, especially since I still remember the first time they rose up, the first time they truly unleashed the Iron Fleet on every coast and every river. I saw with my own eyes, what they did, I killed countless of them whenever I could, my only regret back then was that I couldn't kill any more. Call me Ishmael if you will, and this is my story. I was not aged enough to be considered a man, but I was too bloodied to be a boy when King Robert brought Balon to his ness, killing 2 of his sons and taking the last as a hostage. As I saw the boy being taken back to the north, back to our home by Lord Eddard Stark, my only thoughts were kill him while he's too small to fight back, it would have saved you the trouble for latter, good thing I wasn't in charge. That was the first time I saw Theon Greyjoy, the caged baby squid. We called him in mockery, and there I swore that the next time I saw him I would pay the iron price on him, and with Saul to go with it too, that I swore. A few years later, as his looms and plows, steam engines, boomsticks, thunderers, medicine and to many wonders to remember the name of Theon Greyjoy was spoken once more, in hushed and low tones, but this time anyone who mocked him in the presence of a northerner would quickly find a new enemy, and winter would be upon him indeed. Years later I was working on the docks, testing the Sky Wolf, the first ever ship designed to carry Karstark Blims and the then emerging airwolves of Winterfell, and the dreadcopters of the Ramsay Snow. Tit's maiden voyage and practice runs were a complete success, and as we started to drink ourselves into a stupor, someone knocked cups with me, hugged me, and shook my hand and thanked me for my hard work. He stayed only for that before moving on to every sailor and workers that was present that day, from the noblest lord, to the dirtiest of peasant Theon Greyjoy embraced them all without hesitation like it was the most common thing in the world. The second time I met him it was the last time I would ever do so, for it was decades later when he died and his casket was opened to those that would come and pay their respects for the fallen boomsquid. When my turn came, I remembered the oath I made that day so many years ago, but all I could do then was just place a flower amongst the many others surrounding his casket as his wife Ariana Martell, his mistress Amerda and his children and grandchildren wept in tears for their lost loved one. After that King Robb, the now retired Lord Commander Jon Snow, Maester Brandon, Beastmaster Ricard, General Arya and the Lady Sansa along with a grim-faced Queen Asha and a half-mad from grief Ramsay Bolton raised the coffin and took Theon to his final resting place followed by a crowd of hundreds of thousands from all over Westeros and even Essos who with tears in their eyes gave their final farewell to the tamer of fire and steel. The crypts of Winterfell, the resting place of the old kings of winter, the past lord of the north and now one squid that washed on our shores. Before he was lowered there King Robb stepped forward and took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Queen Asha. Within this parchment is the last will and testament of Lord Theon Greyjoy of Pike, and Winterfell. I, the undersigned, Theon Greyjoy, do hereby, after mature deliberation, declare the following to be my last will and testament with respect to such property as may be left by me at the time of my death. She said and listed how his fortune would be divided. The lion's share of wit was given to his widow and his mistress and their children. Dan Greenstone and a Breve of many other assistants and servants were also given hefty sums of money, but what came afterwards was what truly shook the whole worlds once more. The whole of my remaining realizable estate shall be dealt with in the following way: the capital, invested in safe securities by my executors, shall constitute a fund, the interest on which shall be annually distributed in the form of prizes to those who, during the preceding year, shall have conferred the greatest benefit to humanity. The said interest shall be divided into 5 equal parts, which shall be apportioned as follows: 1 part to the person who shall have made the most important discovery or invention within the field of physics, 1 part to the person who shall have made the most important chemical discovery or improvement, 1 part to the person who shall have made the most important discovery within the domain of physiology or medicine, 1 part to the person who shall have produced in the field of literature the most outstanding work in an ideal direction, and 1 part to the person who shall have done the most or the best work for fraternity between nations, for the abolition or reduction of standing armies and for the holding and promotion of peace congresses. The prizes for physics and chemistry shall be awarded by the Northern Academy of Sciences, that for physiological or medical work by the Quiburn Institute in Winterfell, that for literature by the Academy in White Harbour, and that for champions of peace by a committee of 5 persons to be elected by the Commonwealth Storting. It is my express wish that in awarding the prizes no consideration whatever shall be given to the nationality of the candidates, but that the most worthy shall receive the prize, whether he or she be a northerner or not. Dammit Theon, little brother. Queen Asha said as all of a sudden the most feared name on the seas broke up and started crying her eyes out for all the world to see. Silence engulfed us as what we just heard, before pride, elation came, followed by even more grief, sadness and shame as tears flowed from the whole crowd once more. Roses were thrown as the casket was taken down from the days where the wool had been read towards its resting place in the crypts, and then and there I fulfilled my oath. I cried tears of sadness as his coffin was put to rest. I cried for the man who I hated. I cried for the man that made it so no one should ever fear hunger in winter. I cried for the tamer of fire and steel. I cried for the High Lord that hugged me and thanked me without a second thought. I cried for a Greyjoy. I cried for an Ironborn. I cried for a Northerner. I paid the iron price with salt. Goodbye Theon Greyjoy. Goodbye, my lord. Oh, make answers to the riddle of steel. Ch1, the secrets of the deep. Dan Greenstone was the name with which I've introduced myself all my life. Not much of a distinct name, seeing as there have and will be many stones that are green and even more Dans, but when you're the chief assistant to Theon Greyjoy your name has weight behind it. I've written this chronicle, or rather I've edited the various memoirs and notes of my boss Theon, as me fulfilling my final duty to the man as he instructed me to prepare these for publishing after his death. Though I am not so sure what will and what may not be ever released to the public, since there are many things here that many people would like to keep hidden and even more that others would like them so see the light of day, regardless of their consequences. The incident that I doubt would ever be known outside these pages is the controversy that surrounded the Second King's Moot where Asha Greyjoy was involved. If you take the words of the Chronicles of the Maesters, which is not saying much, to what happened there, this is the story. The third and last son of Balon Greyjoy, after years of living amongst the north, where he created many wonders and becoming a wealthy and influential lord amongst them that some said that only Robb Stark could overrank him, returned to Pike following the short ascension and reign of Euron the Mad Greyjoy. Much to the surprise of those present he did not come to claim the Seastone chair, but rather to support the claim of his eldest sister Asha. This caused a great divide amongst the Ironborn. Some wanted Euron to remain king, since despite his madness there were few that reaved and raped the seas such as him, others wanted Asha since she too was a proven sailor. Many of them voiced that Theon was the greatest Ironborn, and much to the young genius' surprise the reasons were that his thunderers had claimed more lives, smashed more castles and lands, that he himself was the most bloody Ironborn of all. Rumors of how he had 4 Salt wives both a princess of Dorne and a northern witch to warm his bed at the same time made his the one with the best reeve, and since he had been seen many times drinking and talking with Lannisters, Dornish, Reach Lord, Northmen, River Lords that came to his table and not the other way around made for the argument that he is a man not to be trifled with, for if he wasn't they would have never come to him. But the most impressive reason of all, which even those to oppose Theon had acknowledged, was that he was the first Ironborn to ever have Northerners bow to him and follow as his bannerman, a fact made obvious by the presence of Mira Reed and Ramsay of House Bolton, a feat that not even the Grey King could boast. But despite that there was a great deadlock amongst the votes. Finally, having become fed up with it, Theon the genius shouted for all to hear. Enough of this. Since only the gods themselves would last long enough for the end of this debate, then they will judge us. Following that he told them to come to the ship that carried him here, the Sea Wolf of House Manderley. There, on the deck was a grand bell-shaped device, a bathysphere where he dressed himself in a diving suit and proceeded to enter it and lower himself to the domain of the drowned god. After the bell had descended about 2.000 meters, much deeper than any pike-born thought possible, several days passed before the diving bell returned to the surface. Lord Greyjoy emerged from it dressed in an exotic golden armor and clothers with underwater life motifs on it. Within his hand were 3 rectangular tablets made out of coral, on which 2 contained 10 commandments of the new way that were written in the ancient language of the Deep Ones, that were known only to the priest of the drowned god, and the third contained the definitive command that Asha was the only rightful queen, Euron was a false one. Following that, Lord Theon immediately encased his new robes along with the tablets in a golden ark of knowledge that even to this day sits sealed in the great temple on Pike. What he had seen or heard while he was in the halls of the drowned god remained to this day a mystery, for he refused to divulge any tales of his time in the palace, but suffice to say that the claw marks left on the bell's surface, no doubt by the court seas creatures, stands as proof of the wonders he had seen. What really happened was that as soon as the first decent steel mill was operational, Lord Theon had started on a plan years in the making. Knowing that there might be war between the north and his homeland, and having a great hatred for the iron price, he over the years had constructed the diving bell as part of what he called his Elrond plan to trick the Ironborn into abandoning their ways. The clothes and tablets were secretly made with a private advance loan with material bought by third contacts of third contacts and smuggled to the north in secret. The language was acquired on Pike from a greedy drowned priest that Asha then killed. The time spent beneath the sea had been used to write the inscriptions on them, so as to appear freshly made and above all underwater at immense pressure. Only myself, Theon, Ramsay, Mira, Amerda and Ariana knew of this, as he had confided in us of his plan years later. In regards to what he saw down there, he said that he had seen no palace or mermaids of Hall of the Drowned God, but with that in mind he did say that on the last hour of his stay down there the control panel was not responding. Apparently he had gone too deep for this design and now he was trapped beneath the waves. Fearing that this was his doom, he for the very first time in his life started praying, first to the old gods, then to the 7, he continued to pray until he felt the bell shift. The equipment had come back to life and he was brought ashore. He had at first only concluded that it was the error of the prototype that was that first bell, at least that was until years later when he examined the bell's supposed claw marks. The marks had been scratched on its surface before the dive and covered in a special paint what would wash away from the slack water to give the illusion that sea creatures of the deep had visited. But upon closer inspection he noticed that there was several sets of marks that did not seem to match the ones that he had engraved, and unlike the others, half of these strange marks looked more like they were made to keep the diving bell down instead of taking it up. And the other half looked the opposite. Lord Theon had then confessed that he had lost consciousness for a while as he prayed for salvation, but right before that he had said a prayer to the drowned god. When he woke up the sphere had recovered, but felt strange as it pushed itself to the surface. After that he said that he had inspected the remaining samples of coral and material from the practice runs he had hidden back in Winterfell and noticed that the runes and stickwork were of much lesser quality than the ones he had brought from beneath the sea, and that the clothes seemed to have had fresh stitches and designs on them than what he could remember. Amerda had commented that it's possible that the conditions down there may have made him remember things differently and that if they compared them to those in the ark they would match. Theon agreed, but he kept putting it on hold until he died before he could compare them. After that we decided to put this to rest, and after examining the content of the ark we noticed that the coral in there was like nothing we had ever seen, and that the robe and armor was of such quality that even the advanced looms of today could not make something close to its quality. The runes were also impossible to replicate, at least there had been no man that could make them, or rather no human that could write them. Finally there was one last entry into his journal, where Theon had left us a message. He confessed that he had been afraid to tell the whole truth, for fear of being considered mad, well madder than usual. He confessed that while asleep down there he had a dream, one that at first he thought it was only the memory of his nights with Ariana and Amerda, but as the dream continued he said that he felt teeth and fangs and claws on his flesh and lips that seemed to caress him as he made love then and there. Before the dream ended, Theon swore that he heard a whisper in his ear that said in a strange, though warm and loving but ancient language, Yurtama dragol mu pentru asista indiscreti dar mi asa de dor de tine ca atrebit satevad. Si decimado er sate los timpu nostru incanu avenit. Into arcet sus si bucuratacum de nave steel tail de ser si piatris social, incanu avenit vreem nostra. Dar Regina ta Maria Teva Estepta, Site voi primi Isiubi in palatol nostro cand Itiva veni timpul Sane Rientalnum. And then he woke up and noticed that on his finger there seemed to be one extra ring on his left ring finger, one that seemed to belong there. After that we had read paragraphs that said that each and every time that he gazed at the sea he felt something gazing at him back and smiling. The mystery haunted us and the ring was a clue, and we immediately went to his tomb in Winterfell and opened it for the ring. But what we found there was nothing, the tomb was empty, but as we looked in shock at it, we heard running water come from it and discovered that somehow an underground river that brimmed with sea's water had become connected to Theon's final resting place. Even to this day I cannot wrap my head around what this means, but all I know after that is that whenever Arianna or Amerda or any of Theon's children boarded a ship the seas were always calm with wind aplenty to them. For in his wild dream he had prayed one last time to go back to the surface, and it was only after that that he had woken up, heard the strange whisper and his bell started moving again, that he did so to the one deity that he had never prayed before. It was the drowned god. ASoIaF, Wolfpack, Part 1. AC 300, King's Landing. Area. She had to be dreaming. She had to be. She would wake up back in her bed in Winterfell, and all would be well. Theon would have something mad and amazing to show off, she'd happily help, they'd have a wonderful day and end it getting scolded by Mother. She opened her eyes, her lids feeling unexpectedly heavy. Her body felt heavy, like when she'd gotten morphine after falling and breaking her wrist horse riding. Unfamiliar ceiling, she mumbled, as bare wooden roofing came into focus. She heard a snort. With great effort, Arya lifted her head and looked in the direction she thought the sound had come from. A face leaned into view, shadowed, aged. Yet so familiar. Theon. She mumbled. Theon smiled back, looking relieved. She felt his arms go around her, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. She could still remember the times when she'd push back against such displays, thinking them far too girly. She was Arya Stark, future warrior woman. She didn't need hugs. Yet here she was, hugging him back just as tightly, relieved tears leaving her eyes. She felt a bit of hot wetness on her shoulder, he was crying too, she realized. I missed you, she mumbled, trying to keep her voice from becoming thick with happy tears. You too, he said, still hugging her. Arya relaxed into the touch, feeling safe for the first time in forever. Not since that terrible day with her father. Not since hearing Sansa cry out. Sansa, she realized aloud. She pulled back, and tried to find her feet on the floor. Theon still held her, and she tried to struggle. Sansa. We have to find her, we have to. They took her, Theon said in a flat tone. Arya looked at him, and bit her lower lip. It hadn't been that long, had it? The mischievous spark in her foster brother's eyes, the rebellious smirk, it was replaced with such weariness. The kind of grim expression her father had worn from time to time. She knew, Arya realized in a moment. She cast her eyes about the room, searching for something. She found Ramsay sleeping in another cot, and Mira Reed standing watch over him with her rifle. She saw she nearby, busying herself with washing bandages. She looked out the window of the small room, a few northern longcoat troops were stationed in the street below, as people went to their daily business. She saw the pale light and felt the early morning chill. And smelled the stink of King's Landing, mixed with the faint trace of smoke. Theon nodded. She was sharper than we gave her credit for, hey. He was forcing a little smile. It was almost like his previous grins, comforting yet with an edge of something mysterious behind it. Like he knew more than he was letting on. Arya found herself happy that at least, that had not changed. What happened? Arya asked. I had a drink and then I. She slowly glared at she, who continued to busy herself with cleaning and not meeting her eyes. You. She got you out of the Red Keep, Theon said, a bit sternly, and kept you safe. So don't take it out on her, hey. I could have helped her, Arya insisted. I could have gotten her out too. She didn't listen, she was so stupid. She wanted to break things. She wanted to rage. Theon held her too tightly for that to happen though, and her struggles soon failed due to the simple fact that no matter how much she'd learned, her big brother was still bigger and stronger than her. I know, Theon said, stroking her hair to calm her down. I know. But we'll get her back. We know where to look for her. But you won't help her if you just freak out, okay? Arya took deep breaths, and closed her eyes. Theon sighed. Trust me. It isn't easy at all, he said, being calm and rational. But we will get her back. I promise. Arya sighed back, still hugging him. She managed a slow nod, but shot a glare she's way anyway. Sansa had said that she trusted she so much, and yet. How did that even work? Where are we? Arya managed, changing the subject. Theon smiled. Safe house in King's Landing. You saw the guards, right? Then Rob's taken the city? Arya asked, hope filling her voice. Theon laughed and shook his head. Turns out he didn't really need to. With the royal family out of the city, and the Red Keep reduced to smoldering ashes, the good people were all too happy to let the Sea Wolf put troops ashore to help with cleanup and keeping order. You blew up the Red Keep? Without me? Arya asked, scowling a bit in envy. Theon shrugged. I'd have brought you along but, you know. You were a hostage, I was infiltrating the city to save you. We could have done it together. Arya grumbled, feeling very put out. Theon sighed. Fine. Next time I undertake a dangerous rescue mission, you can come along and help me blow stuff up. Deal. Deal, Arya said with a nod. Now tell me everything. And Theon did. From the battles he'd been in at the Whispering Woods and Golden Tooth, to meeting his sister and father and the Steel Wedding, to entering the city thanks to Tyrion Lannister. She had perked up a bit at the mention of his name, but had immediately gone back to cleaning. Arya sat on the cot next to her brother, still close, and chewed over this information thoughtfully. When he was finished, she really had only one thing to say. I'm hungry, she announced. Theon stared at her for a moment, and then nodded with a ghost of his old smile. Me too, he agreed. He got up, slowly, and made his way to the door. Before he turned it, however, a gravelly voice called out to him. Theon. Theon turned around. Ramsay was stirring awake. Mira, who had looked like she was sleeping standing up, shook herself awake. She beamed at the infamous bastard of Bolton, and moved to his side. Ramsay. How are you feeling? Mira asked. Ramsay managed a nod. Better. He looked at Theon and winced. I'm sorry for shouting at you before, Theon. I didn't mean it. It's all right, Theon said with a smile, walking over to Ramsay's side. He patted him on his left shoulder, the one that didn't have hundreds of bandages wrapped around it. I'd have been pretty pissed too. I don't hold it against you. The fat lady? Ramsay asked. Theon sighed. That was Varys, he said. Arya couldn't help a snicker at that, which got her a smile from Theon. The genius turned back to his friend. Arya is secure, so just relax, he said. And don't worry, I told your dad everything you did. Theon smiled a bit more widely. I think you can expect a name change anytime soon, Ramsay grinned back. A proper Bolton at last. Now. All my dreams can come true, he sighed, looking intently at Theon. Theon rolled his eyes, and pushed Mira against Ramsay. The Crannog woman blushed, and. So did Ramsay? Arya stared in shock. Keep dreaming, Theon said dryly. Now, I'm going to get us food. And see if Robb has destroyed Joffrey's army yet. You mean? He hasn't? Arya asked in disbelief. Theon sighed. He's such a procrastinator, even now, he said, shaking his head. He turned and staggered out, nodding to the guard outside the door before he shut it. A guard in a grey long coat, much to Arya's relief. She looked at Ramsay and Mira, and hesitantly up at she. The handmaiden looked back, still not meeting her eyes. You knew the whole time, Arya said softly, what she was going to do. She looked up at Arya, and nodded. She's a brave woman, she said firmly. To do that for you. Her sister. Arya grimaced, and looked back out the window. She saw the people going about their business. Fishmongers, peddlers, peasants, was it her imagination, or did they all seem less terrified? Less afraid? She shouldn't have, Arya mumbled. Stupid Sansa. Always so stupid. For all that Arya had done to mock and torment Sansa, she still loved her. And for her to protect her, when usually it was the other way around. Arya didn't know how to feel about it. The moment Arya had seen her father's head hit the ground, to a baying crowd's approval, she'd decided she was no longer a child. It just hadn't occurred to her that the same thing would have happened to Sansa, even as she stood a mere 5 feet from their father as he was executed. It hadn't occurred to her that Sansa would have chased Arya away. Like she had with Nymeria. Feeling almost sickened, Arya looked out towards the east. She could almost see her sister, staring back from the prow of an unmarked ship. Staring back at the home she might never see again. Trying to see her family she had tried to save. Arya's fists clenched. She was not a child. She had killed a man. She had avenged her father, at least in part. She would not leave her sister to her fate. One way or another. Arya Stark would bring her sister home. Sansa put on her most charming smile as she saw the person she'd been looking for hunched over some strange machine. Hello, Theon, she greeted. That didn't sound too obvious, right? He'd never suspect a simple hello. Right? To her disappointment, Theon barely looked up, merely grunting in reply, Hey, Sansa. Just give me a few seconds to finish fixing this thing. He proceeded to brutally bang the machine over and over with the wrench he'd been carrying. The machine gave before Theon did, and with a few indignant chirps and squeaks it finally turned itself on with a low drone. Theon shot to his feet and pumped his fist in the air. Aha! They told me it was too damaged, that I was wasting my time, but I showed them. Theon, Sansa interrupted, knowing all too well just how long he could rant if given the opportunity. What does your machine do? The boom squid paused mid-celebration, looked down at the running machine, and blinked. Well, it was supposed to be a robot, but now I'm not so sure it's gonna work. Sansa stared at the machine, then at Theon. What's a robot? There it was again, the dismay in his eyes, present only for a second before he managed to conceal it. It wasn't all that noticeable, but for whatever reason whenever Theon introduced one of his inventions, he always got this look of utter despair when nobody knew what it was he'd made. How odd. But it was that very oddness that had seen her rescued from Joffrey's madness and cruelty. You see, Theon began, adopting a lecturing pose, a robot is simply. What followed was an explanation that completely flew over Sansa's head, abundant with jargon and references to something called the Terminator. Or at least, it would have flown over Sansa's head if she'd been paying any attention. She was too busy staring at Theon's face. Had he always been so handsome? Was she only noticing because of how heroic he'd been in the war? That chiseled jaw, the dark hair, those focused eyes. SA? Sansa? You there? Sansa blinked as Theon waved a hand in front of her face. He was raising an eyebrow at her, clearly having noticed his audience's wandering attention. Sansa stammered, trying to explain herself, blushing right down to the roots of her hair. After a few moments she gave up, picked up her skirts, and fled. A confused Theon watched her go. Did I have something on my face? He wondered. Lziv, Cornered, Part 1. AC 300, The Crownlands. Lancel Lannister. The camp was bereft of even the slightest expression of joy. Just the indifferent expressions of the Unsullied, and the long faces of what few bannermen remained. Lancel Lannister had grown up on stories of glory and honor, what lad hadn't? The wonders of victory and the nobility of the battle charge. Brave knights roaring ahead, lances down, to mow down any opposition. How had it come to this, he wondered. He walked like he was in a daze, the stink of men and horses heavy in the air. The fires weakly burning. The banners, emblazoned with lions, fluttering weakly in the early morning breeze. A sight that once filled him with hope and pride now. Now he could never again see those banners without seeing dead, pale faces staring up at him. Unfamiliar faces, blood running down their cheeks. Screams of women and children, suddenly falling silent. His father, his brothers, staring back at him in death. Staring in accusation. Staring in judgment. Lancel closed his eyes and took deep breaths. He no longer ate, if he did, he would just throw it back up again. He could barely drink. His body seemed to move out of sheer habit. It was all he could do now. All he could manage. Knights were supposed to be strong. Knights were supposed to be righteous. No matter what they did. Lancel gathered himself, and resumed his march through the camp. He approached the king's carriage, where for once the king was up with the sun. He was sitting under an awning, eating roast pork and apples greedily as Unsullied stood guard by him. Your Grace, Lancel greeted, kneeling. His knees felt like rusty hinges on an old door, but he managed to stoop with the appropriate respect. Joffrey looked at his cousin with a confident smirk. Cousin. What good news do you bring me? Lancel licked his lips, barely able to keep himself from gawping in utter disbelief. He'd seen what had happened to the men who had broke their masks in front of Joffrey. He'd seen how they died. He was such a coward. Mans Tyrell's forces approach from the south, he spoke. In a great host. The northern army is to the north and to the west. We are cut off on all sides. Joffrey waved his hand negligently. It does not matter where the enemy is. We will crush him. Every traitor will fall. Lancel managed a weak nod. Joffrey slowly rose, chewing a leg of pork as he looked about his army with a gleam in his eyes. A gleam that made Lancel's gorge rise, even after being exposed to it day after day. Do we know where Robb Stark is? Joffrey demanded. Lancel managed a nod, staring at the slight gap in his king's shoulder armor. With how often he lounged, the king was stretching out the expensive armor in ways even Lancel could see were vulnerabilities. We do, my lord, Lancel said. He has taken the town of Crossroads, some miles to the northwest. He sent a message by Raven. Lancel held the folded piece of paper out to Joffrey. The king took it and unfurled it, narrowing his eyes in glee. He's just inviting us there. Joffrey crowed. Just telling us to come and destroy him. Your Grace, Lancel began slowly, it could easily be a trap. Joffrey snorted, and waved his arm around the army camped about them. That's what these are for. Robb Stark will be so drowned in blood. We'll kill him. And then this war will be over, Joffrey said with a satisfied nod. The proper king on the throne. Lancel nodded again, staying silent. His eyes still locked onto the king's vulnerable shoulder. How had it come to this? How was he staring at his cousin's back, a sword at his hip, and that temptation rearing up in his head? The Kingslayer. Kinslayer. Bad blood. He was all that was left of his family. They'd been given word that his father and brother were alive. Lancel didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. Not after everything. Cousin. Lancel broke from his thoughts, standing at attention. Your Grace. He replied. His cousin gave him a glare that was meant to be determined and inspiring. It accomplished neither. You will bring me Robb Stark himself, Joffrey ordered. Lead the charge, behind the Unsullied. Use the beasts. Joffrey grinned. I want to serve his head to Sansa. So don't crush his head. Lancel barely managed a nod. Yes, Your Grace, he said. Automatically. All automatically. And I will watch our glorious battle from behind. Joffrey grinned, throwing a fist into the air. The baubles on the armor caught the morning sun, glittering beautifully. The Unsullied rose, as they always did. Even the ones who looked sickly, of which there were many. The remaining bannermen rose too, mindful of the guns at Joffrey's sides. Yes, Your Grace, Lancel said. He managed another slow nod. Of course, Your Grace. Now. Get to it. Joffrey demanded. Lancel nodded again, bowed, and turned to muster the men. The war beasts the Unsullied had brought were soon being led up, their giant tusks glittering in the sunlight. They were huge things, like moving houses topped with spikes, draped in fabric, and with long noses they held above like trumpeters signaling the army. They were mighty beasts indeed. Yet they gave Lancel no comfort. No, he reflected, as his squire helped him mount his horse, he had no confidence for himself. No confidence for the future. He could not be Jaime, and stab the Mad King. He could not be that hero. So in the end, all he could be, all he should be, is dead. This, at least, his king could grant him. Riders of the one true king of Westeros, Lancel bellowed, his volume magnified by desperation more than any hope, one last charge. One last fight. The cheers he received were more than he'd hoped for. He almost smiled, before he turned. The horn sounded, and the war beasts trumpeted back. The army set off, under the rising sun. I'll see you soon, father. I'll see all of you soon, Lancel thought. Maybe the gods will be merciful. To a sinner like me. LXXV, Cornered, Part 2. AC 300, The Crownlands, Crossroads Town. Robb Stark. The sun was in their eyes this morning. Burning bright over the plains, almost blinding. It would have been concerning to Robb, in the old days, armies could easily approach with the sun, hiding their movements until it was too late. Catch an enemy off guard. He'd used the same tactic in a few battles with the Lannisters in the Westerlands, it was devastating to them, every time. Yet the ingenuity of the North had prevailed once more. Darkened glasses, produced in abundance, granted most of the 1st Brigade soldiers the ability to see past the glare. His own sunglasses let him tell the shape of the approaching forces, as he observed them through a shaded farser. He was standing in the September's tower, watching from the window. His troops were staying low, behind improvised battlements of stones piled against sheep fences. All waiting, as the masses of Joffrey's army approached. A cock crowed and cattle lowed. The small September bell began to ring, signaling the hour to be 10 in the morning. Robb lowered the glasses, and licked his lips. General, he lowed. Ryswell saluted. Signal the artillery. Hold fire until I give the order. Your Grace, Ryswell said with a nod. The general relayed the orders over the radio, as Robb pensively watched. The battle lines were already formed against them, long lines of troops in spiked helmets, with great, massive beasts walking slowly behind them. They were grey and leathery, each as tall as a small house. Each had huge tusks, as long as a horse, covered in spikes and blades. Atop them were men, swinging whips and barking orders in a foreign tongue. The beasts lifted their long noses and trumpeted, a sound that was greeted by fearful whinnies by the horses in the town. He heard an aide suck in a deep breath behind him, and Robb could only imagine the uncertainty filling his men's hearts. Still they held though. Even with the threat of the Unsullied. He could only hope his speech last night still steeled all of them. His men. The Unsullied lines came forward, their lines falling and rising a bit with the varied terrain. Behind them, and the mighty war beasts, Robb could make out the banners of the Lannister and Baratheon forces. Hiding behind their foreign slave soldiers. It made his blood boil. He looked down at the courtyard of the September. Grey Wind's yellow eyes met his. His dire wolf huffed, turned, and ran off, vanishing into the tall grass. Rob allowed himself a smirk, and looked out at the approaching army. Your Grace, Riswell said, they do outnumber us, at least 4 to 1. That is a temporary inconvenience, General, Rob said with a nod. The general smiled wanly. Aye, Your Grace. The bronzed slave soldiers dipped down, just a bit, as they crossed a ditch. Rob's eyes flashed, and he grimly nodded. General? Give the order. Open fire. The general spoke into the radio. Rob saw his men tense as the news was passed among their numbers. Saw them all rise, aiming their guns. Their captains raising their swords. Fire. The guns roared like thunder, plumes of black powder smoke leaving the front line. The unsullied troops rose from the ditch. And dozens fell right back in. The line continued to advance, the war beasts bellowing behind them. Second line, Rob muttered, as the first line of grey-clad troops fell back and were replaced by their brothers. Another volley of lead was fired into the approaching lines, and more unsullied fell. The musketeers fell back, but now riflemen with iron wrath repeaters and snipers added to the fray, keeping the pressure on. The war beasts reached the ditch, beginning to descend, and Rob nodded. Artillery. On the ditch, fire. He roared. The order was relayed by radio waves, and a few seconds later the cannons roared. The ground exploded as the shells struck home, and many beasts that made it over the ditch died violently with terrible death screams. Many others continued forward, clambering over the ditch into the continued hail of bullets. The war beasts stopped coming, and at this range it was possible to see they were pulling carts, many carts, which dipped into the ditch behind them. They're just hitting us with this. Riswell snorted. Arrogant. Completely arrogant. Rob nodded, and yet he couldn't find it in him to smile. The lines of the Lannister forces were stacked up in the ditch, yes, but they kept sending over unsullied, not their main knights. It was wasteful. Granted, they had the bodies to waste, but they had to know that this wasn't the bulk of their forces. They had to know this wasn't the full northern army. Something's wrong. Something is. Pillars of white smoke and green flames erupted from the ditch, as thousands of tiny, burning green stars ascended like rockets. They whistled as they arced, and Rob's eyes widened. Take cover. Rob bellowed, hoping he could be heard over the radio or over the booms. The fiery arrows struck the grasses in front of the barricades, and exploded. Most of them hit short, but several northern soldiers fell from strikes, rolling or screaming as flames consumed them. Rob felt a savage pride in the fact his other troops, for the most part, tried to beat the flames out or continued firing. Medics forward, artillery, fire again. Rob ordered. Yet another storm of thunder and steel followed, and more war beasts fell as they tried to rise from the ditch. It was evident though that the Lannisters had not fired off all of their new weapons just yet. Another, even more massive storm of fiery arrows left the ditch and flew for the northern lines. A stray arrow struck the wall of the September, and exploded below them. More arrows fell on the troops, cries of pain and dismay filling the air. Rob gritted his teeth. Pull back! Pull back, into the town! Rob ordered. Get any remaining civilians out of here, now! Sir! General Riswell said, saluting and turning to relay the orders via radio. Rob turned and descended the stairs, the young Torin Karstark following. He made it to the ground floor of the September and raced out, his aides following. His troops were rushing back, having enough courage to carry their wounded fellows with them. A few stopped to provide cover, firing back blindly into the green flames consuming the barricades. Cheers went up, Lannister cheers, as the shadowed form of a great war beast crested the fences and trumpeted in rage and pain. The rider was bellowing something, epithets in his own tongue. Pull back! Pull back! Rob bellowed. He drew his rifle, and narrowed his eyes as he took aim. One shot, and the rider of the war beast fell back. The beast staggered, rumbling in uncertainty. An uncertainty that turned to fear and rage as a grey form rushed between its legs. Flames climbed up the flanks of the beast, and Rob gaped in astonishment as he made out his wolf carrying a flaming stick. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Grey Wind setting a war beast on fire with a stick was amazing. Your Grace! A soldier shouted. Rob nodded, and fired a few more shots back into the flames. Despite the war beast's panicked charge away from the lines, more unsullied with Lannister banners behind them were approaching. Get over the bridge, and reorganize. Now! Rob shouted, firing several shots as he moved back. His troops followed suit, running or stopping long enough to provide cover fire. The artillery was still ringing out, but they were small guns and their accuracy would suffer in the confines of crossroads. Rob grimaced as he ran back. So far, he was reasonably sure this was going to plan. Of course, the only way to know that was if it turned out well in the end. And that was a long ways yet to go. Lsxi, Crossroads. AC 300, Crossroads Town, the Crownlands. Lancel Lannister. Lancel could not believe what was happening several thousand yards away from his command post. The Northerners, the invincible Northerners were running from them. They'd lost many unsullied, of course, and the crews on the fire carts had taken several losses. There was no disputing this. Yet there the Northerners went, fleeing the eastern bank of Crossroads over the bridge. Fleeing them. Come on lads! Adam Marbrand bellowed, waving his sword in one hand and a pistol in the other, come on lads! We've got them! We've got them! The heir of Marbrand looked every inch the gallant knight, resplendent in red and gold atop his charger, as his cry was greeted with cheers from the other bannermen. The unsullied, as usual, were unmoved, standing at attention, ready to descend into the town once more. My lord, Adam shouted at Lancel, and the only true Lannister shook himself from his distraction. He looked at the Marbrand, who was grinning. My lord! We have them! He cried. We can run them down. We need the bridge, fuck me, we need the bridge. He turned to the bannermen under his command. Lannis! Lannis, take your best men, get to the bridge. Go around the town, fast as you can, go, go. The bannermen complied, and rode off furiously with several other knights. Marbrand turned to Lancel, grinning broadly. Not even aware of how much he'd insulted the only true Lannister there. Not caring. Nor could Lancel care either, simply nodding. My lord, I think a final charge can break through, Adam said excitedly. I think we can catch Robb Stark himself. With the Reach marching against us, we can take that card and end this now. I will do it, Lancel said sternly. Adam blinked, and opened his mouth but Lancel cut him off. No argument. Stay here. You are in command. Yes, my lord, Adam said, taken aback. Still, Lancel could see that the heir of House Marbrand was compliant, despite defying him only moments ago. Perhaps he saw the desire Lancel held in his eyes. Perhaps he was being kind. To me. Lancel ordered. He took off, knights following him. They spread out into a great arrowhead-like formation, galloping over the flames. The great war beasts of Essos bellowed as they passed them, through the ditch and over it. Scrambling behind them, trying to catch up, the troops issued thunderers followed in. The plan was simple, punch through the northern lines of small folk equipped with guns. They had broken under charges before, peasants unused to real warfare break here, and their thunder troops could close in enough to help slaughter them, inside and out. It was a good plan, a fine plan. A plan that had never been tested, until now. Lancel was acutely aware of the pounding of the hooves of the horses, the jangling of the armor, the roars of rage his fellow knights released as they raced over the burning ground towards the low wall surrounding Crossroads. Unsullied were fighting Northerners, even atop their own dead brethren. A few Northerners fired their rifles. Karn Ravin, a knight he'd played with as a boy, fell to a bullet through his helm. Jorge Hastwyke, a newly knighted minor lord from the Stormland Reach border, fell to a shot through his chest. Yet they were over the wall, and charging in. Lancel swung his sword at grey-clothed troops, and caught one in the back. He fell with a cry, and his fellow soldier turned to try and shoot Lancel. The only Lannister at the battle spread his arms, waited, as the eyes of the soldier met his. He was a young lad, no older than him. Bit of a mustache on his lip, a ruddy brown. Cold blue eyes. A scar on his chin shaped like a star. His eyes narrowed, and Lancel felt himself smile. Mother. Father. Brothers. I'm coming too. A knock to the side of his head, and he fell from his horse to the cobblestone street below. Pain was all that greeted him, then dizziness, then darkness. It was what he wanted. Yet Lancel Lannister, in that moment, somehow realized he had not died. Not yet. Adam Marbrand. The silly bastard ran ahead of the Thunderers, Adam grumbled, observing the progress of the battle through his farser. He lowered it, and shook his head. He looked to the head slave driver, standing at proper attention. The savages seemed to know some form of respect, at least. Have the reserve enter the town from the flanks, he ordered. We'll be the vanguard. As you wish, my lord, the slave master said with a bow. He barked orders to the Unsullied in his strange tongue, and Adam looked over at his father. The older man was wiping his brow, looking quite exhausted. Father? He asked. Daemon Marbrand shook his head. Don't mind me. Come on. Press it. He ordered. Adam smiled to his father, and clasped his shoulder. The old man nodded back. Adam turned to his knights, and raised his voice. On. On to the breach. For the Iron Throne. For King Joffrey. He was gratified to hear so many cheers, and he took off to the thunder of horses. The knights went hard, through the ditch as quick as they dared. The wall soon came into view, and they charged over the splinters, rocks and lumber into the true thick of the battle. The northern troops in their long grey coats were fighting furiously, on foot and on horseback, as unsullied, Lannister and Baratheon men fought them with guns, swords, spears, knives, and bare hands. Many a knight had fallen, but Adam felt a savage joy at how many of the northern longcoats had fallen. To the square! To the square! He called, and he charged forth. The thunderers of the Iron Throne erupted behind them, and he looked to see them approaching in a square unit of men. They kept reloading, taking hits, but dealing more death than they were experiencing. Adam's smile only widened. Here, at last, they were no longer being made fools of by some upstart northern barbarian with his fancy toys. Here was a true battle. To the bridge! Adam insisted, and he urged his frightened horse forward. They stormed down the central road, the King's Road. The bridge was in sight. An ancient stone thing, older than even the Targaryen conquest, it had seen many a battle over time. Many a battle his ancestors had won, as a matter of fact. It will again. It will again. Adam thought. The longcoats were fleeing over the bridge, several of their number stopping and firing. A knight fell beside him, but still Adam charged. They covered the distance, just quick enough, and a northerner not quick enough with his thunderer lost his head to Adam's sword. Marbrand laughed, seeing the crowded, vulnerable soldiers as they retreated over the bridge in front of him. Run them down! Adam bellowed. His knights, though fewer in number, complied, and they all raced across the several hundred-yard-long bridge. His targets were in sight, vulnerable, helpless. He would slaughter them all, and then rob Stark, and all this loss and humiliation would be avenged. He chanced to glance at the river, and saw several small boats along the far bank. Out of their sight until they crossed the bridge. All with thunderers. All pointed at him. A roar of a cannon, and the heir of House Marbrand knew no more. Robb Stark! Robb cursed as he heard the cannons go off, a young sergeant hefted over his shoulders. He was running as fast as he could manage with his burden and the crowd of men he had to batter through, but he still got the injured young man through into a surprised medic taking shelter by a house on the western bank of the river. Your Grace, I. The medic tried, but Robb just set the young man in front of her on a stretcher. Help him! He ordered. He pointed to the shocked, pale young man's face. Don't die! Sir! They both cried. Robb turned and rushed across the street, spying the colors planted behind a garden wall. His officers looked in amazement and relief. Your Grace, we. Satrap! Robb ordered. General Rhyswell cleared his throat. Our forces are over the river. Mostly. He pointed over at the bridge, which was now on fire. Most of their troops had reformed their lines on the banks and were firing at anyone stupid enough to get close to the bridge. The Lannister forces are all converging in the town. Robb nodded, taking deep breaths. Good. Good, he said. The rest of our army. Approaching, but we've lost contact, Your Grace, Rhyswell said grimly. If they were following their orders they should be here by now. They should, Robb grumbled. The Reach. Their banners aren't in range yet, Rhyswell said, wiping his beard of sweat and grime. If they had a balloon up, we'd be able to see them, even in this, Robb sighed. He shook his head. All right. The plan is still working. Workable. We just need a little more time. We can stack them up at the bridge, Your Grace, Rhyswell pointed out. They seem damned determined to get here. Get me, you mean, Robb nodded. But if they pull away now, they could still escape. I want this ended today, Rhyswell. The general nodded. I know, sir. What do we do? Robb trailed off and looked behind the general. The older lord frowned, and looked over his shoulder. He started, Greywind and Nymeria stood there, giant and silent. Robb's eyes met those of his companions. He frowned. Greywind growled. Robb nodded. It was strange. His wolf had not spoken anything, but he'd understood everything perfectly. My turn, Robb said calmly. He looked to the general. I'm buying you a breather. Hold the line, no matter what. I will return. I swear. The general reached out, and shook Robb's hand. Rhyswell smiled, a bit wanly. The Starks deliver nothing but miracles, Your Grace, he said. I think it's our turn. Robb nodded. He ducked down and followed the wolves, who padded out through the town, away from the explosions and fighting. They then began to run, and Robb ran with them through the small forest that girded this part of the town. He could leap and dodge and jump around obstacles, as easily as the wolves, but not as quickly. That irked him a bit. If only I could move as fast as them. Maybe Theon could invent something? They broke through the trees, and a bank met them. The two wolves stopped, and Robb stopped with them. Greywind looked over his shoulder, staring at him. And then huffed, gesturing to his back. Robb blinked, but at the sense of urgency from his wolf he nodded and got up on top of his back. It was awkward. No reins meant he had to hold on to Grey Wind's neck, and no saddle meant every bone and muscle was pressing against him. Yet Rob had never felt more secure, or more powerful. The wolves took to the water, swimming across the river. It was swift, swifter than Rob could have ever managed, and they were across almost before Rob knew it. Grey Wind and Nymeria loped now, up the bank, faster than any horse. Rob felt like he was seeing through their eyes, knowing their senses. And he smiled. For when they passed through the small wood on the other side of the bank, the wolves that had been shadowing the army were now with them. Running with them, charging with them. Rob looked about, his smile becoming more feral. This too was his army, wasn't it? And the Northern Army's motto was to never leave anyone behind. They swung around and loped into a gully, running furiously. Rob could smell blood, brimstone, and human fear ahead. The gully grew more shallow, wider, and as they rounded a turn, it became a ditch. A ditch that the majority of the Lannister forces were attempting to cross. A ditch with several war beasts, who all heard the howls of the approaching wolves. Rob sat up on Grey Wind's back, and drew his revolvers. He opened fire the moment he saw the shocked eyes of the Lannister knights. The wolves struck next, falling like a furious river of teeth and claws. Grey Wind, Rob, and Nymeria climbed out of the ditch and roared after one of the war beasts. It panicked, trumpeting in terror as it charged away from the wolves. It crashed into another war beast, goring it, as men and horses died under their feet. Green flames burst into life as the fire carts were set ablaze by an errant torch, and fire arrows erupted like fireworks from the ditch. The wolves rushed through this hell, biting and snapping and howling as the main force of the Lannisters and Baratheons fell into utter chaos. Then they were gone, running as fast as they could to move to the east away from the enemy forces. Rob could only imagine the looks of dismay on the faces of the knights behind him, as a familiar song boomed over the plains. Shoot to thrill, play to kill. Too many women with too many pills. Shoot to thrill, play to kill. I got my gun at the ready, gonna fire at will. Yet. It wasn't Ramsay singing, that Rob knew for sure. It sounded like Xander, the bassist. Still, he was doing an admirable job. Rob turned to look back, and saw more northern troops charging down from the north, war wagons and cavalry leading the charge, and the mighty bandwagon bellowing right in front. He'd never seen a more heartwarming sight. Grey Wind growled. Rob looked ahead. He could smell something familiar, amid the blood, smoke, and death. His eyes narrowed. Joffrey. Even like this though, the wolves were not enough to capture him. Not enough to take him alive. Not without sacrificing them. Rob had lost so many men. So many friends. A buzzing sound filled the air, and Rob looked up. His jaw dropped. A large balloon, shaped like a bullet, was flying overhead. Underneath was a spider's web of wire and rope, supporting a woven sled-like platform. Large wings spread from this platform, and behind it all but under the balloon was a fearsome, roaring engine. And atop the contraption were two people, heavily done up in leathers and goggles. Yet the dire wolf sigil on the side of the balloon made the allegiance of the vehicle all too clear. Your Grace! Shouted the pilot over the roar, sorry we're late. Eddard! Rob shouted. The pilot waved. Need some help? Robb Stark, king in the north and of the Trident. Smiled. Joffrey Baratheon. That stupid Lancel. Those stupid Unsullied. Those stupid damn Northerners. All of them, traitors and failures. All of them bastards. Already, from his carriage, King Joffrey Baratheon could see men in red fleeing. Fleeing down the road, running over the muddy fields. A blind panic. All of them. All of them, useless. Joffrey snarled. Well. No matter. If he had to run, he would run. He would find his mother. Then they could fix this. Fix all of this. Get revenge. Driver, he ordered, take us out of here. Now. There was no response. Joffrey, furious, got out of the carriage and glared up into the rising sun. I said get us out. The driver was dead, his throat torn out. A wolf, bigger than any he'd ever seen before, stood above him with a bloody nuzzle. The beast snarled, and Joffrey felt his bladder release, even as a low buzzing sound filled the air. Oh shit! Oh shit! You're dead! You're supposed to be dead! He backed away, stumbling. Into a large, armored form. A familiar one. Joffrey looked up, saw the scarred face. A face he had mocked, over and over again. Yet now, here, it was the most beautiful sight Joffrey could imagine seeing. Hound! Help me! Joffrey cried. Help me! Sir Sandor Clegane stared down at him. Joffrey moved behind the knight, using him as a shield from the wolf. Protect me, damn it! I am your king! Joffrey squealed. Kill that beast! He looked around at his remaining knights and retainers, all frightened. Do it! I am your king. I order you. The buzzing sound became a roar, and Joffrey looked up while covering his ears. It was a balloon, he'd seen them in Winterfell, before the war. Yet some horrible roaring, like a metallic beast, was issuing from its arse. It had great wings like a dragon, and thunderers mounted on it. And standing on a platform, with two others, was the person Joffrey had been looking forward to seeing the most today. Smirking down at him, a rifle in his hands. Anyone who does not wish to die, Robb Stark bellowed over the roaring engine, surrender, now. Joffrey's hands shakily felt on the revolver. He pulled it, and lifted it up shakily. He pointed the muzzle at Robb, that damned traitor. He'd kill him, right now. Slay the rebel. Avenge his father. Be the hero. Fuck you. I am the king. Joffrey bellowed, pulling the trigger. The gun discharged, and Joffrey screamed in pain as he dropped the heavy gun. He stared at his burned, bloody hands, tears filling his eyes. He looked up at Robb Stark, still standing there, untouched, as the engine of the vehicle billowed smoke and flames. His eyes widened, he screamed louder. And a blow to the back of the head silenced him, sending the boy king to the ground. Robb Stark. The aircraft was so loud Robb could barely hear anything. Even cannons seemed less noisy by comparison. Yet from the smoke and sparks, he could tell they were in trouble despite being unable to hear the shouts of Eddard Karstark and his gear wife. Get off, your grace! Eddard screamed, and shoved Robb off the skiff. The king in the north turned and landed, cat-like, on the soft ground with a grunt. He got up, as the air skiff wandered away drunkenly. He grimaced as he saw it slam to the ground, the engine on the back bursting into flames. Get out, get out! Robb shouted hoarsely. He was rewarded with two figures running from the vehicle, as it was quickly consumed by the flames. The vehicle, now pyre, collapsed into a flaming ruin as Eddie and his gear wife took refuge. Robb moved to help, but a growl from Grey Wind turned him around. He drew his revolver, pointing it at Sandor Clegane. The tall, scarred knight stood before him, an unconscious Joffrey in his arms. The tall man then dumped the blonde boy from his arms, letting him collapse at Robb's feet. Robb looked down, and then back up. What's this? Robb asked. You slew my brother, your grace? Asked the hound. Robb nodded, pulling the hammer back on his gun. I did. Sandor Clegane drew his sword, turned it down. And knelt in front of Robb, the blade held out in respect. Then I do so swear House Clegane to you, Robb Stark, King of the North and the Trident, Sandor said gravely. And offer you Joffrey Waters, the bastard who ordered the death of your father. Do as you wish. I am at your mercy. Robb looked at the rest of the servants and retainers. They were all kneeling as well, terrified. Robb looked down at the beaten form of Joffrey, licked his lips. Grey Wind growled. Robb shook his head. He stepped forward. And offered his hand. Rise, Sandor Clegane, Robb said. Sandor looked up. He stared at the proffered hand in confusion. Rise. I know you protected my sister, and for this I am grateful. Your crimes we can address at a later time, but for now? For now. Robb looked over the battlefield, back towards Crossroads. He looked back at the hound. For now. I tire of death. Take my hand. Sandor, reluctantly, did so. Robb pulled him up with some difficulty. The hound was a very large man. Robb looked him in the eyes, and the hound stared back steadily. Order your men to surrender, Robb said. They will be spared. You have my word. Sandor snorted. The word of a king means little to me, he said. Robb sighed. Then take it from a man who wants this war over. And all it takes is your word. That seemed to mollify the hound, and he barked for a horse. He was delivered one, and he rode off, wolves shadowing him. Robb watched him go, as Eddard Karstark and his gear wife ascended the hill, panting. Robb turned away, and looked down. Blizzard lay there on the ground, burnt but serviceable. He knelt down and took the gun, turning it over in his hands. Oh gods! That was... Wow, Eddard huffed, his mask and goggles off to expose his red, sweaty face. What did you do? Not much, Robb admitted, rubbing Grey Wind's head affectionately as Nymeria stood guard over Joffrey. Just ended the war. He looked out over the fields of fire, burning orange and green. It was a terrible beauty he hoped dearly to never see again. Just ended the war, he repeated softly, holding Blizzard in his hand. For now, father. You are avenged. ASoIaF Kings, Wolves and Ravens, Part 1. AC 300, King's Landing, The Crownlands. Theon Greyjoy. I had thought my patience and will were challenged in the north. That's why I set up bureaucracies, after all, so that the entire system of the north did not rely on me alone. Given everything else I had to get done in 10 years to prepare for the White Walkers, doing endless filing would have ensured the others would have easily conquered us and turned us all into zombies. So whenever possible, I set up systems with trusted men, learned men, and kept the bigger picture in mind as they got their smaller pictures running with mine. It's frankly kind of a miracle it worked as well as it did. I felt like I was consistently hitting my luck rolls, with the majority of the projects I got done. Unions and companies and guilds alone were a nightmare and a half. Yet, even now, I remembered how Winterfell and White Harbor and Deepwood Motte and Torrens Square all looked. I remembered the people. Yes, there were still peasants. Many of whom still cowered around lords. Most of the regular folk though held their heads high. They granted lords their respect, but were granted their own in turn. Children ran off to school, happily. Men gathered at bars, chatting about a hard day's work and how big a bitch their boss was, without any fear. A teenager who painted a Ned Stark poster with a paint mustache was given a severe chastisement and a smack to the head, but no more. A man caught for petty theft was given a brief prison stay, or given the option to work off his debt. He could even get a local defender in a trial, not necessarily a good one, but he would have an advocate. There were still places in the north where the old ways ruled, no doubt about it. Northern marshals had been forced to deal with a few upstart lords who executed their small folk on the smallest whim. Desertion of the Night's Watch was still a death sentence. Yet despite all this, the contrast between the regular people who made up the troops of the north, and the King's Landing peasants, was stark indeed. No pun intended. With the Red Keep essentially ruined, we'd chosen a manse near the Red Keep to conduct city business. As the ranking nobleman around, Prince Oberyn Martell had assumed a temporary regent position over the city and was dealing with the remaining nobles. Given we had the guns and numbers, few in the city had disagreed. Lord Varys, of course, served as his master of whispers, which had pulled everyone else into agreement with the new order. Bronn got tapped as head of the city guard, though in practice he answered to Roose Bolton as the majority of the troops in the city were under his command. The Manderleys tended to the shipyards. Great Jon Umber was nominally in charge of the coin, but in practice he let his assistant Lady Ros Hearthspeak handle it since she had practically run his house's finances herself. And me? Well, I was in many ways, Rob's hand of the king. So essentially I got to deal with everything else. I stood in a fairly bare room, looking out onto the busy streets. Arya was on a couch nearby, studying one of the radios I'd brought along. She'd stuck with me almost constantly from the moment we'd come, and I didn't really mind it. I had missed my tomboyish little sister dearly. Ramsay was also there, reading a book. He too had stuck close to me as of late. It was a bit heartwarming, I guess. For Ramsay, anyway. There was a knock at the door, and I looked back. Ramsay rose and checked a mirror on the floor. He then nodded to me. I smiled. Come in, I announced. The door opened, and a pair of grey-clad troops entered with a babbling old man between them. See here. See here. I don't know what you're talking, I have nothing to, oh. Oh, my hip, my hip. Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Theon, Mira stated, stepping out from behind the troops and saluting smartly. I smiled and nodded. Excellent work, I said. He didn't give you any trouble, did he? Mira made a face. He tried to solicit me, she snorted, flexing a bit in her skin-tight sneak suit. Imagine. A maester. Slander. Lies. Misunderstandings. Pycelle babbled. Ramsay looked up, studying the old man. Is he in the flay category, Theon? He asked, almost bored. Arya glanced up at me and Ramsay, almost looking excited. I considered it, rubbing my chin. Now, Ramsay, flaying is quite illegal in the north and practicing it is strictly forbidden, I said. Ramsay frowned. We're not in the north right now though. No, we're not, I agreed with a smile, and Pycelle trembled. I mean, please, I did not, wah. Oh for fuck's sake, I growled, would you cut that bullshit out? We'll die of old age before this conversation is over if you keep that act up. Pycelle gaped at me in some disbelief. But how? I rolled my eyes. What's my nickname again, anyone? Anyone. It's Genius, isn't it? Arya asked. Or is it Boomsquid now? It's both, but I think the Genius one is more important right now, I stated. I pointed at his bare legs, as he was in just a sleeping robe. You walk stooped over yet your legs lack any of the telltale signs of rheumatism. Your feet have high arches, too high for you to be that decrepit. Oh, and this, I said, picking up an apple and throwing it at the old man. Pycelle gaped and threw his hands up. Catching the fruit. He stared at it, and then me. He dropped the apple, and worked his jaw. He stood up straight, a bit of respect in his gaze. So it would seem, he spoke in a calm, clear voice. Well. You have me. What do you want of me? Arya scowled deeply at the old man. I shrugged. First, some information. Why didn't you join the Lannisters in fleeing King's Landing? Your association with them is rather well known to us, so don't bother with the crap. And would be further, once the reporters from the Despoiler were finished with their exhaustive examination of records at various points in the city. At this rate some of the reporters would probably be getting book deals with how much they were finding. I wished them well. I'd written more than enough books that it was about damn time someone else started contributing. Pycelle shrugged. Simple. As Grand Maester, I would simply stay behind and enjoy the protection of my office. After all, and here Pycelle studied me, we are both men of learning, are we not? You've enjoyed good terms with the Citadel, would you really jeopardize all that simply to execute me? Adorable, Ramsay snorted. He thinks we can't kill him. No, sadly Ramsay, I said with a sigh, he's quite right. Simply killing him just would not do. Ramsay stared at me. He shrugged, and waved his shotgun around. It would. Wave the shotgun around, whoops, he's lost his head. So sad. Pycelle paled. I sighed. Yes, in basic practice, killing him would be very easy. Though I'd prefer something like, I don't know, nitroglycerin. I pointed at Pycelle's chest. Too much will drop his blood pressure to nothing and he'll go into cardiac arrest. That's no fun, Ramsay pouted. He'd feel no pain. It's all in the application, I insisted. Point is, we can't just straight up murder him. That's not particularly just. I glanced over at him. Even if he was aware of the incest and did nothing. Even if he did intentionally fail to save Jonaran. Even if he did facilitate the sacking of King's Landing the last time. It's not enough proof for a court of law in the north. Therefore, we must let him go. Pycelle smirked at Ramsay, and then at me. I smiled back, unpleasantly. However, I said, we do in fact have photographic evidence of him breaking his vow of celibacy. I glanced at Mira, who handed over an envelope. I opened it, and produced several photographs, making a face as I did. Yuck. It's like a shaved goat going at it. I looked up at Pycelle, who was coloring furiously. You really do get carried away, don't you? You can't. Who would believe such witchcraft? Pycelle tried. Arya actually laughed at that. I remained smiling unpleasantly. It's simple, Pycelle. I'm not going to kill you. Nor is anyone in this room going to kill you. Indeed. You're getting a new job. I said cheerfully. Serving King Rob. Pycelle offered. I shook my head. Nope, I said cheerfully. Serving the new heir to Casterly Rock and the Lord Ambassador at large for the Westerlands. Pycelle paled again, as I waved to the door on the other side of the room. It opened, and Tyrion Lannister waddled in, Bronn standing behind him with a smile. Hello Grand Maester, Tyrion said pleasantly. So nice to see you again. He walked up to the table, and poured himself a glass of wine. I must say, seeing you again really does warm my heart. That, or indigestion. We'll have so many wonderful things to discuss as you serve under me. The Citadel, Pycelle tried, but Tyrion shook his head. Terrible shame, but they will have received the photographs by now. And even if they don't, they'll be in the Despoiler in a matter of days. So. You can serve my household, or you can let the Citadel deal with you as they wish. He sipped his wine, looking Pycelle in the eye. Pycelle stared back, his shoulders slumping. What is it you command? My lord. Pycelle asked, defeated. Tyrion waved his hand to Bronn. Bronn snapped his fingers, and two guards appeared in the door. They stepped around the northern troops, and took the former Grand Maester by the shoulders. To sit in a dark cell and rue the day you chose to serve my father and my sister, of course. Tyrion said cheerfully. After that? We'll see. Take him away. The guards pulled Pycelle out. Mira and the northern troopers looked back at me, and I nodded. They nodded back. Once they were gone, Tyrion sighed and clambered up onto the couch next to Arya. It was a long journey, but I thank you for the appropriate gift, Tyrion said, even as Arya glared at him. Lady Arya. Half man, she said distastefully. Arya, be nice, I said kindly. He did save Mother and Rob's lives. Yes, a debt that will not be repaid any time soon, Tyrion spoke, setting the empty wine glass aside. Bronn picked it up, and set it aside. Though there's plenty to go around. His brother tried to kill Bran, Arya hissed, and his nephew murdered father. And he didn't do those things, I emphasized. Besides. He's here for a very good reason. What? Arya asked. I smiled at Tyrion. He's taking over running King's Landing for me. It is the job you wanted me to take, Tyrion said simply. Laziness does not become you, Lord Greyjoy. You revolutionize human civilization in 10 years, then tell me about being lazy, I snorted back. Besides, I've got more important work to do. Rebuilding a destroyed city and creating a new leadership for a fractured kingdom. Tyrion asked in disbelief. What could be more important than that? I chuckled, and shook my head. Let's just say it's complicated, I said. Besides, today's problems today, right? Right, Tyrion said with a nod. Where's your brother, anyway? Arya sneered. Tyrion shrugged. I'm afraid I don't know, but no doubt your security forces are keeping an eye on him. Now. He looked at me. Where do we begin? I smiled broadly. Yes, there was still a threat ahead, approaching from behind the wall. Yes, I had an obscene amount of work ahead of me, ahead of all of us. And I had a lot of blood on my hands. Still. At the very least, we had this victory. This win. And all I needed to do, right now, was prepare for my victorious brother's arrival. ASoIaF of Kings, Wolves and Ravens, Part 2. AC 300, Winterfell, the North. Marjorie Stark. Marjorie sighed as she put down the scroll. Since she had married the king in the north, she had decided to at least learn a little about her new husband's family history. Unfortunately, she had somewhat underestimated the task. The Tyrell family line went back many centuries before the then stewards of Highgarden had been named rulers of the Reach under the Iron Throne. The Starks, on the other hand. The royal apartments were in a refurbished section of the First Keep, a massive and ancient structure supposedly built by the first man to bear the name Stark, a man named Bran, a man who lived 8,000 years before. The list of the kings of winter was in itself a great work, even with the missing names of those lost to history, remembered only as the Stark in Winterfell. Their deeds. Is it strange that I can read the exploits of Theon the Hungry Wolf, and feel happy that I can see some of him in my husband? Not his cruelty or his bloodthirstiness, but his dedication to defending his people? His wrath on those who would despoil what he claimed as his. Even to this day, Theon Stark was remembered among the Andal peoples as a brutal, terrifying spectre of death and destruction, and she was married to his direct descendant. Did Theon Stark's wife sit worrying by the fire, praying to her gods for him to return from slaughtering his way through Andalos, or battling the Ironborn to win Bear Island? Casting aside that morbid thought, Marjorie rose and strode across the polished wood floor of the room, heated from below by a clever network of pipes with hot water running through them, Theon Greyjoy's adaptation of a larger system running through the walls of Winterfell, and stood by the large windows, fitted with thick but clear glass that held the late autumn chill. Late autumn here, at least. If it were this cold in Highgarden, we'd already be calling it deep winter. How cold is it going to get? Looking out, she could see the sprawling mass of Winterfell, and beyond it, the even larger, and growing, thing that was called Wintertown, with smoke rising from thousands of chimneys, and from the furnaces and foundries that fed the North's industry and war machine. Grey stone, grey smoke, grey, is there no color in this land at all? All seems to be a shifting scale between the white of the snow and the blackness of the night sky. That was unfair, and unworthy, she knew. She had seen the gardens built for Lady Catelyn by her late husband, the stunning beauty of the North's blue roses, the fierce, almost violent color of the leaves of the Godswood's heart tree. Many Northerners filled their homes with bright tapestries and posters, and she had been gifted with undergarments that were as colorful as any she had worn in the Reach. Is it simply that we Northerners keep up a facade of stony, grim darkness, but keep the joyful, pleasant, and loving side of their lives private? If so, it explained a great deal of how people north of the Neck behaved. Stark in name, stark in nature, bare, stripped of the unnecessary, at least in public. In private, with those they trust, and love, please, any god who listens, new, old or beyond, bring him home to me. A knock at the door drew her attention away from the window and back to the moment. Come in, she called, already settling her features into what she privately called her queen face. The door swung open, pushed by one of the large guards in grey coats that stood watch outside of her quarters, and Brienne ducked through the door. She didn't need to, but it was likely a reflex for the tall woman. She wore the same trousers and long grey coat worn by the royal guards, her cloak trimmed with fur. Her shoulders and head were still dusted with snow from her trip across the courtyard. Your Grace, she began with a perfunctory bow, but straightening quickly, offering her queen the folded letter in her gloved hand. Marjorie snatched it from her, tearing it open and reading the telegram with hungry eyes as she vaguely heard Brienne's words. Word from, battle at Crossroads Town, significant losses at the bridge, but, the usurper was captured. Instead, she focused on the quick lettering of the clerk who had decoded the radio message. My love. We beat the bastard. Arya is safe. Marching to King's Landing to meet her and Theon. Sounds like he made a mess of the place. I'm quite well and safe, and hope you are the same. Love you. Rob. It was some time before she was coherent enough to hear the rest of Brienne's report. The enemy had more gunpowder weapons than expected, including some kind of rocket arrow launcher, the tall woman continued as Marjorie sat, sipping at an arbor red that reminded her of her old home. But a flanking attack led by King Robb and the arrival of one of Lord Karstark's balloon craft, finished the battle, and the bastard Joffrey was captured, along with most of the surviving lords and officers. Marvelous, sighed Marjorie. At last this distressing war will come to a close. There is still Stannis, your grace, reminded Brienne, clearly still intent that the Baratheon and his witch should pay for murdering King Renly. And the Vale still hasn't chosen a side, not to mention the Iron Icelanders. Yes, yes, but the Lannisters are either dead, cowed or fled, insisted the Queen, placing her wine glass down on the table. The rest will fall into line once we've demonstrated that we can shatter any army or fortress that resists us. No, Brienne, it's simply a matter of time. Now, is there any word of young Brandon? An edge of genuine concern entered her voice. Brienne frowned. We have patrols scouring the roads and fields between here and Last Hearth, while ravens and telegraphs have been sent to all of the clans of the hills to do the same. We have also sent word to Castle Black, in case Bran and Qyburn make it that far. An old man, a giant, a boy and a dire wolf should not be hard to find, but there is no word as yet. She paused. Lady Catelyn is distraught. Of course she is, so many of her children are still missing or in danger, agreed Marjorie. She tapped her fingertips on the heavy oak table, her lovely eyes narrowing in thought. Please send word to my good mother, asking her to dine with me tonight. We must celebrate the king's victory over the usurper, and comfort her in regards to Bran. Have the kitchen begin preparation for a proper celebratory feast tomorrow, but let's not let Lady Catelyn know yet, we wouldn't want to seem disrespectful to her concern for Bran. I doubt she will be in the mood for celebration, but hopefully the news of Arya's rescue will bolster her spirits. She reached over and took a scrap of paper, and quickly penned a few words on it. And also, if you will, take this down to the telegraph office, and have it sent top priority, on my authorization. Brienne nodded, took the message, and left the room, her long legs covering the distance to the door in moments. Marjorie remained seated, glancing at her pile of books, but sighing, and returning to her glass, inhaling the familiar fragrance of the wine. Strange, it had smelled better before. Shaking that off, her mind focused on the short message she had written. May the gods bring swift victory, and may you return safely home. Your family misses you. Your wife misses you. Marjorie. Amr Dahan. That night still stuck in her mind. Even with that bratty Dornish princess, just to know how Theon cared for her. How he showed it. Amr Da. Was he safe? She didn't know. She had worried over him before, no doubt. Many times. It felt so different now. Amr Da was aware it was probably just the biochemical changes in her body from sexual contact with someone. She'd read that book herself. Yet she could not get her mind away from it. Amr Da. His last message had said he was safe, and he wanted to see her. He dearly missed her. She missed him too, so much. Even with the consequences of what might happen, she wanted to kiss him again, touch him again. No, he was safe for sure. So much could change so quickly, and the news would take so long to get to her. Amr Da. Amr Da shook her head free of distraction, and adjusted her glasses. She locked her gaze onto Dan Greenstone, Theon's other assistant, who had been recounting all that had gone on since her absence in his office in the Benyon Stark building. She cleared her throat, and sat up primly in her chair. Of course. Where were we? The petitions from the mining unions, the Factory Alliance, and the Silver Bank of the North business associations on their Westerland projects, Dan reminded her, a bit peeved. Amr Da nodded, and her eyes dashed over her notes. Despite being in a bit of a daydream, she had been keeping up. Yes. Frankly, the huge size of all these proposals is more than a little daunting, Amr Da said. That they proposed them all at the same time, together, is suspicious to say the least. Dan nodded, looking a bit less tense. True, but given the telegraph lines that have been set up across the north, that isn't much of a shock, he said. All those old friends can now just speak to one another with a few taps of the knob, Amr Da reminded him. She shook her head. King Robb was of the opinion that we should not appear to be conquerors, that rather defeats the purpose of the Commonwealth. True, but with troops already returning home, Dan pointed out, and all these immigrants, we're flush with labor. Too much labor, if we're going to be honest. Getting them working down south as soon as we can is the easiest way to get things back to normal. Well, as normal as we can measure these things. Dan sorted through a few papers, grumbling as he found a particular document. Besides, he continued, a few projects in the Reach have already been approved, not to mention the Vale, the Riverlands. We weren't fighting those kingdoms though, Amr Da pointed out. And we do need to think long term. You sound so much like Theon, Dan groused. Amr Da shrugged. Well, he does often know what he's doing. Does he? Since when? Since you. Dan asked flatly, before cutting himself off. Amrita narrowed her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Dan stuttered, and looked back down at his papers. Amrita glared. What is that supposed to mean, Dan Greenstone? I didn't. Do you mean to insinuate that I am Lord Theon's mistress? Amrita asked, in a cold and deadly tone. That I am compromised in any way? Dan grimaced. No, he managed through gritted teeth. Because it sounded like you were doing that, Amrita hissed. It sounded like it. She stood up and marched over to Dan, glaring down at him. Afraid for your position already then? I would be, after losing Lord Bran. I didn't lose Lord Bran. Dan protested. How was I to know what he was going to do? I'm an accountant. I do business. I don't. No, you don't, Amrita growled. You keep the books and you keep things running. It is not your place to. She caught a cruel look in the glass of the window. She glanced up, wildly expecting some pushy, arrogant noble lady to be there. There wasn't though, there was just her. She stared at the glass, for a very long moment. She looked back at Dan, who was still cowering. Amrita closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. I apologize, Amrita said softly. Dan, I am sorry. Dan looked up at Amrita, confused. He frowned back, working his jaw. Thanks, he said. Me too. Amrita looked aside, gripping her clipboard tightly. You are right that Theon is only mortal, she said finally. And that we must make our own decisions, based on reason and logic. She sat down in her chair, and cleared her throat. No matter our relationship to him. Dan stared at her, uncomprehending. Amrita waited, pensive. Dan sighed, and let out a little smile. Yet. I mean, Dan managed, we're not a bunch of nobles, just saying yay or nay however the Lord says to, right? Of course, Amrita said with a nod. Of course. Perish the thought. She'd hated those snooty highborn all her life. Yet she'd been using their words. What would Theon say, if he saw her now? If he was even? No, she thought furiously, no. You are not some weak maiden, or some stupid highborn. Focus. They sat there, smoothly continuing the work. Sorting through papers, sending off documents for consideration, and working on the many requests. Amrita didn't look out the window for what seemed like hours, yet the outside seemed as bright as a sunrise. It took her a moment to realize the square in front of Winterfell's gates were filled with dancing people, waving torches and shooting off fireworks. What the? She checked the clock. It was 8 at night. What on planetos is going on? Dan rose, and walked out of the office. Amrita followed, and they saw it was deserted. They went down the stairs, finally, right out to the street proper. Now they could hear music booming, people singing, and see what seemed like the entire population of Wintertown out and about, celebrating. What? What's going on? Dan asked. Amrita smiled wryly. I imagine, Amrita said, that we have won the war. I suppose that's the most logical conclusion, Dan said with a nod. Well. Let us go see the Queen, Amrita said. She'll probably need us. Or at the very least, have free food. They'd also find out how Theon was. She didn't say that though. We can also find out how Theon's doing, Dan said for her. She blushed, but smiled. He smiled back. But hey, free food is good, Dan said with a nod, and the two made their way slowly through the celebration. ASoIaF of Kings, Wolves and Ravens, Part 3. AC 300, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Robb Stark. Robb had never before seen the walls of King's Landing in person, always through photography, drawings, or the word of others. Even after the fire and the sieges, the walls of the mighty metropolis stood impressive in the late afternoon sunlight. The desolate plain surrounding the stinking city had a strange kind of beauty to it. The pockmarks of explosive mines were already home to blooming flowers and weeds that stubbornly lived in the face of man's efforts. For Robb though, only Marjorie could be a more beautiful sight than the red, white, and grey standards of the north flying high over the city walls. The sight of hundreds of cheering people thronging the streets as he and his procession trotted down the King's Avenue. His men threw cans of dehydrated milk, vegetables, and biscuits to the crowds, and they in return received flowers and cheers and joyful music. Even amid burnt husks and ruins, they all cheered. Yet in their eyes, Robb could not help but see something unpleasant. The same sight in so many eyes down south. He still smiled and waved. Grey Wind marched alongside him, as he walked with his horse alongside. Already, he could see Cranagman leaping from rooftop to rooftop along their journey, as his breachers marched with vipers held to their shoulders, all presenting their best face, but all loaded. This was a dangerous city, after all. It was where his father had died. It was where his sisters were held. It was where the war began, in the coupling of two siblings while a king slept in a drunken stupor. It was also where it would end. All of it. The band played a marching song, one of Rob's favorites, When Johnny Comes Marching Home. It made him think of home, think of family. Think of Marjorie. They approached the gates of the Red Keep, or rather, what was left of them. While the great walls still held, the great gates made of oak and timber were flung wide open. Judging from the throngs of people waiting to greet them, they had been left open for quite some time. Grey Wind sniffed, and scanned the crowd. He was at ease, but on guard. That reassured Rob immensely. They passed through the gates, and into a realm of devastation. The famous gardens of the Great Keep had been laid waste, burned or plundered by the starving citizens. Magur's stronghold was a still smouldering ruin, like a brick stove burning with fresh meat. The towers of the rest of the castle were in ill repair, he could recognize that cannon fire had struck them. He wondered if that would show up in any of his captain's reports, to cross-reference it all. So much to file away. So much to write. So much to do. Yet, isolated from the crowds by breachers, standing near a fountain that greeted visitors to the Red Keep, stood a small, familiar group. One that gave Rob's tired face a real reason to smile. Especially when a young woman, dressed in slightly oversized navy trousers and shirt, ran up to him with a beautiful smile. "Rob!" Arya cried, ignoring all decorum and just hugging her big brother. Rob captured her in his embrace, a great weight fading away as he held his beloved little sister. The cheers of the crowds faded away, as he just enjoyed it. "Hello Arya. Sorry I'm late," he said softly. He pulled back, just enough to see her wipe her tears from her eyes. He smiled back, letting his own tears fall. "But I found someone." "Who missed you?" Arya looked to Grey Wind, who huffed softly. Emerging from a carriage in the Great Army, a grey wolf loped slowly up to Arya. The officers of the army parted, and when Arya caught sight of the wolf, she beamed broadly. "Nymeria." She embraced her wolf, who licked and nuzzled her back affectionately. Rob watched his sister's reunion with her beloved companion, and rubbed Grey Wind's head in equal care. His companion licked him back, equally composed but equally happy. "Rob." And then his brother in all but blood hugged him, and Rob hugged him back. The king in the north laughed, and ruffled Theon's hair happily. Rob grinned at him, and Theon grinned back. "You made quite a mess of things," Rob observed. Theon smirked and shrugged. "Hey, you told me to," he said. "What am I if not loyal to my king? Would I see any difference?" Rob joked, and both laughed. It felt good to laugh, for both of them. Theon looked back at the entourage, all waiting on them. He looked back at Rob, and grimaced thoughtfully. "So, which part of the unpleasant business do you want to get to first?" he asked bluntly. Rob appreciated bluntness. He looked to the square where his father had been beheaded, and took a deep breath. "I think the men deserve to see what they've accomplished first," Rob said. Theon nodded, and squeezed Rob's shoulder. "Yet," he said. "Yet. I thought you might." "Is it ready then?" Rob asked. Theon nodded. "We're ready." Rob nodded, and let Theon go. The boom squid turned and headed up for the great hall with his king alongside, the servants and attendants and officers following. Rob gestured to some men, and they retrieved a coffin-shaped package from one of the carriages to carry with them. It was a long climb, but Rob kept silent. He just allowed Theon to talk. It was familiar, comforting. It took him further away from where he'd been. It kept him where he was. Also, the scar's kind of cool, Theon said, pointing to the scratch across Rob's eyelid. The genius winced. "Geez. That was close." "Imagine how I felt," Rob said dryly. "Gonna wear an eye patch?" Theon asked. Rob shrugged. "Maybe. I thought you were the pirate scum around here." Theon snickered. "Hey, anyone can look awesome with an eye patch. If they can, I mean. Scientific as always," Rob said dryly. "Long couple of days, give me a break," Theon said. The guards reached the main hall's doors first, and pushed them open. Rob and Theon walked in, side by side, the ancient hall echoing with their footsteps. Ahead, bathed in the light of the afternoon through the windows, stood the Iron Throne. Even pictures had not done it justice, it was a gigantic, spiny thing, forged to look like it was growing out of the very stonework itself. Rob had to admit, in some small way, that even now he felt intimidated by this throne. Every part of the room was shaped to make you feel small as you approached it, needing to bend down to a monarch sitting on the legacy of his forebears. Even now, Rob felt trepidation as he walked up the steps, standing right in front of the Iron Throne. He looked down upon the seat. Upon the blades. Upon the dark stains, ancient blood of kings and would-be kings all over the metal. He clenched his fists, staring into it. This dark, ancient thing. This twisted prize for ambition, blood, murder, and chaos. Hey, Theon grunted. Rob, shaken out of his reverie, looked over at the genius. Theon was rubbing his chin, examining the Iron Throne. What? Rob asked. Theon glanced at his brother, and shrugged. Just thought it would be, you know, bigger, he said. Rob stared at Theon in disbelief. He glanced back at the Iron Throne. He could see, now, imperfections in the joining of the swords. The poorly designed seat. The warped metalwork and flaws, not just in the swords but in the metal used to meld it all together. He reached out, touched it, and found nothing but ancient iron under his fingertips. Rob Stark laughed softly, as he stroked the metal. He felt Theon's stare, and pulled his hand back. Sorry, just. I thought it'd be bigger too, Rob said. But when you look at it like this, it kind of. He looked at Theon, grasping for the right words. The genius smiled. Loses some of the magic? He asked. Rob nodded. True. On the other hand, it's probably for the best that this thing loses that. How else are we going to progress? Rob nodded slowly. He examined the throne, a bit longer. King of the Seven Kingdoms. Lord of all Westeros. With the power of fire and thunder, just like the Targaryens of old. Rob turned, and slowly, so slowly, sat down. It was hard and uncomfortable, and he had to sit straight. Alert, like he was on his horse. He looked over the hall, into the eyes of his subjects. His friends. His citizens. He sat for a long moment, as Grey Wind watched him. So. Theon began, what do you want to do with it, Rob? Rob gripped the armrests of the throne, lost in thought. He looked at Grey Wind, and his wolf looked back. Rob sighed, and a small smile emerged on his face. He turned to one of his soldiers. You have a camera? He asked. The soldier quickly sent for a photographer. It took some time, but he arrived, with a few reporters in tow, Eddard Shorthand among them. That did Rob's heart some good, seeing the honest reporter. Rob looked down on them, and wiped his chin. His people were looking up at him, expectant. Even worried. Ragaz, Uni, open it up, Rob commanded. The two soldiers who had been diligently carrying the coffin set it down, and opened it up. They pulled out a bound, gagged, but very much alive Joffrey Waters, who was screaming himself red with muffled rage. Lords and gentle ladies, he spoke, I sit on the Iron Throne. Only for you to take a photo of me. He then smiled. And after that? Anyone who wants to sit and get their picture taken in it may do so. Then what, Your Grace? Eddard Shorthand asked. Rob chuckled, his eyes on Joffrey. Then, we're making this into a museum where anyone can sit in this thing for a few coppers, Rob declared, and much cheering ensued. A tintype camera went off, the flash making Rob blink his eyes clear. He shook his head, and rose from the throne. He walked down the steps, standing in front of the furious Joffrey. And you, Joffrey Waters, get to watch every moment, Rob stated, after your trial. Rob nodded to his men. Take him to the safe house. Theon Greyjoy. I watched the men carry the coffin away, many of the observers throwing bits of flotsam at it. A few children smacked the coffin, banging on it and taunting the captive former king. Then he was gone, out the doors. I was wondering why you had so many air holes in that coffin, I admitted. Rob sighed. Safest way to transport him, he said. For him, and us. And the other Lannisters? I asked. They're more cooperative, Rob said with a nod. And thankfully, most are alive. My thoughts went to the photos sent of Lancel Lannister, held in the field hospital, unconscious, but alive. Rob looked out at the crowd. Not here. I nodded. Right. We left the throne, walking to the side doors and up the stairs. We reached the balcony, the steps of the guards faint behind us. Good, I said with a nod. We walked off, as word spread and photographers and soldiers and peasants alike all began to crowd into the great hall. They ascended the steps to the balcony overlooking the throne room, as rich and poor, young and old, men and women began to take their seat on the Iron Throne. And pose ridiculously for the camera. The two young men watched in silence. Until I broke it. You want to talk about what happened? I asked. Rob managed a small smile. Beyond the official reports. Yet. I could tell he'd seen some real shit. Things he'd need to talk about. The king in the north side. Later, he decided, and with a lot of alcohol. I nodded. Fair enough. Sansa? Rob asked. We're tracking her down, I said. Varys has some contacts. We're trusting him. Rob asked flatly. A little, I said, holding my forefinger and thumb apart. Just a little. I mean, fact is that the Baratheons are all either gone or unsuitable for the throne. The Targaryens are gone, the Lannisters are mostly gone, and you. I don't want the throne, Rob said. I nodded. Yet. Which is commendable, I said. He looked down at the throngs below. Besides. We've got bigger problems up north. Things you need to attend to. I can't go. Not yet, Rob said. I looked over at Rob. Hey. Me, the so-called genius, asked intelligently. Rob sighed. Thean. What do you see when you look in those eyes down there? Rob asked. I looked, frowning. People who no longer have to put up with misrule and tyranny. I asked. Hopefully, anyway. Yes. In part. But also people who don't know freedom, Rob said, gripping the railing of the balcony. They welcomed me into the city, not because we were right, but because we brought food and didn't slaughter them. They don't grasp the enormity of what we did. What we sacrificed for them. Does anyone? I countered. Besides, you said you didn't want the throne. I don't, Rob said, but I think someone needs to take it. Something similar. We have the Commonwealth, I reminded Rob. Trade, laws, connections. None of which matters unless there is strength to ensure it goes where it is needed, Rob stated firmly. He shook his head. I feel like I'm needed. Needed here. Maybe, I said, grasping his shoulder, but maybe not in person. After all. The North needs their king too, don't they? Rob grimaced, and I could see the conflict within him. I sighed and gave him a smile. Look. When you look into the eyes of your men, what do you see? I asked, echoing him. Rob frowned at me for that, then looked down at the northern soldiers. Respect, he decided on, but also pride. I nodded. Yes. A pride and respect you earned. I think you can find someone to trust to help rebuild here. After all, you're not here to conquer. You're here to liberate. And the difference between them is that the liberator goes home. But helps them stand on their own, after, Rob insisted. I sighed, and rubbed my chin. You're goddamned impossible, Your Grace, I said wryly. Rob laughed, hard. It was a good sound. This from the idiot who threw himself off Winterfell with a bag made of cloth when he was 12. Rob snickered. I laughed back. It would have worked if you didn't also want to fly, Your Grace, I reminded him. And then John just shook his head and called us idiots before getting Maester Luwin, Rob laughed. It was a good one, to just stand there and laugh and remember who we were. Beyond kings and geniuses. Rob beamed at me, and I beamed back. I'm glad you can smile still, I said earnestly. Rob nodded back. Same. You did burn down 2/3 the Red Keep, he said. I shrugged. 4/5. It's not an exact science. And besides, most of the credit goes to Cersei Lannister. The next day, the radioman had finished putting speakers up across King's Landing. Nevertheless, the largest crowd was where Rob was standing, a stage we'd set up right in the Red Keep's massive courtyard. Ramsay, Mira, Uncle Blackfish, Arya, everyone seemed to be there. Oberyn was just grinning madly, as Tyrion stood next to him with a bit of a smirk himself. He had told me in private that he found it hilarious. The invincible Maegor's holdfast had been brought low by a Lannister's idiocy and a Greyjoy's desperate gamble, where the greatest minds and warriors of the past had failed. Time and again. I had to admit, it was rather funny. Rob looked at the gathered people, and back at me. I smiled and nodded. He looked back, and cleared his throat into the microphone. There was a bit of feedback, and some people winced and cried out in fear. But Rob spoke, and all eyes were on him in the hot, southern sun. Good morning. 3 centuries ago, Aegon the Conqueror came to our shores with dragons and a small army. He conquered the 7 kingdoms, and forged them into one. The proof of that sits behind me, in the Great Hall. Rob narrowed his eyes, and growled. And for those 3 centuries, we have been subject to the whims of whoever sat on that ugly hunk of metal. The whole world had to hold its breath, time and time again, whenever someone new stepped up. Would they be good and wise? Would they be mad and terrible? Rob shook his head. In every case though. It didn't matter what we thought. It was our destiny, the weak to be ruled by the strong. Rob looked around, and he shook his head. And yet. Here I stand, the king of the 2 weakest kingdoms in Westeros, the Red Keep in ruins behind me and the king of the 7 kingdoms and the Andals held prisoner. Here I stand, with men and women dismissed as barbarians and tree worshippers by a number of the lords and knights of the southern kingdoms. Men and women who have triumphed over the best and most fearsome warriors in the world. Here I stand with a man who is my brother in all but blood, who came to Winterfell an underfed hostage. Yet he is the one who showed us the power in all of us. I waved to the crowd, and got a lot of cheering in return. Robb waited, and actually smiled. Over and over again, someone took this throne in recent memory and promised things would be different. They would be just, and wise, and rule well. And everyone who took this throne failed, out of madness, incompetence, or because they were lying. We've been torn apart, again and again, just for that ugly, stinking relic. Everyone forced into a Game of Thrones over that seat. Robb nodded, flipping to the next page of his speech. Well, I have won the seat. And this time? The game is over. It's over because we decided it's over. Robb shouted. The legacy of the Targaryens is over, Robb declared. This is no longer a realm for whoever manages to sit on that damned thing. This is Westeros. And we are free. The crowds, filled with elation, shock, and awe, cheered wildly. The northern soldiers cheered, our allies sang, and Ramsay took it as his time to begin playing with his band. I looked to Robb, and he looked back. We hugged tightly, and hooped along with the crowds. It had been a long road. A road I had tried desperately to avoid. A war that had changed everything. I could only hope this victory did not cost us the real war coming. Yet, surrounded by people from all over Westeros, yelling and cheering, I couldn't help but hope for the future. What can I say? I'm an optimist. Make, Captain Tarth. AC 300, Winterfell, the North. Brienne of Tarth. Her opponent was not quite as tall, but far more broad. He was well muscled under his armor, and the long coat he wore made his movements, even at this close a range, difficult to predict. He circled her like a wolf, eyeing her intensely for an opening. She stared back, similar intensity, watching his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged forward with a feint towards her face. His other fist was heading for her stomach. She moved, brushing the feint aside as she smoothly stepped to the side and seized his forearm in her arms. He tried to pull back, but he'd thrown too much of his weight into the strike, and with a sweep of her foot he was off his balance entirely. He slammed into the dirt of the courtyard, groaning loudly. Brienne stood up, and reflexively brushed her breastplate off. She looked up at the guards watching them, and nodded decisively. A feint only works if you avoid hinting at it, Cooper, she spoke authoritatively. She reached down to the downed guard, who gratefully took her arm as she pulled him up. What gave me away, Captain? Cooper asked. The eyes, Brienne said. You kept looking down. I knew it was something coming at me from below. Cooper, a younger recruit, nodded with a downcast expression. Yes, my lady. Brienne offered him a small smile. Your speed, however, has improved, she said. Cooper looked a bit better. She looked up and around at her students, eyes narrowed. But I demand improvement in all areas, not just one. Is that understood? Yes, Captain. The men and women of the guard stated crisply with smart salutes. Brienne nodded. Very well. Resume your training. At 1400 hours, you will be allowed a rest. Not before. Yes, Captain. The guards cried. They broke into pairs, and began to practice. Brienne banished her smile, seeking to only look approving. It was difficult though, with the pride now flowing in her veins. Good afternoon, Captain, a gravelly voice spoke nearby. Brienne turned to see Maester Luwin walking up, a broad smile on his wizened face. Brienne nodded, and returned to watching the training. Good afternoon, Maester Luwin, Brienne said respectfully. The old maester slowly walked up alongside her, and leaned against a post. They watched the recruits in silence for a time, and Brienne began to wonder what the old man might wish of her. Oh, I have only come to ask how you are doing, Captain, Luwin said, and Brienne flushed. The old maester was extremely adept at reading emotions, no matter how far they were buried. There is no need for apprehension. Brienne frowned. I see, she said simply. Luwin nodded to her. Indeed, there have been nothing but good reports of your tour as captain of the Royal Guard, he said with a smile. Especially given who you are replacing. I will admit, I expected more resistance, Brienne said softly. Even in the south, Sir Roderick was known for his courage. If his reputation had travelled so far already. He chose you, Luwin said with a nod. He approved of you to take over. He smiled mischievously. The fact you were able to knock him on his arse probably had something to do with it. Brienne flushed, just a bit. She had expected jeers when she'd arrived in Winterfell, or at least harsh whispers. While the respect accorded Marjorie was immense, she had believed it would only protect her so far. Then, in the training yard, Sir Roderick himself had approached her and asked for a sparring partner. She had eyed the yard warily. Expecting this to be a jape, a means of humiliating her. Even with the reassurances of the Manderleys at the steel wedding, she was not some yearling who trusted blindly. There were threats to her lady, her queen, and those threats were hers to deal with. That said, she could really not refuse or risk insult to Sir Roderick. Therefore, she accepted. They entered the sparring ring, both with dull blades. They were the new northern standard, straighter, lighter, and a bit shorter than regular arm swords in the south. They were a bit broader as well, and Sir Roderick explained these blades were meant to be tools as well as weapons. That said, Sir Roderick explained, tossing his own blade to his proper hand, they are not to be underestimated. Brienne practiced a bit with the blade, getting used to the balance. It was very well made, no doubt. And well balanced. More than that though, it was plain and unadorned, fitting, she supposed, for the North's philosophy when it came to most of their technology. Sir Roderick struck then, probing strikes to determine her reactions. She slowed herself just a bit, letting him draw closer for real strikes. He did not disappoint, he lashed out with an elbow for her face after muscling her sword aside, but this was a tactic she was very familiar with. She spun away with precise steps, and thrust her blade back for his ribcage. He narrowly avoided this, and swung his blade for her feet. She jumped over the blows, thrusting for his belly. The old warrior parried her strike down and away, and strove to kick for her knee. She rose her shin to deflect, using the resulting step forward to swing and push him back. He pulled away, panting hard. Now that's good. But you can be a lot better, lassie, he said. Brienne narrowed her eyes. Don't hold back. Fight as though your queen was at stake. With that, Sir Roderick lunged, thrusting and feinting furiously. Brienne dodged and parried, avoiding his strikes with blade, foot and shoulder with deft footwork. She heard shouts, and thought for a moment they were jeers. Her eyes narrowed, and she stepped forward and back in a swift, single movement as he lunged. He overextended, and she took her opening, kicking his knee and sending him to the ground. She pointed her sword at the back of his neck, as he panted beneath her. She too was a bit short of breath, but controlled it as best she could. Sir Roderick's shoulders shook. And he looked up at her with a grin. Now that's more like it, he complimented. He extended his hand to hers, and Brienne warily took it. In the heat of battle, it had taken her a moment to understand the words being shouted. And another moment to realize they were not insults. Tarth! 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 The recruits and a few servants cheered. She flushed, but still pulled Roderick up. The old Castellan grinned, panting hard. So? Up for another round? Would love to figure out how you did that, he said. Brienne managed a small smile back. I would be glad to teach you, Lord Castellan, she said. Roderick shook his head. No. Captain. Captain is my title now. He chuckled. Don't make much sense to me, all these little changes. But I like it a bit more, lassie. As you wish, Captain Roderick, she said, still unable to stop smiling. It was clear, the more they fought, that while Sir Roderick was formidable, Brienne was better. The Castellan captain though, seemed to relish it. Even with his declining powers as a warrior, he was finding their spars enjoyable. Brienne too enjoyed them, even teaching others in the yard how to fight like she did. It was very unusual, the knight and squire practice in the north seemed to be almost gone, as units were more important than a single apprentice. Training and sharing this knowledge with others, young and old, highborn and lowborn. It was so strange. Yet she could not deny the appeal. I am glad he has gone on to be a full-time instructor, she said with a nod. He is an able teacher. I am honored to take his place. Take his place? Lewin asked. Or make your own? There was no malice in the maester's words, but still Brienne flushed. Lewin smiled. In either case. I am glad you are here, he said with a nod. I know Marjorie has struggled here. Knowing that her friend is thriving helps her thrive in turn. Thank you, Maester Lewin, Brienne said gratefully. She sighed. I only wish I had succeeded in locating Lord Bran. Lewin sighed, looking older and more tired than before. It was such a strange transformation, for a moment he seemed a different man. Yes. Well. They are still out there. I do not think any of his party mean him harm. He grimaced. Even Qyburn. But for what reason would they leave? Brienne pressed. From what she had learned for herself, Lord Bran was a young but diligent lord who had carried out his duties as Rob's second perfectly. Why would he suddenly abandon everything? The reason is complex, Lewin said softly, and Brienne felt certain he was holding much back. I fear it will only make sense in light of other developments. He looked to the north, stone-faced. Developments, I pray, to gods old and new, never come to pass. Brienne looked to the north, following his gaze. There was nothing but the sky and smoke from factories. Even further in the distance, the dim outlines of mountains already covered in snow. The winter was coming, as it always did. Yet despite her warm clothing, Brienne could not help a shiver down her spine. Winter is coming, Part 3. Dear Theon. I write to tell you of events most terrible. Dear Theon? Really? He tossed the sheet of paper off to the side and tried again. Lord Greyjoy. When had he ever called Theon Lord Greyjoy? Once again, the paper was tossed off to the side and John stopped himself from ruining another by stopping to consider his words and think, before he finally put the pen to paper. He had not spoken to Theon and Robb in well over a year now. He knew they had both been caught in the middle of a war as terrifying as his own had been, in its own way. So much had changed since he had seen them that still couldn't believe it. He had only schemed the newspapers that had built up for him, but he had been hard-pressed to miss the news about the war. Or to put aside his mild jealousy of his brother after he had seen the full-paged picture printed in the Westeros despoiler of Marjorie Tyrell, his new wife. Turning his attention back to his letter, John wondered again what he could say to get their attention. Castle Black had one of the new mini-type machines that could dramatically increase the amount of words one could send via Raven, but there were still limits. How could he cover everything that he had seen with so few words to use? Snow, are you in here somewhere? A voice broke into his musings he recognized. Over here, Ed, he replied without looking up, thankful that it was his friend that had come looking for him and not another one of the children. Really, they were not much younger than he when he had arrived at the wall, but still children to his eyes, looking at him with unabashed awe. Ever since the word had gotten around about what they had seen and fought out there, and what he specifically had accomplished, the younger trainees at Castle Black had been staring at him as if he was some kind of reincarnation of someone from the Age of Heroes. It had gotten uncomfortable enough that he had jumped at the excuse to slip away from the rest of the stewards and builders frantically working to prepare the wildlings' new temporary encampment on the gift. Said excuse being when Maester Aemon had asked him to prepare a personal message to Theon about this situation, noting the Night's Watch's claims would be probably taken far more seriously if they came alongside personal messages directly from him to Theon the Genius Greyjoy. Only to then realize that he didn't even know where to start. Presently the footsteps of the other grew louder and he came around the bookshelves to the darker parts of the pack of the library where John had claimed an ill-used desk for his use, well out of sight of the usual spaces occupied. On the floor on an ancient blanket, a sleeping ghost briefly opened one eye, noted it was just Ed and promptly went back to sleep, perfectly warm and content. But that was Ghost through and through. When it was time to eat, he ate. When it was time to sleep, he slept. When it was time to kill, he killed. Anything else was just southern time wasting, so it didn't bother. Now, more than ever, John envied his dire wolf's simple outlook on life. So, this is where you've been hiding, Ed? Ed noted, shifting a pile of books and cringing at the cloud of dust this stirred up, before he managed to dig out a somewhat rickety stool to sit on next to him. Well, between Sir Alistair glaring at me more than ever and the kids looking like they wanted to have their pictures taken with me, I thought it would be better to go away for a while, he explained, putting down his pen and again silently marveling at the elegance of the device. Theon had been obsessed with perfecting the tool, seemingly taking even the existence of normal quills as some kind of mortal personal insult against him. But then with the sheer amount of writing Theon did, it probably wasn't surprising he wanted something a little more robust. How are the brothers in the infirmary? Complaining loudly that they are tired of being cooped up waiting for their minor injuries to heal, while secretly enjoying the seven hell out of the soft beds, good food, and heated rooms, Ed snorted. The real question is why you're not down with them? You can write letters for the Maester to shrink from there, you know? Frankly, it's a miracle from the gods that you're not dead. Then it would be blasphemous to suggest that I'm going to die now, wouldn't it be? John quipped with a slightly wry smile, only causing the other to lean back with a groan and shake his head at the pun, so John sighed and tried to be a little serious. Besides, I'm not doing any heavy work, just trying to help out keeping things organized. And this, he tapped the paper on the desk, is probably the most important thing I can do to help. If I can figure out what to say, he added, shaking his head. How in the hell's, Ed, do I in a page of writing try to explain everything we saw? The threat of what's coming for all of us? To people who have not seen what we've seen. Theon Greyjoy, he's not an idiot, is he? Ed asked, and John raised an eyebrow. An idiot? Ah, that is, not a word I would apply to Theon. No, John managed to reply to that question with a straight face. At least excluding when Robb and I kept seeing him turn away countless attractive women making passes at him. Then just tell him the facts straight up and don't bother with any of this minstrel crap. Ed waved at his latest effort. If he's as smart as you say he is, he'll get the message. If he's not, then we're fucking wasting our time with him. Anyway, the other shrugged. Dinner is going to be served in half an hour, thought you'd want to know. Thanks, Ed. John nodded and the other in turn nodded back before he left. John waited for him to leave, then turned back to the paper, and started to write as his memory flowed back to the events of the last week. Jon Snow often found himself thinking about the wildlings. On the face of it, that was not very surprising given that he and the surviving brothers of the Great Ranging were fleeing for their lives in the company of a bloody large group of said wildlings. or free folk as they preferred to be called. But beyond the obvious questions such as can we trust them, John found his curiosity growing about them as a people and culture as, bit by bit, he learned new things about them. There was much to admire about them, he at least would admit that to himself. The more time he spent with them, the more he dismissed the viewpoint in the north that they were little more than animals scratching a living in the frozen lands beyond the wall. As he saw it, these people had survived for thousands of years since the wall had been raised, indifferent to the rest of Westeros. Realms and kingdoms had risen and fallen, invaders had crossed the seas to stamp their mark on the continent, but these people had simply kept living lives little different to those of the original first men so long ago, refusing to be wiped out no matter the harsh conditions year in and year out. And, if nothing else, he supposed they deserved to be acknowledged for that. The Targaryens, by contrast, for all their vaunted power had been all but wiped out in less than 3 centuries, to the point that until he had discovered that Maester Aemon was a Targaryen, he had never thought he would ever lay his eyes on one of the dragon blood. However, most days his admiration for their ability to survive was greatly outweighed by his desire to scream at them for being a bunch of stubborn cunts who refused to work together. Really, this army was just several dozen smaller groups who just so happened to moving in the same direction at the same time, choosing of their own free will the same place to stop and sleep each night, then again choosing to all move in the same direction to move the next day. At least as far too many of the elders saw it. There was little to no loyalty to the rest of the group, and indeed, John had seen fights break out as accusations were flung around of theft or even over petty things like who got the best ground at a night's campsite. All the traditions that had kept their people alive for so many generations and kept the strongest alive were now working against them, and the damn fools refused to admit it. John recalled years back, listening as Theon, again, challenged the conventional thinking of the maesters on yet another subject. This time, the Greyjoy had been contending that the main reason the wildlings were still so primitive was less about resources or the environment they lived in, but the culture they had evolved into. That they were free and valued that freedom above anything else, and without a willingness to give up some of that freedom for collective rules, order, and structures, they had no hope of ever being able to advance. That while south of the wall in a similar environment the rest of the first men had developed advanced agriculture, technology, laws, and political systems that had been the foundation of their civilizations, north of it the free folk were happy to raid, kill, and steal from each other to survive, under a concept he had called survival of the fittest. A process that kept the strongest of them alive in the harsh conditions, at the price of stagnation. Outside of rare localized groups like the Thens anyway. Now, with the wildlings, John found himself as ever unsurprised to find that Theon had been quite correct in his assertions. But that was something he had gotten used to over the years. Most of the wildlings, even now, remained stubbornly loyal to their tribal groups above all else. Frozen, as it were, in the zero-sum game that defined their lives, where the only way for someone to improve their situation was at the cost of someone else around them. Cooperation for the common good was almost unheard of, and the Night's Watch giving up their food to be shared and horses to be used as pack animals, working to keep their enemies alive rather than demanding something of equal favor in return, had been extremely confusing to many of the tribal elders. But none dared question it. For after seeing what they had done to the Whites in the night battle, wielding fire and thunder like the gods of old, the wildlings were even more convinced that the crows and the wall offered them a genuine chance of survival, and the others take anyone who fell behind. Not all of them were so short-sighted mind. People like Tormund and Ygritte had quite quickly come to work with the Black Brothers and grasped that they were doing what they did because there was a common enemy entirely beyond any old grudges between Crow and Free Folk. And that the Free Folk themselves needed to work together, or they would die together. It was just that simple. And John supposed their flexibility explained why they were some of Mance's closest associates, a man whose accomplishment of banding the wildlings together looked ever more impressive to him with each day that passed. But it was a day-to-day struggle, with so much energy wasted on dealing with friction between people that John occasionally hoped the White Walkers would put in a showing just to remind the idiots who the real enemy was. In the very near future, John would deeply come to regret tempting that ancient geese god Murphy Theon claimed delighted in taking such foolish idle wishes and cruelly turning them upon unsuspecting mortals for its twisted enjoyment. Focusing his attention back on the here and now, John and 24 rangers worked their way through a patch of thick brush in the haunted forest, accompanied by twice that many wildlings. They were moving quickly as they dared, carrying only their weapons and few supplies. In the lead were some of the best scouts the wildlings had who, as the half-hand had once told him, knew this country better than any ranger. Their pace was quick almost to the point of being brutal, but no one dared to complain as they moved in pursuit of their quarry. Said quarry was a group of perhaps 300 hornfoots. Wildlings from their army who had been without question the most annoying pricks in the camp. Thanks to the chaos of the disaster at the Fist of the First Men, this group had been separated from the bulk of their clan and been swept up into this group, with few supplies, no real leadership and few fighting men as the stampede fled the attacking whites. Thus, their position in the strength-obsessed wildlings was precarious and fights had broken out more than once as other wildlings had tried to move in and split the spoils. Giantsbane had mostly put a stop to with a few pointed, bloody, examples, but for their part, the Hornfoots had been agitating to leave the group and go find their own people. But lacking anything like the supplies they would need to go searching, they had been carried along by the group for now. Unwillingly and suspicious of everyone. So, it wasn't that surprising that one morning everyone had woken up to find that they had vanished. Somehow, no one on watch had noticed 400 people leaving several hours before dawn. But, to be fair, no one including him had thought anyone would be crazy enough to try and flee beyond the watchfires during the night, given what they all knew was out there. Yet, come sun up, it had become clear that their part of the camp was abandoned and the part of the perimeter they had been supposed to watch was unguarded. And it had not taken very long to figure out where they were going, what with the tracks left by 400 people. Craster's Keep. The Night's Watch had, on their way out from the wall, stashed away a huge amount of supplies at the keep, paying Craster for the privilege with a cut of the goods. It had become common knowledge through the army that his keep was their destination and the supplies were the reason why, that they should be just enough to get the whole army to the wall before running out of food when added to their own stocks. But it was clear that the Hornfoots had other ideas, they were on their way to take them to make themselves stronger, in the best traditions of the wildlings. Split among 400 people, it was probably just about enough for them to try and make their way to Hardhome, where they seemed convinced they would find their kin for some reason, and if it left hundreds of other wildlings to starve to death? Well, that was just survival of the fittest. Suffice to say there were a lot of very hungry, very angry Willings this morning when the news broke. And the danger of a chaotic stampede for the critical supplies in response was very real. To deal with it, the Lord Commander and Giantsbane had quickly come up with the idea of sending a fast force ahead to try and cut them off. To his complete lack of surprise, Ygritte had declared herself the leader of the wildlings on this mission almost the second the Lord Commander had assigned him to lead the ranger team, claiming that she knew of a much faster route that presuming the crows could keep up of course would get them there ahead of the Hornfoots. While the rest of the army followed the Hornfoots down the more well-known route through the forest they would be forced to take, what with the young and old coming along. Jon had been somewhat astonished to be appointed at that given that he was the steward of the Lord Commander, not a ranger, but he had learned the hard way not to question the orders he was given from Mormont. None of the rangers, thankfully, seemed at all perturbed by his command over them as he had been worried about. "Come on Jon Snow, you're falling behind," a sing-song voice broke into his thoughts and Jon tried not to sigh as he turned to glare up the frozen creek the party were using like a road through the dense foliage, spotting the redhead smirking at him from a dozen meters away. "If your crows are getting tired I'll ask my people to slow down for you." There was the expected snickering from the wildlings at that of course and Jon almost on reflex rolled his eyes at the other, but picked up the pace a little anyway at the challenge. Ygritte was confident that she could get them to Craster's Keep before the Hornfoots, who were not as familiar with this territory. And despite the thick terrain she was leading them through, she did seem to be uncannily keeping them on course for the keep at a quite punishing pace, with Jon surreptitiously checking his compass periodically to confirm they were on the right path. It was a much more dangerous path without question with more than a few close calls and no time to set up things like safety lines, but if they didn't reach the supplies first, the wildling army would probably fall into chaos and start butchering itself. So they pressed on. "How much further?" Jon asked as he moved up beside the redhead. "Just over that hill," she nodded ahead, and Jon couldn't help but notice she didn't even sound slightly winded while many of his brothers and rest of the free folk were breathing heavily, "and we'll be mostly east of that daughterfucker's place. Then straight down into the valley and up to the keep. On a clear day, you might even see the keep from up there." Jon grunted in agreement, glancing up at the ridgeline and low cloud, knowing the odds of seeing anything on a day like this were low. But it was worth a look at least. "We'll stop for a few minutes up on the ridge, see if we can catch sight of the Hornfoots," he decided, and conveniently catch our breath he didn't say, but the slight smirk from the other at that clearly said that she knew he was thinking it. "It's too bad we don't have more time," she said instead, looking almost coy. "There is a hot spring just down from here, inside a cave." Jon fought back the urge to groan. The damn woman's interest in him was already leading to a great deal of mostly good-natured mockery from his brothers, and hostility from one or two wildlings like that Wargorel. He had done his best to reject her advances, but annoyingly that had only seemed to encourage her. He really wished he had paid more attention to how Theon avoided women trying to throw themselves at him rather than endlessly mocking the man alongside Robb. "We'll have time for hot baths later, supplies first," he tried to sound stern and jerking his head towards the ridge in front of them. "Now, we climb." "Yes my Lord Commander sir," she mockingly bowed to him, gaining another snickering from the wildlings, and annoyingly, several of the rangers too before she spun around. "Try to keep up this time," she added, and with that, the woman started to scamper up the side of the hill like a squirrel, barely disturbing even a hint of snow. Ghost, who had annoyingly taken quite a liking to her and vice versa, unapologetically bounded after her up the hill without the slightest hint of either hesitation or concern at that point. And fighting back a retort and glaring at his treacherous dire wolf, Jon set his teeth and followed her up the narrow trail. It was a hard climb but they all made it up, finding themselves on the edge of a thin wind-swept ridge that looked down into the valley inside which Craster's Keep was situated. Jon pulled out his northern telescope and swept it around. "Nothing," he simply said, putting his northern farser back after a moment. The valley ahead of them was covered in mist and the low cloud above was thick enough to block enough sunlight to cover the world in an eerie sort of twilight. Crasters was at the very southern end of this valley, with the pass at the northern end through which the Hornfoots would be moving through. If they moved quickly, they could get to Crasters first and with their presence make it clear the Hornfoots could rejoin them, or die. Although privately John didn't give them good odds for survival if they were forced back with the other wildlings, but they had made their choice. "We need to keep moving," he declared and started forward. And with that the group was in motion again, moving at a fast sort of walk that ate up ground without tiring people out too much. The mist thickened as they descended down the long slope and while it was good to get out of the howling wind whipping the top of the ridge, with thin trees slowly giving way to thicker and heavier trees the deeper they went, John couldn't help but feel colder the deeper they went into the increasingly dim light. It wasn't unusual in the haunted forest to have these conditions. Some days on their march north had been like this all day, even at mid-sun. But something wasn't right. And everyone else seemed to sense it too. The previously easy and determined air around the group suddenly seemed to grow much more wary and on edge as the world closed in around them, forcing their group to close up somewhat. There was no obvious threat, and they could still easily see several hundred meters even in the dim light, but there was something making John feel uneasy. Then again, perhaps he was overthinking this. Perhaps the unease was entirely on their party because they were about to have to kill hundreds of mostly women and younger children, whose only crime was wanting to survive and find their kin. In that case, perhaps it was fitting the sun would be hidden, for dark deeds needed to take place in the dark. Still, aside from startling some rabbits and other small animals in their path, they finally reached the floor of the valley, midway between the entrance at the north and Craster's Keep in the south. A grove of weirwood trees was here that he recalled passing on the way north, their immense branches darkening the sky that much more. A number of freestanding stones seemed to spiral out from the trees, although several had been knocked over or were missing from the pattern. He idly wondered what ancient hands had set up these stones. The children? The first men? Then dismissed the thought from his mind. "All right," John said and tried not to wince at the way people seemed to jump slightly at him, breaking the silence. "Spread out, let's see if there's any trace of them coming through here yet." Checking the vague trail through the valley only took a few minutes as it became clear that several hundred people had not come through here today. It was the first bit of good news today and John felt his mood lift a little as they regrouped. Now, if they could get to the keep, fortify themselves at the supplies quickly enough. From the north another wildling suddenly spoke up, his voice a low rumble as he sniffed the air, upwind of them, brandishing a rather impressive-looking axe in one hand and a shield in the other. "They come." At that, everyone turned to face north, the sound of weapons being readied filling the air for a second. Ghost growled low a moment later and while John could not smell anything, he heard something. The wind picked up for a second, then dropped back off and in a moment of silence he heard a faint, but distinct, sound of a lot of people moving towards them. "No, they're not coming. They're already here," he cursed, quickly looking around as he absently unslung his rifle and tried not to think about the fact that he had exactly 5 rounds left for it. His plan had been to resupply from the ammo stores that had been left at Craster's, but they'd have to fight with what they had. Hopefully they could avoid bloodshed altogether, but if it came down to it. Shrugging off his backpack and letting it fall to the ground, John loosed longsword in its scabbard and unclipped the strap over the one revolver that still had any bullets. "All right. We hold them here and let's hope they won't be idiots about this. Night's watch, with me, skirmish line now, and keep it quiet." With those orders, the rangers moved into position with him, dumping their own field packs and moving to crouch behind the vague spiral of stones arcing out from the weirwood grove. Less for cover and more because they provided useful positions to stabilize their rifles on to make every shot count. John himself unlatched the bipod under his rifle and set himself, the usual pre-battle energy starting to roll through him even as he desperately hoped to avoid a fight, carefully laying out his few remaining cartridges along the stone. The wildlings however looked almost eager for a fight, furiously angry with this attempt to betray the largest group it seemed, or perhaps these wildlings just hated Hornfoots. John gave up trying to determine deeper motives. They looked ready to fight and that was all that mattered right now. Ygritte, rather than forming up with one of the wildling groups bunching up on their flanks, moved to kneel next to him in the cover of her own stone. "Do you think they'll stop?" John asked quietly as everyone settled into wait, the faint sounds of a large group of people on the march slowly becoming louder from the mist. "The fuckers better if they don't want to die," she snorted, turning to look at him somewhat intently. "Are you sure you're ready for this, Jon Snow?" she asked. John considered the question. She was asking him the same question he had been asking himself. Was he ready to kill women and children? Slaughter them all if they refused to listen and charged them with weapons ready? And he found the same answer once again, and hated himself for it. If they didn't stop, they had to be stopped, or many more people would probably die, and any chance of keeping their army from ripping itself to pieces would probably be lost. It was that simple. "Stand ready," John called out as the vague sense of movement in the treeline started to crystallize into indistinct, but clearly human-shaped figures. I grit. Standing up, the wildling woman bellowed with an impressive voice, yelling out the names of several of the Hornfoot leaders and demanding that they stop their tribe and come forth alone to talk. Well, more or less, there was of course a great deal of profanity and cursing included that John supposed was to be expected. And she got no reaction. At all. John's eyes narrowed as the incoming Hornfoots simply kept closing in, a slowly rising feeling that something was very wrong coming to his mind. The Hornfoots should have stopped in surprise at their unexpected presence in their way. Or yelled back at them. Or screamed a war cry and charged. Or broken up in pandemonium, scattering in every direction in the hope of eluding them and getting to the keep anyway. Or something. Anything. But they just kept moving forward. Perhaps, they hadn't heard through this damn mist? Or the wind was still blowing over there. Fortunately, there was now a universal way to convey a message of stop or we'll kill you even this far north of the wall, at a distance. Ed, warning shot above their heads. John ordered and obediently, his friend carefully aimed his ionith repeater, fired. The bark of the shot caused several of the wildlings around him to jump and a loud zing to come back from downrange as the bullet hit a tree and ricocheted away, the impact sending a brief downfall of snow over the heads of the people walking towards them. And once again, the group rapidly becoming visible as they closed and didn't even flinch. A sudden horrified certainty occurred to him at that and John raised his rifle, snapping the scope into play as they got closer still for a close look. Their eyes were blue. All of them. Whites, whites. Fire, fire, fire. John yelled, and to his relief, the rangers did so with alacrity, dropping a dozen or more of the figures to the ground with a volley of thunder. To his sick horror as they became clear through the mist, John recognized some of them as the Hornfoots they had been chasing, meaning that somewhere between here and the incoming army the ancient enemy had a presence, but he pushed that thought to the side to focus on their own perilous situation. The corpses moved more quickly and smoothly than those at the night battle had, despite the gruesome damage he could see to more than a few that suggested their deaths had not been either quick or pleasant. Setting himself, he let his crosshairs settle onto one shape moving faster and bounding towards them even as others dropped around her, and a ball of ice settled into his stomach as the face came into focus. It was a young woman of perhaps 10 and 5. He remembered the face because that cunt Rast had been trying to coerce her into sleeping with him in exchange for some of his food, which given her desperate hunger, was coin she could not refuse. Sam had stumbled onto the man who had promptly threatened to gut him and feed him to any river cannibals around if he opened his mouth, entirely unaware that John and a half-dozen rangers were standing behind him. John had taken a page out of Craster's book, simply smashing Rast in the face from his blind side and dragging him to the Lord Commander. It had not exactly made Rast fond of him, but John really found himself not caring. Nor had Mormont, who had forced Rast to turn over 2 days' worth of food to the girl, also giving her an extra blanket and sending her on her way, John escorting her back to her people who had taken her in with their usual distrust of outsiders. Bad as her life had been then, at least she had been alive. She had had hope that they could reach the wall and perhaps find her kin somewhere in the wilderness. Now, the utterly indifferent face hurrying towards him told him that even that had been taken from her by her fucking idiotic elders, who had run into the wild on this damn idiotic journey. Setting himself, John steadied his rifle on its bipod, and blew her head to pieces. Georg Mormont was a man of many regrets. One did not leave to his age and not have many. He regretted that he had never told his wife just how much he loved her anywhere near as much as he should have, before her time had come. He deeply regretted that his son had shamed him and his family name by trying to sell men like beasts, regardless of if they were criminals. Shaming their family name and destroying his life for the sake of a witch of a woman he had been desperate to make happy with gold. A woman who rather than accept exile with him had scorned him and run off to find some new man to bed. He bitterly regretted that Eddard Stark had loyally followed his friend Robert into the south and been laid low by southern treachery. The greatest champion of the Night's Watch for countless generations dead far from his home, although Georg had few doubts that he would arrive back at the wall to the news that the Lannisters had come to deeply regret their actions. He also regretted that he had loudly denounced Will when word had come from Winterfell that Lord Stark had executed him for desertion, scoffing at his warning that the White Walkers had returned as a pathetic lie to try and escape his just sentence. But right now, Georg Mormont more than anything else regretted that his men were running out of ammunition. Shotguns blasted, rifles thundered, and more than a few enthusiastic wildling archers sent fiery arrows ripping into the pack of whites in support of the line of black brothers. Some of the whites, emaciated almost skeletal-looking figures, shattered and fell from the impacts into pieces. Others with their heads torn to shreds simply dropped like a murmur's puppet with its strings cut if the shot was placed true. But more just shrugged off the loss of a limb or explosion of their organs to press forward as best they could. The Brothers of the Watch were formed in a loose skirmish line in advance of the wildling migration. He still couldn't bring himself to call it an army, as ill-disciplined as it was. Clustered into small thunder teams of a half-dozen rangers, they advanced covering each other, picking off the whites as they appeared out of the mist. The attacks had been going on for almost an hour now, a steady dribble of whites that attacked, almost all of them quickly recognized as the Hornfoots who had ran off in the morning. But not very many of them, according to the crisply relayed messages. The tactics of the whites at first had been bewildering. Coming at them with these small numbers rather than massing to launch a single overwhelming attack just let the rangers, and the wildlings themselves for that matter easily kill them all. Then, faint sounds of gunfire from ahead had drifted down through the mist and their purpose had become crystal clear to Mormont. Only 50 Hornfoots had been accounted for, which meant most of them, plus however many other whites were around, had to be focusing on Jon Snow and his group. These attacks were simply meant to delay them, ensure they could wipe out the smaller force. And, old and new gods save them, could these things even understand them enough that they were going for the supplies themselves? Lord Commander, a gasping voice came from behind him as the few whites not to fall in this wave were set upon by groups of wildlings with remarkable enthusiasm using flaming torches and a mixture of other weapons. The horses are ready. Good work Tarly, he grunted, turning to appraise the other briefly. He was no ranger so much so that he found it hard to credit he was truly Randall Tarly's son, but he had shown a genuine talent for medical work, serving as a superior field medic. Useless as he might be on the battlefield, he certainly had a future dealing with the aftermath, he thought, stalking past the man to where the remaining stewards were waiting with near 100 horses. The mostly empty now packs had been cast off and a hand-picked force of many of the remaining rangers were hauling themselves into the saddles of their mounts. Ready Lord Commander, grunted Reichs, a former Ironborn and experienced ranger. The man had been the subject of more than a little dark humor over the last weeks, the famous creed of the drowned god's followers that what is dead may never die but rises again harder and stronger being darkly fitting when applied to their new enemy. So much so that several other brothers had sarcastically suggested that the drowned god was in fact a White Walker and his ancestors had just gotten a little drunk while at sea and gotten confused. The ranger had thankfully taken the ribbing in relatively good humor, cheerfully offering to drown anyone confused about the difference and let them see for themselves. All right, Georg nodded at the ranger, deciding to keep it simple. Get in fast, but if the battle is lost, get out fast. We don't need to lose more men, or give them any more, he pointed out, perhaps somewhat obviously. But he had long learned that it was far better to be sure to be clear than leave orders to the interpretation of others. And Reichs, solid man that he was, simply nodded once in understanding. "Aye, Lord Commander," he said before kicking his horse's ribs, and with a thunder of hooves, the column was underway, galloping past the skirmish line still advancing ahead of the main body of wildlings. Soon they were lost to sight. He could only hope they arrived in time. Now in the meantime, he frowned as he saw his men were slowing down and stomped back to the line, drawing his sword. "Forward by ranks, keep moving," he roared to his men as he stomped back, his voice sending a sudden surge of focus through the lines, even as he glanced into the distance to see yet more whites starting to appear. "And if you still have any ammunition, fix bayonets. Otherwise, swords," he added as his own sword came out of its sheath with a whistling sound. Jon Snow ducked and, with a whistling sound, a heavy club passed through the space his head had just vacated. Having put all its considerable power into the swing, the white stumbled on the follow-through when it failed to connect, giving more than enough time for Jon to stab Longclaw into its head, slicing its face into a mess and causing it to collapse to the ground. Yanking his sword out of the corpse, Jon then was barely in time to snap the blade into position to block the strike from another white, this one little more than a terrifying-looking skeleton wielding a crude sword. It snarled at him, how in the seven hells can it do that without breathing, and for a moment he wrestled with the thing before a white blur smashed into it from the side. Seizing the thing in its powerful jaws, Ghost ripped it back into the ground, Jon stepping forward at the opening to slam his boot down into its rotted skull, which thankfully shattered like porcelain, stilling it at once. His immediate area clear, Jon granted himself 2 full heartbeats to look around and take in the bleak situation. He could see they were down to perhaps half the men and women they had started with, the rest either lying dead on the ground or dying behind those still standing. 5 or 6 times as many bodies of whites were smashed and cut up around them, with the sound of plenty more trying to force their way into the ancient tangle of low branches and roots between the weirwoods. The tangled confines prevented too many of the enemy from coming at them at once, and even let them rotate their people through to take a few precious gasps of air now and again, but the truth was they were being swamped. The sheer physical effort it took to take these things down and stop them moving was incredible. The battle had only raged for perhaps an hour at most, but Jon felt as if he had been swinging his sword all day, his arms numb less from the cold and more from sheer exhaustion. Sheer terror, however, kept his muscles fueled and moving. Not so much a fear of death, but a fear of what might happen to them if they did die. It was by and large the reason he had saved his last 2 bullets in his revolver. "Jon!" A voice yelled from his right, and Jon forced himself to stagger in the direction of the voice, trying to avoid tripping on the carpet of bodies and ropey tree roots. "You still alive?" "I think so," he managed to say back as he rejoined the sadly diminished group, who were looking as exhausted as he felt, glancing around at them all. "Is this everyone?" "More or less," Ed agreed, looking resignedly around at the mix of free folk and rangers, their grim faces showing that they all felt this was the end. But terrifyingly, possibly not the end. Gorn tried to run for it that way with a couple of others, heard their screams a few minutes ago, Ygritte put in as she rejoined them, having discarded her bow and its empty quiver for a couple of lethal-looking long knives. "I'm sorry," Jon said, mostly on instinct. An instinct proven to be once again woefully wrong when it came to the free folk as she and then several others following her lead spat on the ground. "Cunts tried to run and leave us to distract the dead long enough to get away, serves 'em right," she shrugged, looking almost resigned before she glanced at where Crust, one of his rangers, was pouring their last small supply of flammable oil onto a gathering of twigs and small branches around the truck of the weirwood and throwing the few fire starters they had handy into it as he ready to flare. "You ready yet, Crow?" "I just about," the ranger muttered as he worked. "Still ain't right though." "It isn't," Jon agreed, feeling more than a little uneasy about burning down a weirwood. All his life his father and teachers had hammered into him the sacred nature of the trees, their connection to the old gods. The terrible crime that had been the Andals destroying most of those in the south in the name of their faith, a decision that ensured to this day the faith of the Seven still had little traction north of Moat Cailin. But for a man of the north to burn one down? Still, if the alternative was leaving their bodies to be turned into whites, he had a feeling the old gods would understand. And, if it took more of the whites to the hells with them, perhaps even approve. "Well, at least we'll die warm," Ed remarked, and the joke, as bad as it was, earned a grim laugh from most of the bloodied people there. "That we will." Jon managed a smile, the pounding of his head causing him to take a deep breath to try and settle himself, facing the fact that he was about to die. Then when he was forced to blink as snow got in his eyes, glancing up to see trickles of snow falling from the thick leaves and branches above, shuddered loose by the noise, he realized the pounding wasn't in his head. It was with me. He shouted and reaching down, yanked the flare out of the hands of the man who had been just about to ignite it, turning to sprint out of the twisted confines of the weirwood. He cut down 2 whites in passing, clambering over the dead bodies of friend and foe with the others following him, as he struggled to ignite the flare on the move. The pounding increased in volume as he reached where the trees widened back up and out into the valley. And into a scene of complete chaos. Horses thundered in every which direction around the weirwood grove in a chaotic melee, trampling and smashing whites as they vanished in and out of the fog. Jon could only stand there gaping for a time until finally the green flare spluttered into life in his hand and in the dim light, blazed away as Jon tossed it off to the side on top of some stone quickly before it burned his hand. Above him in the trees, a large number of crows for some bizarre reason were screaming loudly and the wind rising, sending snow whipping. It was complete chaos. He thought he heard and saw several of the brothers shouting at him as they rode past, but he couldn't make out anything. Then he saw a new wave of whites coming in for them even as the mounted men fought with others. "Well, what the fuck are you cunts waiting for? Kill them!" A harsh woman's voice roared, and with that, Ygritte leapt forward into the fray. Of course after that, none of the 20 or so men left and on their feet could possibly hesitate. With a roar, they too charged forwards, and in the eerie green light outside the looming weirwood trees, Jon threw himself into the fray, slicing 1, 2, 3 of them in quick succession, long claw moving like a natural extension of his arm as he cut through the line of whites into the clear behind them. And came face to face with a nightmare and myth made manifest. It was clad in some kind of onyx-like armor, that shimmered like ice. Ethereally beautiful in some terrifying way, with pure white hair whipping in the wind behind it. A long staff was grasped in one hand, rested vertically against the ground almost casually tipped with a long spear-like blade of what looked like lethally sharp ice. But ice that was smoking with a mist that said it was not simply cold, but redefined what cold was. But all these things Jon noticed only distantly as his gaze was drawn almost helplessly into the burning yet freezing eyes of the other. Of the White Walker, the faint glow of the eyes of a whites was nothing compared to these orbs, which seemed to promise that all the hells and fury of winter were made manifest in this creature, which flickered ever so slightly to glance down. Almost without control, Jon's gaze followed, and he saw a discoloration on its chest. Where the otherwise flawless ice-like armor seemed to have shattered and reformed, and as its gaze returned to him, Jon felt its hate as a near-physical thing. And at that point he realized this was the White Walker he had shot. And without saying a word, it was promising that it had come for retribution and that his death would be more horrible than anything he could imagine. And then, bizarrely, Jon would have taken an oath to the Seven that he for some reason heard Theon Greyjoy of all people, in the back of his mind helpfully supplying the appropriate response from his list of somewhat direct sayings. "Eat shit and die," Jon Snow snarled, and with a casual toss, he flicked Long Claw to his left hand as his right darted to yank his revolver, pulling the hammer back in the same motion as he drew. He caught a fleeting sense of amusement from the creature, its partisan whirling in a tight arc as he started to take aim. And an explosion of snow erupted and shot right at him as the ice blade kissed the snow at its feet, a howling wind driving it into him. Cursing, Jon shut his eyes and turned away, taking a step backwards in a way as he berated himself for not putting on his snow goggles, but he dared not try and do so now. Some sense told him it was dangerously close, and he sidestepped as he forced his eyes open and cleared them, a freezing chill that he felt in his soul ripping through where he had been standing. On instinct he advanced and swung his blade in a flat arc, the snow falling away to show the walker terrifyingly close and already leaning away from his strike with its own weapon out of position, and Jon desperately started to try and reverse the wild swing to stab it. leaving himself perfectly open for the other end of its staff to swing up and slam into him like the fist of a giant. Jon Snow had a sudden sensation of pain, then of flying, then of hitting something very solid, then darkness. I know you can hear me. Jon felt his eyes flutter open and he looked up to see the branches of the weirwood above him. Snow was falling down, but gently now with a clear late afternoon blue sky beyond, and he marveled in how beautiful it all looked. And I know you're here. Strange. That voice, distantly beyond the groggy confused part of his mind, seemed to be familiar. Slowly, feeling as if his limbs were made of lead, Jon forced himself to rise up to a sitting position, closing his eyes for a moment as dizziness rippled across him, feeling a deep tiredness and pain through his bones. Steadying himself, he opened his eyes. Impossible. This was a weirwood tree, But it was not just a weirwood, it was a god's wood. One he knew well. So very well. And that voice. Slowly, Jon turned his head, everything feeling oddly distant as he did so, and as the source of that voice came into focus, he felt his heart hit his throat. Eddard Stark was walking through the Godswood of Winterfell with all the power, dignity, and authority that was demanded of one who wore the titles of Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. He reached out to gently run a hand along the heart tree at the center of the wood, but his gaze simply swept past him seemingly without seeing him on the ground directly in front of him, and Jon could not have said anything even if he knew what to say. Come out now. I'm not going to ask again, his father said, striding past him only meters away, Jon simply staring in disbelief. Utterly frozen into inaction. All of you, here, now. At that there was a rustling and Jon risked a glance away from the impossible, to see something even more impossible. Himself. That is, himself perhaps 6 years ago. And next to him, rising with him from behind a shrub inside the peaceful Godswood were Robb, and Theon. All of them with identical expressions that somehow combined the embarrassment of young men getting caught doing something, with the stubborn determination of children who thought they were in the right. Plus the almost omnipresent smirk Theon had worn on his face at that age, or any age really. You all have a lot of explaining to do, father said as he halted in front of them, crossing his arms with a scowl on his face. The feast for the Manderleys starts in half an hour and you three were all supposed to be in the Great Hall 20 minutes ago. It was my fault, all three boys chorused at the same time, before turning in surprise to glare at each other and add, also in unison, no it wasn't. Jon, despite the pains and aches that were racking his body, and utter impossibility of what he was experiencing, couldn't help but painfully smile at that, good memories of better days flooding back into him as he recalled from his own memories this day. Good thoughts to end one's life on, of family and home. From what your mother tells me, all three of you disrespected her. Telling her that her seating arrangements were wrong. Then when she told you to sit down and be quiet, you all walked out of the Great Hall and vanished. Well, technically we didn't vanish, we just ran out the door while her back was turned. Theon tried to snark, only to shut up quickly as his father turned his gaze on him, followed by Ron and his younger self also cringing into silence after they snickered at the joke under his unsmiling expression. He let them stay like that for a time, before nodding. Jon, Robb, go back to the Great Hall. Apologize to your mother and take your places for the feast. We will join you shortly. The two exchanged glances, then with a muttered yes father each they walked off with their shoulders slumped. Jon watched them leave, finally remembering now that this had all taken place years ago. About Theon's always simmering anger that he, Jon, was always forced to eat away from the rest of the family at a lower table at great feasts and celebrations. All because of the Lady Stark and her cold eyes at the sight of him anywhere near her true-born children, always insisting it would be an insult to any guests to have him near them. Jon knew that Theon had grown fond of her and she of him, but that her cold indifference to the bastard of Winterfell had always been a source of great friction between them. Theon always pushing her on the matter and her seemingly indifferent to his arguments, placidly telling him that it was none of his concern. This situation he recalled had been one of his less genius plans. When he had politely asked her to seat Jon with them on the high table, and been pointedly refused, he had then requested that he and Robb sit with Jon at his table. And after being again been pointedly refused, the three of them had simply walked out together. His cunning plan being to hide out in the Godswood that Catelyn Stark rarely entered until the feast was upon them and she would have no choice but to agree to their demands. Something he had called passive resistance. His brilliant plan had come undone as he recalled because Arya had been casually sitting in a window somewhere and had seen them sneak out to the Godswood, promptly telling their father when he had asked where her brothers were. Mostly because their sister had been annoyed that she had not been included in this particular act of rebellion but stuck working on her needlepoint with her sister. It had mostly worked in the end though. Although he had been seated at one of the lower tables with some lesser nobles from around Winterfell here for the feast celebrating the new shipyards Theon had designed going into full production at White Harbor, both Robb and Thone had been able to quickly sneak away from the high table and join him along with Arya. Even as Sansa glared at them and their mother pointedly ignored their activities. Wait. He had gone into the hall, sat down and Theon and father had joined them not too long after. Why was he seeing? What is this all about, Thone? His father finally asked after he and Rob had vanished through the wall back into Winterfell proper. It's not right, Theon had said stubbornly, Jon marveling through his stupor how fearlessly and stubbornly Theon had looked his father in the face as he awkwardly sat down on a broken stone wall covered in moss. The way the Lady Stark treats Jon. His father sighed, and Jon couldn't help but notice as his father seemed to age several years with that sight, stepping forward towards Theon to sit next to him. I know you mean well, but it's not your place to speak of these things. Then whose is it? Theon asked, an edge of frustration coming into his voice. Jon well remembered from countless negotiations with nobles and merchants he had tagged along to, with people far from convinced of his theories and crazy ideas no matter how official the letter of introduction from Eddard Stark looked. Although come to think of it, you're crazy, stop wasting my time, squid for brains, responses had steadily been replaced with shut up and take my money, as soon as Theon walked in the door, over time. Given that his innovations tended to bring those who backed him both wealth and power. He had no choice of who his mother was any more than I had a choice over who my father was, Theon continued, with passion in his eyes. Everyone in Winterfell knows Jon is no threat to Robb or his place as your heir. Jon would die for Robb as much as Robb would die for him. You know it, I know it, Theon sighed explosively and shook his head. And I think, deep down, under all that Tully stubbornness, she knows it too. Through the fog of his muddled mind and aching body, Jon couldn't help but feel a smile form at his all-but brother's fierce defense of him. I think she does, Ned nodded once, looking away towards the heart tree with a slightly sad expression. And you speak the truth, Jon doesn't deserve this, he never has. I'm glad that you and Robb are so fierce and protective of him. But and now a slight edge came into his voice, clear and unequivocal and causing Theon to look up, I will not have you or Jon or Robb disrespecting her in public like that ever again. You're almost grown men now and she is the Lady of Winterfell, and my wife. You will treat her with the respect due that. Am I clear? Clear, Theon said with a nod that said he indeed clearly understood the warning given before blinking as Eddard Stark reached over to put an arm on his shoulder with a sigh. Beyond blood, beyond name, we're pack, Theon, his father said gruffly, but firmly. And I've seen that you understand that better than perhaps any of us and just want to look out for your brothers. Yes, brothers, he affirmed as Theon looked up in some surprise at including him in that group, gripping his shoulder firmly. You may not have my blood like Jon. Or my name like Robb. But you already understand better than most grown men that such things mean little to nothing next to the bonds they form. For all the Targaryens' obsession with blood purity, they destroyed themselves. And you have more than proved that no one is defined by their name. Eddard turned to glance at the heart tree once again, his eyes going distant. I was your age when I was sent to the Vale. Robert Baratheon shares no blood or name of mine, but he's my brother as much as Jon Arryn is my father. Even more after I lost my kin in King's Landing, he must before he turned back to face Theon, pulling his arm away and letting his tone became slightly conciliatory. I know Cat infuriates you because of the way she treats Jon, and I'm even proud of you and Robb for sticking with him. Because that's what Pack does. And long after Cat and I are gone, the Pack survives, no matter how one joins the Pack. You understand? Yes, I think I do, Theon agreed with an expression Jon knew far too well on his face. Clearly his father knew it as well because he simply rolled his eyes and reached over to ruffle his ward's hair for a moment before jerking his head towards Winterfell. All right, off with you, his father ordered, and obediently, Theon scampered through the late afternoon sun dimming into twilight, seemingly casually letting his hand pass along a branch from the heart tree as he walked past, Jon watching him go before he turned to face his father one last time. Feeling the cold slowly seeping into his body as he felt more and more tired, just wanting to close his eyes and rest. Well, aren't you a miserable sight? Jon felt his head come around, his eyes blinking as he tried to find the next person who had entered the God's Wood, only to stop as his gaze fell on his father, who was looking straight at him. But, this is. Personally, I thought the word impossible lost most of its meaning the day after we saw Theon fly into the sky in that crazy balloon of his, Jon, his father replied to his unspoken thought with a raised eyebrow, standing to walk towards him and study him on the ground with a slightly critical expression. The expression that had always said others that he was disappointed in them in some way that caused anyone under it to redouble their efforts without him saying a word. And almost on instinct he felt energy start to flow into his body again simply from the look. But with that energy came pain again, and Jon felt himself flinch away from that. It hurts. He managed to say, his mind too numb to even consider the insanity of having a conversation with what could only be a hallucination of his father as he felt his very bones cry out in agony. I know it does, Jon, he said in that calm, even voice he had always secretly yearned to have directed at him as a child rather than Robb. But Jon, pain is good. It's a teacher. It teaches us our limits, it teaches us that we're alive. Those things you're fighting. His father glowered off into the distance for a moment before looking back at him as he knelt down next to him. They don't feel pain. Or fear. Or weakness. Or love, or mercy, or anything that the living do. That pain is your path back from here and you have to follow it, son. I don't want to go, he protested weakly, feeling tears coming to his eyes as he looked at close range with his father, vaguely noticing that he had seemingly aged in the last few moments to look exactly like he had on the last day, outside Winterfell on the King's Road, not knowing it would be the last time he would see him. How many nights since he had learned of his death had he wished for just one last time, and now that he were here he found he just didn't know what to say. Jon the other firmly but gently spoke to him, drawing his focus. Do you remember what Theon said at the first Festival of Fire and Steel? That he was going to hit Dan for leaving his speech in the office. He vaguely murmured. After that the other chided with a small smile. He said. Jon racked his sluggish brain to remember what Theon had improvised, one quote from Theon among so many memorable speeches he had given before it came into focus. Ask not what the realm can do for you, but ask what you can do for the realm. His father nodded. In those words Theon distilled exactly what it means to be a Stark. Jon. That is what has kept us the Lords of the North for 100 generations. That is what keeps us alive when winter comes. A true Stark is one who will fight for his pack. His family, his city, his realm, his kingdom, his race. Never any hesitation, no regrets, and never. And Jon hissed as his father poked him in the chest, sending a stab of pain through him that seemed to bring focus and sharpness to his thoughts. Giving up. 2 of your brothers rose to lead the North after I died, no matter how terrified they were that every decision now rested on their shoulders alone. And they did it by carrying each other when they needed to. Your sister, stripped of everything but her name in a place it was a curse, refused to give up or give in, and sacrificed everything to keep your other sister, her pack, safe. And smiled knowing she had won when she was able to get her to safety. Bran, a cub who can't even walk, is making his way far from home because he can't see any other way to help the pack fight the coming winter. Despite his terror, despite how hard it would be. I'm not a Stark, I'm a Snow, he muttered, earning a very familiar look of anger from his father that shut down his self-pity as if a switch had been thrown. Being a Stark isn't about the name Jon. His father didn't quite glare at him. If Theon taught you nothing else from his lessons, he should have taught you that. It may take a king to legitimize you and give you a different name, but the name doesn't make you a Stark, Jon. Only you can do that, but if you want it, you're going to have to get up. Jon stared at his father for a moment, the sheer challenge in his tone and question in his eyes, laid out so simply and directly. Stark, or Snow? Jon made his choice. Pain screamed through his ribs and arms as he willed himself to move. It hurt so much that it staggered him, but he threw his willpower at it and slowly, sluggishly, he started to move. Gritting his teeth, he felt back against the solid bulk of the weirwood tree behind him, closing his eyes and forcing himself to take a deep breath as he got his legs under him and raised himself up. The pain surprisingly starting to fade as he got his balance back, his eyes tightly shut as he forced himself to breathe deeply. His body ached, but it seemed to be moving as he slowly staggered to his feet. Your mother was a woman who taught me the true meaning of the word pack, Jon, his father added distantly, even as the sound of battle started to come back louder and louder. You have it within you to become as great a Stark as any in history. Promise me you'll keep fighting, Jon, promise me, promise me. Jon Snow opened his eyes. Ahead of him, 20 meters away, the White Walker spun with a terrifying elegance, seemingly fighting 2 people at once with a casual ease. Far more bodies were strewn around the clearing than there had been earlier, and grimly he noted far too many of them were horses and men in black, even as he noted many others still riding around and keeping the Whites at bay. Staring at the Walker, he saw it spin its partisan to intercept a strike by Ed, his very expensive castle-forged sword smashing into the fragile-looking partisan, and exploding into a scattering of shards. So. It seemed the free folk had been telling the truth when they had insisted that crossing swords with a White Walker was little more than a good way to lose your sword. The loss of his sword caused Ed to stumble and a White to take the chance to leap at him as the Walker indifferently turned away, with Ghost, again, coming out of nowhere to intercept the White and carry it to the ground, Ed in turn snatching a blade from a corpse nearby and helping to start dismember it. Jon however had to tear his gaze away from that fight as he saw the White Walker had lost all interest in Ed, instead it was stalking implacably towards a moving free folk on the ground that was trying to crawl backwards away from it as it hefted its weapon with an expression of pure indifference as it loomed over them. Then, as the wildling desperately tried to speed up, its hood came loose, Jon saw the red hair, and his hand moved seemingly without conscious thought or action. His snowstorm revolver roared twice and the White Walker was viciously slammed backwards to a knee from the double tap as the slug smashed into it with a screeching sound, sending sparks flying from its chest. Ygritte, not needing a second invitation, rolled to her feet and staggered away, cradling one of her arms to her body as she fled towards him. The Walker's head snapped up and a look of pure human malevolence rippled across its face, followed by an inhuman screech as it got back to its feet, using its partisan for leverage. And out of nowhere, a trio of Whites charged him, apparently summoned by their master. Still feeling slightly detached from the events, Jon dropped his empty revolver and got a good two-handed grip on his blade as he stalked forward, noting and dismissing the shocked look on Ygritte's face as she stumbled past him. He killed the first White with a quick parry and stab, yanking his blade clear in time to slice the leg off from the next as it swung high, ducking low and simply ignoring the protests in his muscles as the white collapsed, immobilized. Then the third was there leaping at him without any weapons but its hands, and John swung across it, gore exploding from the relatively fresh corpse, which collapsed but crashed into him and knocked him off balance. "John!" A woman's voice screamed in warning. He knew what the warning was about as he felt intense cold coming up behind him even as he forced the body away from him. He also knew from what he had just seen that crossing blades with a walker was a mistake, yet so many years of training could not simply be ignored in the heartbeat of time and reflex, and so John spun and brought his blade around to block the swing of the walker's weapon, realizing far too late in the milliseconds between through and action that he had just doomed himself, as the strike would shatter his blade and leave him defenseless at point-blank range with an enraged other who. Schwang! The ear-ringing sound exploded out from the point of contact between the two weapons as they smashed into each other, and John barely managed to keep his grip as the long claw was almost torn from his hands from the force. The incredibly loud sound seeming to waver in the air and finally snap his being fully back to the here and now, his eyes tracking down to stare dumbly at where the two blades met as if not believing what had just happened. The ancestral blade of House Mormont, dragon fire-forged magic of ancient Valeria made manifest, remained perfectly intact, blocking the progress of the White Walker's own magical weapon. And to his sudden exhilaration, he realized he was not the only one shocked by that eventuality. The White Walker in front of him was staring at the sight of the blades as if at a complete loss. Then it looked back up and met his gaze, and John couldn't help for once but let a smirk onto his face he knew Theon would have given him a thumbs up on. Snarling at once, the other wrenched the blade free and pressed, John parrying the blow and a dozen more strikes that followed, somehow feeling energy return to his body as his blade sang with each deflection and parry. John felt his focus narrowing to the ancient enemy in front of him as years of training under the steady hand and guidance of Roderick Castle, his father, and many of his bannermen suddenly came together in a way it had never before. He could feel that the walker was lashing out with fury and power, but little skill, trying to just overwhelm him, as if ill-practiced in genuinely fighting, and he didn't meet strength with strength, but with skill. Out of the corner of his eyes he actually sensed that the rest of the fight was winding down, even that there were rangers with guns screaming at him to get down and let them shoot, but he didn't dare, trusting himself as he felt the rage from the White Walker increase as he refused to go down, calmly waiting until. When the moment came, it was almost too easy as John suddenly sidestepped where before he had parried, letting the walker this time grossly overcommit with a swing intended to slice him in half as John aligned his sword, thrust into those burning eyes. And watched as the White Walker simply seemed to explode or collapse into thousands of flakes of snow or ice that blew away on the cold winter wind and sprayed over the ground. Moments later it was as if the walker never was, and John blinked, bringing his focus back as he brought his sword back to a guard position, but looking around could only see the forms of rangers and free folk, both groups unified as they looked at him in stunned disbelief. Total dead are less than 60, Lord Commander, but many of the survivors are in bad shape. John continued his briefing as he looked around the main room of Craster's keep from the table, fighting off exhaustion. Craster himself was glaring from the high table at the end of the room, contemptuous of the wounded lying in his hall. Most of them were asleep, their pain quelled by fresh supplies of the morphamilk that Theon had quietly supplied for testing with strict instructions on the dosages. Sam had proven entirely up to the task, even having something of a instinct sense beyond any manual, and was even now carefully injecting one brother with a fresh dose. Theon had made it clear that the testing showed that it was substantially more effective than milk of the poppy from which it was derived, with fewer side effects. Of course, at the same time, it was still an experimental drug. Like most of the technology the Night's Watch received from him, they got the first shipments of prototypes and proof of concepts for field testing before anyone else, with the tacit understanding that they would work out any bugs. Nevertheless, the Lord Commander had decided the need was great enough to risk the drug's use. And thank the gods for that, as it seemed to have let most of the seriously wounded actually get some sleep. Craster had not at all been happy with the idea of turning his keep into a makeshift healer station. But then he had also been surprisingly quick to understand that the massive army of wildlings and rangers now on his front doorstep had exactly zero tolerance for his worship of the White Walkers and every reason to simply want to kill him and be done with it if he had chosen their side over man's. And so he had been quick to offer bread and salt almost before they had knocked on his door. And with that done, put himself beyond harm. Not beyond talking and making constant comments that made John want to grind his teeth, but beyond harm. Sam, John continued, nodding at the young man who was moving to the next ranger in turn with a couple of other stewards helping him, says that most of the wounded will need weeks before they will be able to make the trip the rest of the way to the wall without risk. And some, he added in a lower voice, might not even make it through the night. Gior simply nodded in his usual stoic way as he continued working on a message, although John noticed that the utterly stoic man did have hints in his face of exhaustion for the first time. Between the three battles against the Whites, the original 300-strong ranging was down to just over 150 men, with over half that number wounded in the last battle either fighting to save him and his advanced group, or, when 100 fresh Whites had made a final attack on the Black Brothers' skirmish line, which they had defeated at terrible cost. Even now, a massive pyre was being prepared for the dead Black brothers, as well as the dozen or so wildlings who had fallen when Tormund had led a charge into the melee with a couple of hundred of his own people to tip the scales of the fight and prevent a lot of wounded brothers from becoming dead brothers. As horrible as the losses to the Night's Watch had been, Jon was somewhat heartened to see that, with a few exceptions, the two sides had genuinely come to respect each other. They had all fought bravely, they had fought together, and because of that, they had won. His father had always said that you found your true friends on the battlefield. He tried not to think about his father though. His exhausted mind just wasn't in any state to deal with the implications of that right now. So we have about 60 brothers who can still move and fight, 60 more dead and the rest wounded, some of whom are not going to make it. Aye, Lord Commander, Jon nodded. But we're close to the wall now, he noted and leaned forward intently. Give me 5 men and horses and I can get to Castle Black in a bit over a week and bring back more men, supplies. You will head to Castle Black, the Lord Commander interrupted him, and Jon blinked slightly, having expected to either be told to mind his place or at the very least, require more convincing. You'll take 40 men with you and guide the wildlings to the wall as planned. I'm placing you in command of them. Placing him in command after he had gotten over half his men killed? With respect, Lord Commander. I'm your steward, I should stay with you, he tried. You're my steward, which is precisely why you have to go, Gior corrected him as he finished writing and folded the paper neatly, taking a wax stick and starting to melt it in a nearby candle as he continued. The personal steward of the Lord Commander serves as his personal emissary, relaying his orders to brothers and his requests to outsiders. These, he pressed the wax to the paper before then applying his signet ring to seal it, are my orders and instructions to the order. You will deliver them personally to the brothers at Castle Black and you will ensure they are carried out. Oh, joy, Jon couldn't help but think, knowing that Sir Alliser, who was in charge at Castle Black until the Lord Commander returned, would just love this. One look at the expression on the face of the Lord Commander, however, killed any instinctive desire to try and talk his way out of the others. Yes sir, he said instead, and the other offered him a gruff nod of approval at his simple acceptance of the orders, before his expression softened slightly. Very slightly. You've earned the respect of the men, and the wildlings actually seem to trust you. As much as they trust anyone, anyway. I'm keeping Rast, Allo, and the like here with a few others here to help Tarly and the other stewards, so they won't cause you trouble. It'll be up to you, Snow, to get the wildlings to the wall and through it. You also have a better chance at smoothing anything over with Winterfell over settling thousands of wildlings onto the gift than anyone else, with your uncle still missing. I understand, he nodded, trying not to think about the weight of the responsibility. Good, the other said, his face closing up again. Now, go and let the wildlings know you're moving at first light, Gior said, handing over the sealed orders with an air of dismissal. Taking them, Jon stood from the table, deliberately did not look up where Craster was pawing one of his wives and child, lest he be far too tempted to draw his reloaded snowstorm revolvers and bring the wrath of the gods upon him for breaking guest right. Instead he exited the keep and stalked out down the hill, his eyes momentarily glancing down to where he had first laid eyes on the ancient enemy the first time he had visited the keep, before fighting off the chill and moving forward to where the wildlings were massed, already starting to light off their nightly fires as he moved through their camp. It dawned on him after a few minutes minute as he made his way to Tormund's tent that he had made it over halfway through the wildling camp, and he had not been challenged, when he would normally be asked several times "What's your business, Crow?" by some distrusting wildling as he moved through their part of the camp. At least when he didn't have Ghost following him, the dire wolf unsurprisingly seemed to make people disinclined to bother him. Glancing around as he moved on, it finally dawned on him that more than a few wildlings were simply staring at him in something akin to awe, to the point that people actually stopped working as he walked past, and more than one younger woman gave him a look that was intense, in a way that caused his cheeks to flush red before he hurriedly looked away. Well, he supposed it could be worse. At least Ygritte wasn't. So Lord Snow, hero of the battle, has decided to grace us with his presence. A familiar voice broke into his thoughts at that precise moment, and Jon fought off the very real urge to sigh and close his eyes. I'm here to see Tormund, Jon replied as evenly as he could. Well, I didn't think you were here to tell bed stories to children, Ygritte scoffed mockingly as she fell into step with him, Jon rolling his eyes briefly at that as they approached the tent in question before she actually seemed to hesitate for a second. You're wounded. Some won't make it, most will, he confirmed. Yours. Thanks to your healers, they're doing better, she admitted before again looking down to pick at the tightly wrapped bandage down her right arm. She had barely managed to avoid dying in the battle, a white slicing her in several places including her arm. Quick action had stopped the bleeding and Sam had applied a proper bandage to help her heal, but it meant she wouldn't be drawing a bow anytime soon, a weakness she was clearly unhappy with. But then she could have been dead, so Jon thought she was doing pretty well. Good, Jon responded as they halted in front of Tormund's tent, a couple of members of his tribe standing outside it nodding to them and stepping aside to let them pass. He caught a glimpse of something in Ygritte's face, as if she had wanted to say something, but it passed as they moved inside. Snow, the massive man, grunted from inside the tent, looking up from where he and the assembled wildling leadership had been talking, all of them looking in better spirits than they had for weeks, despite the attack. A spare map from the Night's Watch taken from their supplies had been rolled across a makeshift table, with the group working on their route to the wall as they looked up. "What news?" "The Lord Commander is staying here with his wounded until they're fit to move," John informed the others as he walked up to them, having learned by now that Tormund had neither time nor concern for any pleasantries. "I'm to take 40 men with you tomorrow. We'll escort you to Castle Black." The other wildlings exchanged murmurs and looks at that. "Why would the other crows let us in if he's not there to tell them?" Another wildling demanded with suspicious eyes. "He's given me written orders," John explained before deciding he needed to explain more at the confused looks some of them sent back his way. "It's the same as if he was there telling them himself. His orders will be obeyed," he said, before letting a slight smirk come onto his face. "It's one of the advantages of being a kneeler. He orders, we obey, and that's all there is to it." In theory anyway, John thought, but decided it would be a very bad idea to voice his concerns about it here and now. "When we reach the wall, I'll go in first with the rest of the rangers while you and the free folk stop in the forest well back and out of range of the guns on the wall. We explain the situation, hand over the orders and organize the movement through the wall. Shouldn't take more than a day or two at most. Then we move everyone through the wall onto the gift." There was a grunt of something like acceptance from the wildling at his explanation. "Going to beg the crows to let us through, I still can't believe this is what we've come to," another wildling muttered, glaring at John like he always did, although with grim amusement John noted that there was just a hint of fear in the other's eyes today. "Believe it, or you can stay here with the child fucker and pray to the dead to spare you." Giantsbane scoffed at the other with contempt, earning a glare, but no more talk back as he traced his glare around the room. "Make sure everyone is ready to move. The weather's good and the hard ground behind us. We walk from sun up to sunfall. The sooner we get to the wall, the better." With a mumble of noise the other wildling chiefs and leaders left the tent, going to start organizing things for the morrow. "I am starting to get the feeling Bupta doesn't like me," John noted, earning a snicker from Ygritte. "It'll take more than your pretty face to make him like you." Snow Giantsbane snorted in some amusement at the comment. "But that's just him showing off for the others. He's fucking terrified of being left behind, they all are. Everyone wants to hide behind your wall and the guns on it because they know it's the only hope they have to live, and Mance knew he didn't have a hope of trying to force his way through. Not with the new weapons you have." "So why did Mance attack us at the fist?" John asked with narrowed eyes. "That wasn't him, not at first," Ygritte shrugged. "A few tribes got it in their heads that they could take you by surprise and seize your magical weapons for themselves and attacked without waiting for his orders. Then, others decided to try and get in on the situation and launch a bigger attack the next day, and he gave his permission. They became an example of the power of the crows. He could show the entire free folk, all at once." Tormund explained at John's look at that revelation. "It convinced a lot of people who were afraid of the dead but not convinced that trying to fight past the wall would just get a lot of people killed. Convinced them that he was right in his plans, and got rid of those who didn't really want to follow him anyway." And Ygritte added casually, "He thought that at least their deaths might weaken you, run down your supplies of weapons enough that you would be more willing to talk and come to an agreement with us. Or if somehow they did seize the fist, he had issued instructions to take as many of you alive as possible as hostages to negotiate passage." John couldn't help but blink at the cold, brutal logic. The utterly senseless wasting of lives when Mance was supposedly trying to save them, and yet, in the wildling culture, it made far too much sense to him that he would consolidate his leadership in such a way that whatever outcome, he would win. "I see," he said before moving on and changing the subject quickly. "Anyway, it's about 80 miles to the wall from here. If the weather holds, we should be able to make it in a week or less." "And then?" Ygritte asked as she crossed her arms, looking at him. "What happens to us after we're through the wall?" "One thing at a time, Ygritte," John chided her as he looked at the basic map. "One thing at a time." It had taken some time, but it was good enough. John had a final look over the short message and pushed away from the table. Ghost whined as he stood, clearly annoyed at being woken from his warm nap, but John simply offered a smile at the dire wolf. "Stay here, I won't be long," he promised, and the dire wolf thumped its tail in agreement. Ed had left him half an hour ago to ride in peace, and John thankfully ran into no one as he ascended the stairs to the Ravenry, opening the door onto a scene of chaos as dozens of assistants ran around frantically preparing messages and birds, with Maester Aemon sitting in the middle of it all with an oddly detached serenity as he carefully directed the preparations. He handed over the message to an annoyingly odd-looking brother with instructions for its delivery, and the man hurried off, promising to personally look after this message for him. That done, John collected Ghost and headed to the kennel he kept the dire wolf in, securing him for the night with some food and water. He crossed the mostly empty courtyard to climb to his room, and just as he reached the door, a loud squawking sound drew his attention skywards. From the top of one of the towers at Castle Black, a stream of ravens took to the sky. All of them turned south and were soon lost to the evening sky as their courses started to diverge. To Winterfell they went and Sun's Pair. To King's Landing and Dragonstone, to Castle Rock and Highgarden. To the Eyrie and to Pike, to Storm's End and to the Citadel. Several in close formation flew for Riverrun, but all of them carried a similar message. Winter is no longer coming. Winter is here. And the dead come with it. L 6, of Kings, Wolves, and Ravens, Part 4. AC 300, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Theon Greyjoy. The specific planning for the structure of the Commonwealth was something I only contributed the basics of. Rule of law was the main focus, but provisions put in place to keep any one faction involved having too much power, even the common people. As it was, the legal precedents were primarily based on the Grand Council concept. In this case, the majority of the lords seemed all right with that. With a Supreme Warden to be elected by the Council representatives with the power of that decision imbued in them by their Lord Paramounts. Well, kings now, I suppose. Though with the trade and tax levels staying largely the same, the economic infrastructure of Westeros wasn't changing too quickly. The biggest changes though were going to be in the actual legal framework of the kingdoms. And thank God I wasn't involved with that. I'd shoved it onto Lord Judge AndrewJTalon of Deepwood Motte. He was the Supreme Judge of the North, and was a hell of a lawyer to boot. It was going to take time. A lot of time. Thankfully though, not my problem. Unless it went wrong. It was probably going to go wrong. Until then though? No, I said flatly. Robb scowled. Theon, come on. No, I stated again, flipping through various records. He'd kept them, meticulously and well organized. I was very impressed, but not too surprised. The North requires a representative on the Grand Council, who better for the post than you? Robb asked, scowling over the table. Give it to Lord Bolton. He's fair, I said. Also scary. Good combination. Roose Bolton is not my brother in all but blood. Robb protested. I need someone I can trust absolutely. So, you don't trust Lord Roose? I asked, skipping ahead in the records with a frown. Terrible handwriting, I muttered. I do, Robb said, but I think that as the man who brought us to all of this, you would be the perfect choice. I sighed and put down the papers, looking up at Robb. Then why don't you become king of Westeros? You'd be the perfect choice, I said. Honorable, honest, war hero. I didn't knock over the Iron Throne to become the next tyrant. Robb growled. This isn't what this was about. Technically we didn't knock it over, I pointed out. It's still there. I mean, I have enough thermite for. Robb growled deeply, and slammed his hands on the table. I sighed, and looked up. Your eyes are yellow, I said. Did you know that? Wah. Robb started, and pulled out his lighter. He examined himself in the shiny material of the metal, eyes widening. They are. But how? Most likely. I said smoothly, pressing my hands together into a steeple shape on the table, you're a warg, Robbie. You have a magic connection with your dire wolf. Robb gaped at me. And no, I'm not terribly surprised because Bran's a warg and possibly a green seer, I went on. In fact, most of the Stark family seems to demonstrate warg-like abilities. They come in handy. Yes. Robb managed. He shook his head. Why didn't you tell me? I'm a scientist, Robb, I said, rolling my eyes. And it kept you alive. So why complain about it? Robb scowled. All of that aside, he groaned, I don't see what it has to do with you not wanting to assume a role of incredible power and authority. He stopped, and shut his eyes tightly. I just answered my own question, didn't I? Robb muttered. I gave him a sarcastic clap. Very good, Your Grace, I said dryly. I mean, shit, how much paperwork do you do for the North and the Riverlands? Too much, Robb muttered. I nodded. Well, do you want to do paperwork for 7 whole kingdoms? This is how you'll sell true democracy to the nobility, isn't it? Robb groaned, his hands over his face. I can see it now. The diabolical stacking of paperwork, to bloodlessly encourage the lords to give up their powers. I blinked at Robb. I scratched my head. That's a really good idea. I said cheerfully. I mean, we'll need a large population of literate people who can own their own property first, so that won't happen for another generation or two, but hey. It's the perfect way to allow it to progress. Don't let it get around, you'll be strung up and burned, Robb grumbled. I shrugged. Robb sighed. All right. I will have Lord Bolton serve for a time. And you'll want to get out of here before they elect you Supreme Warden, I said with a smile. In fact, that's probably going to happen. Robb groaned, and sat at the table. He buried his face in his hands. Why did I come up with such a stupid idea? He grumbled. I reached out and patted him on the shoulder, gently. Because you're the right man for the job, I said, shrugging. We sat in silence for a time, as I continued my research into various notes and background information. It was remarkably thorough, even included a few photographs of Cersei, Sansa, and other members of the royal court who had vanished with the Red Keep's destruction, as well as records of who Tyrion had contacted to secure passage for the royal family, in case. Well, what had happened, happened. Rob slowly looked up at me, sighing. How do you do it? He asked. I looked up. I grunted. How do you? Do you jape and joke like this? After everything we've been through, he asked quietly. With all the responsibilities. All the blood. I set the papers down. I sighed deeply, and looked past Rob's shoulder. The look on my face must have been disturbing, since he stared intensely. Rob, I began, I am probably the cause of more deaths in the history of Westeros wars than anyone else combined. The primary reason the Westerlands and the Stormlands are being so cooperative with us is because most of their knights are dead. And my weapons, my technology. That's what allowed it to happen. I looked down at the papers again, twiddling my thumbs. I know, intellectually, that it isn't my personal fault. I did not order every trigger pulled. I did not cut off our father's head, bringing this war about. But the fact it, I made it possible. And I have to live with that. As does everyone else. I looked up at Rob again, but couldn't quite meet his eyes. Science has not shown me one bit of kindness or joy or love in this universe, I said firmly. Not one atom's worth. So I can either act like those things don't exist. Or I can try to make them come true. I mean, what else can I do? You need someone to joke. You need someone to help you, and be your brother, or you'll be a bad king. And I need to believe that there are reasons for joy and laughter in the universe, or I'm just death. Destroyer of worlds. Rob stared at me. Without a word, he rose up, and circled around. He hugged me, and I hugged him. We sat in silence, just two brothers, together, who had changed the world. And in a way, it was me saying goodbye to the old memories of my world. Not entirely. But accepting that this was who I am. Who I was. Theon Greyjoy. The boom squid. The genius. And Robb Stark's brother. Excuse me, your grace, my lord, said Varys, and we looked up to see the fat eunuch standing there with a smile. Robb pulled away, and stood up straight. Yes, Lord Varys. Robb asked. It was a courtesy, really. Varys officially had no role right now. Tyrion was angling for him to be the Master of Whispers for the Grand Council, and I had accepted this. We still needed his intel, now more than ever. Some general news, Varys spoke, walking over and standing before us in a stance of respect. Prince Martell and his entourage are soon to dock, as is Lord Baelish. Lord Mace Tyrell arrives with a great host. The final council deliberations are being worked out, for the time being, it will meet in a room above the Great Hall. Varys took another breath. Lord Umber and Lord Manderley's construction companies have both submitted proposals for the new Grand Council complex in the Dragon Pit. The fire damage to Flea Bottom would allow for a great deal of reconstruction. And they won't be the last, I said with a smile to Robb. I think House Mormont will also send their mechman with a proposal. That fast? Robb asked, shaking his head. I suppose that many guild members with the armies made it a simple matter to survey. Robb scowled. He clearly didn't want to be seen to be taking advantage of the Southerners. Good for him. Also, a missive from Castle Black, Varys stated smoothly, handing it over. Upon microfilm, I believe it is called. Robb reached out his hand. I held out a magnifying glass. He slid the missive under it, and read through it. His face turned pale. Varys raised an eyebrow, as did I. Your Grace? Varys asked. Impossible, Robb muttered. It says that the White Walkers, he looked up at us, have returned. Well, it was about fucking time. Was what I was thinking. I wisely kept it to myself. Varys hummed. Your Grace, he said, while my little birds do indeed sing songs of strange things happening at the wall, to suggest that such things out of legend are returning. Jon write it? I asked. Robb nodded. Then it's true. Varys glanced at me, surprised. And then his face became neutral as I stared back at him. I looked back at Robb, deadly serious. You believe it then? Robb asked. I nodded. I believe it, I said. Then we must raise the alarm, Robb said definitely. Bring the commanders of the army to me, we must march back north and... A&D. No, I said, holding my hands up. Not yet. Robb stared at me in confusion. You believe it? Yes, but given our situation here, I don't think we can outright blurt it out, I stated. Varys hummed. I believe what Lord Greyjoy means is that to spread such news now, right after seizing King's Landing and creating a newborn alliance, might be fatal to that same alliance, Varys suggested. I nodded. Yet. That, I said, again wondering if letting him live was a good idea. At the same time, I said quickly, cutting off Rob's anger, we're not going to just ignore it. But we need to do this. Carefully. Slowly. Secretly, to avoid a panic. After all, John's word is good enough for us. But for the rest of the realm. Rob grimaced, and looked down at his hands. He thought, considered. I held my breath. Yes, the White Walkers were coming. Yes, I was Theon the genius and most people listened to me. Yes, there was a part of me that was demanding that I make this public and call for soldiers, go into battle. But. You believe this is the right course of action? Rob asked. I nodded. I do, I said. Besides. We need to know more. Know what these things are capable of. Know if our stuff can even hurt them. I looked over at Varys. Something we could use your assistance on, Lord Varys. If you deem to offer it. I believe that is within my powers, my lord, Varys said, still smiling oddly. I didn't know what to make of it. All I had was the assurance that if he did anything, a bullet would quickly end his life. But how much damage could he do before then? In fact, information gathering is all the more vital. According to legend, Dragonfire was able to stop the White Walkers. And how convenient that there is a set of dragons across the sea, near where the former Queen and Princess Sansa are heading. Very convenient, I said dryly. And not very subtle. Varys shrugged, hands in his sleeves. It's all in how one presents oneself, my lord, Varys said gently. We both looked at Rob. He sighed, and nodded. If you think this is the way to do it, Theon. Then I agree, he said. Rob frowned. It also makes what I plan to do about another problem much easier. Oh? Which one? I asked. Rob managed a small smile. Stannis. Another flashback to happier times in Winterfell. Rob, look, I'm playing the knight and that's it. Jon, come on Rob. You're always the knight. Rob, sighs and looks at Theon. Theon, Rob, I'm playing the knight. Agree with me? Theon, actually, Jon is much more stupidly noble than you, so he'd be a better knight. Jon, thanks. Hey. Theon, then again, with the Westeros standards of knighthood, you're better off not being a knight at all. I mean, we all know what passes for Lannister knights. Rob, frowns. Then what should we be? Theon, points at Rob. You will be Captain Westeros. A super soldier, natural leader, and truly awesome and good person. Points at Jon. You will be Batman, dark and broody avenger of the knight's injustices. Jon, and you? Theon, I am gonna be Iron Man. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist who has a robot armor suit army, a hot redhead girlfriend, and manages to ruin everything he ever touches. Rob, stares. You really are too hard on yourself, you know that? Theon, maybe a little. But we have no therapists in this medieval shithole, so I have to deal. Jon, shithole. Theon, all right, it isn't. Not since we got plumbing installed. Oh men of Winterfell part I. The spy was let out of the tent and even given a horse, wine, and bread for the return journey to Lord Tywin. That was ill done, my lord. Now the enemy will know how many we are and where we are. All the strengths of Lord Theon's ships are now futile if we cannot spring surprise on them. Great Yonumber said, and the other northern lords nodded. He knows, or at least he think he knows where we are and how many. He'll probably think that this was all the hot-headed actions of a inexperienced pup, so he'll no doubt attack us here, but we won't be here. We'll leave bait and then sneak around and strike at Jaime Lannister's forces. Rob said, and instantly the northern lord's sour mood disappeared as they all gave a wolfish grin at the clever and unexpected trap the young warlord had made. The only question is what forces do we leave here to tie down the Lannisters? Rob said, not being able to say sacrifice. They will do their duty and bring honor to their names by their sacrifice, Lord Rob. Lord Karstark said to his distant kin. He could sympathize with the young wolf. It couldn't be easy to have such a burden so early on and have kin jailed by your enemies. They don't have to sacrifice themselves. A voice from the very back of the tent was heard saying, and from there came Theon. What do you mean, Lord Theon? A token force of say 2 to 3.000 alone has no chance against 30.000 Lannisters. Alone yes, but with say half the bolters, cannons, rifles they could hold long enough for Lord Tywin to realize that there is no victory here, or rather a few miles back of the road. Theon replied and started searching the map on the table for a certain location. Here. About 5 miles back there's a steep hill with woods north of it. The front of the hill is nothing but open field. To a southerner this seemingly good hill is the perfect killing field for a good night charge in a lousy zone of retreat because of the brush, but to a northerner with thunder arms, it is an ideal killing field with a clear line of shot for miles. Roose Bolton suddenly said in his unknowingly best Riddick voice. At that the other lords all eyed in agreement. They have seen the secret tests of the cannons and knew first-hand just how terrifying a rifled musket could be in the hands of a determined soldier from a good position. How do you know of this hill? When did you have time to scout for it? Lord Manderley asked cheerfully, but a bit suspicious. He considered Theon a friend, but still this seemed too convenient. I scouted it last year when I went for a ride with the general staff. Myself and the staff have scouted many hills, valleys, gullies, and all manner of good defensive positions all across the 7 kingdoms. Theon paused and leaned over the table as the stunned lords continued to look at him, drawn in by his words as Robb smirked amongst them. I read every book I could find and those about war all said 1,000 different things, but one was always a constant and it would always come. The last war I witnessed was lost before the first sword was struck, but after the last was sheathed I knew that it was only a matter of time until another came, but since that day I vowed that when it came we would be prepared, and when I saw that hill I knew that when the day came when we would fight the Lannisters, that would be the place for our cannons and rifles, and I drew the deployment plans myself and kept them in my pocket. This a good plan, Lord Greyjoy, but I fear that even with half the Thunderers in a good position the troops may not stand. The sheer difference in numbers could make them not stops, and if they get in close combat then I'm afraid the guns won't matter much then. Lord Manderley added, his suspicions confirmed with an approving smile and nod. That's why I brought with us a few new toys for our army, he said, and took out a few miniature prototypes and demonstrated them to the lords. Ah, no disrespect to your skill, but your thing usually don't work the first time around. I mean, remember that incident, the bananas and the toe clipper? Lord Greatjohn said. And the washing machine at Carhold, it took us a week to unstick them from the roof. Lord Blackwood said. And the paint sprayer, and, by the old gods, those whores were laughing for months after that. Lady Mormont said, and they all gave a nod at that. All right, I admit that my machines have a tendency to blow up, but in this case I think that would not be an undesirable effect. Theon said, a bit flushed, to which they all gave a good laugh. That may tip things in your favor, but it's still a big risk. 2,000 men on a barren hill are good, but even then against 30,000, we should not split our forces, but hold here and bring the full might of our thunder arms against Lord Tywin. Make the lions know that winter is here. Robb said, and there was a general agreement with those present. Dividing your enemies and striking them one at a time is the best way to go. A holding force for one half and an offensive from the other from a good central position is the best option. We could crush Lord Tywin's army here, but our objective is not to crush an army but to win. To do that we must relieve Riverrun and join forces with what's left of the Tully army. Also, even if we crush Lord Tywin, we will use up a great deal of our ammunition to do that, and it will take time that Riverrun might not have. A single rider that escapes Lord Tywin's army's defeat could warn Sir Jaime, and he could either order an assault or withdraw his forces. Also, if we keep our army whole, after the initial cannon fire Lord Tywin could choose to withdraw to the Golden Tooth, where even with Thunderers it would be a hard fight there. Theon said, and returned his gaze at the map and gesticulated the potential consequences there. If we steal a march after we deal with Sir Jaime, we can easily use Riverrun to resupply via the salt pans. This would cut of Lord Tywin from the Golden Tooth and force him to Harrenhal, I'd say, leaving the Westerlands open to us. Also, if the idea of the main Lannister army being repulsed by a mere 2,000 soldiers will miff Lord Tywin's ego, he would probably spend a day or two more on us instead of the main army, and in war a minute counts. Robb made a move to speak, but Theon silenced him by a raise of the hand and by pulling out 2 pictures. One was of the hill that Theon mentioned, and Robb could see why he kept it in his pocket. On 2 out of 3 sides the hill was so steep that it was impossible to climb. It had an almost perfectly flat top, ideal for any army or fortress, and on the 3rd side there was a constant gradual elevation, making it an ideal place for multiple overlapping lines of fire. Is that what I think it is? Lady Catelyn, a wealthy merchant, invested in the sheep there and built a great fence all across the smooth side, one so big with a wide enough trench that they would never have to worry about thieves sneaking over it with their horses. Theon said with a knowing smirk. And I suppose that merchant also wanted an observation tower in the middle and to remove the bush on the hill for a clear view. How fortuitous that this all happened after you scouted the area, Lord Greyjoy. Rose said with an approving smirk. To which a round of laughter echoed. All gave a hearty chuckle, all except one. Robb grimly walked over to Theon, looked him in the eye for a moment before enveloping him in a tight hug. Gods be with you, Theon. Take as many men, shot, and powder as you need. I cannot persuade you not to take a stand there, but I will give you all the help a Stark can give another. Robb said and let go and turned around to the others. For let all who doubt his allegiance know this puts all those doubts to rest. For no northern lord would ever face such odds and not be loyal. Robb said and gave a hearty smile to his brother in all but blood, whose eyes bulged out when he heard that Robb had approved of his plan and reluctantly accepted his push as commander of the force, which Robb took as a sign of excitement from being given command. And I mean it when I say another, for only a true Stark would never ask his men to do something without doing it first himself. I'll command the force. I thought it pains me to have you leave my side. I'm afraid you're right, you're the one with the most experience in our new combined arms tactic, and with how much effort you put into this I would never dream of robbing you of the change for glory at this. Theon was about to protest that he didn't want command or glory and that he was just a pencil pusher, not a warlord, until not one, but two slaps on the back stopped him from doing so. I envy you, lady. I was never so bold and brilliant the first time I tried to get a command, but you. Oh ho. Got that right, Ricard, he's got balls of Valyrian steel. Tell you what, why don't you give me command and you can stick with the main army? What's your answer to that, Lord Theon? I defer to your more senior authority and experience, Lord Umber. Theon quickly said, hoping he could get out of this. Ha! Others would have challenged me for the right to command the 2,000 men, but not you. With that you convince me that you're good for the job. Good head on his shoulders, this one, knows what to say and keep his a cool head and clean eye. Couldn't have picked a better commander myself. Great John said, and every other northern lord gave Theon a pat on the back, words of admiration and encouragement, and so after another hug from Robb and Lady Catelyn he left with his force as the main body sneaked away. It was near dawn and every soldier with Theon was already awake, despite the almost extra hour of sleep they would usually get. So what's the plan, Theon? A voice said from next to him, one that would have normally sent chills down his spine, if not for the bigger foe before them. Well, the plan is that I direct the battle from the tower, the balloon above us will scout, we'll hold the first volley off until they're close enough. You'll hold your Gatling guns until they commit a full attack. And if they breach the wall we fall back to the second, then third, the fourth and last one where the observation keep is, and we make out stand there. Theon said and gestured to them. The merchant he hired had gotten creative, and on the pretext of having more than one type of animal he had made several fences across the hill's top, ones that lacked the first one's size and ditch, but made up for it by the fact that a weaker wall was better than no wall. So basically kill a non-northerner that moves until there's nothing left to kill. That's the general gist of it, Ramsay. A great war horn was heard in the distance, a distinctly non-northern one, as the sun started to rise, bathing its own rays over the sea of gold and crimson of the Lannister army. Despite the good position and weapons, being outnumbered 15 to 1 tends to sap one's courage, a thing that felt and noticed on the faces of the men around him as they looked to him for guidance and courage. He didn't have enough for himself, let alone for 2,000 men to go around, truth be told, but he knew the means to produce it, cheaply and in mass too. Tongues of fire on ravens flaring. News of foemen near declaring. To heroic deeds of daring. Calls you northern men. The night before, in anticipation of this, he had started singing and teaching the men, well, he supposed his men now, the song, specifically for such an occasion. Lord Stark had once taught him about the power a song can have on even the faintest of hearts. Groans of wounded peasants dying. Wails of wives and children flying. For the distant succor crying. Calls you northern men. Shall the voice of wailing now be unavailing? Ramsay's voice was the first to join him. You to rouse who never yet in battle's hour were failing. But others soon followed. His answer crowds downpouring. Swift as winter torrents roaring. Not in vain the voice imploring. Calls on northern men. Until a mighty voice of 2,000 steeled hearts roared across the battlefield until even Tywin Lannister himself heard it. Loud the martial pipes are sounding. Every manly heart is bounding. As our trusted chief surrounding. March we northern men. Lord Tywin looked at his foe, and for the first time in his life he hesitated before giving the order to draw up battle lines. Short the sleep the foe is taking. Ere the morrow's morn is breaking. They shall have a rude awakening. Roused by northern men. Step by step the first wave of Lannister's armies formed and marched in the northern forces. Mother, cease your weeping. Come, maybe you're sleeping. You and yours in safety now. The northern men are keeping. Theon from his observation tower looked through his binoculars at the advancing enemy and kept his hand raised, waiting for the right moment to order his forces, waited for his signal to open fire. Ere the sun is high in heaven. They you fear by panic riven. The moment came. Shall like frightened sheep be driven. Far by northern men. Boom bnag boom bang boom nag. O make, men of Winterfell part 2. Far by northern men. The last chorus was sung, and it stayed with the Lannister forces after it ended, part out of its genuine catchiness and part out of the fact that immediately afterwards the whole first rank of the vanguard had been cut down, while they were far beyond arrow range and what sounded like thunder itself, and pushed the vanguard back several dozens of steps. What is the meaning of this? It's the Northern Thunder Arms. The voice of Tyrion responded to Tywin's inquiry. Thunder Arms? Those noise toys that Theon Greyjoy made? Preposterous. Those things are nothing but gaudy horns, they're only good for shooting pheasants and deer. There's just the toys of peasants. The various nobles of the Westerlands that were around Lord Tywin responded in disbelief. Obviously either we've been deceived, if he's found a way to make them deadly, but then again, is it really so surprising that Theon the Clever has a clever plan? Preposterous, Lord Tyrion. Lord Marbrand of Ashenmark replied. And a piece of wood sharpened one end can be used to kill a charging knight and horse. It's clear that Ned Stark's pet squid knows how to sharpen things. Tywin grumbled, displeased in being tricked, and by a Greyjoy no less. My lord, the scouts have returned. The Lord of House Lefford said. My lord, we have reviewed the hill and we have found that the enemy only has about 2,000 men. At that news, before Tywin could say anything, Tyrion immediately opened his mouth, hoping to prevent what he saw was an avoidable disaster. Father, this is clearly a distraction. We should break from here and go to pursue Robb Stark. We will do that after we storm the hill, avenge this insult and capture those modified thunder arms for ourselves. Father, listen, if they have rifles then they also cannons. I've seen them in action at the wall. They ripped countless wildlings to shreds. The northern toys may be deadly, but they are no match for our host. We'll simply overwhelm them and be done with it. I've seen the range of the cannons, and from where they're placed on the hill they could have been firing on us far before we ever stopped here, but they didn't, cause they're waiting for us to charge up the hill, so we cluster up and be cut to pieces. We are not some band of bronze-wielding savages, we're a proper army with archers and cavalry. Whatever peasant weapons they have cannot make a common soldier the equal tonight. Father, listen, we must. Enough. I've had enough of this nonsense. We attack now. The Lord of Casterly Rock said, and that was that. Tyrion have out a sigh of disappointment as he moved his mounted clansmen to the very rear of the formation. Apparently his father had decided to punish High by denying him a part in the attack. Cheer up, little lord, we have the best place in the army now. We're the very rear of the force. And after the host breaks and runs, we'll be the vanguard of the retreat. What? What are you talking about, Bronn? Well, I don't know what cannons are, but from how you talk about them they're worse than those boomsticks, and knowing how High Lord like your dad think and knowing what those guns can do, I'd say the only way this will end will be when he runs out of night stupid enough to charge a steep hill, over a trench and wall and into musket fire. We're with the cream of the Westerland nobility. The day's still young, we have plenty of time. Hold the canister shot until my command, ready, steady. Now. Worthless fools. A whole line of infantry falls back before even clashing with an inferior foe. My lord, you've seen what those northern demons can do. They ripped so many like sheep to a butcher. The Lord of House Brax was interrupted by the sound and sight of the enemy's cannons continuing their barrage, one that did not stop when their infantry had retreated from the hill, but rather it pursued them all the way up to beyond Lord Tywin's position as a shell exploded at a cluster of men at least 100 yards behind him. Full assault. Sound the charge. The Lord of Casterly Round bellowed out as 100 trumpets flared across the battlefield as the mighty host of the Westerlands charged up the hill. Daka 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 daka. Straight into Ramsay's machine gun fire. Ramsay, who had spent his time hunting and torturing people, Ramsay who after seeing the first shot of the first rifle immediately knew what he would do with his life, Ramsay who was now having a very, very lovely time. Smoke and fire, thunder and steel danced around the battlefield as he unleashed the power of the bolters that he had designed, and along with Theon's help prefect. The cries of the enemy rose with each spray of lead from his machine gun. It roused and roused and roused until it could be heard even over the sound of gunfire. Fall back to the second line, draw them into the killing field proper. He heard Theon's voice, and what else could he respond to his hero announcing that the proper butchering was only beginning and he was hands on knee deep in it. Oh! What a day! What a lovely, lovely day! From the sky cells, to the wall, to towns with no whorehouses, Tyrion had seen many things of horror in his life, but that day at the Green Fork, at the Battle of the Red Hill as they would one day call it, had a special place in his nightmares. Joining the fight from the very rear, he saw how rank after rank of pikemen and archers were cut down by gunfire, and ripped apart by cannons. But that was not when the day would earn a place in his dreams. Before they or even the infantry got too close to the first line, many suddenly fell down in agony as the rows of squares of barbed wire, between the rows were narrow paths clearly designed to funnel in any attacker, which they did as those that avoided the wire by taking those paths were either cut down by muskets and cannon on either side of the path, and those that got trough were stopped by the Northmen that were without muskets, who stopped their advance and made them sitting ducks for volleys. But that was not when the day would earn a place in his dreams. Then came the charge of the mounted sellswords and knight, ones that Tyrone thought even with the narrow paths and barbed wire they could break trough. Then the bolters were unleashed. But that was not when the day would earn a place in his dreams. The slaughter continued until finally their number started to make themselves felt as they started to get enough at the fence to make the fight become a melee. Then the ground itself exploded as the mines planted in the narrow pathways between the squares of barbed wire were detonated now that enough Lannisters were clustered. Even then that was not when the day earned a place in his nightmares. When the smoke finally cleared enough for him to see what was happening and noticed from the massive carnage of their army at the first line with only a few dozen token northern dead that the northerners had withdrawn from the first line under the cover of the explosion and had regrouped at their second line with all their bolters and cannons, a line that once more he could see now the hidden squares of barbed wire and what was no doubt another narrow set of lanes with mines, and beyond that there was a third and fourth line, Then the day earned a place in his dreams. Seeing how his father's army was crawling beyond the first line and was being continuously cut piece by piece as it tried to reach the second, he decided there and then that consequences be damned. So he grabbed the fallen horn from what was left of a bannerman and sounded the retreat. And if father kills me for this, will better a beheading than being ripped to pieces by grapeshot. Tyrion thought to himself as he blew the horn with all his might, the future of the West truly depended on it. How much ammunition we have left, Ethan? 7 shots a musket. We have about 150 more bolter rounds which won't last 10 seconds, and do you remember that cannonball tied to the wagons to show which one's the artillery group? Then we have one last cannon round left. Lovely. Oh make, Men of Winterfell Part 3. Forgive me father, but I'm afraid the cannon fire must have rattled my brains and I might have misheard you. You did not, Tyrion. I gave you my congratulations for your earlier actions. Not that part, father, the other half, could you please repeat? I said, I congratulate you on your successful counterattack where you flanked the northern forces and drove them back and captured a great many of their thunder arms. Tyrion could have replied with a many number of sentences to that. It wasn't so much of a counterattack that it was he and Bronn with his mountain men using the woods to sneak up by nightfall undetected, climb the steep area, knock out the guards, place a rope around a small goat gun and pull it over the edge of the cliff and run away before the northerners knew what had happened. That would be the first reply. The second would have been, they weren't driven back, cause they were not stupid enough to leave a strong defensive hill to attack on even ground a superior army, so they weren't driven back, so much as not gotten up their asses. A third answer would be to comment on how perhaps his father should perhaps start drinking, since it was obvious that after a battle sobriety was never a good thing for one's sanity, but the tense flap opening and the grim face of his uncle made that die down in his throat. Which is more than what I can say for the rest of you lot. A full army driven back by nothing more than a single banner man's host. How could you allow such a disgrace to happen? My lord, you've seen what they could do. We would face any foe for you, my lord, but what can sword and lances do against thunder itself? What can a charge of knights hope to gain when the very bush themselves is riddled with steel to rip men and horse apart? And what can a mighty host do when the very ground itself explodes as if made from wildfire? We should withdraw and save what's left of the army. It seems that cowardice has been shot in you by those cannons, Reginald. Normally I'd have it cured by a good hanging, but since you're my cousin I'll allow you the change to redeem yourself. We attack after the sun rises properly and you will lead the vanguard that will wash away the shame of yesterday. You will ride over their fences and bring me the head of their lord, or you will not show your face again. At that Reginald Lannister of Lannisport paled even more than was possible for a man who had just seen hell. He looked at his lord, at his cousin, at his once childhood friend, and then quickly rose from the table and drew the breakfast knife. The other lord jumped and quickly drew their blades to defend Lord Tywin. Or at least they would have if not for the fact that the Lord in question immediately took the knife and stabbed himself in the stomach. Better this than cannon fire. Reginald Lannister said as the life slowly left his body. Don't leave the camp, stay behind the ditch, stay in our trenches, don't leave the trenches, don't cross that land between ours and theirs, that place that belongs to no man but death, don't try to breach their wall, don't try to cross their trenches, don't go over the top. Reginald then with a gaze harder than any steel or fire looked at Tywin and with nothing but pure hatred in his eyes added. He was nowhere near our trenches. Let alone the enemy's. So far away he couldn't even see the fighting. Don't, not for him, don't go over the top, don't go. Reginald. A gentle voice, filled with shock suddenly said, and what surprised those that heard it even more was that it came from Tywin itself as he slowly got up from his seat and with what few could believe seeing, a tremor in his hand, he touched the now bleeding stomach of his cousin. Why you shouldn't have done that, why you'll go to the 7 hells. Be better 7 hells, than the trenches. Don't go over the top, don't go over the top, don't cross no man's land, don't leave the trenches, don't go over. With that Reginald Lannister did not go over the top and he would be forever safe from the trenches as for the very first time in many long years Tywin, with what could only be described as pain and regret closed his eyes and stood up from his now dead cousin's body. Did you at least find the name of who is leading this force? Which lord is it? Umber, Bolton, Karstark, Manderley? Who is the house to which we must pay our debt to? We saw his banner flying from that tower on top of the hill, my lord. It had a flag of blue, on which a steel cock was etched, and over the cock there was a kraken. Silence echoed throughout the tent as Lord Tywin's knuckles could be heard popping from how hard he was squeezing his fists in anger. Are we then to withdraw against a force 15 times smaller than our own? Are we to then withdraw in the face of Greyjoy and let his bets on land? Are we to be whipped by a not even full-grown squid, but a boy? Are to be made fools by the son of Balon Greyjoy? Tywin asked his lords in his fury as once more the tent flaps opened and a messenger came in. My lord, news from Riverrun, the army has been annihilated. What? The northerners, they boarded those ships that churned out steam about a day's march from here 2 days ago. They made the 300-league journey to Riverrun in just half a day and a night. They ambushed Sir Jaime and smashed the army, and now they're coming back. and they also sent riders to all corners with this. The messenger handed Tywin a printed picture of Sir Jaime in chains surrounded by Robb Stark, his lords and Torrhencar Stark that captured him and Grey Wind. Sir Jaime, captured, his army scattered, are badly beaten, this is a disaster. They have my son. Kevan, how soon can you prepare your half of our forces? Tywin asked his brother, who up until now did not say a word, he only continued to stare blankly forwards as if still in shock. That was until now. Kevan, what is the state of your army? Brother, I have no army. You could hear even silence itself shut its mouth in shock at what passed trough Kevan's lips. We muster our forces for another assault on the hill, after that we turn and deal with the young pup. My lord. I will not leave this field like a fool, Lord Spicer, I will not be made a fool by a Greyjoy. Tywin said as those present then all gave a nod and left the command tent to prepare for war and make the Greyjoy pay for this insult, to make them rue the day that they ever dared to face the Lannisters. Only for a cannonball to immediately explode at the tent that he just exited. Shock was on his face as he looked over at the tent where if he would have been a moment ago, where if all the other lords had been, the whole army would be crippled, the whole Westerlands would have been beaten. He then remembered his son's words. They haven't fired on us yet because they want us close. He then looked at the hill. That faraway hill where no shot could have been possible, and then at the sun as it was barely now rising, and only now it was making the various parts of the camp visible, a very visible target. Darn! That old lion is one early riser. Dan Greenstone exclaimed, as did all the other gathered commanders as Theon told them what happened by looking trough the spyglass from the balloon that they were using to properly see the enemy camp. Anything that can go wrong, will go wrong. The Tyroji god of chaos Murphy is nothing if not diligent in his duties. Ramsay said, and gave Theon what passed as a friendly smile for him. True, but this could be our advantage. He looks shocked. I think another push and he'll fall back to either Harrenhal or the Crownlands, where Robb can smash him in the open before he can get to either. So how do we do that, Theon? How should I know that, Mira? I'm a genius, not his wife. How should I know how to break a lord's will and mind? I believe I can help with that. Ramsay said with a smile, which at first disturbed the others in the balloon, but after they heard the plan they too had similar smiles, especially Mira. The sound of drums, pipes, and violas was heard over the field, coming from the hill. The Western army turned towards it. The lords turned towards it. Tryon and Kevan turned towards it. Finally Tywin did not turn towards it, nor did he share their look of disbelief and horror at the song. He merely continued to stare at the smoking ruins of the tent as the humming stopped and the lyrics began. And who are you? The proud lord said. That I must bow so low? Only a cat of a different coat. That's all the truth I know. In a coat of gold or a coat of red. A lion still has claws. And mine are long and sharp, my lord. As long and sharp as yours. Kevan, brother, give the order to retreat. And so he spoke, and so he spoke. That lord of Castamere. But now the rains weep o'er his hall. With no one there to hear. Yes, now the rains weep o'er his hall. And not a soul to hear. Author's note. Yes, I know it's not canny and there was no brawn counter-attack like how the author outlined and insisted, but even with guns, cannon, and muskets that would still been a risky maneuver. I play strategy and total war games, and in preparation for this I played a few custom battles with a few hundred musketeers, 1.400 infantry, cannon, and machine guns against at maximum 20.000 enemy samurai in Shogun 2. I've tried for days to get a canny, but there was simply too much of a numbers difference to not get slaughtered. Even with guns, if you don't have steep hill or funnel, there is simply too many enemies. But when I place them on a one-way hilltop or at the other end of a bridge, that was when I gave them enough casualties, for in the real world a commander orders a withdraw. Canny is in real life or even in the games is very hard to pull off. The reason it keeps popping up in books and fiction is because even Hannibal and Sun Tzu, the biggest commanders, had a hard time pulling this off. That's why it's so famous. It's very hard to do. Also, for those that still wonder why I chose this as the battle, I point out that at Isandlwana the British had better rifles than what Theon had, better cannons, and all their troops were armed with muskets, instead of a few hundreds. Even then the battle consisted of 10.000 engaged Zulus against 2.000 British, and the British still lost. Theon had 2,000 men, of which I'd say about 300 to 400 rifles, and the Lonsitter did not have 10.000 but 30.000, and unlike the Zulus they had cavalry. With a historical battle like that in mind, I could not ride a Cania when Theon had weaker rifles. Less of them and an envelopment would have meant maneuvering off the hill and on open plain where the flankers could themselves be flanked. Contrast to Rorke's Drift, where about 150 British faced 5 to 4.000 Zulus, tougher odds than Theon, and still managed to hold out until reinforcements came. And they managed because they got good high ground, had layered defenses, and they stuck with them. Tywin also had fast cavalry and archers, so you see why it would in my opinion be best to just trench a steep hill and hold. Or if any of you think you could pull it off, well please play a Shogun 2 game and show me the video, I'd like to see if there's someone out there that could pull it off. And I mean injure the enemy enough for a retreat, let's say 30 to 50% casualties. LXXX, of Kings, Wolves, and Ravens, Part 5. AC 300, King's Landing, The Crownlands. Theon Greyjoy. Eddie, Rob, I began, standing on the stinking docks of King's Landing, no. Funny, I remember John being the one to tell you that when we were growing up. Frequently, Rob said in amusement, as Eddie Karstark fiddled with one of the new airboats delivered by Northern Ship. He had finished the assembly at the crack of dawn, and was almost all ready to go with it an hour or two later. Which is, coincidentally, when Rob had told me about this idea. 1. John didn't know what the hell he was talking about, he knows nothing, remember. I said flatly, but I was a little relieved to be able to joke about John. I didn't know if my butterflies had made it more or less likely for him to survive, and fighting a White Walker now. I mean, he didn't have any proof, but I knew he wasn't going to lie about something that awesome. Just not tell the whole thing. He was much like Ned had been, in that respect. 2. And I raised a finger up as Rob eagerly pulled on a flight cap and goggles, you admitted that Stannis invited you to come to Dragonstone. You really want to fly there in something he could take out with one shot. Hey! That was lucky! Eddie shouted, as he slammed a hammer against the engine. His gear wife, Bree something, rolled her eyes as she continued checking the wires and ropes holding the gas bag to the skiff. Yes Eddie, it was, and I am very impressed one of them made it down here under its own power, I shouted back apologetically. But how bad would it look on your resume if the king died when he's just won the war? On the thing that helped him win it. Eddie frowned. I will admit, the thought had not occurred, he said. His gear wife snorted, and he scowled at her. Come on. Theon, look, Rob said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I doubt Stannis is just going to try for an assassination on me at this stage. Do you think that fits his character? Renly, I said. Rob nodded, sighing in the way he knew he'd said something stupid. I spared him the Stark talk this time though. Okay. But like you say, different context. Would he do that when he has no chance of victory? At all. Also, you're still flying in something that will burst into flames with one hit, I stated. Just to show him up? That'll impress him. I have to impress on him that things have changed, Rob insisted. What better way than to arrive in Dragonstone, flying like the Targaryens of old, in a device built by the second-born son of a northern lord? I get the symbolism, I said, as Eddie cursed loudly about a fuel pump, but how about this? Let Eddie fly around in his death traps. Could you build them better? Eddie demanded. I just shot him a stare, and was pleased when everyone else in range stared at him. He flushed, and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Stupid question. Eddie. I'm not disparaging your skills, I said with a more gentle tone, but you have heard the story of when I took the first gun I ever made, mass-produced it and gave it to all the soldiers of the North to use. You didn't yo. You're being sarcastic, Eddie grumbled. Thanks. I shrugged and looked back at Rob. Just let Eddie work out all the kinks, and show up in something equally impressive, but less likely to kill you, hey. I pressed my hands together. Please? For Marjorie? And your new baby? Rob's eyes widened. Wait, you mean she's? Rob actually looked about ready to collapse. I discreetly held him up as I hugged him. I really should have gotten a picture of his face at the news. Like I'd promised Marjorie. I'd think of some way to make it up to her. Just got a raven this morning, I muttered. Come on, father, cool off. Rob shook, and then grinned. The biggest, dopiest grin in the known universe. I grinned back, and patted him on the back as he slowly regained his footing. I'm gonna be a father, Rob mumbled. I nodded. Yes. Yes you are, I said brightly. And the best gift for your baby? Not dying in an airship. Hello? I'd be flying it too, Eddie protested. I sighed and rolled my eyes, while privately wondering how many of my colloquialisms had infected the Westerosi lexicon. Something to worry about when we weren't all dead from ice zombies. Yes Eddie, and I don't want you to die from your flying death trap either, I said with a nod. However, Rob's had a lot more of me shaking my head at him and going, what did we learn? Than you. So he's better trained. I pulled back. But you are more than welcome to try flying above the Seawolf to make our dramatic entrance better. All right. I think I'll try that. Eddie nodded. I nodded back, and clapped Rob on the shoulder. I guided my king and brother from another mother away, towards the docks leading to the launch from the Seawolf. See you there, Eddie. I called back. I sighed as I looked at Rob, who was smiling strangely. You all right, Your Grace? Yet. Still. Baby, he just kept grinning like a dork. I chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. We'll celebrate later. For now? We have a runner-up king to deal with, I said. ASoIaF of Kings, Wolves and Ravens, Part 6. AC 300, Dragonstone, Blackwater Bay. Theon Greyjoy. Dragonstone was pretty much the most depressing goddamned place I'd ever seen in my life. Yes, POW camps are pretty bad, but those had basic sanitation. At least northern ones. This place seemed like it had been crafted by the guys behind Arkham Asylum, creepy gargoyles everywhere, sharp angles and lines that seemed to go on, and everything was dark and dreary. And I swear I could see Gozerian terror dogs among some of the statues. Ugh. That would just be my luck, wouldn't it? A medieval shithole like Westeros gets Gozer the Gozerian to pay it a visit, and me without my portable nuclear accelerators. Or an A-bomb. Theon? What are you mumbling? Rob asked. I sighed as I looked back to Rob. The launch we'd taken from the Seawolf was closing on the dock. A northern sailor was manning a bolter at the front of the boat. There were rocket Faust-armed sailors on the launch as well, all with weapons pointed at the troops waiting for us on the dock. Nothing, I replied. I looked over at Mira, who was looking a bit anxious. How are you feeling, Captain Reed? A little concerned, Mira admitted. Some of the Cranagmen we brought along are new. And she shifted uncomfortably. Rob smiled at her. Hero worshipping you. Mira nodded. Yet. It's kind of weird. Being paid that much attention? Yet, Rob said with a nod, patting her on the shoulder. I've been there. Trust me. Still. You can use the worship to get them to give you their best. After all, we can't see any of the Cranagmen who are, presumably, on Dragonstone right now, I said cheerfully. Mira sighed, and scowled up as the sailors tossed a rope to the guys waiting on the dock. They were in front of a man holding a banner with a flaming stag on it. It was obvious Stannis was waiting behind them. I can, she grumbled. They're getting. What's that word, Theon? Spanked? I suggested. I think she meant reprimanded, Rob muttered. He stepped up, as Ramsay and Daisy Mormont stepped up alongside him. We went up the gangplank, stopping in front of the guards. Well Stannis, you wanted me, Rob called out. Let's hear what you have to say. The armored guards moved aside, revealing the tall, straight form of Stannis Baratheon. I'd never actually seen him in person, but it was impossible to mistake him for anyone else. Even with the beard he wore. Especially with the beard he wore. It was strange though, he was missing a certain Rethot which. What I have to say, King Rob, is simple, Stannis announced, in a clear voice. I surrender. And wish to discuss terms. Stannis reached into a satchel, and tossed a small bag at our feet. Rob glanced at Ramsay and Daisy. Daisy nodded, and knelt down to take the bag. She opened it, and poured the contents out into her gloved hand. I stepped up to examine them carefully. Breadcrumbs and salt, I confirmed. From a kinslayer, this means next to nothing, Rob stated flatly. Where's your Scarlet Woman? Stannis twitched, just a bit. I raised my eyebrow, as Stannis cleared his throat. I have sent her back to Essos, Stannis stated. There was obviously a lot more going on with that though. If you wish me to respect guest right, King Rob, that applies to all guests. Rob narrowed his eyes. Then what I'm hearing is that you are not turning her over to me, as outlined in my letter to you. No, Stannis stated. I wish to discuss terms, King Rob. And for the moment, I do not believe you are in a position to refuse me. The balding man looked at Rob with an iron gaze, which my brother from another mother met with equal steel. After all, winter is coming, is it not? The emphasis he put on the House Stark's words. I felt a chill go down my spine. I glanced at Rob, and back at Stannis. Rob grimaced. Your terms. Rob demanded. Amnesty for the men under my command. My daughter, Shireen, is named as heiress of the Stormlands with Lord Davos Seaworth to serve as her regent, Stannis paused. And I will go to the Wall and take the Black. We are both aware that I am needed more there than I am here. Even Stannis's guards seemed surprised by that, though they tried not to give it away. They were very bad at hiding it. We need to talk, Rob said. Stannis nodded. We pulled back a bit, Ramsay and Darcy keeping their weapons on Stannis. Mira was, as usual, nowhere to be seen. Which was comforting. Well? Rob asked. Do we trust him? I frowned. We need Mira's report first. I looked at a barrel on the dock. Hey, Mira? Got an update? The barrel said nothing. I sighed, and shrugged over at Rob. I guess a barrel would be too obvious. Yes, it would, Mira said, popping up from under the dock. Rob, admirably, didn't jump. I did. Ramsay just smirked as Daisy sighed in annoyance. Show off, Darcy muttered. Jealous, Mira muttered back. She looked up at me. There's no sign of the Red Witch anywhere. His wife and daughter are here though. And so is Sir Davos. She looked at Rob. However, she could be using some kind of magic shit to hide herself. Unlikely, I muttered. He looks a bit rattled. How is it I could retain memories of my previous life so well after a decade? If it was even real. I still had my doubts. Right, focus. Rattled? Asked Rob. I nodded. Yet. As if his girlfriend just left him, I stated. I shrugged. Which might as well be the case, given his relationship with his wife. Rob frowned thoughtfully. He looked up at Stannis, who was still waiting. Rob sighed. We can't afford to have any more enemies, Rob muttered. He shook his head. He turned and strode forward, Daisy and Ramsay still covering him. He walked right up to Stannis, who stood his ground. Rob sighed, and shook his head. It will take time to draw up the necessary contract paperwork, Rob said, but your terms, as stated, are accepted. On one additional condition. Yes. Stannis asked. Return of Captain Pharaohs and any other crew members of the venture, Rob stated. Unharmed. And alive. Stannis nodded. That is acceptable. He nodded to Rob. After all. A king's word is his bond, is it not? We can stay that for one of us, Rob stated. Stannis looked up at the blimps himself, his eyebrows rising. He shook his head. I may have surrendered, King Rob, Stannis stated, but I remain a king myself. Even without a kingdom. In the end. All that remains. Is duty. They actually shook hands, tightly grasping the other's wrists, and neither looked very happy about it. Good. The dramatic moment though was a bit spoiled. As the loud buzz of internal combustion engines broke over the shore. Out of the mists, 2 air skiffs flew. And surprisingly not bursting into flames. They flew high over the walls of Dragonstone, circling. Stannis watched in amazement. I wondered when Eddie was going to get here, I commented. He's a little late. He'll have to work on it, Daisy observed. I looked over at Ramsay, who was strangely silent. Ramsay? Anything to contribute? Ramsay sighed. No. I knew I wasn't going to get to kill anyone on this trip. So why show enthusiasm? Creep people out? I asked. Ramsay considered. And grinned menacingly. That got the guards to back up in fear. There you go, I said with a nod. Lsxi, meanwhile, in Slavers Bay Part 5. AC 300 Yunkai, Slavers Bay. Kara Snow. Kara was trying hard to keep what food she could down, as she took deep breaths. She was being bathed by a few other servants, all wearing the same pitying look. She could read it in their faces, despite the language still being beyond her. She looked back at the mirror in the chamber, taking deeper breaths. Trying to stay calm. Kara had been sold off to a man in a large, hot home built of red sandstone, along with Lucy and a few other northerners. He had, at first, seemed almost kind despite the leashes he kept on them all. The home they were brought to was in Yunkai proper, a large red manse with a pretty little fountain in the courtyard. She'd been put to work in the blacksmith's shop, shoeing horses. Thankfully, not as a sex slave, she heard about northern girls being highly prized for that. Even as a slave, rumors traveled and news spread. The food was bad, the sleeping quarters were terrible, and if she so much as looked up at one of the men she served, she was struck backhanded, like men in the south had done to her mother. She had held back only because of Lucy. She was a servant in the manse itself, arranging flowers, and right by the master. Every time she acted out, Lucy was harmed in turn. She came back down to the slave quarters, bearing the marks from the master when Kara misbehaved and nothing when she was silent. It was horrible. Kara didn't understand why the master did this. Why he stared at her, leered at her. She was his slave, why didn't he just take her? What was his game? And then something happened. The master came down and told Lucy she would be sent off to the whorehouse he owned. Lucy had broke, pleading desperately, but the master was unmoved. He then looked over at Kara, she had been restraining herself from striking him. The master just smiled. You service me, he said, and he pointed to Lucy, stay here. Stay together, yes. The smile on his face. It said it all. This place was all about oppression. The sun beat down on you when the slave master's whip wasn't. The glares of disdain from the masters, and the haunted looks on other girls. Younger girls. It was stifling, from the stinking, uncomfortable sleeping quarters to the horrible food. It was as though all of Yunkai was designed to drain the hope from you. Leave you a hollow husk of the person you were. This was his way of doing that. Apply the oils, said one of the slave women, holding out a pot of oil to her. It smelled of vegetables and flowers, and made Kara want to retch. Not that the smell was unpleasant, but because it was familiar. It reminded her of what her mother had sworn would never be her life. And here I am. She rubbed the oils over her body, between her breasts and thighs liberally. She carefully avoided her ever-present collar, which had been the only thing she'd been allowed to keep from the quarters. One of the other slave girls combed her hair, sleek and golden. In the mirror, she was looking back at a beautiful woman, surrounded by finery and servants. The city glowed underneath the moon and starlight behind her, an exotic scene far from her regular life. She remembered when that had been a fantasy of hers, as a little girl. The memory twisted in her gut, and she took more deep breaths to calm herself. You. Out, the master barked. The native slave women rose and departed, not looking at Kara. Kara remained sitting, still staring at herself in the mirror. The master came up behind her, and cupped her breasts with a lewd grin. Kara took a deep breath. There it is, the master hissed. That look of resignation. Of defeat. He continued to roughly grope and feel her up, and Kara winced. The master chuckled darkly. Yes. That's what I was after, he cooed. You proud northern girls. So strong. So defiant. It's no fun to fuck a docile whore, no. Breaking one though? Yes. That's how it should be, he continued. From the moment I bought you. I have been waiting for this. Hate me all you like. It just makes me harder. Kara reached up, slipping her hands behind the back of her head. She lifted up her hair, and the master took advantage of this to bite her ear. Her breath hitched as the master laughed again. And in time. You will appreciate me. Become just what I want you to be, he growled. He sniffed her hair, and made a face. Ugh. Didn't they wash your hair? They did, Kara said with forced calm, as she pushed a package out from under her collar. As fast as she could, she shoved the mass into his face. The master gagged, and Kara spun around to pin him to the floor. She kept the mass pressed tight against his mouth and nose, as he gagged and tried to cry out. It did him no good, the substance soaking the hair mass was doing its job, and soon his struggles ceased entirely. That was formaldehyde you smelled, she said softly, standing up to avoid inhaling any of the substance. She seized the mass and held it far away from her mouth. She shuddered a bit, and yanked the master's clothing off. She pulled it on, and ran to the door. She opened it up, trying to put a coquettish look on her face for the guard waiting outside. Only to meet Tom, one of the other slaves, and Lucy. Both were armed, and the guard was dead at their feet. Kara took a deep breath and blew it out. Took you fuckers long enough, she said. Lucy hugged her tightly. Did he? Lucy tried, but Kara shook her head. I dealt with him, she said. Tom nodded. Kara frowned. Where'd you get the swords? They were smuggled into us from outside, Tom said. There's a whole army out there. Demanding the liberation of the slaves. There's a Westeros woman with them. With dragons. Kara gaped. Are you serious? That can't be right, there aren't any dragons anymore. Whether she has them or not is irrelevant, Tom pointed out. There's a rebellion starting and we're missing out on it. What do you want to do, Kara? Me? Kara asked. Why are you asking me? You are kind of. You know, take charge. Lucy said. Is that a nice way of saying I'm bossy? Kara asked dryly. If you didn't want to listen to me, you didn't have to. No, but we did, and we're out, Lucy pointed out. Kara snorted. I barely had anything to do with that. Look, the rebellion is here and we should make a decision on what to do about it, Tom said. So? Kara nodded. She knelt down to the downed guard, and took his sword. She swung it around experimentally, both Lucy and Tom backing away. You really don't know how to use a sword, Tom commented. Oh, and you do, assistant carpenter? Lucy asked sarcastically. Tom shrugged. Fair enough. I think as long as we stick the pointy end in the bad guys, we'll be fine, Kara said with a nod. Now let's go find someone who actually knows how to fight and back them up. Meanwhile, in Slavers Bay Part 6. AC 300 Yunkai, Slavers Bay. Daenerys Targaryen. The palace was utterly decadent in every single way, Daenerys observed, as she stood in the throne room. Gold lined the very walls, shining between silken banners that shined with colors of every description. Shields of bronze, silver and other metals were over the red-lined throne, emulating the sun shining behind the ruler of the city. The floors were marble, soft and cool beneath her booted feet. I want it all gone, Daenerys decided. All of it. Melted down, sold, and handed out. Grey Worm nodded. It will be done, Khaleesi, he said. He issued orders to several servants, who moved quickly to carry them out. Daenerys let them go about their work, walking through one of the gilded doors to a balcony outside. She looked out over Yunkai, the red city gleaming in the early morning sunlight. A few fires still burned from the overthrow, but the smoke was receding bit by bit. She could see ships sailing in the harbor, hear snippets of cries from crowds. Missa, Missa, Missa. She couldn't keep her smile off her face. Despite everything she still had to do, despite all the challenges she knew she was facing, she felt hope. A hope only magnified as she spied the three forms of her dragons, flying in the sky in the distance. Hunting! She beamed at the sight. This evening, she should treat them all to scratches and fresh meat and... Khaleesi, spoke a familiar voice. Daenerys looked behind her, and her smile widened just a bit at Ser Jorah standing there solemnly. Ser Jorah. How fares Ser Dario? Jorah winced, only slightly. Daenerys hid her frown, promising to follow up on this information later. He fares well, Khaleesi. He is not the reason for my arrival. The older knight stepped aside, and motioned forward. Flanked by Unsullied, a small group of men and women of fair skin walked out onto the balcony with Daenerys. All dressed in various slave rags, yet standing tall and proud unlike so many of those she had liberated. At the front was a tall woman with reddish blonde hair and freckles, with hard stone grey eyes and a chain around her neck. The chain bore a small, gear-shaped medallion. Daenerys' eyes lit up, as the woman spoke. Ah! Miss Khaleesi, ma'am, she began in Westerosi, I am Cara Snow. Of His Majesty's Army of the North Engineers. They were staging their own breakout at the time of our assault, Ser Jorah said solemnly. And requested the right to speak to you directly. Daenerys nodded, keeping her features serene and almost cold. Yet to finally meet someone from the New North in person. We are pleased to meet you, Lady Snow, Daenerys spoke warmly but formally. Cara snorted, not able to hide a bit of incredulousness. A mousy young woman with black hair and the eyes of a Brave hid a smirk, as a tall blonde man with a scraggly beard elbowed her to keep her quiet. Ah! Begging your pardon, Khaleesi, but I'm no lady, Cara said. Daenerys nodded. Then let us continue this discussion in quieter chambers, Daenerys said, without ceremony. You speak for your group, I take it. Cara sighed, looking as though Daenerys had hit upon a painful truth. The fact the rest of the Northerners were murmuring softly but deferring to Miss Snow made the fact plain. I am. Cara said. Daenerys nodded. Very well. Ser Jorah, see to it that the rest of her people are well taken care of. Fed, watered, and given accommodation, Daenerys ordered. Jorah nodded, far stiffer in his stance than usual. A number of the Northerners kept their eyes on him, and hands near their weapons. At once, Khaleesi, Jorah said with a nod. He turned and headed out in front, allowing the other Northerners to follow him, shuffling into the throne room. Daenerys nodded to Cara, and turned. She walked smoothly, hearing the clunk of Cara's large leather boots on the marble. They retired to an adjacent room, uncommonly plain in decor compared to the rest of the palace. With a table and two chairs sitting on a small pyramid. It was probably meant to welcome visitors to discuss serious matters, or to insult unwelcome guests. Daenerys paid neither of these any heed, and took the seat across from Cara. The Northerner woman sat down in the other chair, looking wary. Do you want any water? Daenerys asked. Any food? She motioned to Miss Sendai, who had been shadowing her every move as always. Some bread and wine were brought up, and set on the table. Cara Snow carefully took the bread and salt, examined it, and then took several savage bites out of the loaf. She drank some wine to wash it down, and made a face as she released the bottle from her lips. Ugh! Nasty stuff, this wine, Cara said. Aftertaste is like shit. It is not my favorite brand, no, Daenerys admitted gently, taking a cup of the wine herself with a bit of a wince. Having had to drink Dothraki alcohol, the wine was nothing for her to handle. Daenerys waited for Cara to have her fill, she ate like a starving woman, table manners barely an afterthought. Cara finished some bread, and looked up at Daenerys with just a hint of shame. She cleared her throat. Excuse me, Cara said, haven't had anything to eat since yesterday. Don't stop on my account, Daenerys said earnestly. I have seen far worse. Cara shrugged, and continued her eating. After more bread, some meat and fruit were swiftly consumed, Cara Snow leaned back in her chair, much more at ease than before. Daenerys sipped her wine a bit, studying the other woman in interest now that she wasn't just a blur of crumbs and grasping hands. She was taller than Daenerys, only a few inches shorter than Ser Jorah himself. She had freckles across her cheeks, which were rounded like duck eggs on her face. Her chin was broad and had a mild cleft, but her stature and curves left no doubt as to her gender. So. Cara Snow. How did you and your company come to be here? Daenerys asked. Cara looked at Daenerys with a sigh. Captured, and sold into slavery by King Joffrey's forces. Miss Khaleesi, she added. Daenerys' eyebrows rose higher. I had read about it in the despoiler, but to see it confirmed, Daenerys shook her head in horror. Did not the Septons revolt over such repugnant conduct? Considering they were bought by Lannister gold, too, they didn't say a thing, Cara snorted. As to how the regular people reacted. She shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, Miss Khaleesi. I've been out of the loop for a while now. How did you get copies of the despoiler out here anyway? I am told that excess newspapers are sold to cities and Essos from the north, Daenerys said, and make their way here. The news is much out of date, but still very useful. Well then, Cara said with a nod, thank you for everything, Miss Khaleesi. But frankly, I didn't come here to talk news. I was hoping to get passage back to Westeros, for me and my people. Daenerys almost smiled at the direct tone of the northerner woman. Tall and proud like a noble but with none of the inbuilt respect. What a place it must be, now. I understand, and at the end of this if you wish to leave I will give you money enough for the journey, Daenerys said. However, I have something to ask you and your company. What? Cara asked. I would like your help, Daenerys said, in establishing northern-style reforms in these cities. As well as establishing good relations with King Robb. Cara blinked. Why? She shrugged her arms out, as though to encompass the city they sat in between her shoulders. We're just a bunch of soldiers and mechanics and scouts. All people of the north, Daenerys said earnestly. Normal people, who know firsthand how it all works. How the changes benefit everyone. I have no one else on this continent who can provide me with that vital of information. And knowledge of our weapons and technology too, I take it. Cara asked dryly. If you wish to share that, then yes, I would like that very much, Daenerys said with a nod. Cara frowned. To what end though? You have your empire already, Miss Khaleesi. I don't see why we should help you. We're grateful for the help, of course, but we don't belong here. Neither do I, Daenerys said. In fact, my ultimate goal and yours are very similar, to return home. What, leave all this behind? Cara asked. Daenerys shook her head. I have my empire, yes, Daenerys nodded, or at least the beginning of one. But I want my kingdoms back. Cara stared blankly at Daenerys. Her eyes blinked rapidly. Wait. You're that Daenerys Targaryen? Cara asked in disbelief. Daenerys found herself a bit amused. Is it a common name where you're from? Daenerys asked with a wry smile. Cara shook her head, and held her hands up. Look. If you're seeking revenge for what the Starks did to your father. I'm not, Daenerys said plainly, holding her hands up in equal supplication. As a matter of fact, that is the last thing on my mind. I know of the Mad King. And my companions, Sir Barristan and Sir Jorah, have confirmed what he did. Revenge is not my motivation. The Iron Throne? Cara asked, shaking her head. Why would we help you take that? Our own king doesn't want it, so why should we? Simple, Daenerys said, in the aftermath of the war, with the North victorious, you are left with 7 kingdoms all divided. All ripe for civil war and destruction. All easily split apart. She took a deep breath. I do not see it as my destiny to rule over all 7 kingdoms. I see it as duty. A solemn duty, to make up for the crimes of my family and the misrule suffered by the people since then. Is that not why you took up your arms in the civil war? Cara sighed. Granted. But just a few of us. There are reports of possibly hundreds of northern prisoners, still alive in the slave cities, Daenerys said, springing her trump card. You are the first to make direct contact. With your help, we could find them all and bring them home. Just like you. And in return, you'd want us to help you put us back under the Iron Throne. Cara sneered. Daenerys shook her head. No. Not under it. A part of it. Under a leader who would work to earn your trust, and would respect the incredible accomplishments your people have achieved. Daenerys stared intently at Cara, who stared back with a mild wince. I don't know why you're asking me, Miss Khaleesi, Cara said. I'm just a bastard daughter, a gear wife for the north. I'm no lord or lady. And yet your people follow you, Daenerys said, they trust you. Cara huffed. Just because I worked as a second to the Bolton's heir does not make me leadership material. It doesn't make me responsible for everyone else the Lannisters sold like chattel. No, Daenerys said with a nod, but are you willing to leave them to their fates? Cara scowled. No. I won't. Then all I ask is your help, Daenerys said. All I ask is a chance to prove myself worthy of being your queen. Cara stared at her. Daenerys smiled softly. Cara frowned deeply. You really want this, then? Daenerys nodded. I do. I won't betray my king, Kara said sternly. Daenerys nodded. I will never ask that of you. Words? Kara sneered. Daenerys nodded again, licking her lips. Just words. And if I say no? Kara asked. Daenerys nodded to the door. Go out there. Inform Grey Worm that you are taking your people home. He will give you the funds necessary for that. No questions asked. Kara was silent, crossing her arms under her breasts. Daenerys smiled back, gently, knowingly. I started out with nothing. An exile from my home before I was born. Going from place to place, begging. That was not the lowest point. That was when I was lost in the desert, starving. My son had died in childbirth. My husband died and was abandoned by his followers. With just my few followers, one knight and 3 infant dragons who could barely look after themselves. And now, here I am. Just as you started with nothing. And are now here. Both women seeking to go home. She extended her hand. Who else but you could I ask to help me with this? Kara frowned a bit longer. She looked at Daenerys' hand, and then up to her face. Her mouth was a thin line. If you haven't impressed me before I get all the prisoners back, we're leaving, Kara stated. Daenerys nodded. I understand. Only then did Kara reach out her hand and accept Daenerys. The Khaleesi nodded approvingly. Thank you, she said. Kara snorted. Don't thank me yet. We haven't even gotten to the hard part. Of that, I have no doubt, Daenerys replied with an even smile. ASoIaF of Kings, Wolves and Ravens, Part 7. AC 300, Dragonstone, Blackwater Bay. Theon Greyjoy. The halls of Dragonstone were as desolate as their reputation had made them out to be. Bare of decoration or prizes. It had all the hallmarks of luxury degraded by time and neglect. Yet it was kept clean, orderly. Like someone keeping to the basic standards of civilized living, despite the accommodations. In other words, it was perfect Stannis. A creature of duty in all ways, no matter how small. Even brought us into the chamber of the painted table with all the grace and dignity of a king. He even allowed us our guards, who searched the room thoroughly before allowing us in and standing outside. Stannis only had one man with him, a swarthy, bearded man with a kind face and a sailor's tan, one of his hands sporting shorter fingers than the other. Clearly, this was Davos Seaworth, who was looking surprisingly calm given the situation. The doors shut, and Robb and myself stood in the silence Stannis provided, only the sounds of crackling torches filling the air. He watched us, and we watched him. I grew bored of this fast, and my eyes wandered the chamber. It was sculpted more than carved, like being inside an ornate ancient vase. Yet it was dully shaded. The only real spot of color in the meeting room was the ancient map table in the center, bright hues of red, green, blue, yellow, and white all combined to map out the continent of Westeros. I couldn't help but hungrily look over every line and word and etching across the ancient artifact, a map drawn from the air. It was both strangely familiar, and yet hauntingly alien in equal measure. I left little interpretation in my terms, King Robb, Stannis said, his long shadow crossing over the table. I take the black. You get your men back. My daughter is retained as Lady Paramount of the Stormlands, who will ally with you. The biggest question, Stannis, is why, Robb asked. I glanced at him, surprised and a bit proud. Robb was actually being distrustful and sensible. For him, this was a somewhat rare thing outside of a battlefield. For all I know, you could be your Scarlet Woman in disguise. Davos shook his head. I assure you, my lords. Your Grace, he said, nodding to Robb, this is the true king, Stannis Baratheon. Calling yourself the true king after the Iron Throne has been rendered powerless does not speak of compromise, Robb returned, only resistance. The wall is a critical defense for the realms of man, now more than ever. Why would I allow you anywhere near there? Stannis shook his head. Because even without a throne, the duty of a king is to protect his realm. Even when his throne is taken by an outsider, the duty still remains. This is something we both understand, King Robb. He gazed at us levelly, using his height advantage over us slightly. Robb glared back, utterly defiant. I shared a gaze with Davos, and he let slip just a hint of exasperation. I gave him a commiserating look back. Robb, for his part, looked considerate. Before he slowly nodded. As you say. But words are easy. What actions have you taken to earn these terms? Stannis reached under the painted table, and held up a bag. He dropped it on the table, and the contents spilled across the north and riverlands, black pieces of dragon glass. Even your thunder arms will be insufficient, without this, Stannis stated. And you need good commanders. You may keep your seat in Winterfell, King Robb. As long as it lasts. The realms of men, however, need all the help they can get. The fact I am alive is proof enough of this. The fact your forces are eager to return home is proof enough. Stannis may have been rigid and inflexible, but he was smart. Damn smart. I looked over at Robb, who was silent. He looked at me. And the Scarlet Woman? Robb asked. I do not know where she is. But she fights against the darkness. Despite her crimes, that is what is needed now more than ever, Stannis continued. He looked between us. And the price I ask is minuscule next to that. Robb motioned to me, and we adjourned to a nearby alcove. Stannis and Davos maintained a polite distance. Robb looked at me intently. Well? What do you think? He asked. I sighed. The fewer problems we have down here, the better, I said. Though to be fair, I don't know how much sway we can bring to bear with any Baratheons. After everything that's happened. I have some thoughts on that, Robb said. I raised my eyebrow. How stupid are these thoughts? Range of 1 to 10. Theon, Robb growled. I held my hands up. I'm just saying. I protested. Robb sighed and shook his head. I don't like it any more than you do, Theon. But the worst part is, he's right, Robb said. We can't afford to stay here any longer than we have to. Right, I said with a sigh. And if the storm lands don't work out, we'll handle that when it happens, Robb said. For now, we trust Stannis. Unless you have a better idea. I grimaced. I have a few. How long to enact them? Robb pressed. I rubbed the back of my head. A few months. Time we don't have, Robb said. I groaned. Robb, do we really need to? Theon. Robb said flatly. If it comes to the worst, I will handle it. But we cannot afford any delays. Do you not agree? I sighed and nodded. I guess. I looked over at Stannis and Davos. They were conversing quietly as well. I couldn't help but wonder what they had in mind. If it would involve pain for us. Despite us having guards all over the place, I still felt danger, and didn't know where it was coming from. Robb broke from me, and walked back to the painted table. Stannis and Davos looked back at us, as I stood at Robb's side. Lord Stannis. I accept your terms, Robb said. We will discuss the logistics of it now. He looked over at me. Theon, see to the release of the captives. Stannis looked over at Davos, and nodded to him. The former smuggler nodded back, and looked over to me. If you will, my lord, Davos asked, gesturing to the door. I looked over at Robb, who nodded back to me. I thinned my lips, then nodded back. Davos opened the door and I waited for Davos to go out first, before I followed. I left the door open behind me, Robb and Stannis continuing their discussion. Davos and I continued down the hallways, silent for a time. I looked over at him. So. I'm glad he's being reasonable, I said. Davos nodded slowly. He is a just man, Davos stated simply, but with real conviction. More after his Scarlet Witch left? I asked. Davos glanced at me, and I shrugged. Hey, I am a genius. And rather indelicate about it, Davos observed wryly. I gave him a little smile, and shrugged. Maybe a little. Mind giving me the story, hand to hand? You're just asking me that? Right out of the blue? Davos asked in some disbelief. We descended the stairs into the dungeons, the light growing dimmer. I shrugged. The war is over. We have a vested interest in helping you, I said. Please understand, Lord Davos, we came down here and never want to do that again. The more information we have, the less likely that'll happen. So you truly mean to say your troops will leave? Davos demanded. Your soldiers and warships will withdraw? You will leave all this alone? As much as we can, yes, I said with a nod. The whole point of this thing, the entire goal, is to change Westeros for the better. Davos glared at me as we stopped just outside the dungeons. By banishing a great man? By burning down the throne and shattering a kingdom that has lasted for 300 years. And everyone was going to just line up and follow Stannis? I asked wryly. After what he did to his brother. The smuggler glared at me. I sighed, and rubbed my face. Look, I said, I know this isn't easy. For any of us. But we're going to have to work together to get to the future. You honestly believe that? Davos asked flatly, still paused outside the door. I shrugged. Well. We could have destroyed this entire castle, and killed everyone in it if we wished. Doesn't that count for something? It's a start, Davos said. He turned to me with a glare. And that's all. I nodded. Fair enough, I said quietly. He sighed. He then opened the door, and entered the dungeons. Guards. Unlock the doors. Get the prisoners outside. They're going home. There were cheers, and cries of joy, especially when they saw me. I gave the men a smile, as the locks were undone and they filed out, touching and talking to me. I reassured them all, that King Rob had not forgotten them and they were going home. All the while though, Davos watched in silence. I grimaced internally, developing a good relationship with Davos seemed the key to the Stormlands, for the time being. I regretted never contacting him before. To be honest though, this was probably the best outcome I could have for now. We made our way up to the courtyard, Davos walking at the back. I strode by him, both of us silent. We entered into the dim daylight, the northern sailors quickly joining the growing number of northern troops encroaching on the castle as the servants looked on or ate the rations we'd brought them. A runner came up to Davos, and pulled the lord aside. He whispered in his ear, and Davos looked over at me. He then heaved a great sigh. Lord Theon, Davos said with great reluctance, the Princess Shireen desires an audience with you. He glanced at the troops, and back at me. I trust you can make the time. I scratched the back of my head, and then smiled. I certainly can, I said, as polite as I could be. Davos nodded, still glaring but somehow softer. I didn't know what to make of him. I suppose an infamous smuggler like him had to be good at hiding his emotions when necessary. God knew I had to learn that fast. And still wasn't that great at it. Then come. Please, Davos managed. I nodded, and followed him. We ascended the steps into the keep of Dragonstone. I saw a few fluttering birds from the upper levels, but no one obvious in sight. I managed a small smirk. Mira was going to be giving those Cranagmen some hell for that level of sloppiness. We entered a tower attached to the keep, through a heavily bolted door. We stepped into a simple room, a bed in a corner and bookshelves everywhere. That wasn't as surprising. What was surprising were the posters on the wall, advertisement posters for Old Town Mechanicals, Corvais Boots and other northern business concerns that had favored colorful artwork for their signage. Scraps of the Westeros Despoiler and Maiden's Monthly. A few photos, obviously from a small pinhole camera, of things around Dragonstone. A set of binoculars, a microscope and a few other odds and ends that we'd traded to the south in small numbers for years before the war. On a table in the center of the room were stacked books, all books written by me. I couldn't help a little chuckle as I read the titles. Many of them I knew. And a lot of them I didn't. Of course I'd write a guide to taking care of dragons while drunk, I thought. Davos cleared his throat, loudly. Just a second. A young girl called from a nearby room. She quickly bustled in, wearing what appeared to be her best dress. She had brown hair hanging around her face, and wide blue eyes. She would have been fairly plain, maybe a bit cute. If not for the dragon-like scales covering part of her face and throat. She grinned at me, her face filled with pure joy. Theon? Theon Greyjoy? She asked. I nodded, turning it into a bow with a smile. I am. And you must be the Lady Shireen Baratheon, I said. I rose, and the young would-be princess beamed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Believe me, my lord, the pleasure is all mine. Shireen said happily, reaching out and taking my hand. Please, please. Sit down. We have so much to talk about. I glanced back at Davos. He seemed caught between his disapproval and a bit of mirth. I sighed and allowed myself a more genuine smile as Shireen eagerly began talking about her books. Maybe I hadn't made a great impression on the regent of the Stormlands. But there was always the heiress. LXXXV, the Martell Perspective. AC 300, the Red Star, Blackwater Bay. Arianne Martell. Her father had not spoken much to her since her arrival in Sun's Pair. Indeed, she had come in just as her father was prepared to leave for King's Landing. She had barely made it on board the Red Star before they had departed. They hadn't had proper accommodations, so she had bunked with the ladies-in-waiting. And there she had stayed, for a day or two, her father avoiding her. But there were few places to hide on a ship, even a ship this large. So with the morning of the third day, she found him standing in the captain's quarters, looking over a map. She leaned over herself, eyeing the same details as he did, and waited. It is rude to look over another's shoulder while they are working, Doran replied softly. It is also rude to ignore one's daughter for 2 days, when she is on the same ship as you, Arianne said, with her full impudence on display. She usually kept it hidden, but her annoyance override her usual good judgment. Doran glared at the map, still not looking her way. You do not have the monopoly on rudeness, child, he growled out. When you and your uncle so flagrantly disobey me. He turned away to glare out the windows in the back of the Red Star, his hands behind his back and clenched together. When you make me party to alliances without my say-so or authority. He stalked behind the desk in the captain's chambers, and slammed his hand down on the wood hard. Arianne didn't jump, just barely. Even when her father's glare met her, she met his gaze as evenly as she could. You and your uncle have embroiled us in this war, placing obligations on me that could have easily endangered all of us. Endangered yourself. He shook his head furiously, his eyes narrowed like spikes of obsidian. Now everything has been forced out of my hands. I am beholden to your actions and Oberyn's. Do you have any idea how badly this could end? How much pain and destruction this might cause us? And our people? Ariane slowly nodded back, clenching and unclenching her fists. And more than that. More than that, Doran continued angrily, it is nothing more than a naked attempt by you to gain power. Power through the Greyjoy. A man so dangerous he has upended the entirety of Westeros. That hasn't stopped you from taking advantage of his inventions, has it? Asked Ariane coolly, raising her eyebrow. Her father glared at her, but she continued. After all, it's not hard to see where the Red Star got her design, is it? And those maps? From the Northern Cartographers Guild? The compass? And I notice, your gout has cleared up. You are in good shape, father, courtesy of whom? Accepting the benefits of their advances is not the same as accepting everything else. Doran thundered. And you got me embroiled in this. That fact has not changed. Have you any idea what the consequences might be? He slammed his fist on the table, again. Ariane kept her calm though. She gazed at him levelly, making her gaze that of ice. I know that because of our actions, House Martell is at the table of this victory, stated Ariane. If we hadn't acted, how well do you think we would have fared in the aftermath of the war? Turning up our noses at the new superpower on this continent? Doran growled. It isn't that simple. All I know, all I see is that you are berating me for ensuring House Martell survives this conflict. Ariane hissed. You think we're children? You are children. Doran shouted. You had no right to go against me. To go against my orders. Ariane glared, something snapping inside her. Your orders would have left us obsolete. Your orders would have led to our destruction. And would have gotten us nowhere. She fairly shrieked back at him. You always urged caution, but now I see it is nothing more than fear. Doran raised his hand, and for a wild moment Ariane feared her father would strike her. He pulled his hand back, taking deep breaths. He looked down at the table, gripping the edges tightly. Ariane took her own deep breaths, as she became aware of the pounding in her chest. Father, she tried, moving closer to him. She reached out to his hands, such large hands that had always comforted her in the past. He made to pull them away, but she grabbed them hard. Father, please. I realize this isn't what you wanted. I realize that. But what else was I supposed to do? What were we supposed to do? Doran remained silent. Ariane sighed angrily. You taught me to stay back and plan carefully. But you also told me to always take opportunities when they arrived. To not hold back, when it was important. She sighed. I know this is not how you imagined this. How you imagined our revenge, our entry back into power. But what other options did we have? The North has proven themselves the horse to hitch ourselves to. And after the Lannisters tried to murder us all. What else could I have done? Doran heaved a great sigh, the anger leaving him like dawn shining on the desert. I taught you too well, didn't I? He asked. Ariane gave him a small smile. Very well, father. Doran looked aside. All my life, caution has been the one thing to keep us safe. To keep our family in power. Now, all this has happened. The world is changing, so quickly. I wonder if Tywin Lannister felt this way, just before he fell from the Tower of the Hand. We are on the water here, Ariane said gently. Doran smirked. And now? I imagine you will be requesting that I make you my heir again, Ariane flushed. Well. I am rethinking that. At Doran's look, she smiled. The Northerners have a habit of smashing through everything we thought was practical. What we thought was rational, or even sane. Doran nodded. Then it is good the maddest of all of us befriended them. He looked at Ariane kindly, as he held her hands in his. If the Greyjoy meets my standards, I will be happy to make the arrangements. Ariane smiled. Good. I sense another opportunity might be slipping away, she spoke. She worried her lower lip. There is one other matter. What of Myrcella Lannister? Doran sighed, suddenly looking old and worn out. She vanished, he said. I have sent the Sand Snakes to search for her. But given who I suspect took her, I do not have great hopes. Ariane frowned deeply. Who? Who do you think took her? I can't prove it, Doran said, his eyes distant, but all I know is that Euron Greyjoy's ship was near Sunspear when she vanished, and men with the one-eyed crow were in our city at the time. And I can think of no one else who would be that daring. But... why? Asked Ariane, confused. Doran smiled. I do not know. But I imagine that asking the Greyjoy might be the best way to find out. Lxi, tick and talk. AC 300, Dragonstone, Blackwater Bay. Theon Greyjoy. I managed to disentangle myself from Shireen's eager questions, and took to wandering the castle. The ancient ruins born from the Targaryens were dark and menacing still, and yet there was something else. Something there. Something I couldn't put my finger on. Something that I had forgotten. You know that feeling you get from forgetting something, and not being able to recall what it was or where you left it. But knowing, all the while, it was here. Where you are, or where you were. That feeling was threatening to drive me mad. And in this place? That was not a good sign. I wasn't entirely sure where I was going, or what I'd find when I get there. Which corners to take, which hallways to walk. None of it mattered as I took step after step. After enough time, I came to a small courtyard. Hidden away in the depths of the castle, there was almost nothing growing in it. Dark, desolate. Save for one thing. A small, withered-looking tree, barely sprouting. But it was impossible to mistake it for anything else. A weirwood tree. I walked up to it, and knelt down in front of it. I reached out, and gently touched the bark. I closed my eyes, focused, silent. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I sighed, and pulled my hand back. I looked down at the thin, nearly lifeless soil that the tree grew in. You act as though something miraculous was supposed to happen, someone spoke. I started and looked up at the tall figure of Stannis Baratheon, his long cloak waving in the breeze. I shrugged. I don't know. I've never experienced one, I said with a shrug. My lord. You maintain the pretense, despite everything, Stannis stated. You and your king. As though this was merely a game. I chuckled a bit. You're not a very good diplomat, my lord. Stannis almost seemed amused by that. As much as he could. Or perhaps he was constipated, it was hard to tell. And I suppose your Lady Han learned from you. She mostly did it herself, I said, with a smile. Stannis didn't return it, so I kept smiling. So. Do you think you'll ever talk about the Red Lady? Why she really departed? Stannis stared at me. What makes you think that there is anything else to tell? I shrugged. There's always something else to tell. After all. This is a world of secrets. Of layers. No one here is exactly what he appears. Or she, I observed. The world should not be that way, Stannis stated, almost stubbornly. I chuckled, and rubbed the back of my head. Yet. Well, it is. So what else can we do? But build a better tomorrow? I asked. Stannis stared at me, his eyes as sharp as the dragon glass all over his island. If the others come over the wall. There will be no tomorrows, better or otherwise, Stannis stated. Can your weapons destroy them, as easily as men? I looked back at the weirwood tree, and heaved a great sigh. I'll have to read John's full report, but even then. I slowly nodded. We'll win. I'm sure of it. I had to believe we could win. I had to. Beyond any doubts of mine, I had to believe. I looked over at Stannis. What is a weirwood tree doing here, anyway? It was a gift from one of the Lords Stark, as I recall, said Stannis, looking almost grateful for the change in conversation. Or perhaps he needed to break wind. So many possibilities. The Targaryen king at the time had it shuffled over to Dragonstone, for his heir to appreciate the faiths of others in his kingdom. It was forgotten. Yet unlike the other plants here, it has endured. Stannis looked over at the tree, with a grudging respect on his face. Why didn't you burn it? I asked. You burned the statues of the seven, after all. I did, Stannis said. Yet this. I do not believe, but I respect it enough to allow it to grow. He gazed over the small tree. Just enough. I suppose it gives us all hope, if just a bit, I admitted softly. Hope, Stannis spoke softly, is all we have, in the end. I looked up at Stannis, blinking in disbelief. Stannis was staring intently at the tree, before he nodded to me. We must be going, he said. You should be with your king. I must bid goodbye to my family. He turned and walked, his cloak waving behind him. I watched him for a while, and sighed softly. I slowly stood up, brushing my trousers off. I looked down at the tree. I hope I have more left than koans and pop culture quotes, I said softly. The wind picked up, and the leaves waved. We all have more than we think, a voice spoke in the courtyard. I jumped, and looked around frantically, my gun out. I saw no one, nothing. I stayed silent, searching furiously. Mira? I asked. The grey-clad Crannog woman popped out from on top of a gargoyle overlooking the courtyard. Yes. Was. Was there anyone else in here with me? Besides Stannis? I asked. Mira stared at me, worried. No. No one. I looked around, slowly holstering my gun. Thien? Are you all right? She asked. I slowly nodded. Fine. Fine. Let's go. I turned and headed for the door, trying very hard not to look back at the weirwood tree. Yet all the time, I could not help feeling eyes on my back. And not the usual eyes following my every movement. Lsxi, meanwhile, in Slaver's Bay Part 7. AC 300 Yunkai, Slaver's Bay. Karis no. It was somewhat appropriate, Kara guessed, for her to receive the mans of her deceased former master. Getting many of the servants to work here was also relatively easy, with actual pay and good treatment gaining their loyalty. She still longed for a gun, but she kept a knife on her at all times. Frankly, she felt it was less for her protection. And more for... well... I need to be reminded I could stab that fucking ditz at any time if I really wanted to. Kara snarled, slamming down some papers on the desk in the red manse. Tom and Lucy looked up from their own paperwork at the table. Lucy sighed and rolled her eyes. We're only hearing half her conversation, again, Lucy commented. Tom smirked. Half? That's optimistic. What did the Khaleesi do this time? Lucy asked. Kara groaned and slapped her hand against her forehead, collapsing into the chair with a groan. She wants us to make factories for her, Kara sighed. Factories? She leaned over the table. Oh sure. I'll just pull them out of my ass. She give you a timetable? Resources? Any idea of how you're supposed to accomplish this? Lucy asked gently. Kara gave her a glare. Like hell she did. We're barely to lathes. Fucking lathes. Better than what I had to do, Tom sighed. Supervise fighting pits. Fighting pits? Lucy gasped in disbelief. Are you serious? Where have you been? Kara demanded. Lucy flushed. Well. One of those sellswords was kind of cute and... You really need to stop that, Kara stated flatly. How many antibiotics do you have left, anyway? And where did you... Never mind, I don't want to know, Kara muttered, at Lucy's dark red cheeks. Tom coughed. Kara raised her eyebrows at him. Don't tell me you too. I'm starting to regret it, just a little, Tom admitted. Lucy glared and kicked him under the table, making him yelp. Ow. Fuck you. Lucy growled. I did. I'm regretting it, Tom stated. The two began shouting and screaming insults at each other, as Kara sighed and rose up from her table. She walked over to the window and stared out at the city, closing her eyes tightly. There was nothing left to this. A few weeks and everything Daenerys was demanding was already well beyond her abilities to deliver. There was technology they could make, a few sops to offer to Daenerys. But no. That wasn't enough. Factories. Put all their resources into factories that wouldn't be ready for years, at best. Even if she could somehow figure out the first steps there. Daenerys took all of Kara's protests and issues. And just told her to go back to her manse and see if there wasn't any other way to work this out. She sighed, and rubbed her temples. She had to come up with something. Something to get her off this ridiculousness. Hey. Tom called out. Hey. Kara. Look. In the bay. It's a ship. Kara rolled her eyes. Tom, that's not remotely surprising given this is a port of call and... No. No. I mean, it's one of ours. One of our ships. Tom shouted. Kara spun around and ran to the other window. She picked up a farsa and looked through it, searching for white sails. White sails. Yes. Yes. Kara gasped. Yes. It is one of ours. It's a brig. It's one of ours. Can you see the flag? Are they signaling us at all? Lucy gasped. Kara scowled and studied the view a bit more carefully. She could see a few spots of color on the masts, but nothing distinctive. No. But damn it. We've got to get there. Kara said. Once we get the hell out of here, we can let Dragon Lady just stew and build her own factories. So, wait. We're just going to run away? Lucy asked. What about everyone else? We'll find them without a crazy Dragon Lady breathing down our necks. Kara insisted. Tom dropped his paperwork. I'm all for it, Tom said with a nod. Fighting pits are just creepy wrong. All three headed off, rushing down the stairs and out the doors of the manse. They gave no explanation, no excuses, they just ran down the city streets for the docks. The trouble was, of course, that they were hardly the only ones to notice the ship. Kara immediately realized the flaw with their plan when she saw numerous Unsullied standing on the dock. Around a pale blonde woman in blue. Who immediately turned and smiled at them. Lady Kara. I'm so glad to see you here. She said happily. Come on. Come on. It's a northern ship. They're here, they're here. Lucy and Tom looked over at Kara. The blonde sighed deeply. And forced a smile. A smile she had to wear with the Boltons on occasion. Like when Ramsay wanted her to watch his latest tests of his flamethrowers on a few hapless bandits. Granted, Ramsay's requests were much less ridiculous, but still. It never hurt to be able to present a pleasant face to a homicidal maniac with the ability to set things on fire. How did she keep running into employers like this? Yes. Yes, that's very good. Said Kara. She sighed as the ship slowly came into dock, men waving at them from the ship. She kept smiling, and muttered softly to Tom, "Get ready to get us out of here." With what? A miracle. Tom muttered back, also smiling uncomfortably. The ship threw several lines to shore, and the dock workers took them and tied them down. A gangplank was thrown down, and Daenerys smiled warmly as her bodyguards rested their hands on their weapons. A man emerged from the ship, his long black hair waving in the wind over his handsome chiseled face. A face defined by his blue-stained lips and an patch over his right eye. A squid was emblazoned on his chest, and the smirk he wore was as vicious as a shark's. He walked down, and knelt before Daenerys. He bowed his head. "Khaleesi Daenerys," he spoke, "I am Lord Euron Greyjoy, King of the Iron Isles. I have come to pledge myself to you, and to the retaking of the Iron Throne," he spoke gallantly. Daenerys stared down at him, her eyebrows raised. "The Iron Isles that are currently at war with the North? Whom I seek an alliance with? All in the past, Your Grace," Euron said again, smiling up at her with poisonous sincerity. "And to prove my sincerity, I offer gifts." He rose, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, several men came out with 3 women between them. 2 bound by chains, and 1 coming out under her own power. And the one under her own power was incredibly familiar. It took Kara a moment to place her. "Princess Sansa." Lucy gasped. "And is that Cersei?" "Damn, she got hot," Tom muttered. "I mean Sansa, not Cersei." "That's our princess, thank you," Lucy growled. A princess who was looking, at the very least, savagely amused at the fact that the former queen of Westeros was in chains near her. And forced to her knees in front of Daenerys. Cersei looked up with a contemptuous sneer, as Euron just grinned. "May I present Queen Cersei Baratheon, Princess Myrcella Baratheon, and of course, Princess Sansa Stark. And you would offer them all to me? Freely?" Daenerys asked with a smile. "Why not? It's just what's needed to, as the Northerners say, get your foot in the door," Euron replied with a smile. "After all, one needs leverage to accomplish the things needed. Do you not agree, Khaleesi?" Daenerys smiled, just a bit wider. "Indeed. Oh. This can only end well," Kara muttered, still grinning. Omake_discovery. Maester number 1, Theon Greyjoy, in order to honor you, we've created a new link in the Maester's chain. One that only you may wear as it represents the unique fields of advancement you have opened up. Unless someone in the future makes similar contributions to science. Theon, wow, what's it made of? Maester number 2, an exceptionally rare mineral I discovered. And Theon, aluminium. This is incredible, there are so many uses for this. Maester number 2, breaks into tears. You already know of it. Theon, is okay. Maester number 2, it was all I had, it was all I had. Maester number 1, pats Maester number 2 on the back, you just couldn't let him have one discovery, could you? Theon, we could pretend I didn't just say that? I mean, ahem. Wow, what a spectacular discovery. This changes so much. I'm deeply impressed. Maester number 2, pulls himself together, no. It's just not the same. So just a little idea to try and wrap up the aftermath of poor Lancel? Omake, survivors write history. Not the victors. Army of the North, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital No. 1. 2 miles north of the Crossroads, the Crownlands. 2 weeks after the Battle of the Crossroads. Consciousness returned slowly to Lancel Lannister, one sensation at a time. First was a vague sense of warmth. A warmth that suffused his entire body. The kind of warmth he had not felt in a very long time, no matter how hot the fires inside the Red Keep burned. Next came the feeling of incredible softness. Like he was floating on a cloud, seemingly detached and disconnected from everything. For the first time in a very long time, Lancel felt free. Free of the obligations of family. Free of the obligations of oaths and loyalty that tied him to people he despised and feared. Free of the knowledge that no matter what he did, people who looked up to him would die as he led them against the indifferent firepower of the North that cut them down as a northern blizzard destroyed summer flowers. Most of all, for the first time he actually felt free of the old wound of guilt in his heart. Guilt born from the knowledge that this war stemmed from his secret treason. Treason born of lust for his cousin, a lust that had set events in motion that had cost him his family, his friends, and what little self-respect he might have still had for himself. Yet all of it had just vanished. For now came light. A sort of pure white light, and his soul rejoiced in it as through his muddled thoughts, he realized that he had gotten his wish after all. On that nightmare battlefield at the crossroads, he sluggishly concluded that he had died, and now, he could only be in the presence of the Seven. And despite his crimes, Lancel still felt a vague sense of peace at that knowledge. The gods would judge his actions over his life, good and ill, and that judgment would be fair and true. The light seemed to flutter slightly, and Lancel felt his mouth open, drawing in a deep breath, and causing a sudden stab of pain to arc through his body. On pure instinct, as he flinched in response, he felt his eyes flutter open briefly, and he saw her. She could only be the aspect of the maiden. She was incredible. Indistinct but bathed in pure white light. A face caring and kind, impossibly beautiful, yet seeming to be looking off in another direction. He tried to speak up, truly, but he couldn't seem to make his mouth work. Everything was suddenly so heavy, and he felt so tired that before he knew it his eyes were closing and he was falling back to sleep. But it was no longer a dreamless sleep. Now there was a face in it. The second time consciousness dawned for Lancel Lannister, he felt his strength had at least partially returned. And, rather more quickly now, a dull pain throbbed through his limbs, and he found his mind sharply bringing everything around him into focus. To his faint disappointment, he realized quickly that he was not dead. As his weakly moving hands clutched the sheets and blankets, he came to understand that he was lying on a stiff but surprisingly comfortable bed. He started to glance around, only to regret it as he immediately felt dizzy and had his vision blur, pulling a pained groan from his dry throat as he squinted his eyes shut and took a deep breath to steady himself. Clearly he had made enough noise to be heard, because shortly after he heard a brisk set of footsteps, and he forced himself to open his eyes as he felt the room stop spinning. At which point it almost started again. The woman he had seen yesterday, that he on reflection would have simply dismissed as a dream, was real. And coming into his room. She was dressed all in white from head to toe and seemed to gently glow in the mid-morning light coming from windows behind him. Her dark hair was elaborately curled and worked up onto her head, probably to keep it out of the way, and just looking at the slight smile she offered him as she approached caused him to feel more alive and awake than he had for the last year. She halted by the side of his bed, forcing him to tilt his head back as he tried to weakly smile back at her, her face turning slightly critical as she carefully looked down at him. "I see we're finally awake," she noted, and Lancel could only nod dumbly, finding her beauty only seemed to grow the closer she got, despite the fact that she was clearly mortal and not divine. He tried to open his mouth and say something, but only a grinding noise seemed to come out of his dry throat, and he winced at the pain the effort incurred. "Hold on," she said as he tried to speak, stepping off to the side where he saw a small jug of water and a metal cup was set, pouring a small glass before coming back. "Here, take small sips, carefully," she instructed him, and Lancel obeyed her instructions. He marveled at the cool, crisp, and clean taste of the water, somehow fresher than any he had tasted before, the liquid at first being absorbed straight into his dry mouth before finally his throat was once again moist enough to talk. "Thank." He tried roughly before clearing his throat and trying again in a slightly hoarse voice. "Thank you." The other didn't say anything, just nodding slightly as she retrieved the cup and placed it back on the side table, before she retrieved a thing? Whatever it was, some kind of polished disc, fixed to a strap that she pulled on over her forehead and around her head as she stepped back to his bed, casually sitting down on the side next to him. "Now, just hold still," she instructed him as she leaned closer to him, "and look right at my face." Lancel was very sure in that moment that his dead uncle rising from the grave couldn't have made him disobey her as she loomed over him at close range, Lancel fighting the sudden urge to start counting each of the faint freckles on her stunning face. Then he had to fight the urge to shiver in pleasure as her hands gently touched the side of his head to hold it in place, sending a wave of goosebumps down his skin. He distantly felt that his long golden hair had apparently been cut short since he had fallen on the battlefield, but that vague distraction faded as she reached up to flip the disc down to cover her right eye. No, he noticed there was a hole in the middle she could see through, even as the disc suddenly seemed to start glowing as it focused light somehow, right into his eye. He fought the urge to flinch away from the light and, after a few seconds, she shifted her head slightly to sweep the light across and dazzle his other eye before finally pulling back and pulling off the bizarre device, seemingly happy with what she had seen. Yet moments later was back with another contraption, a bizarre pair of metal tubes she stuck in her ears connected by long rubber tubes to a small metal disc. But further examination of the device was put on hold as she reached out and, in a very businesslike way, started to pull his blankets and sheets back, and then started to unbutton the chest of the plain tunic he was wearing. "I'm just going to listen to your heart and lungs," she explained off his suddenly wide-eyed look, seemingly faintly amused as she carefully spread out his partially opened tunic. Lancel tried not to think about how deeply his face had to be flushing, instead forcing himself to look away from the incredible woman to the bandages wrapped tightly around his chest, at least until her hand entered his frame of view and carefully placed the disc just above the bandages. This time he did flinch slightly at the coldness, but quickly controlled himself as she ordered him to breath in and out many times, before making him sit up, doing the same to his back and just generally but purposefully poking at him with her free hand and asking him where it hurt and where it didn't as he took deep breaths. He only made the mistake once of lying and claiming he was in no pain when he really was just trying to play the part of a brave knight who feared no pain as he had always been tough. The "you idiot" expression on her face when she pressed harder in a place she clearly wouldn't have had he told her the truth, was more than enough to make him stop it though, after the stab of pain faded away. Eventually though, she seemed satisfied and she helped him into an upright position. That done, she moved to the foot of his bed and took up an odd-looking board with a clamp on its top that had been hanging there, the clamp ingeniously holding several papers in place that she quickly flipped through, writing on them here and there with a pencil. That was when it hit him. It really should have been blindingly obvious, even to him. That a woman was tending to him rather than a maester was strange enough, especially for someone as highborn as he. But a woman using tools and technology he had never seen before. "You're from the north," he observed without thinking, before mentally berating himself for speaking so rudely. Almost like it was an accusation. Fortunately it seemed that she was not insulted or otherwise upset with his not quite accusation, not looking even bothering to look up from her clipboard as she worked. In a manner of speaking she allowed, glancing at him for a moment before looking back down at her work. "I was actually born in Volantis to a noble house but I moved to Westeros to continue to study the arts of healing." She frowned slightly at her board, seemed to move her pencil sharply for a moment, before her frown smoothed back out as she continued to write. "I lived in the Westerlands most of my time here, but 3 years ago I accepted an offer while in Riverrun to move to the north to work with the medical guild." A slightly wry look came across her face for a moment. "I thought I might be able to teach them some of my knowledge," she admitted after a moment, as if embarrassed. "Yes, what could those tree-worshipping barbarians possibly know about anything?" Lancel agreed, earning an annoyed look before her expression softened and she let loose an amused sort of snort as she recognized his expression as ironic rather than insulting. "Yes. I suppose I thought the same at first," she agreed tactfully as she got back to work with just a hint of a smile. "Truthfully," she admitted, "I learned more in my first 6 months in the north than I had the previous 6 years. I trained in medicine, surgery, and trauma before being handpicked to study under a former maester named Qyburn. In fact, I had just been made an offer to join a surgical team at the new Winterfell hospital Theon Greyjoy had personally designed." Then the clear pride on her face at her accomplishments fell away and her face turned grim. Then came the war." All Lancel managed, feeling his own face fall at that end, slightly sadly, he could feel a faint pulse of that same guilt return. Even this beautiful woman had been impacted by his foolish choices. "And so here I am now, trying to put together the lives ripped apart by thunderarms and lances and wildfire," she said, her tone turning almost dull. "The part never sung about or written in the grand stories, cleaning up the mess soldiers leave behind, thinking that charging thunderarms is the most ingenious military tactic even thought of." That coolly delivered rebuke stung him. Even more so for the fact he suddenly realized that he had been so eager to find death, seeing it as the only way out of his situation, that he hadn't even given a second thought for the men who had followed him when he had sounded the charge, and had not been as lucky as him. And now his crimes were compounded yet again. "Why did you save my life?" he blurted out, earning a surprised look from the other. "Because all life is worth fighting for," she said with an utter sincerity in her voice as she focused her attention back on him, and Lancel could only nod at that. "I'll be back to check on you in a few hours, but if you need any assistance ring that," she said, pointing to his side table where he saw a little bell had been placed. And with that, she turned on a heel and walked towards the door in a whisper of white clothes. "Wait!" his mouth declared before he could stop it, and as she paused and turned with an archly raised eyebrow, he felt he had no choice but to continue. "I'm sorry. What's your name?" he asked, hoping he didn't sound quite as pathetic as he thought he did, her beauty only growing the more he stared at her, making him feel wholly unworthy to ask such a question. The other started him for some time before a tiny smile came onto her face. A real smile that struck him like a blunted lance in a joust. "Talisa," she finally said. "My name is Talisa, Seer Lannister." Lancel he again almost tripped over his tongue in response, feeling his face flush red as he again spoke before he summoned up what courage he had. "Please just, call me Lancel." Talisa's smile widened ever so slightly for a moment before she nodded at him and turned to walk away with a whisper of sound, her brilliant white clothes shimmering in the sunlight before she was gone. Talisa. Lancel rolled the name silently in his head, closing his eyes as exhaustion again seemed to creep up on him, his strength leaving the room as she did. And now with a name to go with the face, he dreamed once again. Lancel didn't see Talisa for the rest of the day. Apparently he had slept through her return visit and instead he awoke to find an old battle-axe of a northern woman in a grey tunic who fit every stereotype of what a northern woman should look like, with a face seemingly carved from granite. She in turn informed him of this fact, and that his dinner would arrive shortly. And so it had. It would be safe to say he had not had much food in his life that ever tasted that bad, but he had seen the unspoken challenge in her eyes to complain about it and had kept his mouth shut. Seemingly grudgingly impressing her with his courage, the woman had readily agreed that the meal was rather horrible tasting, but medically was packed full of the vital nutrients, whatever that was, his body needed to help recover and repair the damage done to it. He frankly would have preferred a good cup of wine and plate of meat, but he dared not say that after one look from the woman when he had made a face at the food. And even this was enough kindness to shame him. He could well remember at the Red Keep where the few northern prisoners had been kept in makeshift cells in abandoned warhouses, with barely a filthy blanket to protect themselves and perhaps a few crusts of bread if Joffrey could even be bothered, and no medical help at all. Those prisoners, those people, had been sold off as cattle to slavers by his uncle. And what had he done about it? Nothing. At least his father and his cousin Tyrion had fiercely argued the matter with his uncle, no matter that he had curtly dismissed their complaints. But him? He had simply kept his mouth shut and tried not to walk past the prisoners' miserable quarters. And here? Here he had been nursed back to health by the finest medical teams in Westeros, almost as if he was one of the North's own. And not just him either, he had been told that hundreds of wounded men from his army were in this mash. What was it with the North and their strange words? Being looked after with care from lowborn to highborn. The North saved he and his men from death. His king had sent their prisoners to a fate far worse than death, to buy slaves little better than animals to throw at the Northern army. Who had, apparently, been slaughtered to a man by withering firepower to buy his people the opening they needed. His feelings of shame and self-loathing had only redoubled over that night, until sleep had mercifully taken him. The passing of another night and dawn of a new day had brought with it a second visit by the stunning Talisa and, afterwards, freedom from his bed, even if he was still a little unsteady on his feet. Even better, she had been willing to answer a few of his questions, leaving him stunned to find out he had been unconscious for weeks, the result of his head wound. His helmet had been hit by something heavy, shrapnel of some kind apparently, which had sent him flying out of his saddle, ironically saving him as it had caused the northern soldier aiming at him to miss what should have been a clean kill. The expensive castle-forged piece had taken most of the impact, but he had still apparently taken some kind of damage to his skull could have killed him, if not for the skill of Talisa and her team. She had shown him the scars on the back of his head with a mirror or two. Still, she was pleased with his progress in recovery. He still became somewhat dizzy if he moved his head too fast, or did anything too fast, but she was confident he would make a full recovery, eventually. But it had still been only grudgingly that she had allowed him to leave his bed and explore some of the rest of the hospital, an ingenious temporary framework of wood and canvas built into and around several former farmhouses. He had tried to give his oath to her that he wouldn't try to escape as was proper, but she had simply laughed at that, noting he wouldn't make it 100 meters if he tried. And before he could feel more than slightly insulted at her shooting down his attempt to be a proper knight, she had pointed out almost in passing that the war was over anyway. That offhand comment had shocked him enough to feel a need to sit down. Quickly. He had expected that it would be the case, true, but to hear it said. The next day, he had asked for a copy of the Westeros Despoiler. Then he had asked later in the day. And then later still. It had taken no small amount of asking, but eventually, if only to shut him up, his charming northern battleaxe of a nurse had acquired him a copy of the latest Westeros Despoiler, and he had hungrily started to consume what news he could. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry when he read the news, unsurprisingly focused on the battle he had fallen in. The front cover set the tone with an absurd, yet terrifying picture. Somewhat blurry and clearly taken at a great distance, he could still easily make out the shape of a man riding, a horse? No. Not a horse. Riding a dire wolf, as if it were a horse. A second giant wolf was flanking it, and a whole pack of smaller in scale compared to the massive beasts wolves were following, clearly moments away what he recognized as the king's army in its flank. The nearest soldiers were already fleeing in terror, and Lancel could not possibly blame them. The impossible sight looked terrifying enough on the paper he was reading. To the men in the chaos of the battle. Lancel recalled almost a year ago now, he had stood before the Iron Throne and loudly told the court, who had wept and cried with appropriate shock for Joffrey, of Robb Stark's latest crimes. That he had used black sorcery to summon an army of wolves at the Golden Tooth who had feasted on the retreating Lannisters led by the Mountain, desperately trying to reach safety. The giant knight falling in defense of the Lady Lefford at the hands of Robb Stark's own dire wolf, before he had given the poor woman over to Theon Greyjoy for his depraved amusement. It had been an absurd lie, he had known it then and there, used only to try and break and slash or humiliate Sansa Stark. A useless gesture, as she had remained stoically implacable in the face of the king's threats and near mortal anger. It had only been the unexpected arrival of his cousin Tyrion, who had stormed into the throne room, intimidated everyone into silence and escorted the young girl out, that had probably prevented her blood being shed that day. But now, looking at the unchanging picture, Lancel found it both amusing and terrifying to see that perhaps he had just gotten the dates wrong. While Joffrey had cowered in his carriage at the rear, Robb Stark had, against all military logic, and he was sure the advice of his generals, mounted his dire wolf, with his sisters apparently joining in from somewhere, to ride out and pull the pressure of his men trying to fall back to the far side of the river, where a withering barrage of firepower had apparently ended Adam Marbrand. Even more insanity awaited however, he had turned several pages to find a photograph of him of all people. It was actually a rather good one, a bittersweet image that was exactly as how he had always wanted to be seen when he was younger and in the shadow of Jaime and Tywin and his father. At the head of his knights, leading a charge with explosions all around as he galloped for the Brike in the northern lines, the foolish paper describing it as a desperate act of incredible courage, instead of the attempt to find the embrace of the stranger it had been. To cap off the insanity, Theon Greyjoy himself had taken the time to contribute a poem written after hearing of the reports of the battle. And unsurprisingly for a man who seemed to excel in anything he attempted, Lancel admitted it was actually rather good, and unlike the reporters who missed the point, seemed to capture the spirit of the moment far better. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them, volley D and thunder D. Lancel read to himself, visions of that hell of a battle swimming up around him from the words as he closed his eyes. Wonderfully poetic, isn't it? A familiar voice suddenly broke into his thoughts and Lancel's head snapped up, a mistake as a sudden painful dizzy spell confirmed, before he forced his way through it to focus on the diminutive figure at his door in utter disbelief as he strode in as if he owned the place. Although a little over the top. And, to be perfectly honest, I'm quite sure the boomsquid wrote it probably while drunk months ago, having predicted that someone would think charging a line of muskets would be a smart idea and he would have cause to use it. Lancel would have normally been insulted, or flinched, at the rebuke, but he was just so stunned at the impossible presence of the man. Cousin? He managed to get out with no small amount of disbelief and shock in his voice as the other climbed up onto the stool to face him, letting his short legs swing almost casually. You were expecting perhaps Aegon Targaryen to fly by for a visit? Tyrion asked with a mildly amused look. You must have hit your head harder than was reported. Lancel could only shake his head at that. He had been sure this man had died at the Steel wedding, right alongside Jaime. Or had been executed shortly after along with his father, brothers and anyone else even loosely associated with the name Lannister, in revenge for the shocking insult delivered to the North by attempting to kill their king under guest right. His uncle had seemingly taken the silence of news about the Lannisters as confirmation. And Joffrey had been sure almost delightedly so that his uncle had died, leaving them the last of their lines. And yet... You seem rather surprised to see me, Tyrion noted with an arch eyebrow as Lancel just stared at him. I thought you were dead. He blurted in numb shock. Executed, after the wedding. Surprise followed by understanding flashed across the other's face. Joffrey, I take it? He asked rhetorically, getting a nod anyway which he greeted with a snort. No, I wasn't. Neither was your father. We're both fine, he assured him, and the sudden surge of emotion at that news was unstoppable. He felt his eyes tearing up at the revelation. They were alive. His family was alive. He was not alone. But... Tyrion added, and Lancel looked up at him, not sure how much more his pounding head could take as the other sighed, a look of pain coming across his face, a very rare lapse in his cousin's self-control. Willem, well, he was shot and killed by one of the assassins Joffrey sent in the firefight. And with that his growing euphoria and seen feeling of being alive again, started to shudder to a halt at the news that his brother remained dead, replaced with a sudden feeling that he was about to be sick. Then he was. Luckily, the Northern Hospital had placed buckets for this exact situation next to their beds, and they had pointed this out at every meal, which said something, for the taste was close to hand. Sorry. I suppose that was a little too much too fast, the other apologized, for once sounding genuinely apologetic as he carefully handed him off a convenient rag for him to clean up his face, before Lancel hurriedly washed his mouth out with some water. McGurr? He asked quickly, his voice slightly hoarse from the bad taste in his throat, the northern healthy food tasting just as bad coming back up as going down. Oh, he's well, he and your father should be back at Castle Rock by now, trying to start getting things back to normal before I get there, Tyrion assured him. Lancel, despite the fact that he was often considered slow compared to some of the other members of his family, didn't take terribly long to understand the implications of that statement. You're Lord of the Westerlands now. That come out a little bit more shocked than he intended, but his cousin didn't seem to be annoyed at all by his stunned face. So it would appear, Tyrion shrugged, examining his nails in a self-deprecating manner that Lancel knew was entirely fake. But what about Sir Jaime? Lancel blubbered with a sudden feeling of dread. Is he also alive and well? Tyrion confirmed, before grinning tightly as if at some private joke. Although he's feeling just a little bit humiliated about getting roaring drunk and trying to hijack a coach to return to King's Landing, being beaten silly by a woman in the process. Or so the despoiler says. But, to answer the question you were about to ask, as part of our agreement with the North to end the war, he waived his claim to the Westerlands with the disbandment of the King's Guard to do service to the realm or something silly like that. Right now, he's in King's Landing with Theon Greyjoy planning a, what did he call it? Yes, a road trip. But enough about me, let's talk about you. Lancel Lannister, the hero of the Crownlands. He boomed with a grin on his face that actually seemed genuine for the first time ever. I'm sorry, what? He asked in complete confusion and bewilderment, which only caused his cousin's head to tilt in sudden understanding. Oh, clearly you didn't read page 6 yet. Tyrion nodded at the despoiler and at the shake of his head. Tyrion simply said 2 words. Yellow Cliff. Lancel's eyes went wide at that and he licked his lips at the implications. Then the villagers are all alive and safe, thanks to you Sir Lancel, and for the first time, his cousin actually said those words with what almost sounded like genuine respect rather than as the punchline to a joke. And several other villages were warned as well, their people also saved. That was very nice work, the other said, offering him a mock salute as his mind reeled, and Lancel reflected on that news with some small amount of surprise, and genuine happiness for the first time since he had woken. As Joffrey's army had marched through the Crownlands towards their final battle with Robb Stark's army, Joffrey had amused himself by sending out knights to slaughter villages who had not marched all their men out armed with whatever weapons they could find on his orders. Clearly to just be used as cannon, fodder in the coming battle. To Lancel's shame, more than a few of the youngest, most recently raised knights utterly unworthy of the title from the Stormlands and Crownlands had gleefully taken to this task with a will, making sport of the men and enjoying the women when they failed to march out to their deaths at the head of the army as ordered. He had tried to avoid such duties, but his time had run out eventually, with Joffrey in passing ordering him to make the same offer to the village of Yellow Cliff. With a sick grin on his face that suggested he was offering him a fine gift. Sickened and horrified at the thought of doing such things, yet driven to obey his oaths, Lancel had done so, just not exactly as Joffrey might have intended, and stretching his orders to the limit as he finally found the courage to in some small way, defy his king's orders. He had sent a trusted scout out at once, one he knew who would do exactly what he said without question. With orders to ride to the village and announce to them the king's orders. That their king demanded their men join him in his war. And then even more loudly and very graphically outlined exactly what would the price of defiance would be. What would happen to the men, the children, the women, if they were not assembled and ready to leave when the main party arrived at high noon. And noted that this would happen to every village between here and Crossroads where the traitor Robb Stark's army was waiting. After all, it took time to prepare for a campaign, did it not? Unsurprisingly, when he had arrived to gather the volunteers, the village had been utterly deserted. And so he had given orders to burn it down, returning to Joffrey without any people, but pleasing his king with his tale of how he had burned down the entire village, and lies about how he had then befouled its well and salted its fields so it would never be of use again and would stand forever as a monument to the price of denying one's king. I have some idea from Jaime of what it's like to be caught between conflicting oaths, Tyrion awkwardly noted before brightening again. For what it's worth, King Robb and his retinue seem to think highly of your actions, and your courage on the field of battle against hopeless odds has the romantics swooning. Between that and Willem dying to save the life of one of the Karstark's boys, your side of the family at least is being held in increasingly in high regard and shutting down the last of the voices who wanted to see every Lannister hang. Is that all there is for you? Lancel couldn't help but interrupt in some small amount of anger and irritation at the sheer pointlessness of it all. The game and politics? Is that all you care about? Well, it's not everything, Tyrion mockingly snorted. Alcohol tends to find its way in there along with women most of the time. Lancel couldn't help but snort in amusement at that, before his expression turned sober. Yes, and have you seen what happens on the ground when people play the Game of Thrones? Lancel pressed. When good men you lead charge to their deaths on the whims of people thinking they are moving pieces on one of those chessboards. As a matter of fact, I have, Tyrion confirmed in a level voice, his cheerful demeanor fading away awfully, and Lancel recalled he had been present at the Whispering Woods where what should have been a diversionary force of Robb Stark's had crushed his uncle's army and had seen firsthand the horrors of the North's might. And yes, the insane choices of a few idiots condemned far too many good people to death over the last year, he acknowledged, his gaze remaining distant. Far too many indeed, sire. Choices of people like me, Lancel thought in guilt. And me, and my beloved sister and my insane nephew, Tyrion added, and Lancel realized to his shock that he had spoken aloud before snorting softly as he recovered, knowing full well that he ultimately bore the responsibility for all this madness and all this death. He had gotten King Robert killed out of lust for his cousin and his desperate desire to please her. He had set things into motion that could not be stopped, this war taking on a life of its own, all because he had made sure a drunken king would die on his hunt. Every life lost traced back to that one day, that one choice of a stupid boy who had tried to prove he could play the game. Still, as delightful as it is to mope around and regret our actions, especially with a good Dornish red, the boomsquid has assured me that traveling back in time is probably impossible. And thus, all we can do is see about trying to make sure we build a better future. And what better way to build the future than by playing the game to make sure it doesn't happen again? I'm tired of playing the game, Lancel said with no amount of bitterness before he looked up at his cousin. But the Seven have given me a second chance. I have a great deal to atone for before my time comes and don't intend to simply sit around. You almost sound like a sparrow, Tyrion noted with his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he crossed his arms. They've been starting to cause some ripples in King's Landing. The fact that the High Septon didn't see fit to condemn my father and nephew for buying and selling slaves seems to have rather upset them after they heard the news, and they have already started to try and move into King's Landing and help the poor and subvert the existing faith. In fact, I rather suspect the High Septon is operating on borrowed time. And now that the North controls King's Landing, well, that's a problem for another day. But... No, Lancel carefully shook his head. Looking past his cousin, with perfect timing, he saw a glimpse of Talisa helping a patient walking down the corridor of the temporary building. And suddenly everything made sense to him. There was the noble woman who had forsworn her position to humbly seek to serve life, not death. A warrior of a kind, one who fought the stranger itself. Who answered that phrase Vala Morghulis, all men must die, simply by insisting not today. His actions had led to far too many deaths, and as he caught the gaze of Talisia, who offered him a smile which he returned before she turned away, he felt what could only be a revelation as to why the Seven had spared him and what path his life would take now as he turned to face his cousin with a certainty that seemed to draw his attention at once. No. Not the sparrows. Dueling interests. 300 AL, King's Landing. Master Kirk marched between the two large, bearded men as they escorted him through the corridors of the manse. All in all, he considered himself lucky to be alive, since his forge was outside the Red Keep, and he had been working there when the fortress exploded. When the armies of the rebels burst through the gates and into the city, he, his family and his apprentices barricaded the doors, expecting a repeat of the sack that had ended the previous rebellion. Instead, the northern troops had been remarkably restrained upon breaching the walls. True, there was looting, brawling and the normal outrages you'd expect from veteran troops after a long, bloody campaign, but the northern officers kept decent discipline, arrested and hung murderers and rapists no matter whose banners they marched under, and ensured that any arson failed to spread past a few houses. As occupations went, it was remarkably civilized. Still, when a troop of longcoats had arrived at his forge, requesting that he go with them, he had been extremely apprehensive. It wasn't a secret that he had worked on producing weapons for the Baratheon and Lannister forces, or that many of those weapons were of his own design. So, even if he was walking to his own execution, he hoped that the Northerners would keep to their demonstrated character and refrain from killing his family as well. He was surprised as he was led into a large, walled courtyard, edged with flowers and bushes, centered around a large circular table. Seated there was a small figure in bright clothes, one Kirk recognized. Standing against a nearby wall was a taller blond man, and the family resemblance, despite the smaller man's deformities, was clear. Ah, Master Kirk, welcome. Donner, Jera, thank you for escorting our guest, if we could have some privacy. The Northerners saluted, then left, leaving Kirk alone with the brothers Lannister. Come now, don't be shy. Here, have some wine, I always find that it loosens my tongue, among other things. Come, man, sit down. He insisted in a friendly tone, and Kirk reluctantly approached the table. He noted that resting on that table was one of his ropelock thunderers, and several packages of ammunition. Tyrion finished pouring a deep red wine into a crystal goblet that was likely worth a month's income for his forge, and handed it to a still nervous Kirk as he sat. Oh, don't fret, Master Kirk, I certainly didn't bring you here to shoot you with one of your own weapons, if nothing else, I'm somewhat too short to load it properly. Kirk hesitantly took a gulp of the wine. Thank you, my lord. Tyrion watching him from over his own wine glass for a few moments. So, as I understand it, you worked for my father, replicating the Northerners' weapons as best you could. He reached out with one stubby arm and touched his fingers to the stock of the musket. Now, I'm not nearly an expert with such weapons, or any weapons, you understand, but I'm reliably informed that certain inventors were quite impressed by your ropelock mechanism. And those rocket carts, I'm told they were absolutely terrifying to face. Bravo! He emptied his glass, then poured himself another. I'm sure that with such magnificent work my father, the Hand, showered you with praise and wealth. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, and Kirk found that his tongue was too large to respond. Ah! I didn't think so. Gratitude, I'm afraid, was not one of my father's greater attributes. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here. Well, it seems that with a great number of my family dead, arrested for treason, disinherited or in exile, the current heir to Castorly Rock and presumptive Lord Paramount of the Westerlands is, well, me. Shocking, I know, I never expected it. Still, needs must, and thankfully our new allies didn't do too much damage to my kingdom before I decided it was far better to work with them than to fight them. Come now, drink up, man. You'll make me feel like a poor host. Kirk obediently drank, the wine tasting a little less like ashes as he began to believe that he would survive this interview. Excellent. Now, as I was saying, I have been recognized as, basically, the new Lord of the Westerlands. I will need to repair some damage back home, thanks to the rather enthusiastic adventures of the young wolf and the boom squid, and institute some changes. One of those will be establishing a standing force of soldiers to help keep the police, ward off iron-born attacks, that sort of thing. And that, in this new century, will require thunder arms. Quite a lot of them, and of good quality. Now, it's quite possible that the Starks will be willing to sell such weapons to their newest allies, but to be honest, I would feel a great deal more comfortable if the Westerlands had a local supplier of muskets, cannon, rockets, and all kinds of things that go bang. He put down his glass, and studied Kirk seriously. Now, do you have any idea where I'd be able to find a man who could manage such an endeavor? Me, my lord. Yes, you, Master Kirk. You're not just a good blacksmith, you're a capable administrator and leader, a respected master of your craft, and a native-born Westerman. You demonstrated great loyalty to the boy you thought was your king. Tyrion pointedly did not look over his shoulder at his brother, who was widely suspected of being both Joffrey's uncle and father, which shows a respect for tradition and law, if not, perhaps, a good judge of character. In any case, you have a great many talents I, and my kingdom, need. On the other hand, you would likely not like to remain in a city where you are well known as a supporter of the, shall we say, former dynasty. You and your family can find a fresh start in Castorley Rock, and not simply as a blacksmith, but as an industrialist. He pronounced the strange word with a distinct northern accent, but waved his hand at Kirk's confusion. Look, there are merchants and guilds lining up to leap across the border and bring northern skills and machines to make obscene profits in the Westerlands. For example, I have seen examples of very powerful, very efficient pumps built at Winterfell. I can assure you, they are as superior to our own as a Longcoat's rifle is to one of your Thunderers. He again patted the stock of the rope lock, and Kirk nodded, thoughtfully. As a Westerman, particularly one involved in metalwork, he knew the value of a good pump. The deep mines that were the source of Lannister wealth depended on them to drain them of the inevitable flooding they would experience, and to bring fresh air down into the depths of the earth. If the northern machinery was more powerful, let alone cheaper. Now, these canny and inventive northern merchants will wish to invest in our mines, factories, shipyards, everything they can think of. These are men, and women, who have been turning the north from a backwater to a thriving economy in only a few short years, and I have no doubt they intend to gouge us of every coin they can. And they will, it's quite inevitable, since we simply don't have the machines, the skill to make the machines, to use them properly, even the basic principles behind them. I've seen a Bolton war wagon, and I have no earthly idea how it works. If I were a religious man I'd say Greyjoy made a deal with some kind of devil, from the smell if nothing else, to get it moving. Since I'm not a religious man, I believe it's a clever mechanism, but other than that I have no idea. He gulped down some more wine. So. We're going to get fucked over, Master Kirk, but I hope that with clever men like you, we can at least ensure that we get paid for the privilege. After the blacksmith left, it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Jaime opened it, and let Theon in. The Greyjoy nodded to the Lannister, before striding over to sit with Tyrion. Welcome, young Greyjoy. I trust I don't need to hide the identity of my previous guest. Greyjoy took the wine glass he was offered, but didn't drink much. Not really, I passed Master Kirk in the corridor, and I can guess the rest. Besides, our good friend Varys has been keeping me up to date with your recruiting efforts. He paused. Tyrion, you know that the king won't let. Theon, I'm quite certain that the good king will instruct his loyal subjects to be open-handed and fair-minded when dealing with the merchants and lords of the Westerlands. I also know merchants. There will be hundreds of contracts signed, hundreds of businesses and ventures started, and you can bet your last gold dragon that every one of those northern merchants will know your newfangled law system a fair sight better than my own people. Those contracts and deals will be slanted in favor of the north, and a goodly number of those Westerlander merchants partnering with northerners will find themselves pushed out of their companies. You know it, and I know it. Greyjoy sighed. We need the Westerlands producing. We need your mines working at full capacity, we need your people producing more food, adopting better farming techniques, better fishing gear, we need factories turning out everything from boots to canteens to sewing needles to muskets. Yes, and many of them will be produced by northern companies and guilds. But not all. Tyrion leant forward in his chair. I will not see the Westerlands turned into nothing more than a source of cheap labor and resources for northern businesses. Theon opened his mouth to argue, but sat back in his seat instead, and took another gulp of wine. I guess I can see where you're coming from. In your position, I might even do the very same thing. The dwarf snorted. I very much doubt you'd ever let yourself be in a position like mine. Theon smiled. That's the god's own truth, I'd be an awful lord paramount. The two clever men shared a grin, before Tyrion started to pour yet another goblet of wine. Oh, by the way, I've been trying to find Tapomat. I found him to be very useful during Stannis' siege. I don't suppose. Theon snorted. What? You thought I'd miss a chance to scoop up a master blacksmith who knows how to work Valyrian steel? My friend, I had a unit of Rob's men pick him up the first day we were in the city. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, and the other man shrugged. Genius, remember. Two of the smartest men in King's Landing shared a smile, and clinked their goblets together in understanding. They may be friends, may respect one another, but they both knew that their interests did not, and would not, exactly align. One day, they may find themselves at odds once more. But for now, they sat in a garden and drank their wine. Okay, in first place, a new ship class has joined the ranks of the Northern Navy. Old Bear class frigate. A ship that combines the best of the Direwolf class and Brandon class frigates with the Seawolf class ironclads, a fast and well-armed ship with the best protection against catapult and ballista. Vessels, HNMS Old Bear, Hungry Wolf, under construction. Designated, Ironclad Steam Frigate ISFG-01, ISFG-02. Home base, Bear Island Harbor. And now, the Omake. The old seer and the young captain. Kevin Lannister gazed upon the ruins, a tear threatening to get loose, and a vice grip upon his heart. The war was finished. King's Landing had fallen, and the Iron Throne, rescued from the ruins of the Red Keep, had been turned into a tourist attraction by King Robb Stark and Theon the Boomsquid Greyjoy, as told by the Westeros despoiler. Stannis Baratheon had surrendered his claim and joined the Night's Watch, to fight the others, and Grumpkins and Snarks, like his nephew, and Lord, Tyrion would say. Kevin had lost enough. His brother to a heart attack, one of his sons in that damned steel wedding, several cousins in battle, but at least his eldest, Lancel, not only had survived the months under the thumb of that vicious idiot that the Northmen called the Crazy, but he had also become a bit of a hero by warning hundreds of people so they would escape Joffrey's clutches. But what worried him now was the sorry state of the Lanny Sport docks. He had been a guest, prisoner in all but name, of the North when it happened, some time after the steel wedding, but he had been told about it. A few hours before dawn, a small northern fleet had appeared, set anchor in sight of the docks and then bombarded them without opposition. The ships had all been destroyed before they could even begin to row out of place, and the attack set off fires that the workers were unable to put down, and only rapid action prevented the fires from reaching the rest of the city. The men told him one of those ships was made of iron, which, in different circumstances, he would have thought to be a fantasy. Given what he knew now, he would not discard the idea. "Father," a voice interrupted his musings, and he turned to see his son Martin walking up to him. "Martin, is there trouble?" "No, father. A letter just arrived from Tyrion, and I brought it to you." "Thank you, son," Kevin said, taking the message, opening and rapidly reading it. When he finished, he smiled. "Lancel is improving, both in body and mind. He can walk for longer than he did when we left, and he appears to be of a lighter mood." "Does it say when he will be able to return?" "No. Tyrion says it might be yet some time until he can ride a horse. And it does seem that he is quite enchanted with one of the nurses that has helped heal him, a Talisamagur. Volantine, apparently." Kevin gazed at Martin, who apparently did not know whether to show interest or the classical dislike boys had for girls at his age, and smiled. "He has also discussed the possibility of building a northern-style hospital here in Lanny Sport. Tyrion has yet to decide, but thinks he is likely to do so." "It would be nice to have one," Martin conceded, before looking out. "What are we waiting for, exactly?" "Tyrion hired House Mormont to rebuild the docks in the new northern fashion, and they are sending people today to begin the work," Kevin explained, as the mist began to lift as the sun rose. Slowly, out of the cloud slid an enormous beast that spewed dark smoke out of a chimney, a beast made of metal and wood and cloth and rope. "That's the ship, Sir Kevin." Laven Seifer, the dock master, exclaims. "That's the ship that destroyed the docks. 7 gods. They are coming to finish the job." A random worker screamed. "They are not coming to attack," Kevin shouted, calling everyone's attention. "Calm down, men. They are only here to begin the reconstruction of the docks." That mostly calmed down nerves around, although Kevin could hear some men muttering about this being an insult by the North. As much as Kevin agreed with them, there was little that could be done. It was not as if he could send a raven to the ship and tell them to leave and return on a different ship. "It's enormous," Martin said, fascinated. "And all made of iron? How does it float?" "It's not made entirely in iron, son. The interior is probably made in wood, and for the most part it should float for the same reasons wooden ships float." Theon Greyjoy had written in one of his books about the reasons things floated or sunk in water, but for the life of him he could not remember the exact reasoning explained. As to the ship, it had to be one of these ironclads Tyrion had mentioned several times. It lacked a castle, but Kevin guessed it would not need it, seeing that it could just destroy the enemies from a distance instead of approach the enemy and start boarding, or perhaps even ram them if they were made of wood. Propulsion, instead of the typical oars, was carried out by sails or, probably, by steam power. With his Myrish glass, he also could see the gun ports from which cannons came out and spat their projectiles upon its objective. As he gazed, a bell sounded out, and the ship dropped its anchors. Soon, 2 boats were being lowered to the surface, and, as soon as they touched water and untied the ropes, the men in started to row their way to the docks. Kevin waited patiently as the boats arrived, got tied, and its crews began to get out, before he walked toward them, ready to welcome them. They had been the enemy a few months before, but that did not mean he should not show courtesy. From the distance, he could see some of them were armed with handguns, and that some others carried bags of tools, the latter being men and women carrying the badges that indicated they were mechmen and gear wives, those in charge of building and repairing all the inventions made by Theon Greyjoy. He supposed the others were just guards, protecting the people sent. "Greetings," he said, calling the attention of the group. "I am Sir Kevin Lannister, knight in service of Lord Tyrion Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. Are you the Mormont people I am awaiting?" We are," one among the group stated, and Kevin turned his gaze to seek who had spoken, the person who was already walking toward him with all the imperiousness of a proud noble, as if born into the role of a ship captain. A good grey coat, made of cloth that looked to be resistant to water, sleeves decorated with lace and gold, accompanied by a shirt and trousers. A broad leather belt holding a handgun and a knife. Hard boots, ready for, and used to, walking on deck without losing balance. The insignia of a high-ranked officer in the Northern Navy on the left half of the chest. The poise of a practiced master of the ship, hands clasped behind the back, short and precise steps. Long, black hair tied on a tail. Clever, sharp brown eyes looking at him, measuring him. And, to crown it all, a 2-cornered hat with the emblems of both House Mormont and the North masterfully stitched on them. All in all, Kevin was quite impressed, or, at least, he would be if the person that had spoken was not a young girl that barely reached 4 feet from the floor. 7 heavens, this girl can barely be Marcella's age. Kevin thought, astonished. Knowing what he knew of the North, this was not a jape. But, someone so young? Tywin would surely consider it an insult. Kevin just decided to take it in stride and stepped forward. "Lady Captain Lyanna Mormont of His Northern Majesty's ship Old Bear, designation ISFG-01. We have come here for the first works in rebuilding Lannisport's docks, as agreed in contract between Lady Daisy Mormont, heir to Bear Island, and Lord Tyrion Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. Be welcome to Lannisport, Lady Mormont," Kevin replied, giving her a bow. "My people are ready to begin taking measurements of these docks, and prepare the first sketches of possible designs for you and your people to peruse. Would you be kind enough to have someone guide them, for a first impression of the local?" "It is no problem. Dockmaster Seifer, show the Mormont men around, so they can begin their work." The dockmaster glared at him, as if he had just gravely insulted him, but he said nothing and waved his hand, prompting the Mormonts to follow. "While the mechmen and gearwives take care of their part, I wonder if you would be willing to visit our old bear?" Lady Lyanna asked, taking him by surprise. Kevin was not sure of what to say. The war might be finished, but that did not mean he felt safe boarding a ship full of Northerners. "You are more than welcome to bring your own guard, if that will make you feel better." As Lady Lyanna showed him, Martin and his men the makings of the ship, Kevin knew that, at the same time, the young girl was showing off the prowess of the people of Bear Island that had built and that crewed it. A true monstrosity, with a length of 200 feet and a width of 50, it was crewed by 305 people, all of which looked to be veterans in their jobs, even those who worked in the boilers and the steam engine, with its oppressive atmosphere and overwhelming heat that would make even a Dornishman sweat, and all the gears and cogs that transmitted the power produced by the boilers to the screw propeller, which allowed it to travel at speeds that galley oarsmen would be hard pressed to maintain for more than an hour. And the cannons, if he thought that the ones used by the Northern Army looked powerful, these would certainly make any man pause to show some terrified admiration for the destruction it could cause. Martin was amazed, having never seen one up close and having never been in a battle against the North. His guards, who had been in such a battle, were quite apprehensive. All in all, it was a testament to how much Theon Greyjoy had changed the North. Tywin would have killed for a way to make as much steel as this ship had in a month, and, according to Lady Lyanna, not only were the Bear Island shipyards making at least another ship like this one, but there were ships even bigger than this one, also made of metal. Quite overwhelming, one might say. Which was why he welcomed a chance to rest from it in Lady Lyanna's room within the ship, which were, again, bigger than their equivalent in normal wooden ships, covered in maps and with a small horn in one side the young girl explained could be used to communicate with other parts of the ship. "So, what is your opinion of this ship, my lords?" "Well, it is quite impressive. Though, how come they let you lead?" "You are a little girl," Martin said, obviously having held that question at the tip of the tongue ever since he met Lady Lyanna. As soon as Martin made the question, she turned her gaze at him and glared, a glare that looked remarkably like Tywin's when he showed his discontent with Tyrion. At least, he waited until we were away from everyone else, Kevin thought, looking at the only other person in the room, a man that had the look of a veteran sailor, beard included. I would be careful with what you are saying, lad, the man said. The crew loves the lady captain, and would not take it well if someone outside puts her abilities into doubt. I may be young, Lannister. I may have reached my 10th name day but a few days ago. But do not confuse youth with inexperience, Lady Lyanna stated. Remember that your own uncle first gained his fame when he was 9 and 10, and our king earned his first victories with 6 and 10 name days. However, you do have some reason about it. As is, I am still learning about how to be a captain, and everyone here knows it. Thankfully, Lord Stormbear here is more than willing to share his wisdom and support, and the crew knows what to do if we find ourselves in a situation I know nothing about. Which are becoming far and less as you learn, my lady, the old sailor Lord Stormbear states, smiling. As for why I am here, well, Mother is busy with her lately duties, Daisy is busy with putting an end to banditry in the Crownlands, Alice Ann is busy with her children and the Longclaw, both Lyra and Jory are busy with their own missions and I am the one with the best knowledge of the old bear apart from Mother and Alice Ann, so. Well, I am here because my nephew, Lord Tyrion, is busy being in your king's council, and his brother is his bodyguard. As for me, I worked for my brother Tywin for years, helping him lead the West, and prompting him to make peace when it was obvious we could not beat the North, yet, he mentally adds. So, I presume you know that I will not allow my homeland to be subservient to yours. Am I right? Lady Lyanna raised an eyebrow, and Kevin wondered if the Mormonts may have a Lannister ancestor hidden somewhere. I can live with that. In fact, the king would prefer it so. Shall we now return to the mainland? I am sure that my people are already prepared to make suggestions to the making of your new docks. Of course. As the group walked back to the deck, Kevin wondered how much Lannisport would change after this. Would it be bigger? Would steel ships be built here, more powerful than anything that had been encountered? Would it recover its past glories? Would he live to see it all? Omake_canon_Finbar_ Battle of the Fingers, Part 1. Lady Winafred Manderley was the unofficial queen of the seas. How could she not be, she thought to herself as the Seawolf's bow plunged into the face of another wave, brutally pushing it aside as her engine roared, driving her into the wind at the full speed of 9 knots, directly into the wind. Spray washed off her face as her grin grew. Beside her, her sister, Willa hooped and punched the railing, enjoying the descent before the massive ship of the line punched through another wave. This is the life. Willa almost yodeled. A stiff breeze, nice swell, and a ship that can do almost 10 knots into the wind. In front of them, sailors ran to and fro, carrying buckets, hauling barrels and getting ready for what they were sure would be a good and proper brawl by northern standards. That this was defined by some as unfair, unsporting, cheating or evil sorcery was irrelevant. What mattered was the fact that this ship alone was going to prove to the lily-arsed southerners that the North was more than willing to win any fight they could offer, not just on the land, but could devastate at sea too. King's Landing ahoy! A sailor called down from the crow's nest. Truth be told, when the sea was calm, it was a job for only those with the strongest stomach. When the seas were up, like they were now with the 3-yard swell, even the lookouts had to time their being sick to make sure it didn't hit anyone below. 10 points off the starboard bow. Winafred nodded and then nudged her sister, her beloved sister who was the first mate on their precious bitch queen of a ship. Wait until we are clear of the headland and bring us in. Lay anchor a half-mile offshore and have half a watch up in the rigging. We'll likely want the extra speed the sails bring when we draw them out. Willa nodded, her merriment fading as she prepared herself. Also, once we lay anchor, the gun crews should load both broadsides, chain shot. I want to kill a few crew and take down some masts. Better a ship that can't make sail, than the risk of them getting lucky. We'll draw them out and kill them at sea. Don't run out the guns until the order is given. Willa glanced at her sister, barely resisting the urge to roll her eyes. They had talked this plan and the other options to death already, really, all she was doing was repeating what Willa already knew. Still, that's why her big sister was the captain and she had the fun of giving the orders. Jumping down from the quarter to the main deck, Willa began bellowing orders, pausing only to stick her head down a hatch and yell some more. The pace of the sailors increased if anything, dozens spilling out from below decks to start climbing the rigging, reef lines were undone, grabbed and refastened with quick release knots. Stays were tightened and halyards were looped off against belaying pins while coils of lines were straightened out and made ready. Like a graceful wolf, albeit one larger than anything else afloat, the sea wolf to the eyes of those on the shore, seemed to race around the headland of Sharp Point into the lee of the massive bay that held King's Landing. At first glance, many thought it to be a fire, from the pillars of smoke that rose up from it and the lack of sails. But still it came. It crossed the way line and picked up a fraction of speed, no longer having to fight the wind and waves as it powered through, leaving a wake with white caps spraying off like knights' pennants. In the harbour that was King's Landing, bells were ringing, officers and lords were shouting and chaos reigned. The strong southerly wind had caused those in charge to declare that nothing would be coming south with any great speed. Indeed, with the size of the seas and the strength of the wind, which was thought to be around 30 knots, Any intelligent captain would have put into a sheltered cove and waited out the weather, rather than inflict hours of torturous sailing on any good and decent noble. Not even the Ironborn would be willing to sail into the teeth of such weather. Less than an hour after the massive anchor was dropped with the Seawolf well out of range of any shore-based artillery such as ballistay or catapults, even a trebuchet would never reach that far, a lone skiff, the pennant of the master of ships flying proudly from its mast, shot out of the harbour with what an inexperienced sailor would call dangerous speed. The old salts however could only nod in appreciation of the fine bit of skippering. As it drew alongside, the sails furled and on the quarter-deck could be the proud form of Lord William Mouton, Lord of Maindenpool and judging by the pennant, Master of Ships. It seemed, that despite his new title and lot in life, it did little to weather his pasty skin and despite his breastplate showing defined muscles, he seemed more like a sock full of mud, than any great hero. Ahoy! Who comes to the king's waters? A stout bellow from actual captain of the skiff. You fly no colours. Declare yourself. Winafred nudged her sister as she sauntered over to the railing, looking down at the crown loyalists. The Seawolf, out of White Harbour, on behalf of King Rob, King of the North and the Trident. Here with a message to the pasty-faced bastard Joffrey Waters, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She smirked. Well, actually, but who's counting? Behind her, she could hear Willa trying to smother her own laughter as around her, sailors grinned and laughed. On the deck of the skiff, Lord Mouton gasped in shock at the dire insults. A woman? Is the North so barren of sailors that they send a woman to do a man's job? I knew the North was full of barbarians, but for its leaders to hide behind a woman's skirts is beyond laughable. Send out your captain that the men may speak. His voice may have a hint of a whine, but his words were full of bluff and pride. Winafred darkened slightly and gripped the railing with both hands. I am Lady Winafry Manderley, daughter of the Lord Manderley, captain of the Seawolf, and if you do not take back your words, I'll shoot you for a you cower, you miserable cringing lapdog. Lord Mouton frowned, his face darkening. How dare you speak to your betters that way? I am the master of ships, I serve none but the true king of the 9 kingdoms, and I order you to strike your colours. You will surrender your ship and be taken prisoner. There are more than 30 galleons in service to his grace King Joffrey in this harbour making ready. No such insult to the king, not even from northern barbarians who suck at the teats of wolves and bay at the moon, shall be tolerated. I order you to surrender. A death's head grin on her face, Winafred glared down at the little man. A tempting offer, Admiral, but I have a counter-offer. How about I'll just massacre your ships and watch you drown? How would that be? You see, at this point, Seawolf is pretty much the queen bitch of the ocean, and not your little king or your piles of gold will stand in the North's way ever again. From where he stood, William Mouton nodded and gestured to the captain. So be it, he bellowed back as the skiff stated to make way. We will meet you on the seas and the stranger will take you. Prepare yourself, Manderley. The wrath of King Joffrey will be coming for you. As the skiff tacked and began the journey back, Winafred pounded the railing once then straightened. Right. She bellowed out to the sailors of the North. They want a fight. They have rams and ballistay. They have fire arrows and some fire ships. We have the best damn ship in the world. The seas are ours to take and none shall insult the North and not face us. Above and around her, sailors cheered as Willa started bellowing orders. Coal was stoked into the furnaces, water poured into the boilers as steam pressure started to rise. Raise anchor, came the cry as the jackass started to clank, hauling up the tons of steel that was needed to hold the Seawolf in place. Raise the colours. Came the next order as the huge flag of the North atop the flag of White Harbour was run up the sternstay. Starboard side, run out the guns. Then slams and booms as hatches were flung open and the massive 12-pound Brandon burner cannons were run out, their barrels poking out of the hatches like hounds' noses through a fence, ready to bite. Load the mortars. Incendiary rounds. Came the next order as oil-filled hollow cannonballs were carefully dropped into the mortars. Deck crews, take your weapons. As barrels of breacher guns were hauled onto the deck while some men grunted as they hauled the Mk2 bolter onto the poop deck while others very carefully carried the flamethrowers to the bow. Then, when the boom of the anchor slamming to the bow echoed, the order to raise sails was finally given as Willa moved the engine indicator to half ahead. Behind the Seawolf, the water frothed and churned as the massive bronze propeller bit into the water, pushing the giant ship forward. Sailors scrambled and worked frantically as 3 masts worth of sails were raised. Mainsails and foresails ballooned into shape as they caught the wind as the turning Seawolf began to prowl, turning to port as it began to bear down on the now frantic with activity harbour. Staysails and jibs were hauled into place and tied off before the wind caught them, pushing even more energy into the ship, driving it faster. The engine indicator clicked again as the steam pressure built, full speed was the command as the Seawolf fairly to speed. As it drew closer, an optimistic shot from one of the massive shore-emplaced ballistay fell short as the Seawolf prowled closer before the order to jibe was given out. The ship slowly turned, booms and sails slamming across, the ship heeling over before it began to right itself. Pick your targets. Came the cry from Willa as the sea wolf ran parallel to the breakwater, well outside of ballystay range. Then, at just the right moment, Willa gripped the railing next to the wheel and at a nod from her captain, her smile grew to a grin, a mixture of sensuous pleasure and vicious aggression. Fire! To those on the shore, gaping at not just at the size of the tremendous ship, but her speed and agility, it seemed as if something had gone horribly wrong. Smoke was no longer billowing from the two pipes at the stern, but now, the entire side of the massive vessel was wreathed with smoke as if there had been a terrible explosion. The sound of thunder echoed across the entire bay and suddenly there were screams and cries from the king's fleet. Fire erupted from the decks of 3 ships, and on 2 more, their main masts started to topple as crew leapt overboard from the rigging, rather than be dragged down with it. The battle had begun. ASoIaF, Reflections on Peace. AC 300, Blackwater Bay, King's Landing. Theon Greyjoy. Despite everything that had been inflicted upon it, King's Landing still stunk to high heaven from the deck of the Seawolf. The miasma was slightly less prevalent, but it was more like a burning pile of dung rather than just a pile of wet dung. I don't know if that was an improvement or not. Actually, several sniffs of the wind blowing from the city and I was sure, it wasn't. I sighed, and turned from the view. I headed down the nearest ladder into the warmer interior of the great ship. I headed down the corridor to the staterooms and back, and pulled open the hatch. I sighed as I entered, and stretched a bit. I managed a small smile as I looked around at my quarters, filled with books, papers, and other assorted junk. And Rob, sitting on my bed. I raised my eyebrows. I'm calling the despoiler. I can see the headlines now. King Rob seduces his adoptive brother, Queen Marjorie watches with popcorn. Rob snorted and shook his head. You've made that joke before. Still funny, I said with a shrug. Rob glared at me, and I coughed. Okay, maybe not that funny. Marjorie's made that joke before, I take it. Rob was still silent, glaring at me with a face as cold as winter. I flinched, and rubbed my shoulder. I mean, if she was willing to marry Renly, I'm sure we could work something out. For improving your marriage. Things shouldn't die down just because you have a child on the way. Rob continued to glare, in a look he'd clearly learned from our father. I sighed, and looked back at him with a more respectful look in my eyes. Your Grace? I asked. Rob looked me over, silent and unyielding. He then took a deep breath, his hands on his knees. Theon. I'll make this plain, he said. How long have you known the others were returning? My fists clenched, and I closed my eyes tightly. I felt tired. Far more tired than I had ever remembered feeling. Well, maybe after Golden Tooth. A long time now, I admitted. Probably since we met, actually. Rob stared in confusion. Since we? You're a seer. Of a sort, I admitted. I shook my head at Rob's stare, and shrugged my shoulders. I don't fully understand it myself, but yet. Since we met. So, all the inventions? All the technology? All the reforms? Rob asked. It's all been preparation. For the first time in a long time, Rob was unreadable to me. And I have to admit, it frightened me just a little. Even in my quarters, even knowing he was my brother in all but blood and name, I felt like a stranger before an unyielding king. Partially, I said softly. I shook my head. Look. I didn't know if what I saw would come true. A lot of the time, I was almost convinced I was insane. Probably something you wondered a lot yourself, I said with a poignant look at him. Rob snorted, but otherwise did and said nothing. So I continued. The technology though. The reforms, all of that? Yes, I wanted to make the North better able to survive a possible second war for the Dawn. But I also wanted it to be worthy of survival, I said. I wanted it to be a place people would willingly fight to protect and preserve. Because it genuinely tried to make the world a better place. Because I wanted to make it a better place. Because. I trailed off, uncertain. Rob stared at me. Theon. Please, he said in a gentle tone. I'm not angry, I'm trying to understand, he said. I laughed a bit, feeling a lot less scared. Rob looked about, as though seeing himself for the first time. He scooted aside, and patted the bunk next to me. I took the invitation and sat down next to him. I know, I sighed. I just wish I could explain it. It's almost like the day I showed up at Winterfell, I had a whole other world's history and knowledge downloaded into my head. Loaded. Rob said, as though tasting the strange word. I shrugged. Yet. Like, put into my head. The records from a civilization unlike any that have existed here on Planetos, I explained, wincing just a bit over the minor lie. Or maybe they did, and they're gone now. Or they're not here yet. So you're saying that either it's from a civilization that doesn't exist yet, Rob said, or one that did end. Was destroyed by the others. I nodded with a helpless shrug. That's my best guess, yet. Rob sighed. Any idea where it came from? I laughed humorlessly, and shrugged. None. Zero. Zilch. I don't even remember what I did. If I did anything. I sighed and looked at my hands, as though they were the most interesting things in the world right now. Rob shook his head, and snorted in a bit of laughter. Why do you act like you've done something wrong? I looked over at Rob, who was smiling just a bit. I looked back at my hands, my cheeks flaring red. Well. You're good at doing the father thing, I said. You know, how he'd look at us and you knew he was amused but he was also. I trailed off, but Rob took over with a wistful smile. He was disappointed. And wanted you to do better. He knew you could do better, and he wanted you to know it too. Remember, Rob said softly. I nodded. Yet. I sighed and clenched my fists. I was afraid. That if I talked about it, if I told anyone what happened, you'd just think I was crazy. I looked up at Rob. And given I was taken as a hostage, Rob lifted his arm, and wrapped it around my shoulders. I relaxed, just a bit. Theon, you've proven yourself again and again. So many times that I would never doubt you. Not ever, Rob stated. I smiled back at him. Thanks Rob, I said. And neither would father, he said, squeezing my shoulder. He'd be proud of what you've done. I know it. I smiled back at him, and wrapped my arm around his waist. He'd be proud of you too, I said. Rob nodded back, letting out a breath. He sighed and looked out, towards something beyond the ironwood and steel hull of the Seawolf. This war was just the warm-up, wasn't it? Rob asked. The real war is coming. The real test. I nodded. Rob took a deep breath. Theon. Tell me the truth, he said. Can we win? I smiled back at him, and squeezed him in a half-hug. You know better than anyone that we can. And we will. Rob nodded, screwing up his face to remember something. There is a greater darkness than the one we fight. It is the darkness of the soul that has lost its way. The war we fight is not against powers and principalities, it is against chaos and despair. Greater than the death of flesh is the death of hope, the death of dreams. Against this peril we can never surrender. The future is all around us, waiting in moments of transition, to be born in moments of revelation. No one knows the shape of that future, or where it will take us. We know only that it is always born in pain. I leaned back, staring at him in shock and awe. You remembered that whole thing? I asked, delighted. Rob nodded back. Well, I'm using it for a speech later, Rob admitted. Would look like a fool if I had to read it verbatim off the paper. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling. He then chuckled. I looked over at him, curious. What? Just thinking that I was worried that I would have nothing more to do than speeches, Rob said. Just long boring speeches, quiet nights with Marjorie and our child. He gave me a wry look. Maybe not so quiet, when you're still around. He squeezed me again. I squeezed him back. Yet. Sorry, I murmured. Rob shook his head. It's not your fault. That's something I haven't heard for a while, I said dryly. Rob laughed again. Get used to it, he said. I shook my head. Fat chance, I muttered. Rob gave me another squeeze. So. What else do we have to worry about? Rob asked. I sighed. Frankly, a lot of the knowledge I had about certain events is outdated now, I admitted. That said? We're going to need dragons. Rob nodded. Then I leave that to you, Rob said. And Sansa. You'll forgive me if I'm a little more concerned about her than the Targaryen girl with dragons. I smirked a bit. Understandable. 6. Reflections on Peace, Part 2. AC 300, King's Landing, Oberyn's Manse. Joffrey Baratheon. Hate. 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 All he knew, all he could feel, was hate. Hatred for the wretched Northerners, hatred for his traitorous dog, hatred for everything and everyone who had failed him and betrayed him. He hated his disgusting little uncle. He hated his uncle Jaime, for his betrayal and his silence. He hated his grandfather, for dying. He hated Littlefinger, nowhere to be found. He hated Lord Varys. He hated the little wolf bitch who had come by to gloat, her wretched wolf accompanying her and growling at him. He wasn't scared. No matter what she'd said, he wasn't scared. No. I'm not scared, he mumbled, I'm not scared. I hate them, I'm not scared. His prison was bare of anything save for a cot, a table, a chair, a wash bowl, a mirror, so little was given to him. The king. The true king, not some pretender from the north. Not some stupid boy no older than him. He was the king, he was. He tasted blood as he chewed on his nails, and hastily pulled his hand away. He shook as he stared at his fingernails, once so clean and perfect, he'd begun chewing them out of hatred. He'd bit his finger. He went back to pacing the small room, looking around, holding his hands behind his back like his grandfather had often done. He was not a bastard. He was not a product of incest. He was the king. He was the king. I am the king. He screamed at the door. I am the king, let me out. There was no answer. Just as there had been no answer, every time he'd screamed before. Every time he'd cried. Joffrey sat down on his cot, clutching at the thin bedsheet he'd been given. He shut his eyes tightly, trembling a bit. He had to be brave. He had to be brave. He wasn't afraid, he wasn't afraid. The locks on the door were undone, and Joffrey started as he looked up. He mustered up his greatest glare, squeezing the blanket to dispel his nerves. The door opened, and a boy entered. His gaze was sallow and shaded. His hair was neatly coiffed and he had a thin beard. He wore a dark red coat over fine northern clothing. His smile though was the worst part, it seemed to glow even in the low ambient light, reminding Joffrey of the fangs of a wolf. Joffrey trembled, the blood draining from his face. He knew this face. He knew this boy. Ramsay Bolton. The crimson fucker. Why you? Joffrey managed to stutter, glaring in defiance. You beast. Ramsay took the chair from the nearby table, and dragged it across the floor. Joffrey winced at the sound, as Ramsay turned the chair around and sat down in front of him. Ramsay then leaned back in his chair and looked at him. Joffrey shivered. So. What are you going to do, hey? Joffrey stammered. Going to. He tried very hard to think of any of the pictures he'd been sent. And couldn't. The images were too terrifying, so he tried to glare back at Ramsay. The boy was just sitting there, still staring. Joffrey shuddered. You useless barbarian. You stupid, inbred tree worshipper. You think I'm going to just kneel to you? Kneel to your wolf king? Your mongrel royals? Ramsay still sat there, just staring. Not moving. Joffrey shivered again. My mother will come for me. You'll see. He sputtered. You had better let me go. You'll be sorry. You'll all be sorry. Ramsay continued to stare. Silent. Unmoving. Joffrey leaned back, feeling the cold stone wall press into his back. He glared back at Ramsay, though he was having more and more difficulty meeting his eyes. If you want me to talk, I won't. Joffrey stammered. You're nothing. Just a bastard. Your mongrel kingdom will fall. And I'll have all your heads on the pikes of the Red Keep. And Ramsay continued to say nothing. Just kept staring. Joffrey spit on the floor, despite the admonition in the back of his head that his mother wouldn't have approved. Still Ramsay did not react. He didn't even move. He just breathed. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Say something. Joffrey shrieked, throwing the blanket at Ramsay. Ramsay just caught it, and slowly lowered his hand. Joffrey cringed back, squishing himself as far from Ramsay as he could. And yet the Bolton bastard just remained sitting. Staring. Silent. He didn't know how long it was. He didn't know why. He tried insulting him again. He tried shrieking for help. Nothing came. No one helped. And nothing changed. All that seemed to exist in that tiny room was him, and Ramsay Bolton's eyes. An implacable stare, boring into him. Making him feel small, insignificant. What do you want? Joffrey screamed. What do you want? Are you going to kill me? Are you going to torture me? Well. Do it. Ramsay still said nothing. Joffrey stood up and shook his hands over his head. Do it already. You've sent me enough pictures. You've sent me all those letters. Why don't you just do it now? Do it. Do it now. He kept shrieking, over and over. Ramsay still said nothing. Still did nothing. Just say something. Do something, you bastard. Joffrey bellowed, his throat feeling ragged. Do it. Do it. Do. Ramsay moved, and he was now towering over Joffrey. Joffrey squeaked, and he soaked his trousers in fear. He was left trembling as Ramsay grinned down at him, his eyes filled with unhealthy intentions. Joffrey collapsed to the cold floor, and wrapped himself into a ball. Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. At last, Ramsay snorted. Joffrey looked up. The crimson fucker wore a sneer. A sneer he'd worn himself many times. Guard, Ramsay spoke. I'm done here. Open up. He walked over and knocked on the door 3 times. The guard opened up. Ramsay walked out, his red coat waving behind him. The door shut behind him, and the locks clicked shut. Joffrey stared after him, his jaw hanging open. What? What? What the 7 hells? Why? He was alive. He hadn't touched him. He hadn't done anything. Why? What was he doing? What was he planning for him? Ramsay Bolton. As much as it pained him to ask Theon for a private audience, Ramsay nevertheless sent the message and waited in the meeting room in the manse. He waited, and waited. And was rewarded an hour later when Theon entered. He looked so concerned. As though he knew that Ramsay was distraught. Ramsay? What is it? Theon asked urgently. Are you okay? He walked over and rested a hand on his shoulder. Ramsay took a deep breath, and let it out as a long, slow sigh. Theon, he said, I feel I may not be able to serve you any longer. He stared up at Theon, feeling tears spring to the corners of his eyes. Theon looked confused. Ah. Okay. May I ask why? Theon asked kindly. Ramsay sniffled. It's so shameful, but I must tell him. Because as I was interrogating Joffrey Waters, He shuddered. I felt something strange. Even an hour later, it was enough to make him shiver in disbelief. Theon, for his part, continued to look concerned and confused. Okay. Can you describe it? Theon asked. Ramsay managed a nod. It was a strange, clenching sensation. Yet also kind of warm and kind of cold. And it made it hard for me to. He shook his head. I couldn't bring myself to harm him. Because it felt meaningless. Ramsay shivered and shook, and let loose a sob. Theon was still, then slowly wrapped an arm around his shoulders. He patted him on his back, a bit stiffly. Well. That's pity, Ramsay, Theon explained. But I've never had that before. Ramsay sniffled, burying his face in Theon's face. What good am I to you if I can't kill for you? Or torture, or maim? Theon sighed. He then chuckled softly, a strange sound. Ramsay looked up, bleary-eyed. Theon. Ramsay, you felt pity because there would have been no meaning to Joffrey's pain and suffering and death. He's just a sad, pitiful wreck. A puppet with no strings. Killing him would have no point, Theon said consolingly, with a kind smile. There are plenty of other people in the world whose deaths and terror will have meaning. People you can kill, and terrorize. But Joffrey was. Ramsay sniffled. I put so much work into it. And right now, I just couldn't. He sobbed. It all feels so pointless. The anguish was almost palpable. Even Theon's hug didn't dispel it all. Nor did his shaking shoulders. Knowing Theon had empathy for him. It was not pointless, Theon said. You did great work. But we weren't out to defeat a king, you know? But a system. A system grown decadent and corrupt. You did that just fine, Ramsay. He looked up into Theon's compassionate face, and snorted in an unmanly way. You really mean that, Theon? Ramsay asked, daring to hope. Theon smiled and nodded. Of course I do, he said, patting Ramsay again. Besides, did you at least make Joffrey piss himself? Ramsay nodded. Yes. Well, there you go, Theon said kindly. I couldn't ask for anything more than that. Aside from maybe you volunteering to be his lawyer in the upcoming trial. Ramsay gasped loudly. I never considered that. Do you think? Sorry, Farad Wright already called it, Theon said kindly, giving Ramsay a comforting shoulder squeeze. Ramsay sighed. Damn it. Look on the bright side, Theon said. I'm being sent to Essos to rescue Sansa. There are bound to be plenty of people for you to terrorize. Trust me, Ramsay, and here Theon beamed, I'm not running out of work for you anytime soon. Ramsay couldn't help himself. He hugged his lord, squeezing him tightly. Thank you, Theon. Thank you. Hands above the waist, Theon said sternly. Ramsay pouted. His beloved Theon was so frustrating sometimes.